This guy is our main character. He's a dry skeleton whose one and only wish is to be able to poop and jerk off. So he made a deal with the gods. He would suppress the rebellious demons, and in return, the gods had to give him a body of flesh and bone so he could poop and jerk off every day. But who would have thought the gods would go back on their word and try to turn him into a slave laborer? He was like, hell no. With no other choice, the gods used all their power to turn him into a cockroach. But somehow they mixed up his name with someone else's, and he was reincarnated as the child of the most prestigious family on the continent. He possessed overwhelmingly broken holy power, but what the hell would a demon king use holy power for? Just use demonic power and blast everything. Even poison tastes sweeter than milk. He became an invincible genius of the universe. And okay then, enough rambling, let's begin. The story has reached the end, and the admin has also made it to the end. Enjoy watching. The story begins with Isaac's inner thoughts. I want to live. I don't want to die. Life is shit. In his hand was the doctor's diagnosis. This is a disease that has never been discovered before, so this illness will be named after you. Congratulations, you're the father. He couldn't help clenching the paper tightly. I'm very sorry, but you only have at most 6 months left to live. Isaac walked down the street in despair. Suddenly, he bumped into a passerby. His face immediately darkened. No way. The people around him began whispering. What's wrong with him? Who knows? The traffic light happened to turn red. I worked like a dog, like a beast of burden, and I'd only just managed to stabilize my life. So now I'm really going to die? Isaac absent-mindedly staggered across the street. Then suddenly, a hand shoved him away. Hey, move. Don't you know that's dangerous? The unlucky guy fell flat on his face. He trembled in fear. I've got a death sentence now. Why is life so unfair to me? A lottery ticket fell out, making Isaac even more bitter. And of all days, it had to be the exact day I hit the jackpot. I still want to live. I'm not ready to die yet. I'll be satisfied with everything I have. So please, please. The young man cried like a downpour. Please, don't let me die. I still want to jerk off. Even though I said that, that doesn't mean I wanted to live like this. Do I really have to reincarnate as a bald skeleton? I can't even take a shit in this body. So how am I supposed to jerk off now? From behind, a swarm of monsters rushed toward him. Isaac turned his handsome bald head toward them. His hand tightly gripped his sword. Isaac swung furiously, taking revenge on life itself. I'm going to kill every last one of them. His butcher blade was stained all over with syrup. Isaac suddenly turned back. A monster as huge as a whale charged toward him. Its foot slammed hard into the ground. Isaac didn't flinch at all and drove his sword into its snout. The skeleton let out a sound as he muttered to himself. Finally, Isaac has taken his revenge on life in glorious fashion. This shitty business is finally over. Right after that, he shouted at the monster, die. A flash of light shot through, sending it to meet its ancestors. Isaac, with his gleaming bald head, brought his blade down decisively. A sly glint flashed in his empty eye sockets. The last one. Just like that, the young man headed off to the king of hell. The giant monster collapsed to the ground. The suppression of the rebel army was complete. Isaac strode forward. After reincarnating, I became the lowest-ranking demon, a bone soldier, and gradually evolved into the Lich King of the undead. The demon underlings all cheered for him. Demon King of immortality. I revived the entire demon race, those who had nearly been wiped out for centuries. The miserable skeleton guy even got a little shy. Well, yeah, maybe I really am bald, but now I'm the Demon King. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Isaac, our king, your name reflects your cunning and wicked nature, Isaac. He angrily complained to them for a while. I told you, my name is Isaac. How many times do I have to repeat myself? It's Kim Isaac. You bastards. These idiots can't even pronounce my name properly. Anyway, take care of yourselves. Someone asked him, Demon King, where are you going? Isaac bluntly replied, to collect my reward. My ultimate goal is to eat, poop, jerk off morning and night, and become human. The scene shifts somewhere else, where the monster's head is brought in. Everyone who saw it was stunned. Isaac smiled faintly with his skeletal face. At that moment, he appeared openly in the heavenly realm. Isaac immediately declared, I've eliminated those who opposed you. Our agreement is still valid, right? According to the contract, turn me into a human. Then a majestic voice rang out. You wiped them all out? I thought it would take you at least 500 years. Impressive. He also heard someone say, I heard rumors that even the high-ranking demons formed a group just to force him to work for free until he dropped. Isaac naturally protested loudly. I heard that, you know. Why do you talk so much? Didn't you say that if I dealt with them all, you'd turn me human? I sold myself to the capitalists and did exactly what you told me, you bastards. Then one of them shamelessly suggested, could you sell yourself to the capitalists for one more job? Isaac was instantly pissed off. Even if I'm a skeleton, you should still know where the line is. Burning with rage, he shouted, like hell I will. Why should I become your slave? Even if you're gods, I'm not scared of a damn one of you. Isaac exploded with overwhelming killing intent. You bastards, you made me do hard labor because you don't actually know how to turn me human, do you? They immediately began whispering among themselves. It seems the young man noticed. Shouldn't we maybe not have squeezed him dry from the start? What the hell is there to squeeze out of a skeleton anyway? Why do we even make a deal with an escaped lunatic like this? He instantly roared, are you people only good at running your mouths? Other than forbidden summoning arts, you can't create or destroy anything, can you? Because I'm undead, I couldn't live a normal life. If you can't turn me, someone who could threaten the very existence of heaven, into an ordinary mortal. The whole group quickly tried to calm him down. Wait, give us a little more time. If you do a few more things for us, Isaac finally snapped. To repay your broken promise, I'll take your lives. They were all frightened. This runaway lunatic, in fury, he went fully berserk. I'll turn all of you into skeletons, just like me. The entire area sank into the aura of death and the undead. The light of power flared violently. Isaac wore a smile on his handsome skeletal face. Then suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared on his hand. Isaac stared blankly at his nails. What the hell? Why has my magic disappeared? I can't move anymore. Then that guy started acting like a villain. Useless. Anyone whose name I write here won't be able to move. Isaac's name appeared on the man's claw-like nails. The gods immediately formed up in ranks. Destruction. In the past, this supreme divine technique was used to seal calamities like you. How dare an insignificant demon like you do such things? You should have been grateful to toil for us. Now go live the life of a bug. Isaac was especially dissatisfied. Why the hell couldn't you pick some kind of bug with lots of hair? The man loftily replied, are you still obsessed with hair, you foolish little demon? Then a dazzling ring of light flashed. He immediately got hit with backlash. Isaac mocked them, you idiots. His body looked like a walking projector. If you're going to do it, you should have done it faster before I noticed. I'd rather self-destruct than turn into a bug. Seeing that he was about to explode, they all shouted, wait, wait. Isaac furiously cursed them, go eat gold in a toilet. Then a massive burst of light erupted. Space itself became chaotic from the raging energy. Everyone was shocked out of their minds. That maniac, did he self-destruct? He's insane. But they still worried, did the ritual proceed normally? Since they didn't know the full extent of his power, they guessed the ritual has been carried out, so the Demon King's soul has been sealed. That's good. They began discussing it among themselves. Since the Demon King has disappeared, we should regain our power, right? That's right. Every time the Demon King disappears, we receive power. It's still too early to relax. No one knows when the next calamity will appear. We must create the perfect vessel for a saint in the human world and exterminate the demon race. One of them worriedly asked, are you all right? It seems you use quite a lot of power. The other replied, don't worry. What we need to do now is find a soul to place inside the saint's body. As for that arrogant skeletal demon king, he'll be trapped forever inside a bug. I'll make him come to his senses. Calm down. I have to calm down. I can't believe I was tricked by those bastard gods. Did I seriously become a brainless idiot skeleton? Whatever. Why is it so bright? Who would have thought I'd turn into a bug now? I don't even have hands to cover myself. What is this soft, warm thing? Wait, I have hands. This is a human body. Have I turned human? Does that mean I can jerk off now? Isaac thought to himself, why would they, the ones who hated me more than anything, do this? Don't tell me their seal failed. Just then a voice rang out. Oh, my saint. The maid cried excitedly. The saint has awakened. He couldn't help but be startled. Saint, she asked lovingly, you were sleeping so soundly. So why did you wake up? It would be better if you slept a little longer, wouldn't it? Isaac tried to figure out what the hell was going on. Who are these people? Nannies? Did I really become human? Someone else said, I really don't understand. The others immediately revealed their true colors. We don't want to do this, but we have to complete our mission. Saint, sorry that you've only just woken up, but we'll have to make you go back to sleep. Sleep forever. Isaac instantly froze stiff. I only just got here, and now I'm logging out again already? The butler smirked mockingly. Sorry, Saint, but now you'll have to sleep forever. Then he brought the milk bottle close to Isaac's mouth. Isaac immediately turned away to dodge it. His face went pale as he clenched his lips shut. He fiercely refused the bottle being forced on him. The young man was stunned. What the hell? Why won't he drink it? Isaac turned away and thought, are you kidding me? It was hard enough for me to become human again. No way I'm drinking something this suspicious. But why did I even want to become human in the first place? The other party complained, why can't you act like a normal baby and just drink it? Then you could die. Then you could sleep peacefully, right, Lord Isaac? Isaac instantly turned back in alarm. Did that guy just call me Isaac? He started recalling things. Lord Isaac. So instead of using my real name, Isaac, they got it mixed up as Isaac. He suddenly realized, I see. So that's why I wasn't sealed. On top of that, I was reincarnated into a body with the same name as mine. Those idiots acted like they were so great, and yet they screwed up and failed to seal me? While Isaac was laughing smugly to himself, the bottle was shoved into his mouth. At that moment, Isaac really wanted to resist. No, the others started struggling to hold him down. Help! Why is someone this tiny so strong? Isaac's face turned pale in an instant. Is this vegetable juice? It tastes like shit. Are they trying to assassinate me with this disgusting mixture? It was hard enough for me to become human again. Besides, there was something a little strange inside his body. In the Howlon Holy Kingdom, at the Middle Eastern Temple, Masa was walking along with attendants behind him. He curled his lips in satisfaction. By now, that child should be done for. Just then a voice rang out. You seem to be in a good mood. Bishop, the Emperor of the Howlon Holy Kingdom, Alexander Hetcliffe Philip Hella, stood there sternly. Everyone present bowed respectfully. We greet the son of the empire. He began speaking coldly. What is a bishop doing here? Masa immediately put on a fake smile. The Joshua family came to offer greetings to the saint candidate. As your majesty knows, the Holy See could never ignore the saint. The emperor gave a cold snort in response. I see. Since this concerns the saint, you should come in person, shouldn't you? If another accident were to happen after handing the saint over to the Holy See, that would truly be unfortunate. Masa laughed and replied, whatever do you mean by that? Then a scream, mixed with an explosive noise, rang out. The flustered voices from inside made Masa secretly delighted. Young master has. Everyone immediately rushed over. The emperor hurriedly opened the door. Young master, what happened? The maid reported in panic, young master. He frowned immediately, then, too cute. Isaac at this moment looked like a movie emperor had possessed him. Just look at that chubby little belly. He's so adorable. He drinks so well, as expected of an angel. Look, he drank 15 bottles of vegetable juice all by himself just now. Masa was instantly bitter as hell. Impossible. How is he still alive? And he even drank all of that? That wasn't ordinary vegetable juice. A few minutes earlier, Isaac faintly sensed that something was off inside his body. Again, Isaac suddenly realized, wait, this is a green, slimy liquid dripping down little by little. It was Saint Slayer Disaster, a deadly poison that destroys the holy power of clergy. It might not take effect immediately, but since it's poison, if you ingest enough, you'll die. But I can turn this poison into demon mana. So for a former demon king like me, this is basically a gift from heaven. I can't believe they fed me something demonic that I can convert into mana. This is amazing. I'm going to suck down every last drop of this magical baby food. He started going crazy with excitement, basically saying, bring me more, let me drink it all. The others were confused. Is he asking for more? Why do I suddenly feel like I understand what he's saying? The butler kept pouring it into his mouth. Of course, the more you drink, the happier we are. After all, this poison, vegetable juice, doesn't take effect right away. Isaac gave him a thumbs up. Excellent. For victory, I'll absorb all this mana. I don't know who put this in here, but right now, Isaac's eyes widened as he realized something. What I need to do immediately is leave the world of consciousness, enter the subconscious world, and then go to the deepest place there. The world of origin, where the mana core is created. Because no matter what, I'm safe here. Isaac began directing his power. All right then, focus. I'm going to condense the mana I absorbed into the mana core. I'll need a mana core to use magic. So if I want to cast spells in the future, I have to do this. A magical explosion. Wait, normally a mana core has 3 colors. But Isaac was shocked to realize it's white. No, wait, the color isn't the issue. I clearly haven't even properly condensed my mana into that tiny core yet. Then what is this energy? Isaac curled his lips into a faint smile. This far exceeds my expectations. He stepped forward forcefully, trying to get closer to the energy core. Just how many blessings were crammed into this baby's body? If I work with this, I could become an even more powerful monster than I ever imagined. The name Isaac shone with a dazzling light. He directly slammed the button. Survive. The memories of his miserable past came flooding back. His most desperate wish was carved into his soul: survive. That was the origin of how he became the skeletal demon king. And with that, he had been able to create original buffs and special skills. And more than that, I successfully inherited all the magic inside this body. He dreamed of a glorious future and couldn't help laughing smugly. Seeing him go limp, everyone grew curious. Is he dead? Check. Isaac immediately raised a hand. He's still alive. Just a few babbling sounds from him were enough to scare the others half to death. Isaac was practically high now. Another bottle. Give me a stronger dose. At that moment, the Emperor let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, nothing happened. Isaac thought to himself, well, I was only almost assassinated, that's all. Masa suddenly realized something. What? Why is he looking at me like that? Isaac kept staring at the milk bottle, inwardly doubting himself. Did I accidentally drink too much? No, I can't do anything that might make others suspicious. I'd better play dumb. Smile, just smile. Inside the cradle, Isaac still wore a dopey smile, as if he were deliberately provoking him. The bishop was so furious his face turned green. What the hell is wrong with him? After drinking that much, he should have died already, coughing up blood and everything. And yet here he still was. Masa froze for a few seconds, sweat pouring down his face. Is he seriously smiling at me? A few days earlier, at the castle, people were whispering that whoever became the saint would rule the Holy Kingdom. Hyde immediately placed a hand on the Holy Cup. Ridiculous. In the end, everyone insists their own child is the saint, even the lowliest families. Hearing that, the other party carefully replied, "Please don't worry, my lord. All the other saint candidates have already been dealt with." He answered, "That is only natural, but I have heard a few troubling rumors." He coldly questioned Masa, saying there was supposedly a saint candidate from the Joshua family. The Joshua family, the emperor's right hand. The old man trembled to his bones. But we can't touch them. A wine cup was hurled straight to the ground. Wine spilled across the floor. That brat will die the moment you get there. You only need to confirm his death. I already entrusted that matter to you. He was the head of the Barrett family, Cardinal Hyde Barrett, who was especially obsessed with making sure the saint came from the Barrett family. Looking at the child in the cradle, he thought, didn't he say the boy would definitely be dead? Then why is he still alive and kicking? How can something this absurd happen? Masa gazed at Isaac with interest. Now this is intriguing. That shining golden hair is the same color as the founder of the Holy Kingdom's hair, is it not, Your Majesty? The bishop's hair nearly stood on end. My lord, how could you possibly say that? Isaac thought to himself, is this man the emperor? The emperor remarked, I dare say the boy seems even closer to God than the current pope, as expected of the final saint candidate. Those words from the emperor scared Isaac speechless. What? I'm a saint candidate? So that's why those guys kept babbling about a saint and all that? Masa grew even more irritated. Damn it, the emperor is already favoring him. I can't let this continue. He hurriedly sucked up to him. Your Majesty, please allow me to care for this child. Hearing that, the emperor became suspicious. And why is that? The two began exchanging words. Something is wrong. A newborn couldn't possibly drink that much vegetable juice. The emperor, however, thought otherwise. What's so strange about a saint candidate drinking something from the church? Isaac brainwashed himself. Ah, the Demon King as a saint candidate? How can this even happen? The other side kept grumbling, but we're not certain yet. Please let me take care of the boy. Someone from the Joshua family will be arriving soon, so you may proceed after that, Your Majesty. Isaac let out a sigh of relief. Then his stomach dropped. Damn it, that was dark manna I hadn't finished digesting yet. Did anyone see that? At that moment, Masa brought his hand closer to Isaac. Your Majesty, I believe I just sensed dark manna coming from this child. He seems rather suspicious. Isaac cursed inwardly, that bastard. Did he notice already? Masa continued fanning the flames. This child may simply be a failed candidate. Therefore, I must report this immediately to the Inquisitor. Isaac bristled. You son of a bitch. The two of them clearly couldn't stand each other. What nonsense. How dare you say such a thing about a precious saint candidate? Masa tried to persuade him. Please calm down, Your Majesty. There's no need to worry. The Pope already has his eye on a candidate from the Barrett family as the next saint. The Emperor knew exactly what they were scheming. So he wants a child from his own family to become a saint? Have you no shame? No decency? Isaac also finally understood. So that's why he wanted to get rid of me. Just like that, Isaac was lifted up. Then bring the Inquisitor here. Isaac immediately cursed him out in his head. That bastard. Suddenly, the emperor stretched out a hand to stop them. Wait, the Joshua family is a close ally of the imperial court. As emperor, I believe this child should still be examined. Masa, a little flustered, quickly replied, I understand, your majesty. But he also said this, the crown prince's blessing will be granted after the saint has been decided. Hearing that, even the emperor was forced into troubled thought. If I don't support the child the pope has chosen, will he refuse to bless the crown prince? He wanted to confirm it. Is that truly the pope's will? Isaac, meanwhile, was deeply annoyed. Those cheap bastards. This is bad for me if they find out who I am. Masa put on a fake, innocent act. Then shall we test him right now? With my exorcism power. Isaac immediately grabbed his hand tightly. Right? Masa warned them first, if the boy is human, he'll be fine. Before he could finish, he was struck hard. But if this child is a demon, then immediately, Masa coughed up blood in one go. Isaac smugly knocked his front teeth out. His teeth flew, and Isaac cursed him out in baby noises. You rude bastard. Screw it. I'll just act like a real baby. Masa was both enraged and in pain. What is this? How could a mere bottle hurt this much? People began whispering again. That light, is that holy power? Then this child must definitely be the saint. Isaac suddenly realized, no, I can definitely feel holy power inside me. But this power is... Isaac excitedly shook the bottle. He kept smashing it straight into the bishop's face to vent his anger. Let's see what you can do to me now, bastard. The man got thoroughly beaten. His mouth was crooked to one side, his face a mess, and he thought this is dark mana. The emperor, on the other hand, looked even happier. It's so dazzling. Isaac thought to himself, right, I'll use enhancement magic to make this bottle harder. Then I'll pretend to be an innocent little baby. So how's that, you dog? The others began spreading their own interpretations. The bishop must have been overwhelmed by his grace's holy power. Suddenly, Isaac noticed the change in the bottle. What is this? It's weak, but whenever I use holy mana, it comes with it. These two things are supposed to be completely opposed to each other. So how can I use them together? It must have something to do with that white mana core. Masa desperately tried to stop him. He shouted, I swear on everything I have, this child is a heretic. We must perform an exorcism immediately. Isaac started getting furious. This stubborn bastard. He reached into the man's clothes. Isaac's tiny hand pulled something out. A grotesque hand appeared. Well, it looks like you've got something interesting here. Masa immediately went stiff. The remains of a destroyed high-ranking demon, a totem. It was an item that could make use of a demon's ability to absorb the power of its own kind. He had always kept it on him in case demons ever came after him. Watching Isaac look smug, Masa grew suspicious. How does this brat know what it is? His gaze shifted behind him. The totem was thrown away at once. Isaac seized the chance, feeling immensely satisfied. Take a good look, you mutt. If you keep your eyes on me, then don't blame me. The ice wrapped around the demon arm came undone. Isaac snapped his fingers. Evil energy surged through the room. Eh, you demon? Why? Stop it. The shockwave made Isaac's hair flutter up as well. You asshole. Afraid he might die. The emperor hurriedly shouted, Bishop Masa Barrett, explain yourself at once. A demon inside the temple? Have you lost your mind? Masa immediately defended himself. Can't you see? That child just pulled out a totem. The emperor roared back. Totems are objects tied to dead demons. How could it possibly revive a demon instantly? All of you, protect the child from that evil demon and from the bishop. The whole group rushed forward. Yes, sir. Very quickly, a young knight scooped Isaac up. He looked completely flustered. What is going on? Isaac let out a breath of relief. Serves you right, you annoying bastard. Let's see just how strong this bishop really is. At that moment, the grotesque lich suddenly spoke. As saint, it screamed madly, execute the saint. Isaac stared in shock. What? It became more and more violent. Kill the saint. Several guards immediately stepped into the front line. Protect the young master. Isaac couldn't help stiffening. What's wrong with it? I'm the one who revived it. So why is it targeting me? Isaac shut his eyes tightly. Whatever. With the holy knights beside me, what is there to worry about? His pleasant fantasy was quickly shattered when someone cried out. Are they really holy knights? The lich kept roaring, kill the saint. Save the one who was imprisoned. The scene grew even more chaotic. We need to stop it first. In this kind of chaos, no one will notice my mana, right? The lich stretched out its long black claws and lunged forward. Kill. Isaac wondered, why are there so many people trying to kill me in this life? I saved you, and now you're aiming for me? Isaac's eyes flashed with burning hatred. He crushed it with his pressure. You ungrateful little bastard. The lich froze stiff immediately. Isaac stared blankly at the body emitting holy power. The light grew brighter and brighter. Seeing this, the Emperor was stunned. The powerful holy energy gradually blasted the lich away. The holy power dispersed its demonic aura. Seeing that the lich was trying to flee, someone there shouted, "The demon is running away." The crowd started whispering, "Holy power! That's holy power, isn't it?" Lord Isaac defeated a high-ranking demon. That's incredible, especially at his age. As expected of the young master, Isaac held out his hand, completely baffled. What is this? Was that really holy power? How could I? It's all gone. Impossible. Has this strange body converted my mana into holy power? Wait, then how am I supposed to gather dark mana? This holy kingdom barely has any dark mana to begin with. Masas trublet desperately. Let me go, you idiots. That brat is a heretic. He used the power of demons. How could a demon dare set foot in the holy kingdom? My lord, let me show you. I will perform an exorcism and reveal his true nature. At that point, the emperor finally spoke. Enough. Bishop, you dare to slander an innocent saint candidate as a heretic. You even unleashed a high-ranking demon in front of the imperial holy knights. Even if you're a man of the holy see, do not expect me to overlook this. Masa was pinned tightly to the ground. He gritted his teeth bitterly. The seed of suspicion had already been planted in his mind. He would soon find the spy. If that happens, it will badly affect the Holy See. Even if it costs me my life, I have to save the family. He cast a glance aside. Therefore, a fierce tiger was summoned. At the very least, I must eliminate the saint candidate. The beast lunged straight toward Isaac. Isaac mocked him disdainfully. My, what a stubborn man. So he finally decided to show his true colors. Does he really think he can kill me with an attack that weak? A white shadow flashed past. Wait, I'm completely out of mana. Unexpectedly, a blue light swept by. The beast was instantly restrained by a stream of mana. A young man named Dylan appeared just in time. How dare you lay a hand on a descendant of the Joshua family? His cloak fluttered in the wind. Everyone present was stunned. The Azure Faith. Those are the knights of the Joshua family. The seventh son of the Joshua family, Dylan Joshua. Immediately after that, he gave an order. Arrest this bishop at once. They obeyed at once. Masa still struggled and protested. Let me go, you Joshua dogs. How dare you touch me? Isaac fell into thought for a moment. Wait, Joshua? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Dylan continued giving orders. Show your respect. All the knights there bowed deeply. Greetings, young master of the Joshua family. He also stepped closer and greeted him. Sorry I'm late, Isaac. Isaac couldn't help panicking. Judging by how composed and serious this guy is, he's probably even stronger than the Imperial Knights. Dylan continued, I can't say this makes up for the mistakes of the past, but this is a small gift I'd like to give you. Isaac glanced over to evaluate it. Gold. A gold bar? The young knight proudly showed it off. This is a model of Demon King Kolu being executed. Isaac stared blankly, unable to understand the point. The young man continued, we also have a model of him being burned alive. Or would you prefer one where he's being crushed to death? Forced to choose, Isaac's face darkened. Our young master is so adorable. The guards around him kept chattering. How can he be this cute? Inside, Isaac was crying. Isaac thought to himself, how am I supposed to survive in this family of lunatics? People around him started gossiping on their own. Just look at how much he's enjoying it. So cute. He likes it so much he's moved to tears. They kept going on and on. Just look at how much he's enjoying it. So cute. He likes it so much he's moved to tears. Isaac wondered helplessly how he was ever supposed to survive in this insane family. He frowned and thought, wait, Joshua, I remember now. They were the saintesses who once tried to defeat me. One old hag had shouted, I am so Joshua, the 451st saintess. Then another hag had screamed, I am O.C. Joshua, the 61st saintess. You have no right to know my name. Isaac scratched at his ears in frustration. I knew it. They all belonged to that damned Joshua family. So not only was I born as a saint candidate, I was also born into a family of saintesses? What sin did I commit in my previous life to deserve this now? At that moment, Masa started shouting, you damned Joshua bastards. The young knight tried to stop him. How dare you, shut your mouth. Masa kept screaming, I knew you were all heretics. Where did you pick up that creature from? I will expose your true identity. A sword was drawn at that moment. I can't believe you dared to keep that monster by your side like this. The Joshua family has truly rotted away. He kept yelling, I will wipe out the entire Joshua family. Just like that, Masa was dragged away to his death. Without the slightest mercy, Dylan warned him, you should be grateful for the Joshua family's mercy. Because of it, we did not cut your head off. Even while watching the drama unfold, Isaac couldn't help commenting, Wow, this guy actually seems useful. Is he really willing to attack, even a bishop, just for insulting his family? If he had a justified reason, he'd probably even dare attack the Holy See itself. People around him started comforting him. Young master, you don't need to listen to any of that. You need only see and hear beautiful things. Isaac savored the absurdity. These idiots, forget it. Not one of them is actually useful. I think I remember them now. The Azure Joshua. They were unbelievably powerful enemies. My former subordinates would shudder just from hearing the name Azure Joshua. The young men kept shouting, "We cut off Demon King Kola's head." Thud, thud. Isaac desperately wanted to scream, "Stop it already, damn it." My subordinate Henji would be terrified. Then a voice came from behind. I will not forget this debt of gratitude. The Emperor, now sounding eager, added, "Speaking of which, could you speak to your family head about the royal family raising this child?" Dylan coldly replied, "Your Majesty, surely you jest." Isaac marveled. The royal family has their eye on me too? Both the internal and external powers of the Holy Kingdom will be targeting this young master. The Emperor stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Both the internal and external powers of the Holy Kingdom will target this young master. You've noticed that too, haven't you? Of course, the Joshua family is not weak, but are you certain your current Azure faith is enough to protect this child? Dylan fell silent for a moment. Isaac listened carefully. What the hell are they even talking about? Especially when even the Pope does not accept this child. The boy has the same hair color as the founding emperor. Moreover, it is possible that Demon King Kolu is also pursuing the boy. Hearing that, Isaac vehemently protested inwardly. Unfair. Wait, I'm Demon King Kolu, so why would I be chasing myself? The other side answered back, "Please forgive us, Your Majesty, but because this child carries the bloodline of the Joshua family, we will raise the boy as a member of our family." Dylan hugged Isaac and firmly declared that whether it was the Pope or the Demon King Kolau, the Joshua family was fully capable of dealing with all of it. In fact, I believe the current Saintess Melissa would be very pleased to meet Demon King Kolau again. His Majesty thinks highly of you, and I believe that as well. Dylan also insisted on this before the court. So how could we possibly agree to let the direct descendant of Saintess Melissa be raised by the imperial family? At last, Isaac the Skeleton Shark grasped the key point. Wait, Melissa? The final enemy I faced before invading the heavens was Melissa? That unbearably stubborn and insane saintess I fought against? Not only was I born as a saint candidate in a saintess family, I'm also Melissa's direct descendant? What the hell is wrong with this life? What is a saintess? After being defeated by Demon King Ko Lao countless times, everyone poured everything they had into her. Saintess grows stronger. Demon King Ko Lao must be killed. They decided to create the ultimate weapon, the Saintess, a staff created by God to punish evil, a holy war goddess, the light of the Holy Kingdom, and the highest title among knights. With the overwhelming combat power of the Saintesses, everyone thought Demon King Ko Lao would soon be defeated. Attack and defense comparable to a god's, powerful survival instincts, reckless attacks without regard for themselves, beautiful and strong beings who only grew more formidable with time and long-lived besides. However, Demon King Ko Lao had been unbelievably ruthless. Isaac recalled his own exploits. He thought to himself, I never killed any saintesses. Killing them would only put me at a disadvantage. When a saintess dies, all of her holy power returns to God, and then they use that same holy power to cultivate future saintesses. But the last saintess, Melissa, really was strong. I nearly died at her hands. I never imagined Melissa would turn out to be my ancestor. Dylan smiled. A saintess is an existence that desires nothing except the death of Demon King Ko Lao. The Emperor could only listen in silence. The Joshua family is the only family that produces saintesses, and our sole duty is to defeat everything that stands against God. I'm certain the Joshua family can protect this child. Another young knight also spoke up. That's right, Your Majesty. Do you know how many saintesses have collapsed at the hands of Demon King Ko Lao? Isaac felt a crushing gloom descend on him. What did I even do? Who did I touch? The others immediately began listing charges. Demon King Ko Lao once imprisoned a saintess in a labyrinth after deciding she was unworthy of standing before him. He thought, but I let her go. How was I supposed to know? She had no sense of direction. Someone else added, 5 saintesses died of despair. Isaac bristled. Damn it, they should have gone to a hospital. Seeing him repeatedly thumping his chest, Dylan tried to reassure him. It's all right. There's nothing to worry about. Even if you're cursed, we'll do everything we can to protect you. Isaac desperately wanted to spit at that. I'm the one who can't accept this, damn it. Go ahead and curse me. Dylan cradled him gently again. We're truly grateful for your birth. Your parents wished for only one thing from you, that in the future, you would never grow up to be like that evil demon king Ko-Lao. Hearing that, Isaac had no idea how to react. He closed his eyes and brainwashed himself. Oh, my homeless parents, I'm sorry for shattering all your hopes and dreams. The Emperor still held to his original intention. I hope you will reconsider, Dylan. Demon King Ko-Lao was sealed away 150 years ago. Isaac thought, has it already been that long? Doesn't that mean Melissa is dead already? She was already 50 after our final battle. The Emperor spoke bluntly. During that time, the demon race has begun expanding its forces. Having a saint by our side would be the perfect opportunity to increase the influence of the Holy Kingdom. Therefore, this young lord is extremely important to the imperial family. However, there is currently no saintess in the Joshua family. It has been over a year since the saintess gave birth, and the child disappeared together with her husband. Isaac's mouth fell open in shock. My mother was a saintess? Dylan answered the Emperor, even if my brother is not here, the lady head of the family is still immensely powerful. The Joshua family is fully capable of protecting this child. He told himself, right? I don't think anything can surprise me anymore. What could possibly be more shocking than finding out my mother is a saintess? The two sides looked ready to smash each other's heads in. Didn't you say Lady Melissa is currently on her way to exterminate Demon King Ko-Lao's subordinates? She will return soon. The lady head will surely be delighted to meet her grandson. Isaac suddenly realized, wait, she's lived for over 200 years, and she still isn't dead? The man continued trying to soothe him. Melissa won't be back for a while yet. The child seems worried, doesn't he? Is he all right? Dylan promptly replied, he'll be fine soon enough. Hearing that, Isaac mentally spat. You think I'll be fine soon? Now my archenemy is still alive and kicking. The moment Melissa finds out, I'm going to end up burned alive at the stake. Anyone else would be one thing, but Melissa is the very last person I want to face. He grabbed the Emperor's hand, determined to survive. Using his adorable appearance to convey his plea, Isaac silently begged, Your Majesty, please take me with you. The Emperor was delighted. This child, the Emperor smugly boasted, look, even the boy wants to come with the imperial family. Dylan hurried to explain, he's just a bit too friendly, Your Majesty. But the Emperor confidently declared, the imperial family can provide the boy with many things. Even if the Joshua family has a tradition of producing saintesses, you don't have much experience raising a saint, do you? The tug of war continued. This child is destined to become an exorcist knight, and there is no family better than the Joshua family when it comes to training exorcist knights, Your Majesty. Besides, this boy is the first saint ever born in history, so doesn't that mean the imperial family also lacks experience in raising a saint? The two of them practically treated Isaac like the prize in a tug of war. The imperial family is better. No, the Joshua family is better. He desperately wanted to cry out, oh my God, stop it. The others quickly tried to intervene. Please calm down, you two. You're going to tear the young lord in half. Isaac's expression darkened. I'm going with the imperial family, so stop already. I don't want to die. Looking at the Emperor before him, he made up his mind. Besides, the light illuminating life kept radiating from the Emperor. That meant his chances of survival would be much higher if he went with the Emperor. I can't let this chance slip away. The glowing Emperor clicked his tongue in approval. A wise choice, little one. Isaac stared in astonishment. This is. Under the clear moonlit night, with dim eyes, Masa bowed and reported, it can't be. I'm certain it used mana. I'm sure that child is the child of a demon. The mysterious man frowned suspiciously. Holy power is bestowed by God himself. Are you telling me that a noble is in possession of holy power? He drew his sword, making Masa panic. But I'm sure it was mana. How could I possibly mistake mana for holy power? The other man answered blandly, the Holy See has already issued its final judgment regarding your claim. Masa tried one last time to appeal to mercy. Kakardinal. Without a shred of compassion, Hyde coldly pronounced the verdict. The crime is blasphemy against God. One of the men below respectfully addressed him. I will gather an assault team. Hyde stopped him. There's no need. In any case, the Emperor will be taking the child with him. There will be plenty of opportunities within Imperial territory, so we'll plan for that later. This time, that brat will definitely die. Cardinal Hyde Barrett stood in the stillness of the night with his hands behind his back, deep in thought. A sinister smile spread across his face. In any case, the emperor will be taking the child with him. There will be plenty of opportunities within imperial territory, so we'll plan for that later. This time, that brat will definitely die. At the same time, Isaac was still leisurely enjoying the comfort of his soft cradle, unaware that someone was plotting against him. Bright sunlight shone down on the place where he lay. Isaac opened his eyes and looked around. At the moment, he was on his way to the Joshua family. The carriage and its escort were gradually moving deeper into the forest. Seeing this, Hyde Barrett and his subordinates, who had been tailing them, were baffled. Wait, what's going on? Weren't they supposed to be following the emperor? A few days earlier, a golden light appeared inside the small room, leaving Isaac stunned. What was this light? Cradled in the emperor's arms, Isaac panicked and covered his eyes, thinking, why is it so bright? My eyes. Dylan Joshua lowered his head respectfully and said, yes, your majesty. It is true that the Joshua family is not exactly the ideal place to raise a child. He continued in a gentle voice. You could imagine it as a place filled with noble corpses and manticores. Hearing that, Isaac inwardly marveled. Is this man's will to live really shining that brightly? Dylan held out a hand glowing with golden light and emphasized the most precious thing in Joshua is Demon King Ko Lao's corpse. Isaac went pale with shock. My body? You people are keeping it? You should have mentioned that earlier. Damn it. He suddenly grabbed one of Dylan's fingers as the man continued persuading the emperor. Even so, Joshua, babbling with his baby voice, Isaac basically meant, Mister, look. He widened his adorable eyes and excitedly cried out, let's go to Joshua together. Dylan was hit hard by Isaac's cuteness and softly called out, Isaac. Returning to the present, Isaac lay in the cradle looking outside and thought lazily, even though I'm being dragged away from the imperial family and taken to a military family, if I want to get my hands on my body, this is the only way. Calculations rose in Isaac's mind. That body of mine cultivated mana to a level comparable to a god. If I can't get it back, then even reaching level 10 won't mean anything anymore. He recalled Dylan from a few days ago. More importantly, it's the first time I've ever seen the light of the will to live shine that brightly. That means following this uncle to Joshua will be a huge advantage for my survival. The captain of the Joshua squad suddenly asked loudly, why is the Pope's army chasing young Master Isaac? Hearing that, Isaac quickly sat up. I'm wondering the same thing. Why are they making such a huge deal out of this? Dylan calmly explained, it's because we received a prophecy from God. They said the saint would become the child of God. The Joshua captain frowned. So that means he will become the next pope? Dylan confirmed it. That's right. That's why the Barrett faction tried so hard to create a saint. Isaac's expression darkened. What kind of insane situation is this? The pope was the most powerful cleric, capable of using 10th tier holy arts. He was practically the king of all clerics and holy knights in the Holy Kingdom. He was a figure whose authority was nearly equal to the emperor's. Resting his chin in thought, Isaac mused, over thousands of years, the Barretts produced countless popes, so it makes sense they'd fear me, a saint candidate, stealing that position from them. So that's why all the other families wanted to create a saint. The commotion outside drew Dylan and the captain's attention. Dylan leaned out and asked, what is it? The coachman respectfully reported, Sir Dylan, we've arrived at the duchy, but there seems to be a bit of a problem. Behind him stood the tightly shut city gate, and a group of knights was slowly advancing toward them. Two soldiers at the rear crossed their spears to block the way, and the leader of the group announced in a low voice, forgive us, but you may not enter the duchy. Isaac stared blankly. Was it this time? Annoyed, Dylan jumped down from the carriage and shouted, how dare you? Don't you recognize the Joshua family crest? Were you never educated properly? The man gave a sinister smile and replied, of course you can't enter. All of them suddenly transformed into demons, carrying a chilling, sinister aura. Because first, we must eliminate that child who carries the bloodline of the Saintess. Everyone cried out in horror. Demons. Isaac leaned out of the carriage in shock. What the hell is this? I clearly forbade them from attacking human territory. What the hell is the new Demon King doing? One demon pointed straight at them and loudly boasted, listen well, you lowly humans. Our revered king has ordered us to wipe out the male and female saints without mercy. Hearing that, Isaac thought to himself, I knew it. So the new demon king really has taken the throne. The demon continued to howl. In the name of Demon King Ko Lao, Lord Isaac, we will exterminate all saints. Isaac couldn't help cursing under his breath. Damn it, when the hell did I ever say that, you idiot? The insolent demon continued threatening them. If you leave the child behind, perhaps Demon King Isaac will spare you. Before he could finish, a bolt of blue lightning struck him directly, shocking everyone. The demon was instantly charred into dried meat, leaving the other demons stunned. Furious, they roared, "You lowly holy knight!" Gritting his teeth, Dylan said angrily, "How dare you say such things to Joshua's exorcist knights? So you've chosen death." He leveled his sharp sword forward and declared loudly, "Hear this well. For the ideal of protecting every small life in this world." Dylan cracked his knuckles and continued in a stern voice, "The Joshua family will eradicate all evil." Dylan raised his sword before him, and the knights behind him did the same. In a low voice, he said, "We will hunt your kind to the deepest pits of hell and wipe you out." With a sharp gaze, Dylan let out an eerie smile. "I simply cannot believe that wicked skeleton demon king would use his own subordinates to steal back his body like this." As if struck in a sore spot, the demons shrieked in fury. "How dare a lowly human like you?" They charged at Dylan like madmen, screaming, "I won't allow you to insult Demon King Isaac Lao like that. Everything is for the sake of reviving our king, Lord Isaac." The knights immediately took up battle stances. The squad captain hurriedly scooped Isaac into his arms and ran ahead to escape, whispering softly, "Please forgive me, young master." Isaac was still baffled. "What is going on? Is someone impersonating me?" In the middle of the forest, the captain suddenly stopped and looked around cautiously. He gently set Isaac down on the grass and instructed him, "Please wait here for me." While chanting a spell, the Joshua captain added, "I'll be back at once." Isaac thought, "A protective barrier?" Isaac reached out his tiny hand and touched the barrier, then thought to himself, "Even high-ranking demons can't get through this. Looks like it's pretty strong." Then he realized that since nothing could enter from the outside, that also meant nothing from the inside could break it either. Isaac closed his eyes and made a decision. In that case, survival instinct activate. Release magic. Isaac focused and muttered an incantation. "Hear my call, you who were created from magic, yet possess a mind of your own." He called inwardly, "Whisper, the one watching over me." Instantly, a pitch-black creature with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes appeared. The moment Whisper saw Isaac, it cried out excitedly, "My revered king, my master." Hearing that shout, Isaac hurriedly clamped its mouth shut. Right, long time no see. Now shut up, or we're all dead." Whisper looked Isaac up and down, then cheerfully said, "I thought I would never again behold your majesty's magnificent form." Isaac let out a sigh. "I thought I was done for two." Looking at Whisper before him, he thought, "It's been a while, Whisper. Even though it's only a detection spell, it has its own consciousness. I created it because manually using detection magic and analyzing the results was far too exhausting. Over time, it developed a personality of its own, though it's still pretty." Whisper immediately started being sarcastic. "Your cruelty remains as magnificent as ever. Congratulations on taking over the body of a child without feeling even the slightest guilt." Circling around Isaac as it chattered nonstop, Whisper added, "But how dare those filthy gods do this to my master? Even if master could be a little despicable, I still can't believe they dared stuff you into the dirty body of a child like this." Isaac cut it off. "That's enough. Go find the enemy instead." Whisper's eyes suddenly lit up. "I'll begin at once." As soon as it said that, it started spinning in circles, creating a purple sinister aura. Whisper announced, "I will now scan a radius of 100 meters. It quickly reported, "There are 88 enemies. All of them are monsters, sir. Creatures like them could never compare to you, my revered master." Isaac was utterly shocked. Have they gone mad? Wait, 88? Are they trying to start a war? He silently assessed the strength of both sides. If security in this territory gets tightened any further, it'll become harder to summon my subordinates. At this rate, I'll have to end this with my own hands before the Joshua family catches me in the act. Isaac secretly steeled himself. Even if he had to burn through every last bit of mana he had stored up, he would do it with his own hands. Suddenly, Whisper let out a cry. Whisper reported, "There are only 51 enemies left now, master." It hurriedly continued, "Their numbers are dropping fast. There are only 31 left now." Startled, he thought, "What? Why all of a sudden?" Whisper exclaimed, "Now there are only 13 left." Meanwhile, the Joshua captain was fighting while warning Dylan, "Sir, something is coming." Dylan immediately shouted, "Everyone listen up, form a defensive line at once." Whisper continued reporting the situation. "There are only 4 left now." The demons looked up above their heads and excitedly cried out, "Finally, you're here, brother!" A purple-faced demon stuck out its long tongue and said delightedly, "Let's do this together." It spoke in a ghastly voice. Today, we're going to kill that saint. Whisper murmured the word under its breath as well. Saint, the demon shouted. It can only be the demon King Ko Lao. But in that instant, a powerful blow shot through and slammed into its body. The knights who witnessed the scene all went pale. At the same time, Whisper announced, "There are no enemies left now, Master." A massive demon with narrowed, blazing red eyes and a body radiating fury suddenly appeared before the knights and said in a deep voice, "I have found the source of the darkness. How dare you lay those filthy hands on my king?" The demon roared in rage. "Pay with your lives." Seeing this from the other side, Isaac stared in shock and wondered, what the hell is wrong with him this time? The demon narrowed its burning eyes and growled, "My king, my one and only master." It quickly transformed into a gigantic monster and shouted furiously, "And yet you dare imprison him in that lowly child's body?" Because Isaac was the one who had set him free, all the twisted emotions the Dark Lich felt toward Isaac exploded at once. The Dark Lich glared at the people before him and said in fury, "Don't you dare look at that child with those disgusting eyes of yours." He threatened, "I'll gouge every single one of those eyes out." The Joshua captain edged closer to Dylan and asked, "Sir, what is he saying?" However, the humans could not understand him at all because he was speaking a different language. Whisper sighed in admiration. "Wow, things are really chaotic out there." Isaac thought wearily, "Looks like that bastard figured out I'm the demon king Ko Lao." His devotion was praiseworthy, but still, a loud shout rang out. "All knights, prepare for battle." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Seeing that, the Dark Lich roared, "What exactly are you trying to show off?" Inside the barrier, Isaac frantically waved both arms and screamed in despair, "Stop ruining this life of mine already." That enormous mana core of his had drawn the captain's attention. The captain hurried to reassure him. "Young Master Isaac, please wait just a moment. I'll settle this quickly." At once, an excited burst of laughter rang out. The Dark Lich cried out in delight, "My master has recognized me. The light that guides me has recognized me." The captain's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Sir Dylan, that demon is showing clear hostility." The Dark Lich shot forward before everyone's astonished eyes. Stretching out his strange hand, he lunged ahead like an arrow and yelled, "I'm coming, my master." Seeing that, Dylan shouted a warning. "That lowly creature is charging straight at Isaac." The Dark Lich rushed toward Isaac like a gust of wind and angrily scolded, "You filthy knights, how dare you lock him inside something so foul?" Having achieved his goal, Isaac thought to himself, "Good, he's paying attention to me now." With sparkling eyes, Isaac told himself, "I can't let my mana core be destroyed like this." Excited, he patted the barrier and ordered, "Hurry up and break this protective barrier." The Dark Lich hesitated. "Aye." Then he charged straight in, shattered the barrier, and declared firmly, "I understand your will, my master." The Joshua captain, witnessing the scene, stammered in fear, "Young master, the barrier." Dylan cried out in alarm, "Isaac." Isaac simply gave a smug smile. A stream of blazing red, demonic energy appeared around him. Isaac grabbed the Dark Lich's hand and praised him. "Well done." Then he ordered sternly, "Now stop making a mess and go rest." After that, Isaac began casting magic on him. The Dark Lich looked utterly confused. "Master!" In only a moment, Isaac had shrunk the Dark Lich down to the size of a hand. Unwilling to accept it, he shouted, "Why?" Seeing this, Dylan exclaimed in shock, "Could it be?" Isaac sat there obediently, looking as innocent as could be. Everyone stared in disbelief and wondered, did that child just turn that demon into a familiar? The captain excitedly cried out, "He turned that demon into a familiar on his very first try. Isn't that incredible?" The group of knights joyfully tossed him into the air as they cheered. "That's a holy art that only a saintess or a cardinal can use." Isaac silently corrected them. "It's not a holy art. I used mana." Dylan crossed his arms and mused. That was definitely a holy art used for familiarization. Even though it's an extremely powerful healing holy art, why can't I sense even the slightest trace of holy power from a boy? The captain immediately offered an explanation. "It's probably like how a person's power only reveals itself in danger, sir." He analyzed further. Besides, that thing charged straight at young Master Isaac. Its instincts must have warned it of danger, so it tried to eliminate the source of that threat. The captain hugged Isaac and kept praising him. Our young master is truly amazing. I'm certain of it. Young master will become a saint. Just you wait. Hearing that, Dylan looked speechless. He carefully observed Isaac and thought suspiciously, he's not wrong. Even demons trace their way here because of this child. Even if he isn't a saint, he clearly possesses some kind of special power. Grinding his teeth, Dylan wondered, even so, why did it have to be a little boy? Because of the curse of the demon king Ko Lao, Joshua's childhood. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. I've made my decision, the captain declared firmly. As captain of the Joshua squad, I will protect Isaac's future, the one who will become Joshua's future. Dylan froze upon hearing those words. A faint smile appeared on his face as he softly replied, I understand now. I was the foolish one. Dylan took Isaac from the captain's arms and continued gently. I was only worried about the curse of the demon King Ko Lao, but this child will surely bring glory to the name of Joshua. He lifted Isaac high and said enthusiastically, let's go home, Isaac. This uncle of yours will teach you many things. Dylan held him up cheerfully and said, you were born with natural talent, so I'll raise you into a magnificent holy knight. Isaac forced a smile, but inwardly he thought, well, it's fine if I don't become a holy knight. Just give me my body back once we get home. He added, your lifespan may not be long, but I'll do everything I can to save you. Hearing that, Isaac froze stiff. What? Dylan excitedly declared. Your name will become famous across the whole continent. Isaac quickly asked back, wait, did you just say something awful? Dylan nodded lightly. I know you'll like it. Isaac cursed irritably. No, the hell I won't. Dylan happily promised. Once we get home, this uncle of yours will teach you how to curse that hateful demon king, Ko Lao. Hearing that, Isaac could not help cursing inwardly again. Damn this whole Joshua family. Sometime later, at the Joshua Duchy, the carriage slowly entered inside. Statues of the goddess, all meticulously carved from gold, stood everywhere. They came to a stop in front of a huge manor. Isaac leaned out of the carriage, unable to hide his displeasure. Those bastards beat the demons to a pulp, and yet they get to live in this kind of luxury and wealth. How much money did all this cost? Thinking of those half-starved demons, Isaac gloomily thought, damn capitalism. I worked like a dog just to buy food for my children. Whisper suddenly appeared and commented, my master, this place is worlds apart from our shabby palace. Just selling a few of the statues here would give us enough money to buy 10 Demon King palaces. Isaac gritted his teeth and replied, I know, so shut up. Dylan lifted him out of the cradle and introduced the place. This is the residence of the Joshua family, Isaac, the origin of the continent's crusade against demons. Looking outside, Dylan said gently, look over there. He pointed out the knights training fervently. When you grow up, you'll be just like those children. Spears stabbed straight into straw dummies as voices shouted, die, Demon King Ko Lao. The young knights relentlessly struck the straw figures. They yelled in rage, I'll destroy you, Demon King. You lowly thing, just die already. Even tearing you into 100 pieces wouldn't be enough. Demon King, Dylan beamed in delight, while Isaac could only shake his head in exasperation. What the hell are you teaching these kids? Fanatics. In the end, he could only give up helplessly. Whatever. Isaac began calculating in secret. Now that I've infiltrated the Holy Kingdom, I'll soon burn that emperor alive and turn this place into the Isaac Empire. Whisper bared its teeth and spoke mockingly. What's wrong with you? You're the demon King Ko Lao, and yet you're holding a grudge against children at play? How petty. Isaac cursed under his breath. Shut up and scout the area already. Whisper winked and quietly replied, yes, master. They looked at the glittering palace before them and gasped in amazement. Isaac said in surprise, amazing. Are all of those manticores? There are so many. Whisper narrowed its eyes. This is the first time I've seen so many manticores gathered in one place. Just how many demons did they kill? The carriage stopped, and a respectful voice rang out. We have arrived, sir. Dylan stepped down from the carriage and ordered, prepare a room for me. Isaac will stay with me. The butler answered awkwardly, well, sir. He informed him, I'm sorry, Sir Dylan, but we received orders to bring young Master Isaac to the annex. Dylan frowned and demanded, the annex? What? The butler answered softly, well, the fifth young master said young Master Isaac must never set foot in the main house. Hearing that, Isaac thought to himself, and now what? Dylan irritably asked. Does he want to send Isaac to that cursed place so the child will die? Isaac frowned and thought, what a family. I already knew this the moment I had to crawl out on my own right after being born. The Joshua family is doomed. Dylan reproached. My older brother is doing something pointless again. Isaac crossed his arms and nodded to himself. Exactly. I have every right to live in the mansion, so why should I be sent to the annex? Whisper quietly reminded him. But the mana cores are in the annex, Master. Isaac froze upon hearing that. Dylan angrily shouted, stand aside. I cannot allow my nephew to stay in such a haunted place. Suddenly, Isaac objected. Annex. I have to go to the annex. Dylan hugged him and soothed him. Let's go to my room, Isaac. Every night, I'll read you the holy scripture about the battle between the Sanuses and the demon King Ko-Lao. Isaac stared blankly, inwardly protesting. Dear God, that's basically asking to kill me. Dylan continued gently. And after that, I'll tell you all about the exorcism methods used specifically against the demon King Ko-Lao. Isaac screamed inwardly. Do you seriously want to kill me? Then an arrogant voice rang out. Why are you making such a fuss, just over bringing in this homeless brat? He wore a contemptuous, mocking smile. I'm pretty sure I said he was to be taken to the annex. Folding his arms proudly across his chest, he sneered. So after all this time, you finally show your face, only to defy your own older brother? He was none other than the fifth son of the Joshua family, Goel Joshua. Isaac's eyes widened in astonishment. Isaac glanced Goel up and down and silently assessed him. I'll talk. Goel raised a brow and said in a mocking tone, put him down. I'll take him to the annex. Dylan frowned. He demanded loudly, are you joking? This child is a descendant of the Joshua family. How could we send him to the annex, the place we used to exile people in the past? Isaac also looked at him in confusion. That rude bastard must be one of the people who doesn't welcome my existence. Dylan squeezed his little face and said, move aside. I need to tell my nephew the story of how the demon king, Ko-Lao, was purified. But Isaac was extremely uncomfortable. Hey, put me down. It's fine if you send me to the annex. Hearing that, Goel swaggered closer to the two of them. He mocked Isaac. Say, where did you even pick up this child-sized skeleton from? Then he sneered disdainfully, a descendant, my ass. Hearing that, Isaac wanted to curse out all 18 generations of his ancestors. He didn't want this guy to send him to the annex. But what the hell was wrong with this bastard? Was he a priest or a street thug? Still, Isaac could only sigh and think, whatever. I'll just go to the annex and absorb my mana cores. Dylan, meanwhile, was trying to protect him from Goel. Do you think I don't know why you want to send my nephew to the annex? He even voiced his own guess. You want others to think the child is cursed, so you can keep him away from the competition, don't you? That made Isaac suddenly realize something strange. Keep me away from the competition? What the hell? Wait, only now did he seriously start thinking it through. No way. I'm going to drain this family dry, then become a saint, then become the Pope. More importantly, I have to take revenge on those damn holy bastards. Goel gave a sly smile and said something outrageous. If you want people to think otherwise, I heard a demon escaped from this child's body. Maybe he was cursed from the start. The soldiers immediately denied it. That's not true. Young Master Isaac helped defeat that demon. One of them hurriedly explained indignantly. The fact that a demon targeted him from the beginning only proves how important he is. Another added, that's right, he possesses the holy power of a saint. But Goel was still asking for a beating, provoking them all. I'm so touched I could cry. Just how much effort have you all put into covering for this piece of trash? Don't play games with me. If you're calling him the next saint, then show me his power. Whisper took the chance to needle Isaac. He wants to see your power, Master. Why not summon a meteor for him? Isaac ground his teeth and muttered to it, meteor my ass. Goel kept rambling on. That's right, if you're calling him a saint. At that moment, he looked in one direction and paused. Then over there, off in the distance, stood a tree that had gone barren, stripped of all signs of life, the symbol of their family. Why don't you have him revive the thing the head of the family treasures so dearly? His tone was openly provocative. That holy tree died because of the demon's dark mana. If he really has what it takes to become a saint, then at the very least he should be able to revive that tree, shouldn't he? He smiled mockingly at them. Of course, that is, if he truly is a saint like you claim. Dylan looked somewhat helpless and asked back, have you even looked at yourself right now? Meanwhile, Isaac was thinking to himself, Melissa, you really were strong in battle, but why are your descendants such trash? As he was thinking, he suddenly spotted something. The eldest son is missing, the fifth son is a brat, and Isaac's mouth fell open in shock. That thing. Whisper also looked over curiously. What is it, Master? As soon as it looked, Isaac grabbed it. What are you still thinking for? Whisper was bewildered, not understanding a thing. Before it could react, Isaac had flung it in that direction. Hurry and get all of it for me. Whisper was utterly confused. Wait a second. Dylan was still trying to reason with Goel. That tree has been dead for 70 years, and you expect a child who can't even speak yet. But while they were still arguing, something strange happened. Dylan was also stunned by the sight before his eyes. What the hell? The holy tree. The holy tree had returned to being lush and green, completely unlike the withered tree it had been moments ago. Looking the tree up and down, everyone gasped in shock. It's come back to life? Goel froze on the spot. He said in astonishment. Even purification and restoration magic couldn't stop it from dying away. He thought in confusion. What on earth is going on? Isaac smiled confidently. It's nothing much. He was extremely proud of himself. With a self-assured expression, he thought, there was a bit of dark mana near the roots, so I just absorbed it all. Whisper had already returned. Looking a little wilted, it said, I absorbed all the mana there, Master. There was a lot of it. Everyone turned to Dylan in shock. Sir Dylan, how did that tree? What did you do? But Dylan replied coldly, I did nothing. Hearing that, the soldier immediately guessed. Then could it be? Meanwhile, the one everyone was admiring was sitting there grumbling. It was all mana. What a waste. Whisper weakly asked him, What now, Master? Do you want me to spit it all back out? The others shouted in joy. By the goddess. Then it really was young Master Isaac who did it. But Goel was still stubborn. He awkwardly denied it, nearly losing his mind. No one in this family had ever been able to heal that tree before. How could this little brat possibly have done anything? He stood there, making his own guesses, while no one paid him any attention. Someone must have helped him, right? It had to be Dylan. But the people around them were all focused on Isaac. As expected of young Master Isaac, first exorcism and now purification. Goel clenched both fists. He could not accept this reality. You did it, didn't you? But Dylan had no idea what he was talking about. What do you mean? Goel grabbed Dylan like a madman and demanded an answer. You definitely received help from the Saintess. And then you made it look like that worthless brat was the one who did it, didn't you? Dylan was completely lost. What on earth are you talking about? Goel shouted furiously. Drop the cheap tricks. Dylan was thoroughly confused. He denied it at once. How could I possibly have met the missing Saintess? Watching the scene, Isaac frowned. Melissa, you really should focus on managing your family instead of hunting demons. Your family is a complete mess. Looking at the man in front of him, Isaac sighed inwardly. Even so, the man being called his brother did not resemble Melissa at all. Honestly, if someone said Dylan was Melissa in disguise, that would be easier to believe. Hearing that, Whisper curiously asked him, What about the second brother? Isaac suddenly remembered. He looks even more like that bastard Pope. Goel howled like a lunatic, refusing to accept the truth. Don't play dumb. You think I don't know you brought this brat back so he could become the next saint candidate? I can't believe you'd use such filthy tricks when our family already had a saint candidate in the first place. Isaac immediately latched onto the new information. There was another candidate in the family, and that rude bastard wanted that candidate to win too. Whisper, delighted by other people's troubles, teased him. Looks like you'll have to compete with that person, my lord. Though you don't seem bothered at all, do you? In fact, Isaac was extremely interested. If that bastard is backing him, then doesn't that mean he's probably vicious too? Beating him sounds like fun. Whisper reluctantly admitted. That does make sense. Dylan frowned and questioned Goel. So what? Are we just supposed to ignore this child? He is our nephew and the eldest brother's son as well. He has the right to lead this family. Goel, hearing that, looked utterly disgusted. What nonsense! Eldest brother? He ran away while the family was in danger. As he spoke, he grabbed Dylan. And you still want to bring up our eldest brother? You only just now told us this brat even existed, didn't you? Isaac found this gossip well worth listening to. So that's why I'm being treated differently. Wow, this life really is amazing. Whisper could not understand his train of thought at all. You really shouldn't talk about your own life so indifferently. Goel suddenly remembered something and let out a cold laugh. Ah, but this brat is still the Saintess's son, isn't he? He could just be some half-blood child of the Saintess that we brought in from outside. She was a Saintess, after all. Every word made Dylan's face twist deeper. And we can't even be sure he's our eldest brother's child, can we? I suppose his face looks decent enough because he resembles that woman. He kept rambling on, slandering Isaac, until Dylan suddenly punched him straight in the face in fury. If it benefits the family, I think we could sell him off to preserve the bloodline. Even after being punched, Goel still did not understand why. Are you insane? Did you just hit me? Only then did Dylan speak. Do you think you can walk away after saying such nonsense? Everyone was shocked by Dylan's actions. Isaac alone found it entertaining. That's right, brothers should spar with each other from time to time. Thanks to that, I've learned some useful information too. The two of them threw themselves into a fist fight. The people around them tried to stop them. My lord, you mustn't do this. Stop them quickly. Isaac stood to the side, enjoying the show. The more chaotic this family becomes, the easier it will be for me to take it over. Isaac smiled slyly. This rotten family is already collapsing on its own. Whisper spoke up to warn him. Come to think of it, if this family collapses, won't you die too, my lord? Has being in a baby's body shrunk your brain as well? Isaac angrily shouted, shut up. At last, the atmosphere settled down again. Isaac sat in a corner, bored, lost in thought. Suddenly, he felt itchy all over, with an overwhelming urge to pick a fight. This is so irritating. The people around him were discussing things. Another brat? What are we supposed to do with this child now? Isaac was extremely annoyed. Not a single person in this crazy family is in their right mind. They sure know how to treat an heir. No one paid him any attention and continued talking. We already took in and raised that country girl into a saintess. So at the very least, she shouldn't have given birth to this useless son. She wasn't fit to be a saintess. Just listening to it made Isaac furious. Hey, are you people insane? There's a limit to how awful you can be. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out, and everyone fell silent. She was the second wife of the family head, Dylan Joshua's wife, the acting matriarch, Hannah Joshua. Dylan, we already decided that this child would be raised in the annex to avoid drawing attention. She coldly demanded, why did you allow this child to come here? One glance was enough for Isaac to understand. She's openly hostile. Huh? She must be the one behind the people trying to shove me into the annex. Goel's face had already been ugly to begin with, but now it looked even worse. Grinding his teeth, he asked, the acting matriarch is questioning you. Why aren't you answering? Isaac guessed, so she's probably the mother of this ill-mannered uncle of mine. Dylan looked around and asked, Father isn't here? Hannah explained, though her words did not sound particularly trustworthy. He went outside the town. Honestly, this whole saint candidate business was a complete mess. Dylan let out a sigh. He frowned. That's unfortunate. The next thing he said shocked everyone in the hall. He should have heard the news that Isaac, this family's eldest grandson, revived the holy tree. Goel, displeased, immediately denied Isaac's achievement. That was just a coincidence. How could this brat possibly have done something like that? It must have been the Joshua family's prayers finally being answered. The white-haired old woman also tried to convince herself. I think so too. Even our family head couldn't find a solution. So how could a child like him possibly do it? Hannah also spoke. I agree. She frowned and rejected the idea. There was no evidence from the start. They all chimed in one after another. The acting matriarch is absolutely right. It truly is a great blessing that the holy tree was revived. Isaac really had to look at them differently. Just look at these people. He spread his tiny hands in front of him. You want proof, do you? Everyone was utterly shocked by the sight before them. A green light surrounded Isaac, and a floating stone hovered at its center. Then take a good look. All of them widened their eyes to stare. That energy, they recognized it too. It's the holy tree's energy. Meanwhile, Isaac looked unbearably smug. Surprised now, you clueless fools? The entire meeting hall fell silent after Isaac's display. Dylan, standing nearby, concluded, it seems Isaac removed the manna that was corroding the holy tree. Hearing that, one elderly elder rose in suspicion. But can an infant really remove it? Another person behind him offered an explanation. Isn't that the most reasonable conclusion? The child just materialized that manna in physical form right in front of us. Others also spoke up in shock. That's true. But even if this exorcism method is effective, it certainly isn't simple. One tiny mistake could have killed the holy tree completely. That's why the family head chose periodic purification instead of direct exorcism. Goel paled, bewildered. What the hell are they talking about? There's no way an infant could do something like that. Dylan immediately refuted him. Isaac must have instinctively exorcised the dark manna. Within his tiny body, Isaac agreed. Exactly. Dylan continued praising Isaac without restraint. A nursing infant has accomplished something no one in the Holy See has managed in 70 years. But Goel, horrified, muttered, what the hell is he talking about? Then he slammed his hand down on the table and demanded, Elders, do you truly believe such absurd nonsense? As if he had gone mad, he kept trying to persuade them. An infant performing exorcism? He can't even talk yet. If outsiders heard this, they'd laugh in our faces. Isaac ignored Goel's words and scratched his arm dismissively, while Goel ground his teeth and sneered. Just look at him. It's not even certain that he belongs to the Joshua bloodline. What if the truth is that he came from some nameless family? Unexpectedly, Dylan spoke with solemn conviction. Honored elders, please hear me out. This child will definitely become a saint. And he did not stop there. He may even become the next pope. Seeing that, Isaac crossed his arms in approval. Damn right. Then Dylan suddenly lifted him high into the air and declared, and above all, this child will destroy the demon king Ko-Lao. Isaac immediately ground his teeth in annoyance. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You should have stopped at the previous sentence. One of the elders exclaimed in astonishment, Demon King Ko-Lao. Another, upon hearing the name, angrily cursed that despicable creature. In the middle of the meeting, the Joshua family head's second wife, sitting quietly in a corner, smiled to herself. You're digging your own grave, Dylan. At once, she opened her mouth and suggested, if you're that confident, why don't we test him? Sitting there in the shadows like a witch, Henna said, I request permission to use the relic vault. Scene change. In the northwestern region of the Holy Kingdom, Helen Black Forest. A sharp slash swept past a monster's neck in an instant. The head of the Joshua family stood still, watching the monster's body collapse among the other corpses around it. After that, he sheathed his sword and said, This place is nothing special either. A knight stepped forward and bowed to him. Greetings, family head. Calmly, the head asked, What is it? The knight immediately reported, Your representative at the family estate has requested permission to use the relic vault. Without the slightest surprise, he asked, Didn't I make it clear that the Holy See is not allowed to use it? The knight quickly replied, It was not a request from the Holy See, sir. Hearing that, the family head turned to listen as the knight continued. Your grandson has successfully revived the holy tree, and the acting matriarch wishes to test whether the child possesses the qualities of a saint. At that, the family head shifted his footing and turned back in suspicion. What do you mean? His gaze was filled with the cold authority of a ruler as he asked, Why is there a saint in my family? Half his face darkened as he coldly gave the order. I do not permit it. Only a saintess can survive entering that place. Tell them to avoid unnecessary conflict. Then he waved his hand, instructing the knight to carry out the order. There are no exceptions. But suddenly, another voice interrupted him immediately afterward. Tell them to proceed. Melissa slowly walked over and asked, You said it was Isaac, correct? Melissa was the matriarch of the Joshua family, and also the former saintess. She smiled faintly, praising him with a trace of mockery. Reviving the holy tree, was it? Isn't that rather impressive? Melissa continued, Since the vault is being opened anyway, why not send in all the saint and saintess candidates as well? The knight cried out in alarm. What? Then he asked, But if we do that, what if some child from another family obtains a precious item from inside? The family head fell silent, but Melissa answered with a bright smile, I hope that happens. Even the most gifted saintesses of past generations failed to take anything from that vault. A vision seemed to form in her mind. What if someone actually retrieved that item? Then perhaps they could find the demon king Ko-Lao and destroy him. Melissa's eyes turned calculating as she wondered aloud. In that case, shouldn't we reward that person? She then ordered the knight, Tell them this. Whoever brings out the finest treasure from the vault will receive a reward that even the Pope himself could not buy. Hearing the matriarch's words, the knight looked uneasy. That person will receive the family heirloom? Melissa raised a hand slightly and declared, And they will be personally taught the ritual of subjugation by me. Her face was full of confidence as she clenched her palm and promised, Whatever the child who succeeds wants, I will grant it. The relic vault was not merely a place for storing sacred relics. It also guarded a secret art that dated back thousands of years. Through the generations, the saintesses had been entrusted with watching over the vault. That was why people often said that the Joshua family was the master of this vault. Since only children under the age of 10 were permitted to enter, the relic vault had long been used as a ritual for saintess candidates. When the children turned 1 year old, they would go inside and choose an item. Based on the item the child brought back, everyone would predict what kind of power the saintess would later receive. However, the vault was an extremely dangerous place. Even saintess candidates could hardly avoid risking their lives upon entering it. After many unfortunate incidents, the vault was sealed shut, Back in the present, Whisper's voice rang out. Let's see, it said with interest. If my master can survive and return with a treasure. Isaac, irritated, demanded, why are you narrating this? Then Whisper speculated again. But you're looking forward to it too, aren't you, master? Isaac babbled back, clearly meaning, of course. Then his expression turned vicious with excitement as he said, they say the corpse of demon King Ko Lao is inside. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around Isaac as someone curiously asked, are you excited, young master? A knight gently held him and informed him, the matriarch has opened the vault to all the candidates. Hearing that, Isaac was inwardly confused. All of them? Then the knight joyfully tossed Isaac into the air and encouraged him. All the descendants of the 5 great noble families will be coming here. Even that cursed Pope's family will be here, but I'm sure that no matter what happens, you will win, young master. Floating beside him, Whisper commented, looks like they're making a huge event out of this. Amid all the praise, Isaac's confidence rose a little as well. Good. The more people there are, the easier it will be to distract them. Then reclaiming my body will be much easier. Just then, another pair of hands took him and reminded him, you must be careful, Isaac. Smiling brightly, Dylan looked at his nephew and revealed, the demons captured on the battlefield are guarding the place. Hearing that, Isaac blankly reflected, so there'll be danger because demons are guarding it? Although it sounded frightening, Isaac still smirked confidently to himself. If they were captured and placed there, they're probably only level 6 at most. I just need to use suppression and, while he was still thinking, Dylan placed him on the bed and added, level 8 demons are not easy to deal with. Isaac immediately switched to angry disbelief. What the hell? Why are level 8 demons in there? The knight from earlier spoke up to discuss it. Even so, that level 9 dragon is probably the worst. Dylan casually answered, if we're only talking about rank, then yes. From the side, Whisper spoke in exasperation. This entire Joshua family must be insane. There's a dragon in a place a bunch of children are supposed to enter? Then it asked curiously, but at least you know quite a lot about dragons, don't you, master? Huh. Seeing its master's expression, it cried out, now what is it this time? By then, Isaac was biting his finger, trembling in fear. Damn it, dragons are on a completely different level of danger. Well, I did trick a few of them before. Whisper helplessly asked, exactly how many? At once, visions of terrifying dragons appear before him, accompanied by furious voices echoing in his ears. That bastard even deceived the young dragons. What the hell did he sell those children? They weren't even 300 years old yet. If even elder dragons were fooled, the young ones didn't stand a chance. That damned skeleton bastard. Thinking that, he answered softly, around 70. Whisper was speechless. Then Isaac became even more flustered. This is bad, and dragons have excellent memories too. They'll recognize my soul. Meanwhile, Whisper cheerfully calculated, when that time comes, I may need to change masters. Isaac gritted his teeth and snapped, I can't hear you, you know. After a long internal struggle, Isaac pressed both hands against the mattress and came to a conclusion. Looks like I don't have any other choice. Thinking of the treasure chest, his spirits rose several-fold. So there are level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon in the relic vault, but in my current state, I can barely handle even level 6 demons. As he calculated, Isaac's face turned more sinister. If I want to fight them, I'll have to steal all the mana cores from the Joshua family. To the annex, then. The atmosphere returned to calm again. The door was still tightly shut. Isaac and Whisper were sitting outside it. Seeing how serious he was, Whisper asked in a low voice, Master, are you all right? Looking at Isaac's haggard face and lips drier than the Sahara Desert, Whisper sighed. You look like you're about to be exorcised. Isaac felt a little regretful about what he had done. Damn it, if only I knew how to control holy power, I'd be able to learn all the holy arts with ease by now. Can somebody summarize this for me? I haven't even been weaned yet. Then an idea suddenly came to him. What if I control their minds and force them to teach me? Off to the side, Whisper kept rambling on. Master, are you planning to use dark magic in the center of the Holy Order? Do you want to be exposed as a demon and bring the entire Joshua family down? Hearing that, Isaac was left dumbfounded by how far Whisper's imagination had gone. What happened to your personality over the last 150 years? He turned his attention back to the book in his hands. If it's just theory like this, I'm not going to understand anything. Seeing how exhausted he looked, Dylan picked him up. Tired? Dylan asked with a smile. A lot happened today, after all. Isaac jerked his chin in agreement. Of course, a child my age needs 16 hours of sleep a day. Dylan carried him away while the servants tidied up beside them. Dylan waved a hand over Isaac's forehead. Instantly, all of Isaac's strength returned. Isaac thought happily, so that's a holy art. His gaze gradually turned suspiciously eager. Excellent. Next, use an offensive spell, Uncle. Whisper said helplessly, please just lie still. Then it reminded him, by the way, Master, you need to get to the annex. You'll have to find a way to drive these people away first. Only then did Isaac realize it, right? The annex. No sooner thought than done. Isaac flopped down limply. I need to get rid of all these people as quickly as possible. Whisper gave the performance 1 point. Who would ever fall for acting that terrible? And yet somehow, 2 complete fools did. Young Master Isaac fell asleep so quickly. What a wonderful child. He does everything fast. Whisper could only laugh awkwardly in disbelief. Are you all insane? You actually fell for that? Soon, just as he had hoped, they prepared to leave. It's late. We should go. Yes, I need to practice anyway. Even Whisper was at a loss. What an interesting bunch. Isaac was feeling pleased with himself when suddenly his ears perked up. That relic is dangerous, so put it away at once. That made him strain to listen harder. What? Dylan carefully instructed. It's very precious. It's Isaac's very first relic, so make sure you keep it safe. Yes, sir. Inside, Isaac was screaming, I still need to revive that relic. You can't take it away. But his resistance was useless. I'll put it on display in the most visible place. Isaac could only wail inwardly. My relic. I need to absorb mana from it. An idea struck Isaac. If that's how it is, then I'll go drain all the mana cores in the annex right now. He immediately started climbing out. Let's go. Whisper asked him again, are you really planning to crawl all the way to the annex, Master? At this rate, I'm not sure you'd even make it there before today ends. But Isaac calmly replied, I have a plan. Just open the door for me. Whisper obediently answered, yes, of course. It moved ahead to lead the way. But I'm not carrying you the whole distance. Then it delivered the news with great regret. Your uncle locked the door. And not only that, he locked it from the outside. There's even a holy spell on it. The words hit Isaac like a bolt from the blue. That damned uncle. He made a decision. Then break it. Whisper tried to stop him. They'll think you're under attack and come rushing over. Isaac could only despair. Damn it. Helpless. He pounded on the door, full of rage. This is driving me insane. I can't cling to Whisper all the way there, but if I use magic, things will get even more complicated. While Isaac simmered in frustration, Whisper looked remarkably at ease. Just as he was wondering what to do, the door suddenly slammed into his face. How am I supposed to get out of here? A little boy was walking in. What's this? The boy stared blankly at Isaac on the floor. He was the son of Goel Joshua, a saint candidate of the Joshua family. Aji Joshua, 5 years old. The boy thought in confusion. This baby clearly can't even walk yet. Isaac also stared at him in bewilderment. This brat is my rival? Seeing the blood on Isaac's face, Whisper asked in alarm, did he dare harm my master? Aji looked at Isaac with murderous eyes, grinding his teeth as he thought, even a genius like me couldn't create a relic. Holding the object in his hand, he looked at Isaac with jealousy. There's no way a brat like him could have done it. But Isaac didn't seem to care much. In fact, he looked excited. Aji raised his hand, about to do something nasty. I'm the one who will become the saint. He used a spell to bring out the relic. Seeing that, Isaac secretly gave him a thumbs up. So you're going to hand me that yourself? But before Aji could feel pleased for long, Isaac controlled the relic and had it punch Aji hard enough to split his forehead. This is my plan for escaping the cursed Joshua family. At the same time, Isaac suddenly realized something. I found my means of transportation. Aji clutched his face and glared angrily down at Isaac. You, do you even know who I am? Isaac thought to himself, you look exactly like that idiot Uncle Goel, so you must be his son. Isaac watched his every move. He had already prepared a counterattack stance. And I can see you gathering holy mana to attack me too, you bastard. He hit Aji again and again, while the boy couldn't fight back and could only take the beating. That's why you deserve this. Whisper approved as well. Nice one, Master. Isaac looked like a little devil as he mocked Aji. Insolent brat. Just accept that you're going to be my ride and get moving. Aji had been lying there taking the blows this whole time, looking utterly miserable. At last, he snapped and struggled back up. Aji shouted, do you think you're so special? Isaac looked at him with a judging expression. Aji continued, surprised. Nobody my age can use a third-tier defensive holy art. Aji was doing his best to show off, but it was still too early for Isaac to be impressed. Aji swung his hand, and a burst of light spread through the surroundings. Third tier, offensive holy art, holy light. He shouted and launched the sphere of light at Isaac. Isaac remained calm as he watched. Not bad, using 2 holy lights at once. But that little trick only made Isaac more delighted. Thanks for the meal. Uncle Aji's holy light was effortlessly absorbed by Isaac. Aji stared blankly at the scene before him. His eyes widened in extreme shock. How can a defensive spell be that huge? Isaac controlled the holy light while smiling happily. He was even grateful to the boy. Since Uncle never taught me, I didn't know how to use it. Aji was stunned by what he saw. Isaac smiled, but thanks for teaching me. Faced with that powerful holy light, Aji could hardly believe it. Impossible. Before he had time to adjust, Isaac was already manipulating the holy light again. The powerful beam shot toward Aji, leaving him panicked and at a loss. Wait! Aji's miserable screams rang out. Seeing that, Whisper asked, Master, though I do enjoy watching this, is it really okay to kill someone from the Joshua family? Isaac sighed inwardly. Who said I was killing him? Seeing Aji completely unharmed, Isaac explained quietly, the attack didn't even hit him. Only then did Aji realize it. Red with humiliation and fury, he shouted, You little bastard! You couldn't even hit me, so why did you scare me like that? Gritting his teeth, Aji yelled, No matter how many offensive holy arts you use, you'll never defeat a saint candidate like me. He was still talking when a voice suddenly rang out. How dare you? Aji turned around in confused alarm to see who it was. Whisper had transformed directly. In a cold voice, it asked, You attack my master? It continued, each word making Aji tremble all over. Are you tired of living? Aji was so terrified he forgot how to speak. He truly wanted to cry out for his father and mother. Isaac was very satisfied by the sight and smiled. Sitting atop Whisper, Isaac spoke up. What are you waiting for? He raised a brow and ordered Aji, Carry me, you bastard. Outside, the sky had already gone completely dark, and everything was quiet. I am Aji Joshua. In the future, I will become a saint. He stared ahead with a deep unwillingness in his eyes. Footsteps echoed one after another. But Aji, panting heavily, was carrying Isaac along on his back. Inwardly, he cursed that damn brat. Meanwhile, Isaac, the one being carried, was brimming with excitement. Onward to the annex. Aji gritted his teeth and glared at him. Why are you doing this? He was just about to puff himself up and threaten Isaac with, Do you know who I am? When Whisper appeared beside him and coldly taught him a lesson. Move before I tear you into 100 pieces, you lowly worm. And so Aji was shoved right back into a pitiful position. Right? For now, just focus on surviving and getting out of this. His whole body trembled, his eyes brimmed with tears, and he whispered, Someone save me. The moon was bright tonight, lighting Isaac's path to do evil. Sitting comfortably on Aji's back, Isaac cheerfully directed him. Left, more to the left. The moment he was dissatisfied, Isaac would lean down and start scolding him. Want to die? Pay attention. Aji, gasping for breath, asked in confusion, Where exactly are you trying to go in the middle of the night? Then suddenly he stopped. The moment he saw what was in front of him, his face darkened. Hesitantly, he muttered, They had finally arrived, the Joshua family estate's second annex. Aji's mind was filled with fear. The haunted annex. He looked up at Isaac, thoughts churning in his mind. Why did this crazy brat drag me here? A few people had died here before, so the family head had forbidden anyone from entering. But Whisper and Isaac were both delighted. Looks like there's quite a lot of stuff here. Looking at the building, Whisper exclaimed, It would take decades of training to the brink of death and back to amass this much mana. Isaac grabbed Aji and demanded that he go inside. Let's go, brat. But Aji shivered and resisted. You want to go in there? No, we can't go in there. The adults said we mustn't. At that moment, Whisper appeared again to threaten him. Shut your mouth and move your legs, lowly creature. Cold sweat broke out over Aji's body. He stepped inside. Because there was no furniture, every sound they made was amplified enormously. Aji was exhausted and out of breath, while Isaac busily assessed the surroundings. It looks even worse inside than it did outside. Then he suddenly noticed something unusual. Seeing a thin mist drifting through the air, Isaac thought in shock. Huh? Wait, that's... Whisper immediately explained. This entire place has been sealed, Master. Every door also has something like a protective barrier on it. After hearing that, Isaac drooped unhappily. What a pain. Sweat dripped down Aji's face as he tentatively suggested, "Hey, how about we go back? Everything here is locked anyway." But things did not go his way. Isaac grabbed his hair, making Aji yelp. "What is it now?" Aji pleaded in pain, trying with both hands to stop Isaac. "Don't pull my hair, okay?" Then, seeing the portraits in front of him, Aji looked a little surprised and stepped closer. The previous family heads. As he looked at the paintings, he asked, "What? Are you trying to compete for the position of next family head too?" Then he smugly concluded, "It's useless. The next head's seat will be mine anyway." But before he could keep puffing himself up, the portrait of the ancestor he was so proud of was destroyed by a flick from Isaac's fingers. Aji was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Isaac didn't stop there. Aji shouted in panic, "Our ancestors! Hey, are you crazy? Why would you do that to the family heads?" Only then did Isaac frown and explain, "They shouldn't have put the barrier on the portraits." Whisper let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "The barrier has been broken, Master." That made Isaac open his mouth in a broad grin as well. "Excellent." He quickly jumped down to the floor. "Let's go." Seeing that, Aji curiously asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Isaac curled himself into a little ball and rolled forward, leaving Aji staring blankly. "Hey, have you really gone insane? After making this huge mess, what do you think you're rolling off to?" The sealed door had been flung wide open by Isaac. Looking at the sight inside, Isaac felt deeply satisfied. "This is perfect." He immediately crawled inside and ordered, "Whisper, shut the door," throwing Aji into total confusion. Aji desperately chased after Isaac the way someone would chase after a thief. "Hey, stop, stop. What on earth are you doing?" As the door slowly closed, Isaac smiled at Aji. "A brat like you doesn't need to know." Aji's voice still echoed from outside. "Hey, you damn brat." Once everything was settled, Isaac finally sat down and let out a relieved breath. A glow spread over his entire body. "Let's begin." Outside, Aji was still pounding hard on the door. "Get out here. Hurry up. Hey, I'm telling the adults everything." As he kept trying to force Isaac to come out, a figure appeared behind him. "I'll tell them everything, and then you'll be thrown out of here. You'll see." Members of the Joshua family had appeared behind him. Dylan called gently, "Aji." Then he asked in a cool voice. Aji turned around. "What are you doing here?" Aji hurriedly tried to explain. "Uncle, you came just in time." "Isaac, that monster." But the white-haired old woman cut him off with an angry shout. "What do you think you're doing, Aji? You knew perfectly well this annex is off-limits. What were you thinking, bringing Isaac to a place like this?" Startled, he faltered and asked quietly, "What?" But she immediately shouted even louder, "Do you know how many people saw you running around with Isaac on your back?" And on top of that, there were traces of offensive holy arts in Isaac's room. She coldly questioned him, "Are you going to take responsibility for all of this?" Aji was utterly bewildered, but he didn't know how to explain himself. "No, I didn't bring that brat here. And yes, some of those offensive holy arts were mine, but..." Dylan bent down and gently but firmly admonished him. "Aji, this time you've gone too far. No matter the reason, it's still true that you caused trouble for a baby who hasn't even been weaned yet." He asked seriously, "Where did you lock Isaac up?" Aji felt so wronged he could barely get the words out. "I didn't lock him up anywhere." Then he said something no one could believe. "Isaac went in there by himself." Dylan straightened up and knocked on the door, calling into the room. "Isaac, are you in there? Did Aji lock you in?" Everyone else could only feel helpless. Dylan was feeling deeply worried about the situation. When the door finally opened, the first thing he saw was Isaac sobbing his heart out. Isaac, the white-haired old woman, also looked worried for him. "Are you all right, Isaac?" "Oh my, the poor child looks awful." Dylan hurriedly picked him up and soothed him by stroking his head. "Thank goodness you're okay." Although he looked quite frightened, it seemed that nothing had actually happened. As he spoke, Dylan cast a cold glance toward Aji. In a detached voice, he instructed him, "You should reflect on yourself." Aji was now utterly helpless. He had no idea how to explain any of it. "You, uncle, it's not like that. Really, Meanwhile, Isaac was feeling very pleased. He even made a little gesture that seemed to say, "Thanks." Isaac smiled provocatively at him, his grin triumphant. "Thanks to you, I had a splendid feast." That directly drove Aji mad with rage. That damn brat. Seeing that, even the white-haired old woman became worried about him. Why does it look like the child's blood pressure suddenly shot up? It must be because it's cold here. For such a young child. In Isaac's little hand, a blue light glowed. He smiled to himself. This exceeded my expectations by far. In a single attempt, I absorb an amount of mana equal to 100 years of grueling training. He clenched it tighter in his hand. Yes, with this manna. Isaac smiled inwardly, his whole body trembling with excitement. I can finally carry out that plan. But Dylan mistook it for fear. Isaac must have been terribly frightened. At the Joshua family estate, Dylan Joshua's voice rang out. Isaac, I want to introduce someone to you. Isaac looked up curiously. Dylan turned to the person beside him. This is A. From now on, she'll be in charge of taking care of you. A introduced herself simply and seriously. My name is Alatcher, a holy knight of the Joshua family. Isaac glanced at A as she knelt respectfully on one knee in salute. I vow to serve you until my final breath. He snorted inwardly. Oomph. So they're assigning someone to watch me after what happened last time. Then he sat up straight and spoke with imposing dignity. Triple A, roughly translated. Hey, you there. Ra-A-A-A-A. You're fired. Get out of my sight. As he spoke, he even tried to put on a threatening expression to intimidate her. A and Dylan stared at the baby on the table in surprise. She stepped closer and called softly, Young Master Dylan, may I pinch his cheeks just once? Right now, she looked like an overexcited fangirl meeting her idol. Isaac was speechless at the sight and thought, why is this family full of so many lunatics? Dylan took something out of his pocket. Oh, right, Isaac. Here, I have a gift I want to give you. It turned out to be an old ring placed inside a plain little box. Isaac, stingy as ever, silently judged it harder than a September Virgo. Did this old man pick it up out of the trash? Even Whisper, beside him, had open disdain written all over its face as it chimed in. I thought I'd only heard wrong, but it turns out the Joshua family really is facing a crisis. How could something like this possibly be worthy of being a gift for Master's first birthday? I saw it and gasped in shock. Oh my God, isn't this the Sainus' heirloom? He picked up the ring and examined it. The Sainus' heirloom? Dylan smiled and patted the boy's head. Your uncle received it from the council. It was set aside just for you. His eyes widened in surprise. It's real. This was the ring the Sainus had used in battle against him before. The ancestral ring. A ring that held a trace of the god's miracle. The holy power sealed inside this thing was truly incredible. Isaac's face gradually turned more and more unscrupulous, a dangerous smile forming as he calculated. Still, it looked like it could only be used once or twice before breaking. But I already know how to deal with that. And besides, he turned to look somewhere else. In the distance, Goel Joshua was leaning against a tree, his face twisted with bitterness, teeth clenched hard. That expression alone proved the thing was genuine. He looked like he wanted to strangle his little nephew to death. Then he walked over with a smile and greeted him. Ahaha, Isaac, my precious little nephew. Goel put on a face friendlier than a fake saint. Oh, just look at how adorable you are. I hope you're feeling comfortable here. Isaac was so disgusted he nearly glitched out. What the hell is this? That's revolting. Has he gone insane or something? Outwardly pious, but inwardly full of knives. Goel cursed himself. Damn it, things just got more complicated. I already sabotaged the blessing device in the sacred relic vault, so this brat wouldn't receive the blessing. But who would have thought they'd give him the Sainus' heirloom instead? Recalling what happened earlier, the white-haired old woman had negotiated with Dylan. Since Isaac can no longer receive the blessing, then to be fair, we'll give this to the boy. Goel had been so shocked he stammered. Did the Sainus' heirloom? Please give it to my son instead. She turned and asked to Aji, but hasn't that child already received the Holy Court's blessing? Don't be so greedy. Go back. Grinding his teeth in resentment, he thought, I was planning to secretly take it later while pretending to donate it to the Holy Court. That brat definitely won't understand its true value. Then he took something out from inside his clothes and said in a dignified tone, if you decided to give the boy a gift, shouldn't you at least choose something a little better? That thing is completely useless. Dylan immediately frowned and asked back, useless? Are you calling the Sainus' heirloom useless, brother? As he opened a luxurious golden box, Goel continued, Isaac is also my beloved nephew. How could I possibly give him something useless? Inside the box was a dazzling, extravagant ring. This ring has directly received countless blessings from the Holy Court, so it would be far more useful for the boy to keep when he enters the sacred relic vault. It's an object so precious that Dylan could never possess one in his life. Isn't that right, my dear? Now, then, hand over that filthy old ring. HRK? Isaac gave him a radiant, charitable smile and smacked him hard right in the face. Fuck no. Get lost. Then, even while holding the fancy ring box, he flung that away too. Yuck, yuck, yuck. This stupid thing reeks of the Pope. Haha, that can get lost too. Goel screamed, go. What are you all standing there for? Go find that ring right now. Dylan, who had witnessed everything, also thought to himself, that ring looked thousands of times more valuable than the gift I gave the boy, and yet he still chose mine? He stretched out his arms and called, Isaac, my beloved nephew, from now on, I will bring you all the best things in this world. Adjoined in two, young Master Isaac is the best. The two of them, overflowing with affection, praised the boy as if tossing him up like a ball, while on the other side a frantic crowd scrambled about searching. It sunk too deep. Young Master, Goel roared, you must find it no matter what. If it's lost, don't expect to keep your lives either. While being showered with praise, Isaac crossed his arms and smirked smugly. I used gravity magic on it. No way they'll ever find it. Whisper flattered him, as expected of my master. The fact that you even decided to touch that foul-smelling object with one finger is truly admirable. You can go pick it up at dawn. Me? Who else me? Ah, that thing's worth a whole fortune, so I'm going to sell it. Meanwhile, over there, Goel was still clutching his head and howling helplessly. Back in his room, he slammed a hand down on the table and growled furiously at the guard standing before him. That damned brat. Does he even know how expensive that thing is? Ha, forget it. I bet he doesn't even know how to use that ring properly anyway. It really is a fitting object for someone who doesn't even know how to use holy arts. To use it, it has to absorb the holy power of at least 20 people. And of course, that's impossible. I wonder if even 10 people will show up for his first birthday celebration. The next day, the Joshua estate was packed everywhere with families bringing their children, chatting noisily among themselves, holding Isaac in her arms, and marveled, this is incredible. More than 148 saint candidates have come to attend. If you include the nobles and their attendants, around 4,000 people have gathered here today. It looks like all the ducal families came, along with dozens of marquee houses. Even the emperor came. Other countries sent saint candidates too. Amazing, isn't it? Meanwhile, he was fast asleep in her arms, mumbling drowsily, Dawawa. Then he woke up and thought, why are there so many saint candidates? Are those gods so lazy they just scatter them everywhere? Whisper beside him replied, they're absolutely the type to do that. Dylan rubbed his chin and answered thoughtfully, what a surprise. I thought no one would come because they'd assumed this was a trap. A voice from the doorway interrupted them. Why would they think that, my friend? Long time no see, Dylan. The man who had arrived was Count Simon Ager, the chairman of one of the Empire's 3 great merchant associations and Dylan's close friend. Dylan was surprised. Simon, you came too? He chuckled and continued. The rumors have spread all across the Empire, so of course I had to come. Everyone knows this isn't a trap, so they all decided to attend. Besides, won't those frail little boys of the Joshua family be taking part too? Ahaha. And with the rewards the head of the Joshua family has put on the line, how could I possibly miss this? Even the Pope's family might come. Hearing that, Isaac became curious too. What reward did they offer? Dylan asked in disbelief. Don't be ridiculous. Why would the Pope's family participate? Simon shrugged innocently. Just a guess. Those obnoxious people who act so superior would never show up on Joshua family territory. Aside from the Burett family, who among us do they not regard as filthy commoners? Simon, lower your voice. Why? My son, Amon, is a saint candidate too. This event is being hosted by the Joshua family. After all, the Pope's family has no reason to come here. You should think more carefully before you speak. Outside, the shadow of someone appeared and the door opened. Well, whatever. Forget that bunch whose faces always look like they just stepped in shit. The newcomer cut him off. There's an old saying, nothing is more dangerous than a vulgar friend. Oh my, the wisdom of the ancients truly is never wrong. Simon turned deathly pale, while Dylan anxiously called out the man's name, Cardinal Hidji Burett. Hidji Burett smiled dangerously and arrogantly as he said, who would have thought those weaklings of the Joshua family would host an event like this? I do hope that this immature child of yours manages to bring back something from the sacred relic vault, if only to preserve your family's dignity. I have been quite curious to see what kind of face the child who dares call himself a saint candidate of the Joshua family has. And yet I don't see the boy anywhere now. Still, I suppose this is an opportunity for you. Please accept my most sincere prayers, in the hope that this saint candidate may elevate your family's prestige. Dylan thought blankly. Could this be a scheme orchestrated by the Holy Court? The fact that the number of saint candidates had suddenly jumped from 25 to 148 in just 1 week was already strange enough. The only explanation was that the Holy Court had deliberately turned a blind eye to these saint candidates suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Everyone would do everything they could to make sure their child became a saint candidate. But once those children entered the vault, there was no way to avoid them trying to eliminate weaker rivals. There was a very real chance they might harm the boy in the middle of the chaos. At that thought, his hand tightened unconsciously. Then he turned back to look at Isaac. If that happens, then Isaac will be in danger. At that moment, our male lead was being hugged tightly by Acilio while innocently picking his nose with a face full of question marks. A child of the Joshua family, aside from the family's appearance and reputation, was otherwise completely useless. However, to those eaten up by envy toward the Joshua family, or those trying to curry favor with the Pope's family, those disgusting descendants of the Saints, the child of the Joshua family was perfect prey. Give this to the brat from the Joshua family as a little joke. It won't kill him, but he won't be able to do anything anymore either. Mix this medicine into his water and use holy poison. Teach that brat a lesson about the cruelty of this world. Humiliate him in front of everyone and announce to the whole world that a child of the Joshua family will never be able to become a saint. Meanwhile, Isaac was sitting there chugging bottle after bottle that the other children had handed him. After finishing them, he even wiped his mouth in delight, thrilled. So damn good. The children watching this were shocked and frightened as they whispered to one another, "Yeah, everyone, I'm getting scared. How many bottles has he already drunk?" Isaac threw a bottle at the head of a brown-haired boy and ordered, "Bring me more. This poison can't kill me." The kid who got hit was so scared he started crying. "Ow, wait." Isaac shook another bottle and waved it around. "I said more." The children started panicking and backing away. Some even burst into tears on the spot. "I want to go home. He's too scary." They whispered among themselves. "What's wrong with that kid? I thought you put laxatives in that one. Did he grab the wrong bottle? Is he some kind of monster? I don't think so. Hurry, let's go." Elsa Joshua covered his face helplessly, looking ashen. Why does he keep drinking them? This is so embarrassing. Stop tarnishing the Joshua name already. If you're a saint candidate, then at the very least you should realize something's wrong. He snatched the bottle Isaac was chugging and shouted, "Stop drinking that. Are you really that thirsty?" Isaac wore a baffled expression at his actions. Elsa held another bottle out in front of him. "Here, if you want to drink, then drink this." Before he could even finish, the bottle got slammed right into his face. Isaac snapped back in dissatisfaction, "But this one doesn't have poison in it. Hurry up and give me the deadly one." The kid holding the poison bottle rubbed his forehead and muttered, "Why is he so hyper? But this one has holy poison in it." Another child hurried over to stop him. "Are you crazy? If he drinks that, he'll die instantly." Isaac's mouth fell open. "Holy poison? Then hand it the hell over." He sprang toward him, his eyes shining brighter than car headlights with excitement, making the other child scream in fear. The children broke into chaotic fighting over it. The other kids, standing outside and watching, huddled together and whispered, "I think he has an extremely strong resistance to poison. I heard that if someone trains their holy power enough, they can reach a level where they can break down toxins on their own." What? Are you saying that Brat has already reached that level? But then why is he searching for the poison bottles? Could it be that he's trying to make sure no one else drinks them because they're too dangerous? Aji, sitting in a corner, heard that and curled his lip in a sneer. Nonsense. Then a voice rang out. Really? Are you suggesting that Brat is sacrificing himself? Sinaborit laughed mockingly. Elsa's eyes widened in surprise. Sinaborit? Why is this guy here? I never heard anything about the Pope's family taking part. The white-haired boy standing over there was none other than Kina Burit, a direct descendant of the Pope's family. The other children also started chattering noisily. Wait, isn't that Kina Burit? Why is the Pope's family inside the Saints' sacred relic vault? My God, looks like we already know who the winner is. After beating that kid earlier, Isaac was now casually sitting on top of him and draining the whole bottle. He also noticed the commotion over on this side. Oh, so that's the Brat guaranteed to become a saint? But can the Pope's family really have hair that pure in color? Did he bleach it? Everyone else in that family has shit-colored hair. Kina smiled faintly and replied, "What's so strange about a member of the Pope's family being inside the Saints' sacred relic vault? My family stands at the head of all the clergy. Therefore, the Saints' sacred relic vault also belongs to my family. I merely came to take what is mine. Why should that surprise any of you?" Isaac smirked to himself in judgment. Looking at the arrogant way he talks, he's definitely one of the Pope's family. But that Brat is a monster too. The amount of pure holy power he has even surpasses that of a bishop. As expected of Saint Candidate number 0. Are you planning to use such crude methods to insult the family head? And yet you still dare call yourselves Saint Candidates? Kina Burit continued, "How pitiful. What good comes from humiliating a child? There's no way a child could possess immunity to poison. Surely the Sanus's power is trying to protect this child. Then he stepped closer to Isaac, half-kneeled, and smiled at him. Isaac sighed inwardly. Ignorance must be hereditary too. Kina summoned holy power and said gently with a smile, "Poor thing. It's all right. I'll detoxify you." Around them, the children erupted into noisy discussion. At his age, he can already use detoxification holy arts. Just look at that amount of holy power. It has to be at least level 5. Isaac looked at him with utter contempt. Oh, who's this brat trying to impress? Is he trying to use me to show off his skills? Clever. Fine, have at it. Smack. He smiled and then slapped Kina Burett loudly across the face. The boy froze in bewilderment. One of the other children shouted. His holy power disappeared. Kina Burett turned around, his eyes full of shock. My holy power was nullified? Impossible. By a child like him? Isaac put on an innocent act and kept playing around. Kina stared at his own hand, questioning reality itself. Could he be stronger than me? That worm from the Joshua family? Isaac saw him glaring and got annoyed, glaring right back. What the fuck are you looking at, brat? I'll smash your skull in with this bottle. Then suddenly a figure lunged forward, grabbed him tightly, and shouted, "No, don't do that." The onlookers gasped dramatically. Oh my, is he protecting the child because they're from the same family? That kid just slapped the person trying to save him. How ill-mannered. Do they really think they stand a chance against the Pope's family? Does he seriously think he can protect that child? I held tightly onto the struggling Isaac and thought to herself, "You idiots. If I hadn't stopped him, that bottle would already be lodged in one of your heads." Kina Burett regained his usual lofty arrogance and said, "It's all right. I suppose I startled the child too much. After all, he's only a baby. In any case, good luck, descendants of the Joshua family. At the very least, you should try to do something to salvage your family's dignity." Aji and Isaac ground their teeth in fury. But of course, the finest treasure here will be mine. After all, a Joshua wouldn't even dare go near the corpse of the skeleton demon king. Aji muttered, "What an insufferable brat. What the hell is he trying to do? Show off?" Isaac suddenly sprang up and shouted so loudly that even Aji jumped. What did that white-haired bastard just say? Did he just mention the corpse of the skeleton demon king? The boy grabbed Isaac's hand and said in a trembling voice, "WH, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Stop yanking my head." The family had promised to bestow a secret technique upon whoever brings back the corpse of the skeleton demon king. Isaac froze and whispered. His voice came out in ragged gasps, barely audible. "Mother, Lisa, was it you? You dare toy with my corpse." Isaac's face began to darken with anger. The children had already started splitting off into small groups. Isaac sat there in a daze. I've been storing mana inside that body for centuries. If I can recover it, reaching level 10 won't be a problem at all. But now all these brats are watching it, so there's no way I can sneak it out. Whatever. If anyone gets in my way, I'll just crush them. Thinking that, he hurled the bottle in his hand to the ground. Then the elder's voice rang out. "Everyone, gather up. You'll all be leaving soon, so listen carefully to what I say from now on. This sacred relic archive is holy ground. It stores the relics of the saintesses of past generations." Hearing that, Isaac thought to himself, here we go again, another history lecture. At this rate, when am I ever getting out of here? This is boring as hell. I'm leaving first. Aji ran after him. "Ashi, where do you think you're going?" Isaac kicked off the ground. He shot forward with a boom, sending dust flying everywhere. Aji turned his face away to avoid it, then quickly shouted, "Elder, Isaac has." Meanwhile, men looked more excited than anyone as he rushed ahead. "Finally, it's time to use the holy art I just learned." The elder shouted a warning. "Isaac, that's a restricted area. If you go that way, every trap in the archive will activate." At that, all the children turned pale with terror. Aji chased after him as the order came down. "Stop that boy at once." Joshua Estate Banquet Hall. A latcher said anxiously to July, who was standing beside her, "I hope the young master is all right." The announcer declared, "We have now established a connection with the inside of the sacred relic vault. My summoned beast is following the third-place candidate, so I will relay information to everyone. The first archive door has opened. The candidates are currently passing through it." Gilai was just as worried and thought to herself, "It started already?" Currently in third place is Amon Azer. Simon shouted joyfully, "My son." In second place is Vozi Joshua. Gulu looked a little surprised, then proudly boasted, "Why yes, that's my son." And first place belongs to Isaac July, and a latcher all widened their eyes in surprise. The speaker nearly burst as it repeated, "I Isaac Joshua." The elder was chasing after him so hard he was practically coughing up blood. "Isaac, please, not that way." Then he accidentally stepped on some mechanism. If you keep running, even more traps will activate. A bolt of lightning struck the elder head on, making him scream. The onlookers cried out in horror too. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The children scattered in all directions, some of them running while screaming, "Mom, I'm sorry, help me." Aji, nearly in tears, complained, "You lunatic, why'd you run over there and cause all this mess? The archive trial itself is dangerous enough already, and now we have to avoid the traps meant to stop intruders too." Isaac, however, ignored him and kept charging ahead. He arrived before a gigantic door and stopped. "So this is the door leading to the second archive? The second trap gate has been activated. Enter through the side door of the second archive." Aji shouted a warning. Isaac, not there. Whisper suddenly appeared and said, "Wonderful, Master. Thanks to the mana you absorbed in the annex, I've been upgraded." Isaac grinned more wickedly than a capitalist. "Good. Then now I can work you even harder. Damn it. Go. Bring everything here." As soon as he said that, Whisper shot off. At once, the children outside had only just recovered enough to start talking among themselves. "I didn't know it would be this hard. So this is why the Sanuses are so strong." One boy pointed at Aji, who was floating in midair. "Isn't that the Joshua family kid?" "Yeah, I think his name is something like Sue." "How is he flying? His family must have taught him in advance." "That's so unfair." Aji sighed. "You idiots, nobody taught me anything. It's not like I want to be floating like this. Put me down already." Whisper dropped him, and he slammed face first into the ground. Then Whisper reported, "Master, I've secured the one providing us information." Aji struggled back to his feet and said, "Stop this already. I don't know how you managed to pass the trial of the first archive, the trial of choice. But from the second archive onward, even one small mistake can kill you. You have to face your fear and choose the difficult path in order to heighten your senses." And Isaac cut him off by firing a bolt of lightning straight at him. "You talk too much. Whatever. Just explain what's inside the second archive. Once you enter, remember this: never attack the enemy. Do you understand? Don't attack them." "What kind of nonsense is that? Why can't I attack my enemies?" "That's the only way to clear the second archive. No matter what appears, you have to stand still for 3 minutes until they vanish. Just say you understand. Otherwise, both of us will die." Isaac felt his patience wearing thin. Ridiculous. Are they trying to test my patience? People have actually died because of it. Fine. What's so hard about that? All I have to do is not attack, right? 3 minutes is no problem for me. As he pushed open the massive door, a voice echoed out, "Welcome to the floor of tranquility. Patience is a virtue, and reason is cold. Remain calm and steadfast. That patience will lead you to the light." The scene shifted to another area. It was Kina Buret's group. The blue-haired lackey asked uneasily, "Are you sure this is okay?" "We're in that area." Kina turned and smiled confidently. "There's no reason for us to take the dangerous path first. Those meat shields will clear it for us. Did you forget that an 8th-rank demon is guarding the door to the second archive? I'm sure the idiots in front are already stuck there." "See that?" Following the direction he pointed, they saw the second door standing slightly open. "The trial has begun. Inside the second archive, do not waver." A figure slowly appeared. It was a dazzlingly handsome divine being who continued, "That patience will lead you to the light. If not." Barely 3 seconds had passed when Isaac blasted holy power straight at him and instantly destroyed him. To hell with this. Seeing that, Aji's hope of surviving dropped dead on the spot. Remembering how confidently Isaac had just said, 3 minutes is no problem for me, Aji couldn't help but scream, "You lunatic." Isaac ground his teeth. How could I possibly stand still after seeing the face of one of those gods? Whisper chimed in, "I think even 3 seconds was already a long time." Then the announcement sounded in a dejected tone, "You have failed. Those who lack patience shall be punished by the divine." A monster stepped forward from nowhere. Aji's soul practically left his body as he muttered, "It's over. I'm dead for sure now." Isaac grinned wickedly and took his stance, summoning a powerful crimson current of holy power. Then he struck with one palm, killing the monster instantly. Aji stared with his mouth hanging open. The monster exploded into chunks like fireworks. Whisper, stunned out of his mind, thought, "What the hell just happened?" Its body turned into a rough pile of dirt and rock. Isaac thought, "This is rank 8? Are you kidding me?" This golem was made by the magic of my subordinate, the elite demons of the Skeleton Demon King, the 14 retainers. This is one of their unique forms of magic. So now they've become dogs for the Joshua family? Or does this place have something to do with my body? I'll have to see for myself. Seeing Isaac start running again, Aji hurriedly asked, "Hey, where are you going now?" Then a smug laugh sounded from behind them. Who would have thought the Joshua family descendants would help us like this? They stepped out from behind the bushes, led by a red-haired boy pointing at them. See, I told you the Joshua lot knew how to pass the trial. He was Scarlet Faith Nizer, one of the 5 faiths and the 3rd son of Duke Zepit's family. Nizer Zepit. Nizer laughed smugly. Thanks for defeating the gatekeeper for us. Now move aside. We'll be the first to enter the 2nd archive. Do you have any idea what we had to go through because of that damn brat? Yeah, if that brat gets in first, he'll probably trigger every trap inside too. Isaac, however, didn't hear a word of it. He only wondered, why are there still so many of them alive? Nizer continued mocking him. Who would have thought the Joshua family descendants were this underhanded? Aji, you're from the same family as him, right? Aji looked blankly at him, full of question marks. Me? With him? As if. I already said no, didn't I? Are you even listening? Nizer walked up to Isaac and said, everyone saw this brat avoid all the traps, right? Do you really think he could do that alone? See? It's an artifact. This ring definitely has some kind of magic infused into it. He snatched the ring from Isaac's neck and held it up for everyone to see. Look, everyone. With this, we'll be able to avoid all the traps ahead. Aji, watching from the side, looked at those brats with disdain. You got all wrong, kids. He still looks so calm, but I'm terrified. He's not the type to let people off easily after they take his stuff. Nizer and his lackeys took the ring and headed off first. Stay right there, Joshua. You're about to bring back the Skeleton Demon King's corpse, something no one has ever accomplished before. And no one but me, Nizer Zepit, 3rd son of Duke Zepit's family, is worthy of doing it. The boy's voice rang with triumph. But while he was celebrating, he suddenly sensed a mysterious surge of power, and the smile froze on his face. In the next instant, a terrifying explosion erupted along with shrill screams. Aji gritted his teeth and dodged the aftermath. A trap? What the hell is this, Isaac? He had used them as bait. Inside the smoke-filled chamber, the 2nd archive, Aji hung over Isaac's shoulder as Isaac stepped over bodies strewn everywhere. Glancing at them, Isaac smirked. Every mine in here has already gone off. Thanks, kids. But then his dull eyes grew thoughtful. Why were those brats following me? The remaining children watched in admiration. That baby must have some kind of divine sense. Must be. After all, he come from the Saintis family. Nizer acted weird earlier. That ring just looked like an antique. Exactly. There's no way someone from the Joshua family would cheat like that. Whisper covered his mouth and giggled. It seems they've recognized your greatness, master. How wonderful. Isaac ground his teeth, his face practically spelling out contempt. I don't need their recognition. Aji laughed bitterly at how naive the children were and thought, you'd all better run before it's too late. That brat is scarier than any demon. Another figure stepped forward and spoke. If there truly is a saint among us, then I think the child best suited for that title is him. Isaac glanced over. The blond boy approached with a smile and introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you. I am Botses Julius, the 2nd prince of the kingdom of Julius. The crowd immediately began whispering again. That's a kingdom east of the holy nation of Helen. I heard the prince there received a blessing from the gods. Hearing that, Isaac came to a conclusion. Oh, this one looks useful. Aji called out, Isaac. Isaac gave a short sound in reply. The announcement came. We have arrived. This is the door leading to the 3rd archive. Before the two of them stood a gigantic gate covered in ancient, intricate patterns. Voices from the void began echoing again. Greetings, candidates. This is the floor of memories. Show us your courage and determination. The children following behind grew excited. Great, we made it to the next archive. Good thing we followed this kid instead of Nizer. We're going to get the Skeleton Demon King's corpse. The trial is simple. Defeat us and claim your glory. The children were still discussing it eagerly. They said to show courage, so I guess we have to fight them. Let's try it. Meanwhile, Isaac was still thinking. That gatekeeper could be. Isaac's gaze turned dangerous. So does them. This should be entertaining. The thought delighted him. He motioned for the children to stop. Aji broke out in a sweat as he thought it through. Isaac always makes the right decisions. So that gatekeeper was lying. The 1st archive was about choice, and Isaac just charged straight through it. The 2nd archive was about composure, and Isaac had absolutely none. And this 3rd one is about memories. That word itself is the clue. That means we have to remember what happened in the 1st and 2nd trials. We can't attack them. He waved his hands. Everyone get back. This way. Aji was shocked again. Isaac is helping those people? No matter how nasty he is, he's still a descendant of the Saintess. Could it be that the Saintess's kindness has awakened in him? Have I misunderstood Isaac this whole time? This brat is going to sacrifice himself and show everyone the right path. Isaac chuckled and hurled a sphere of holy power straight into the monster's face. Aji fell silent at once. The creature angrily tightened its grip on its weapon. At the same moment, it rushed forward with lightning speed, then slashed toward the children. Its voice rang out in warning. You chose wrong. The children screamed hysterically. Help! Help us! Aji recoiled in terror at the horrifying scene before him. Mother! Aji stared, completely frozen, unable to process what he was seeing. What is this? Unlike Aji's disbelief, Isaac could barely contain his delight. Could it be this madman, actually? Isaac smiled, so wickedly his eyes narrowed to slits. It's been a long time since I last saw them. How foolish, saint candidates, to trust another's words so easily. They were lying puppets created by the magic of the 14 retainers. The entire area was now swallowed in fire and smoke, looking more chaotic and dangerous than ever. The boys, trapped in a life-or-death situation, panicked and ran around crying for help. Where did the Joshua family kids go? They were just here. Hurry and find them. But how could they possibly find them when the two of them had already used 6th rank holy art, invisibility, to hide themselves from the world? That special ability let Isaac escape the mess in time, and inwardly he was overjoyed. This is the blessing Master gave me to use in emergencies. As expected, this really was the perfect time to use it. Botses then came over to the two of them to express his gratitude for letting him share this life-saving protection. Thank you for casting the holy art on me too. But in the very next second, Isaac tossed Botses a small, pretty object and told him to hold it. What is this? Once it was in his hand and he looked closely, Botses realized what it was. A ring. Not only am I being protected, Isaac even gave me an item. The thought moved him deeply. Did you give me this because I'm not used to fighting demons? Faced with such a precious gift, he promised to take good care of it. Thank you so much. I'll never forget this kindness. But then, to everyone's surprise, the very moment he finished speaking, the ring in Botses' hand drained all his strength and turned him into a shriveled husk. Watching this unbelievably vicious prank, Whisper burst into delighted laughter. As expected of my master, the two of them were having a great time, but right then Aji was probably the only one silently praying for his own life. Uncle, just what kind of monster did you bring back to this family? The scene shifted to Aji and the black-haired boy struggling against the white-scarf boss. Gather up. Does anyone here know defensive holy arts? While the black-haired boy created a barrier, Aji seized the chance to form a sphere of light. I'll go first. Get behind me. But the hot-tempered, white-scarfed boss couldn't wait any longer and charged in with his weapon raised. Accept your punishment. After waiting for the right moment, the time for their counterattack finally came. Now, go. Take this. Aji didn't hesitate any further and lunged at him with the sphere of light in hand, ready to send the white-scarfed boss straight to the grave. But in the very next second, something incomprehensible happened. Before he could do anything at all, he suddenly collapsed to the ground unconscious. Faced with that bizarre scene, the black-haired boy turned to look at Aji's limp body in confusion. Hey, what happened? What the hell is going on? While he was still standing there in a daze, unable to understand what was happening, that familiar ring appeared once again. And of course, the black-haired boy met the exact same fate as Botses. Both of them had all their energy drained away and were turned into dried-up corpses. Even the White Scarf boss was left wide-eyed and slack-jawed. He had not even had time to make a move, yet the boy had already kicked the bucket. While he was still looking around in confusion, the ring flew back toward Isaac. Is there anyone else here we tricked? After spreading disaster among those boys, Whisper promptly reported back to him, Master, the ring has absorbed all of the holy power from the boys on this side. Then go to the other side, as you wish. Unable to disobey Isaac, it immediately set off elsewhere to look for its next prey. And then, one by one, each child had their holy power drained by Whisper in utter helplessness. Hey, what's going on? Don't hold it against me. The White Scarf boss could only stare in stunned disbelief as the boys who had been fighting him suddenly all collapsed. Those fake puppets would not attack enemies who had already been neutralized, so passing out after having their holy power drained was still better than getting injured. After absorbing quite a lot of holy power from many people, Whisper reported to Isaac again, "Master, the ring is almost done." But while it was still carrying out its task, Whisper suddenly froze for a few seconds when a spatial rift crackling with intense lightning appeared before it. "What is that?" Before it could recover from its shock, the power in the next instant spread even further, intensifying the lightning and killing that man in white on the spot as well. The force from just now was so overwhelming that Whisper was blasted backward and did not dare face it head on. After it was sent sprawling to the ground, utterly dazed, the person responsible for that shockwave finally revealed himself. "Found you, Isaac Joshua." And that person was none other than Kina. He appeared with a deeply satisfied look on his face now that he had found Isaac. While Aji stared at him in such shock his jaw nearly dropped, Isaac remained completely calm. "I was just wondering where this guy had run off to." So he finally decided to show himself. Aji still had not recovered from the utter shock of Kina's world-shaking power. My God, I knew he was a genius. But then in the very next instant something even more terrifying appeared before Aji. A massive pair of wings from a sacred beast he had summoned. At his age, he can already summon a holy spirit? Isn't that basically cheating? In the next second, Kina placed a hand on the head of the eagle and smiled with boundless confidence. Before anyone had time to recover, Kina spoke again. "You surprised me. I didn't expect there to be someone besides me here who could kill demons." Isaac had not even gotten the chance to answer before Kina cut him off and mocked him again. "Or did you lure those kids into a trap, just like in the first trial?" "Well, surprise, old man. Things were nothing like Kina had imagined. The other boys were all safe and slowly approached them. Sir, that child tried to clear the trial for us. He even showed us the way. He's our benefactor." Isaac was speechless. It looked like these kids had gone crazy, and even Whisper teased him. "Is this what people call Stockholm Syndrome?" Hearing that, Kina began looking at them with only half an eye, his face full of contempt. "A benefactor? Aren't you ashamed to call yourselves saint candidates? I can't believe you needed help from a little child like that." Faced with Kina's words, which made them want to punch him in the mouth, they finally snapped and started firing back. "Hey, you've been hiding this whole time, so why are you barking so much now? Did you help at all while we were busting our backs looking for traps?" The others nearby also spoke up in Isaac's defense. "Isaac is more like a saint than you are. You're always avoiding danger. Once we get out of here, we're telling our parents everything." In an instant, Kina turned into everyone's target. All of this was thanks to Isaac. "What did you do?" "Everyone, let's tell our parents it would be better to side with the Joshua family." But at that moment, only Aji knew Isaac's true face. That's not it. This evil child is just trying to profit from those people. Even then, the boys kept defending Isaac with everything they had. Without him, we would have been in huge trouble. Then, all of a sudden, the ground began to shake violently, and a new event appeared before their eyes. Looking ahead, they saw a giant sphere of light rising into the air, and then a huge door appeared. Everyone quickly gathered in front of the door and began speculating. "That's the real door leading to the third archive, right?" "I think so." "Does that mean the second trial is over?" "Looks that way." There was no need for any more guessing, because in the next moment, an official announcement was made. "Congratulations to the candidates who have passed the second trial. I am the final gatekeeper of the sacred relic archive." Then an important moment arrived. "Now choose." Two options were immediately presented. All of the candidates were confused and unsure what to do, while Kina alone remained perfectly calm. "End the trial here and choose your treasure, or continue onward and face the next trial to reach the third archive." Of course, we choose the latter. After hearing the answer from one candidate, the system repeated itself. "Choose carefully. End the trial here and select a treasure, or continue onward and face the trial leading to the third archive." And of course, everything comes at a price. The system immediately warned them. If you overcome the trial, you may search for treasure in the third archive. But if you fail, you will die, standing on the thin line between life and death. Everyone became deeply anxious because they knew that one wrong decision would bring everything to an end right here. After listening carefully for a while, Isaac and Whisper came to a conclusion. "Master, judging by the mana I sense from that voice, it's probably a dragon." After silently confirming that this was indeed true, Isaac's expression tightened seriously. "Then what it said about death is all true." Even though death sounded terrifying, their fierce determination would not allow them to give up here. "Even so, I still choose the trial." We've come this far with so much effort. That's right. If we can obtain a treasure from the third archive, we'll definitely become saints. Hearing that, the other candidates quickly and enthusiastically echoed the sentiment. Me too. I want to go to the third archive as well. The system asked once more to confirm. So you do not fear the danger and choose to face the trial? Seeing everyone so fired up, it seemed quite satisfied. Excellent. As you wish. In the next moment, they were all transported to the next trial. While everyone else panicked, Isaac alone wore a sly smile, having achieved his goal. Then accept the trial. The entire space began to change, preparing to send the candidates to their next tribulation, those who had gathered here to become saints. In the next instant, a powerful burst of energy erupted from the ground, shattering earth and stone. The ground shook violently, officially beginning the next tense stage. Accept the trial. At that moment, Isaac's face clearly showed his excitement and delight. The final trial is simple after all. In the very next second, a divine statue with one arm outstretched appeared before them. Praise our God. The candidates moved closer to the statue and looked up at it. What is this? Another statue? Is that our God's statue? The task they needed to complete in order to pass this stage was then revealed. Show reverence to your God. Only those who prove their faith may proceed to the third archive. This task sounded rather vague, so the candidates began racking their brains over what exactly they were supposed to do. Do we just have to kneel and pray before that statue? But this is a trial. It can't be that simple. The moment Isaac heard that he might have to kneel before the statue, his face twisted in disgust. No way. And the reason he opposed this with every fiber of his being was simple. As if I'd ever kneel before that bastard, especially after he toyed with me for hundreds of years and even tricked me at the last moment like that. The black-haired boy then stepped forward. This doesn't seem too hard, right? We just need to pray to the God, don't we? Without any hesitation, he immediately knelt on one knee beneath the statue to express his sincerity. Then the black-haired boy raised both hands high and began to pray. O Supreme One, most exalted One, worthy of all glory and honor, this servant bows before you in worship. Who would have thought that the black-haired boy's prayer would actually touch the statue's heart? You were taught properly. Very good. Passed. Yes. Seeing how simple it had gone for him, the other candidates instantly crowded forward as well. So, we just have to pray? Seriously? At that moment, Isaac suddenly jumped down from above Fuji's head, startling him. Because of the deep grudge he held against that statue, he firmly shoved the responsibility of praying onto someone else. You should pray. Why should I have to do it? While that boy was clutching his leg and writhing after Isaac had just kicked him painfully, Kina stepped forward. With all his experience and training, he looked supremely confident that he would do well. We were taught how to pray at the Holy See. Watch. In the next second, he placed his hands on the ground and demonstrated his supposedly top-tier prayer posture for all to see. Look, no matter how sincere he may have been, his excessive showiness had already earned him negative points. This is the proper posture for worshiping our God. Although Kina was ridiculously flashy and theatrical, the others were very eager to imitate him. I want to do it too. Me too. While everyone hurried to pray, only Aji stood there stiff as a board. O Supreme One, most exalted One, worthy of all glory and honor, I bow before you in worship. Not long after, he was called out. What are you standing there for? Do you want to give up and accept death? And no, I want to do it. Me too. Hearing that, they immediately clasped their hands together and joined the others in prayer. But what caught the statue's attention most at that moment was Isaac's outrageous insolence. In direct contrast to everyone else, he remained stubbornly unwilling to kneel. You there, little child, why won't you kneel? I'd have to be crazy to do that. His blunt fearlessness left the other candidates astonished. What's wrong with that brat? Does he have some kind of issue with his faith? So the rumor that the Joshua family has lost its faith is true? Hearing people gossip about his family like that made Aji furious. That little menace, stop staining our family's honor and just pray already. Kina, too, was utterly baffled by Isaac's bold decision. All of this is being recorded. Does that brat want to lose his chance to become a saint? No matter how talented he is, if he has no faith, he's worthless. I should never have paid attention to him in the first place. Naturally, Isaac's shameless insolence enraged the statue. What disrespect! Child of the Saintess family. Even though the situation was unfavorable to him, Isaac stubbornly refused to bow before it. Even if I die, I won't kneel before you. If you've got the guts, then kill me. But before Isaac could even finish speaking, he was forced silent as an invisible force bore down on him. This was no joke. The statue was furious. In an instant, it released a dark pressure that forced him down to his knees no matter what. And in the end, no matter how stubborn and hard-headed Isaac was, he still had to yield. Insolent child, receive your punishment. As the statue's dark energy restrained him, Isaac burned with fury like a monkey that had just eaten chili peppers. Get lost. I'll smash that statue to pieces. Seeing Isaac's anger boiling over like a pot on the fire, Whisper anxiously tried to stop him. Master, that's dangerous. But what had just happened was truly beyond Isaac's limit. So flames quickly ignited in his hand as he prepared to throw a punch forward. But just when everyone thought the statue was about to beat him black and blue, it made a complete turn and praised him instead. Excellent. The statue's words left Isaac frozen for 5 full seconds, unable to understand what had just happened. Life really is one giant scam. His outrageous behavior was somehow approved at the very last second. You pass, little candidate. Proceed to the third archive. What? Kina had been kneeling so long his knees were about to break and had gotten nowhere, yet Isaac was allowed through just like that. He was utterly baffled. You said we had to show faith to pass. That brat didn't even pray, and he passed? How ridiculous can this get? But surprise, old man. A few seconds later, everything became clear. That child is the only one who meets the conditions to pass through this door. He alone showed his faith to the god. At that moment, the one in question had already spoken, and Kina was instantly silenced. You truly don't understand? Then the statue said something like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. You knelt before a statue, not before the god. Is your faith really just kneeling before a statue? As expected, the third trial was nowhere near as easy as they had thought. It was far more demanding than that. After hearing the statue speak so accurately, Aji had nothing left to argue with. Even if it bore the form of a god, a statue was still only a symbol. The other candidates, meanwhile, began sinking into total confusion. We were tricked. How is that even fair? That statue looks just like our god in the sacred paintings. But the scriptures do say that idols must not be worshipped. Without any more unnecessary talk, the statue pointed at Isaac. Look at that child. Even when faced with the fear of death, he refused to submit and never wavered in his faith. Therefore, only that child is worthy to enter the third archive. Whisper could not help but snicker when Isaac's disrespect somehow ended up being interpreted as faith. Faith, huh? But no matter how many times he heard it, Kina simply could not accept this absurd nonsense. I refuse to accept that. That brat can barely even speak. So how can you tell that he refused to kneel because of faith? Hearing Kina's fierce objection, Whisper took the chance to needle him. I think he's got a point. You clearly didn't mean it either. After arguing and getting nowhere, Kina delivered one final remark that made Isaac stiffen. Besides, if he truly has such faith, but then why doesn't he have a holy mark? Hearing that, Isaac suddenly froze. Kina's move hit hard. All at once, Isaac became the center of attention. The boy doesn't have one. I have mine right here. How can a saint candidate not have a holy mark? A deeply satisfied smile spread across Kina's face, pleased that he had landed such a painful blow. He's the only one among all the candidates who has no holy mark. Give it up, brat. If you don't have a holy mark, you're not worthy of becoming a saint. After hearing what Kina had said, the statue asked again, "You're saying a saint candidate has no mark?" But Kina ended up losing this exchange completely, because the statue continued defending Isaac no matter what. That is because he is still young. The statue's answer left the other candidates speechless. Kina was struck by one surprise after another. What? How does that make any sense? Wait, can you move? The statue, casually picking its nose, repeated itself. I said, it is because he is still too young. The other candidates immediately started clamoring for fairness. Then let me in too. If someone without a holy mark can enter, then why can't I? Someone who has one? Exactly, I have one too. That proves I'm a candidate. You need to understand, having a holy mark doesn't make you special. Then a heated exchange broke out between both sides. Do you really think so? Yes. So you all want to enter the third archive, right? Exactly. After that, the statue fell silent for a while, thinking about what to do. After weighing it back and forth, it finally made a decision that delighted everyone. If that's the case, then go ahead. I permit you to enter. Great, then now we can enter the third archive. Even Angel was completely stunned. He's letting us in that easily? But of course, nothing was ever that simple. The statue then immediately changed its tune. What I mean is, if you want to throw yourselves into the fire like moths, then be my guest. Of course I'll let you in. After flashing a savage smile, it gradually dissolved into the air. The door before them slowly creaked open, revealing a pitch-black space that looked utterly ominous. The moment they stepped into that space, an icy chill rushed straight at the candidates. Everyone who came into contact with that sinister energy trembled violently, their faces turning pale. Now, their 80-second trial had truly begun. Can you feel it? That is the dark mana emanating from the Skeleton Demon King. Know your place, you fools. I had intended to spare those who could not endure the dark mana. The situation quickly became unstable, and one after another, they could no longer bear it and collapsed. This is unbearable. At that moment, there was only one person who was not severely affected and could still smile brightly: Isaac. He alone stood there with his mouth wide open in a huge grin, staring ahead, his whole body overflowing with excitement. Wonderful. At last, Isaac had managed to crawl all the way here and reunite with his beloved body. There it is, my body, the body of the Skeleton Demon King. My body is lying in there. Isaac smiled excitedly as he thought, I never imagined the day would come when we'd reunite after self-destructing in the heavenly realm. Oh man, just look at all that dark mana leaking out. Thinking that, he put on a greedy expression. The voice from the fireball then rang out. Look, that child has proven his faith. That is the face of a brave warrior. Hearing that, the black-haired boy and the blonde-haired boy thought to themselves, right, but his eyes are glazed over like some addicts. What kind of demon baby is he? The red fireball continued speaking. It's not too late yet. Those who cannot smile in the face of death should turn back now. If you give up at this moment, I will allow you to choose a treasure from a second archive. Hearing that, the brown-haired boy cursed inwardly. Damn it, how am I supposed to get through this terrifying dark mana? The boy dressed in black intended to give up. I'm not going in. If I do, I'll die. The black-haired boy also wanted to quit. I guess I'll just try to pick the best item from the second archive. Suddenly, Hina stepped forward and refused. No, I do not need any treasure from the second archive. We will enter the third archive. So activate every trap inside it. The black-haired boy inwardly cursed this lunatic. The fireball asked with interest, Are you serious? Kina immediately replied, No saint in history has ever been able to obtain the corpse of the Skeleton Demon King. Even the famed Saintess Melissa failed to do so. The fireball looked surprised. So, you know something about the third archive, do you? Smiling smugly, he thought, there's no way Saintess Melissa would let these children die. This must just be a method to weed out candidates. Kina then said, I don't want to hear any nonsense about us obtaining the treasure without trouble. So restore the third archive to its original state at its highest level of danger. Only then can I be rated above even the Saintess. Isaac glanced at Kina and thought, this brat's gone insane too. The fireball agreed. If that is what you want, then so be it. That will make it easier for me to determine who the saint truly is. As soon as it said that, it released streams of purple energy toward the children. The brown-haired boy shoved Kina and shouted, If you want to go in, then go alone. Why are you dragging us into this? At that moment, everyone was lifted into the air by the purple energy released from the fireball. The brown-haired boy, too, was enveloped in the purple energy and left floating in the air. The growls coming from the skeletons in the lake, mixed with the children's screams, created utter chaos. Isaac thought excitedly, what a mess. Then Whisper called out, Master, over there. It pointed at a skeletal hand wriggling in the middle of the lake and shouted, Your body is over there. Isaac happily praised it. Well done, my body. It's absorbing the energy in the third archive. Seeing the skeletal hand, the brown-haired boy wondered, Is that the corpse of the Skeleton Demon King? The black-haired boy asked in shock, Just a hand alone is releasing that much dark mana? Isaac smugly answered in his mind, It's not even the whole hand. It's only the thumb. That's all that remains of me. The rest are just replicas. He stared at the thumb as it slowly absorbed the mana's energy. Suddenly, a powerful source of mana gathered around the skeletal hand. Then a demon rose up from it, startling every child there. The black-haired boy shouted a demon. The brown-haired boy panicked. I thought once the second trial ended, they wouldn't appear anymore. The fireball then demanded, didn't you ask for all the safety devices to be deactivated? Suddenly, Isaac noticed something. Wait a second. That demon stamped its foot and roared, you worms. How dare you covet the body of our king? The blue-haired boy pointed at Kina and blamed him. This is all your fault. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Kina turned and walked forward as he replied, trust me, I guarantee you'll all leave here safely with a treasure. Kina smiled to himself. One of the 14 attendants, elite subordinates personally trained by the Skeleton King, and also one of the fools captured and imprisoned by the Pope's family. I've already prepared a holy spell capable of countering him. The treasure will definitely be mine. At that moment, golden rays of light burst from Kina's eyes. The light flared up, forming a pair of wrathful eyes that glared at the demon and shouted, kneel. The demon seemed frightened. Seeing that, the black-haired boy gasped in admiration, while the brown-haired boy recognized it. That is the light of the Pope's family. She nodded just inwardly. Good, it's working. Now, I'll take. As he was celebrating, the demon's voice cut off his thoughts. It was you, wasn't it? It slowly advanced toward him, making Kina panic. The demon furiously said, you worm, daring to covet the body of my king. The scene shifted to outside the entrance to the sacred relic vault. People were murmuring among themselves. What is happening in there? The transmission was suddenly cut off, so then a young man rushed over, holding a stack of papers with a panicked expression. This is serious. The demon seal in the third archive has been removed. Deli and Simon were both shocked by the news. Simon asked, Deli, the demon that was sealed away was one of the 14 attendants, right? Deli worriedly thought, how did this happen? If it really is one of the 14 attendants, then the people inside are in danger. The young man in brown asked, then what about the elders sent in as supervisors? The young man in black immediately answered, they disappeared while trying to disable the traps in the archive. The elder also spoke up, so that means the children in there are in extremely grave danger. They began to panic. How could the children possibly deal with monsters like that? We have to stop the trial and bring them out. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the door, startling everyone. The light emanating from the doorway dazzled everyone standing there. Simon asked, what is that? Deli thought to himself, is the sacred relic vault opening? What is that blinding light? The young man in black warned, please stay away from the entrance. The amount of dark mana leaking out could be dangerous. The elders standing nearby stopped him. No, wait a moment. I do not sense any demonic presence at all. The old woman asked, has it been defeated? Hearing that, Hai Jay inwardly praised, well done, Kina. Everyone else was also shocked. You mean the demon guarding the corpse of the skeleton demon king has been defeated? Then one of the saint candidates must have done it. Simon looked toward Deli with worried suspicion. Deli, could it be? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. It was probably Kina, right? As expected of the Pope's family. Deli angrily bit down on his lip. An elder stepped forward to offer congratulations. Congratulations, Cardinal. Another person flattered him as well. Truly a result worthy of the strongest saint candidate. Hai Jay proudly declared, it seems Kina has completed the mission brilliantly. He glanced to the side, then looked at Deli and arrogantly thought, the Joshua family? This is the outcome of your foolish resistance to the authority of the Pope's family. Now we have obtained the corpse of the skeleton demon king. You will be forced to submit to us. It is time to put an end to your pretentious noble act. Thinking that, he smiled happily. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Look, the children are coming out. Hai Jay and Deli both lifted their eyes toward the gate. He pressed his lips together and thought, Isaac Wuji, please be safe. From the dark doorway, the children slowly began to emerge. The children had now stepped out through the gate. Deli saw one child crying while clinging to his family member and thought to himself, thank heaven, a few of them are injured, but fortunately no one is seriously hurt. Two people standing nearby murmured, it seems the children who entered the third archive still haven't come back. The other replied, could something have happened to them? Deli frowned in worry. Suddenly, someone shouted, the final saint candidates are coming out. Amon, Wuji, and the other children, all bearing injuries, slowly made their way out. Amon's father ran over anxiously. Amon, are you all right? Wuji's father also ran over, calling out, Wuji, Wuji. LG threw himself into his father's arms and burst into tears. Father, he cried. His father anxiously asked, are you hurt anywhere? Meanwhile, Deli worriedly thought, where is Isaac? He's not with them. Hai Jay stepped forward and called out, see, no, what are you holding in your hand? Where's the body of the skeleton demon king? Kina hesitantly answered that. Seeing him stammer like that, Hai Jay grew even angrier. What did I ever tell you to bring back this useless thing? At the same time, a golden sphere appeared in the air. Then it suddenly expanded, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Someone pointed at the sphere and shouted, "Look!" They saw a wolf holding a piece of a little boy's clothing in its mouth and gasped in surprise. A wolf? Someone else noticed something and exclaimed, "Wait, that's Isaac." The wolf was carrying him in the air by the clothes. Deli hurried toward him and shouted, "Isaac." Asalai also cried out, "Young Master Isaac." But young Master Deli, that wolf. Could that be the Holy Dragon, the little dragon guardian responsible for protecting the sacred relic vault? An image of the Holy Dragon appeared, showing its two forms, a dragon and a puppy-like creature. Deli silently agreed. She's right. That is the little dragon, the creature that guards the sacred relic vault. Even though it was currently in the form of a wolf, the energy it emitted was enough to prove that it was a holy dragon. The Lady Head, who had a close relationship with dragons, had summoned it to watch over the sacred relic vault. Its mere existence alone was noble enough. What's that sound? Deli looked up at Isaac and heard some sort of noise coming from him. The boy was chewing on something in his mouth with obvious enjoyment. The elder looked alarmed, while the knight stammered in shock as he pointed ahead. "Elder, could the thing Isaac has in his mouth be? Is that really the body of the skeleton demon king?" He became even more astonished when he clearly made out that the thing in Isaac's mouth was a piece of bone. The elder scratched his head, looking worried. Why is the boy holding it in his mouth? In contrast, the old elder cried out in delight. Isaac did it. That child brought back the body of the skeleton demon king. Meanwhile, Kina pressed his lips tightly in fear, and Hai Jay demanded through gritted teeth, "Kina, you gave it to that brat." That made him tremble too much to answer. I don't think that was a very wise thing to do, but that was the mercy of a saint, helping the family head save face. Suddenly, the holy dragon, still holding Isaac by the clothes, spoke up to deny it, while Isaac smugly smiled and held up 2 fingers. "What nonsense are you spouting? No one but this child obtained the body of the skeleton demon king. You ignorant fool." Hearing that, Hai Jay frowned and thought, "What?" Meanwhile, Kina trembled as he recalled. Why did my holy spell work? The demon, meanwhile, seemed to go even madder. Its eyes turned blood red as it howled, "You worm." Step by step, it advanced toward Kina's group, then raised its hand and attacked the children. Everyone around them fled in terror. Only Kina stood frozen in place, staring at the demon rushing toward him. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, throwing the entire area into chaos, followed by a loud scream. Kina covered his face and waved away the cloud of dust, then stared ahead in shock. Everyone was astonished to find themselves inside a barrier. The black-haired boy recognized it and shouted, "A protective barrier. Blue." It came from, at that moment, Isaac had his hand raised. He kept moving both arms, sustaining a solid barrier. The black-haired boy suddenly realized, the baby from the Joshua family? The demon kept roaring, "You filthy priest! How dare you covet the body of the great skeleton demon king?" It shouted, clenching its fist and striking toward Isaac. Isaac did not back down either. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his own fist. A blue aura burst from his hand. "Shut your trap, you idiot. You don't even recognize your own master?" Then he threw a punch that sent the demon flying back 1,000 meters. Everyone immediately began whispering in disbelief. That dragon wouldn't lie, would it? Then does that mean the child of the Joshua family really did bring it back? Then what exactly did Kina do? Deli suddenly approached the dragon and asked, "But dragon, wasn't that far too dangerous? One of the 14 attendants is not a demon children could possibly handle. Why did you remove its seal?" The holy dragon cheerfully smiled and replied, "One of the 14 attendants? That white-haired brat was the one who asked me to remove the seal." The boy in black also nodded and pointed at Kina. "That's right. Kina asked the dragon to activate every trap in the 3rd archive." Another child also accused him. "He dragged us along with him too and put us in danger." Hearing that, everyone turned their eyes on Kina and demanded answers. "So our children almost died because of Kina? How could someone from the Pope's family do such a thing? If it weren't for Isaac, it would have ended much worse." Wait a minute, then doesn't that mean the child of the Joshua family defeated the child of the Pope's family? Hearing that, Hai Jay angrily ground his teeth, unable to say a word. People continued murmuring. Isn't that incredible? A child who isn't even a saint, yet is already this powerful. So the rumors that the Joshua family is about to rise again were true. Deli looked at Isaac and thought to himself, "Isaac, you really did something amazing." The old elder gently stepped forward to stop him. "Little one, spit that bone out. It's dangerous." The old woman elder coaxed him too. Could you be a good boy, just this once? Oh dear. But Isaac immediately brushed their hands away so quickly that everyone was shocked. How is this child so strong? Lying comfortably atop the little dragon's head, Isaac thought, I've got a ton of mana right now. Maybe it's because of my desperate will to survive, but I was able to absorb it almost instantly. The old woman elder approached with a smile and said, Isaac has done very well. The lady head will surely be delighted when she hears this. Dilai nodded in agreement. Yes, exactly. Then she suddenly smiled slyly. With that, we can finally use tracking magic to trace the soul of the skeleton demon king. As she said that, her face darkened. Isaac, still holding a bone fragment in his mouth, immediately thought in alarm, wait, is that why they wanted my body? After that, everyone looked at him with eyes full of greed. The old elder stretched out both hands and said in a sweet tone, Hand it over, Isaac. Let's find the skeleton demon king and tear him to pieces. Seeing that, Isaac jolted in shock. What the hell is this? The elder kept urging him. At last, we can avenge the grudge that has lasted 150 years. Come on, hand it over. The holy dragon lowered itself, and their eyes all followed Isaac, their faces brimming with desire. He bared his teeth and pointed at the thing still tucked inside his mouth. Then suddenly, a loud cry rang out. Isaac, at that moment, the holy dragon shot into the sky, thinking to itself, damn bunch of lunatics. I hope I never have to see any of you again. Outside a room, hushed voices could be heard. The elder in the hat anxiously asked, Has anyone found it yet? The old woman elder, holding a wooden stick as though searching for something, replied, I don't think it's here. Why isn't it appearing? After that, she and everyone around her looked disappointed. Outside, Isaac gritted his teeth and thought, go ahead and search for it all day. Let's see if he can find it. Even so, what happened in the sacred relic vault still bothered him more. Isaac recalled what had happened that day. At the time, he had shouted, Don't you even recognize your master? Then he kicked the demon away, making it cry out in pain. Suddenly, it sensed the power of the mana and asked, Could this mana be yours, my lord? When I heard that you had died, I thought my world had collapsed. But deep in my heart, I always knew you would return to us, master. I need to serve you, master. I was captured by, but before it could finish, it dissolved into thin air. Isaac inwardly cursed in irritation. Damn it. If you were going to die, you should have at least finished talking. I still had so much to ask you. He carefully guessed. The ones who captured him were people from the Pope's family, weren't they? I need to investigate this. Just then, someone brought him a bottle of milk. That person was Delai. He hurriedly urged, Isaac, hurry up and poop, kid. Whisper burst out laughing. Delai shouted out, Bring more laxatives. The strongest kind you've got. Whisper laughed even harder, while Isaac pressed his lips together and cursed this damned family. One day, I'm going to turn this whole family upside down. The elders standing beside him anxiously bit his nails. If the Madam Head finds out about this, we're dead for sure. She might even tear the boy's guts out. Delai quickly reassured him, Calm down, elder. It'll be fine. Yes, she did dissect one of her sons before, but the boy is still her grandson, after all. Both of them nervously bit their nails. The elder was stunned by that. One of her sons? Whisper asked, But hasn't Melissa already gone on a pilgrimage with the family head? Isaac glanced at it, then inwardly agreed. Right, it'll still be a while before they return, so I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa comes back and then run away. Suddenly, Goel came in from outside and called, Delai, come out here this instant. The Madam Head is summoning you. At that, Isaac looked at him and thought, what? Delai asked in alarm, My mother is back already? She's never returned this early from a pilgrimage before. Isaac gritted his teeth in fear. Damn it, did they come back early because of me? I haven't even absorbed all the mana yet. With Melissa's personality, she'll definitely rip my guts out. Then he collapsed to the ground in despair. As they looked at the rare and expensive items, a voice exclaimed, Oh my, all of these are for Isaac. Everyone marveled at the costly gifts. After Delai learned that the visitor was not Melissa, he finally let out a sigh of relief. I thought the Madam Head herself had come. Goel laughed and asked, Were you scared? She's not back yet. She only sent a voice message saying she'd return together with the family head. Besides, I never said she was already here. Isaac frowned at him and cursed that bastard. A knight suddenly let out an exclamation. It seems the Pope's family has sent gifts as well. The old elder turned around and said, Sell them. Another elder looked largely uninterested. The knight reminded them, The Pope's envoys will hear you, sir. They're waiting right outside. Just then, an envoy stepped forward and said, "His Holiness is deeply concerned about this incident. Therefore, this gift was specially prepared by the Pope's family to offer both an apology and thanks to the Joshua family." But it seems the Joshua family does not care much for His Holiness's gift. However, I'm certain everyone will like this. The cardinal said it will be of great help to Isaac. With that, the envoy opened the red box, and a beam of light shone from within. The old elder stammered, "That is, the king of the three armies." It was a brilliantly shining golden medal. Not knowing what it was, Isaac asked, "What is that?" Whisper quickly answered, "It's a medal." Everyone immediately started discussing it. "A medal from the Pope? No way." Then the envoy called out, "Lord Eli, please accept it. It is for Isaac." Sitting below, Isaac was baffled. "It's mine, so why is he giving it to that old man?" Eli responded, "Did he really say to give this to me, not Isaac?" The envoy confirmed, "Yes, I was specifically ordered to make sure it's handed to you." Eli ground his teeth in anger. The elder stepped forward and demanded, "You're giving something that belongs to Isaac to another member of the family? Have you lost your mind? Do you know that presenting a medal to someone else implies that the actual recipient is dead?" Whisper and Isaac were both startled. Isaac thought, "What?" The envoy smiled and explained, "Oh my, please don't misunderstand His Holiness's good intentions. I was instructed to do so simply because Isaac is still too young." But the elder continued to question him. "Then what about the ornament on the ribbon? Do people from the Pope's family not know that a sunflower represents a deceased medal recipient?" Isaac thought helplessly, "Does he want me dead that badly? The Pope has gone insane." The woman elder also gritted her teeth and cursed, "That damned Pope and his whole family. Are they openly mocking us because of Joshua's curse?" Seeing the situation suddenly grow tense, Goel tried to mediate. "Please calm down, elders. We can't lose our composure like this." The elder replied, "How are we supposed to stay calm, Goel?" He continued explaining, "This could be misunderstood as the Joshua family openly declaring hostility toward the Pope's family. If this gets blown out of proportion, it won't be good for our family." Then Goel thought to himself, "To put it plainly, we should know our place. This was surely done on purpose by the cardinal. Even though I'm married into their family, this is still filthy. Well, this also means Deli and that brat won't be able to do anything anymore. That works out very well for me, doesn't it?" Then Goel urged quickly, "What are you standing there for? Deli, hurry and accept it and be grateful." But Deli argued, "But brother." Meanwhile, Isaac thought, "What is there to get angry about? This won't do." The envoy held out the box with a smile. Suddenly, blue flames erupted from inside the box. Then it exploded, causing the envoy to instinctively throw it away and cry out in pain. Goel shouted in shock, "That's holy fire!" The blue flames blazed through the air. Everyone there asked in confusion, "Who cast holy fire?" The envoy turned pale and trembled. "The medal." Isaac gave a little shout and raised his tiny hand, on which traces of blue flame still lingered. Everyone was shocked that the one who had caused this was Isaac. Isaac, though frightened, the envoy still spoke forcefully. "What is the meaning of this? That medal was bestowed by His Holiness himself. Are you trying to oppose him?" The three elders cursed angrily after hearing that. "You mean to say we did this on purpose?" The old elder then covered for Isaac. Deli picked up the medal, now char black. "Since this happened before the child could receive it, let us act as though it was never presented to us." The envoy asked in shock, "What? Have you gone mad?" Deli said coldly, "Or do you want us to accept a medal sent by the Pope himself, even though it melted from nothing more than a child's flame?" Then he held up the distorted medal. The elders immediately switched into full acting mode. "That metal really melted? Oh dear!" The envoy hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Please return it to me. I must have brought the wrong item." Suddenly, another burst of blue flames appeared and burned the envoy all over, leaving him frozen in shock. The old elder went over and covered Isaac's mouth, scolding him affectionately. "Oh dear, our little Isaac is so naughty." Isaac angrily warned inwardly, "Let go of me if you value your life, or I'll burn you too." The envoy got up, clutching his aching back and groaning. Then he ran outside, cursing, "You damned Joshua bastards." The old elder lifted Isaac up and shouted happily, "Well done, Isaac. Thanks to you, I feel so much better now." Meanwhile, another elder ordered Goel to throw that disgusting medal away immediately. The madam head should have seen the look on that Pope-loving bootlicker's face just now. Another elder praised, "Well done, Deli. You were behind all of this, weren't you?" The three elders added, "Using holy fire really was a brilliant idea." Deli froze when he heard them praising him. The old elder whispered, "Stop pretending. You cast the holy fire, didn't you?" Question marks filled Deli's head. He scratched his cheek in confusion. Wasn't it the elders? The elders also froze and stared at him. The old elder asked, "Didn't you also cast holy arts on the boy when he entered the sacred relic vault?" Deli replied, "I only used invisibility magic." The three elders wondered. Then what about the speed Isaac used? He looked surprised. The boy could do that. Both the old man elder and the woman elder were shocked to hear this. Then the two of them looked at Isaac and said in unison, "Could it be that this child cast all of those holy arts himself?" An ancient scripture appeared before his mind, a legendary treasure that allowed its user to instantly learn and cast the magic contained within. Isaac remembered how he had looked at that book with greedy eyes. As expected, taking that book from the archive was absolutely the right choice. Although it was weaker than the high-tier fire he had used as the Skeleton Demon King, it was still quite useful. The old elder kept speculating. Could the boy's mother have used holy arts? The three elders denied it. Isaac's mother isn't a fire mage. In fact, she's the complete opposite. The old elder marveled. Then this goes beyond talent. It's like someone being able to write a letter without ever learning how to write. The three elders felt that even the genius Saint Melissa had needed training before casting her first holy art. From a distance, Isaac wondered, what are they making such a fuss about? This is getting too much to bear. Suddenly, Asalai hurried over in alarm and said, "Pardon me, elders, but isn't the fact that he erased the Pope's blessing even more astonishing?" The old man elder and the woman elder's eyes lit up like stars as they answered in unison. "That's right. Sharp of you." The old elder said loudly, "Bring me the medal at once. I must inspect it myself." Dilai obeyed immediately. "Yes, elder. It's not here." He looked at the medal that had been placed on the red box, but now it was nowhere to be seen. The old elder's face darkened. "What? It was right there a moment ago." Goel scratched his head and explained, "I threw it away." "Elder, you told me to do it." As he said that, he remembered the elder had ordered him to get rid of that disgusting metal immediately. Another elder criticized him. "You shouldn't have said it like that." Then the old elder ordered, "Hey, gather everyone and search for it." Goel thought anxiously, "I never imagined that Brat could melt the Pope's medal, something made from an unmeltable metal. I can't let the family head find out about this." He hid the medal in his pocket, then thought excitedly, "Let's see how they prove it without evidence." A few days later, in the western part of the Joshua Duchy, someone's cloak fluttered in the wind. It was a lie. He ordered the knights, "Even if the sanctuary is not far now, do not let your guard down." "Understood." The knights answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Eli noticed something. He wondered, that is, at the Joshua estate. The old elder asked in surprise, "Why? Why hasn't the Skeleton Demon King's body come out yet?" Meanwhile, after eating and drinking his fill, Isaac thought, "Thanks. This is basically a tonic for me." The elders slumped down and lamented. "Those 300 bottles of laxative, and 500 fruits from the Vilua family, too." Isaac burped and wondered. Those things were delicious. "I heard they boost strength and help holy beasts." Holy beasts support beings in battle. There's no reason not to get close to them. I'll need their support in the future to defeat the Pope and the 6 gods. The Joshua family must have one, right? Suddenly, Isaac looked ahead in shock. Whales were swimming across the surface of the water. They were the Joshua family's holy beast, Taz and Balaam. Suddenly, he heard a voice say, "Please wait a moment. Would you like to eat first, perhaps?" Isaac startled and glanced back. A knight was desperately trying to stop Eli. "My lord." All the elders, upon seeing Eli, greeted him respectfully. "We pay our respects to the family head." Isaac looked at Eli and thought, "So that man is the head of the Joshua family, which means he's my grandfather. Good grief, look at that survival aura coming off him. I got a good feeling about this." Deli suddenly stepped in front of Isaac to block him and pleaded, "Father, please wait a moment. Cutting Isaac open won't solve anything." Sitting beside him, Isaac happily thought, "Don't worry, my dear uncle. There's no way he's going to cut me open." Eli looked at Isaac sternly. He pointed at him and ordered, "Throw him into the fire." Both Isaac and Deli were horrified. Deli begged, "You can't, father." Meanwhile, Isaac inwardly doubted life itself. Was something wrong with that survival aura? "Why are you trying to burn me? Are you insane? So, is my uncle the only one on my side?" Deli continued explaining. "He's still far too young to enter it." Hearing that, Isaac frowned in fear. "So once I'm a little older, you'll throw me in after all? Why does it sound like I'm doomed to be burned no matter what?" He said earnestly, "Please reconsider, father." At this moment, Goel also came over and agreed. "That's right. Giving such a reward to that brat is already too generous." generous. Isaac cursed inwardly. How the hell is that a reward? Eli analyzed. It's true that if we throw Isaac into the fire, we may be able to retrieve the skeleton demon king's body, and the boy may even grow stronger through the blessing of the flames. Isaac was bewildered. Blessing? Eli continued. But please give us a little more time. Goel offered another idea. Or we could just cut open his stomach. Eli suggested. Then how about dipping the boy in water instead? Isaac inwardly cursed them. You lunatics, all of you could go straight to hell. Goel frowned and said, that's impossible. The temple's fire and water are secret treasures of the Joshua family. They're used to nurture a saint. And yet you want to use them on a useless, runny-nosed brat? Eli shot back. Useless? How can you say that? Seeing his reaction, Isaac guessed, judging by how hard he's objecting, those must actually be good for me. Goel argued, you're the one who deserves them. Think about it again. You were the one who defeated the demon in the sacred relic vault. Eli challenged him. What are you talking about? Isaac was the one who defeated that demon. Even the holy dragon spoke up for the boy. Goel sneered. That dragon must have been mistaken. How could a child who can't even walk yet possibly do all that? Eli angrily warned, don't push your luck any further, brother. This has gone too far. Isaac even used holy fire to burn up the metal sent by the Pope. We all saw it with our own eyes. Are you planning to deny that too? Goel answered firmly. Who knows whether you and the elders colluded beforehand? Besides, there's no evidence. Suddenly, Eli spoke up. The metal. He held up the scorched metal and asked, this one? The only person connected to the gods is the Pope, and an object blessed by such a person is called blessed metal. Isaac thought, even when I was the skeleton demon king, I couldn't melt this so easily. So why did this happen? Was I born stronger in this life? Eli asked in surprise. How did you find it, father? Eli calmly replied, I picked it up on the way here. I think it was at the bottom of Lake Elisheva. Eli persuaded him, look, father, the boy carries flames powerful enough to melt the symbol of the Pope. Isaac thought with satisfaction, that's right. Now you can prove that the Joshua family surpasses the Pope. Isaac also mentally boasted. He can even withstand the skeleton demon king's flames. The old elder chimed in with praise. That's right, family head. This child will surely become an outstanding hunter of the skeleton demon king. Hearing that, Isaac happily glanced at the two of them. He added, haven't there already been many commoners injured because of the skeleton demon king who had been hiding until recently? The old elder agreed as well. Exactly. If we ignore this issue, then the era of the skeleton demon king will rise again. Isaac sat nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. Hearing that, Whisper commented, whether now or in the past, it seems imposters pretending to be you are running wild everywhere. Master, he replied inwardly, I'm curious who they could be too, but it doesn't really matter. The more attention they attract, the better it is for us. Whisper agreed. That makes sense. As Eli's pleading voice continued, not just now. Father, please think about what happened 70 years ago. The skeleton demon king came to the Joshua family and cursed us. Isaac looked shocked when he heard that. What? Eli continued. He came to us and declared that he would wipe out the bloodline of the saint. Just thinking about that curse is enough to make my blood boil. Whisper cheerfully refuted it. If that happened 70 years ago, then it couldn't have been you, Master. You died 150 years ago. Meanwhile, Isaac rubbed his chin and thought, a curse on the bloodline? So that's why they kept rambling about how I wouldn't live long. Well, a curse from some ordinary demon is no different from child's play to me. I just have to suppress it with mana of a higher level, and it won't be able to affect me. Then the woman elder spoke up. Even if that curse can't kill us, it causes a suppression of vitality, erectile dysfunction, or else stunted development. The old elder reasoned. That's why there have been many people who live their whole lives without growing a single strand of hair. Isaac coldly cracked his knuckles in his mind. I'm definitely going to kill that bastard imposter. Whisper laughed and said, it could be hereditary too. Isaac shot back inwardly. Don't you see that the family head and Eli both have full heads of hair, you idiot? Then Eli came closer to Isaac and asked, a curse. He examined the boy and remarked, with eyes that read, the child must be cursed too. Fire and water won't be enough. Isaac worriedly thought, what is it with you people? You're starting to make me nervous. Eli made his decision. I will grant the boy a Holy Spirit. The old elder exclaimed in surprise. What? Isaac widened his eyes. A Holy Spirit? You mean those beings that can only be possessed when they are bestowed? I really need one to reach the transcendent level, a realm where even the gods won't be able to lay a hand on me. What a wonderful gift. With a Holy Spirit, I'll become transcendent and punch those insolent gods right in the face. Goel was taken aback by the decision. A Holy Spirit? That's far too generous, Father. Isn't that a reward meant for those who have brought great glory to our family name? What has this child done for us? Even if he really did melt the metal, that was still nothing more than a blatant provocation against the Pope. Do you think they'll let this pass so easily? Hearing Goel trying so hard to stop him from receiving a Holy Spirit, Isaac glared at him. This bastard again. Then Eli challenged him. Then tell me, Goel, when they sent that so-called gift, what exactly did you do? Those heretics dared to insult us right here in this very estate. And yet not only did you send them away safely, now you're even standing up to defend them. What have you done besides bully your own little nephew? And now you're trying to hinder him too? Even beasts know how to protect their own kind. Have you forgotten that the Joshua family was built on the principle of protecting the weak? This small child should have been the one receiving care, and yet he managed to help us restore our honor. Isn't that exactly what it means to bring honor to the name of the Joshua family? After hearing that, Isaac smiled smugly. Eli ordered, "Call everyone to the main estate. I will bless Isaac." A few days later, Eli asked, "Father, you're not simply blessing the boy, are you? What exactly do you mean?" Eli replied at once, "Don't you understand? If we throw him in a fire or water to drive the skeleton demon king out of him, the boy will be injured. The temple's fire and water have extremely strong anti-demon properties. In that case, the boy won't be able to learn any exorcism rites at all." He asked anxiously, "So he won't be able to rise beyond a 5th-rank priest?" Eli answered, "That's right. He'll be stuck at rank 4 forever. I'll let Isaac choose between fire, water, or a Holy Spirit. That should be enough of a test." Then Eli raised his hand, revealing 3 small orbs of different colors in his palm. Goel rejoiced inwardly. That's more like it. I knew he wouldn't hand a Holy Spirit over to that brat so easily. Eli dropped the 3 orbs onto the ground and said, "Choose, Isaac." As Isaac considered them, Eli thought to himself, the power of fire, water, and a Holy Spirit? "Isaac, please choose the white marble." "Please choose it, Isaac." But in the end, Isaac chose the orb containing the power of fire. He raised the orb in his hand high above him. Goel smirked smugly and pretended to console him. "Don't be too disappointed. Even a 4th-rank Joshua will eventually bring honor." Suddenly, a burst of light made Eli flinch. It was coming from the orb in Isaac's hand, and now the orb seemed to crack apart piece by piece. Streams of blazing fire filled the air, making all the elders gasp in shock. "What? Isn't that the temple's fire?" Then, from within the flames, a Holy Spirit appeared. Isaac exclaimed in surprise. "That's..." A Holy Spirit slowly stepped out from the fire. She raised her hand, and fire erupted everywhere, causing the woman elder to scream in fear. Goel panicked and asked, "What is going on, Father? Why is there a Holy Spirit inside that orb?" Eli calmly replied, "Don't panic so much, Goel. I never said there was only one Holy Spirit. The root of the Joshua family is water, but for a child who can create flames hot enough to melt the Pope's gold. I set a trap in this test, and it seems the boy chose correctly. Even so, this is beyond my expectations." He realized that after seeing the furious face of the fire Holy Spirit, she screamed, "Eli Joshua, have you lost your mind? You dared summon a royal rank being into the human world?" Her eyes were bloodshot, and her entire body was covered in brilliant golden flames. Then she hurled sparks of fire all around. The elders started fleeing under the wrath of the fire Holy Spirit. The old elder shouted, "Use defensive holy arts at once." Goel panicked. "Father, you summoned a royal rank 1? Are you trying to burn all our lands to the ground?" Eli calmly pointed ahead and replied, "Not me. This child did. This brat really intends to turn this place into his grave." Meanwhile, Isaac stared blankly at the flames blazing around him, not knowing what had happened. The fire Holy Spirit angrily blasted fire at the ground, burning everything and making everyone cry out in pain. At that moment, Isaac thought fearfully, I only meant to add a little holy power and summon a mid-rank one. How the hell did I end up calling out a royal rank spirit? Whisper trembled and asked, what in the world are you made of exactly? He widened his eyes and continued inwardly, I did wonder what might come out if I really tried. More and more flames containing immense power poured out around the fire, Holy Spirit. Then Whisper realized, anti-demon flame. That's it, the fire that can convert mana into holy power. It will be a great help to you, Master. After staring blankly at the fire Holy Spirit for a while, Isaac replied, that's true, but how am I supposed to make her submit to me? The fire Holy Spirit continued attacking everyone in the estate with fire, making them scream in pain. Whisper asked fearfully, the traditional way? Isaac frowned as he searched for a solution. Besides, all royal rank Holy Spirits are connected to the heavenly realm, and I still can't get too close to those damn gods. Whisper agreed. True. After all Holy Spirits have close ties to the gods. Suddenly, a wail rang out. Good heavens! Family head, make her leave already. This crazy Holy Spirit is so insane, even the gods abandoned her. As he spoke, the old elder pointed at the fire Holy Spirit. Eli stroked his chin and replied, well, if I were hated just because of my hair color, I'd probably cut ties with the gods too. Then he thought to himself, so it really was something like not being able to trust anything with black hair. Is that why this Holy Spirit was cast aside? She pointed at the old elder, blasted flames at them, and shouted, shut up, you weak humans. What the hell are you thinking? You dare summon me with a rite of subjugation? Eli calmly answered, I wasn't the one who called you. But she didn't believe him and insisted, subjugation? Nonsense. You definitely used your authority as family head to summon me. He cut in immediately and pointed at Isaac. It was that boy. She fell silent for a moment as she looked at Isaac. Then she grew even angrier and cursed. Are you insane? Did you sacrifice a child to summon me? Eli denied it. I would never do such a thing, she challenged him. Even if your family were collapsing, you still couldn't have gone this far. What exactly did you do to this infant? And what the hell is wrong with this brat? She suddenly grew puzzled when she saw Isaac stretching both hands forward, looking at the fire Holy Spirit with excitement. He thought eagerly, not only does she have ability, she's hostile toward the gods too? I absolutely have to get her. I'll use you as my mana filter. The fire Holy Spirit raised both hands high and shouted, fine, then I'll test it myself. If this child really summoned me with a rite of subjugation, then he'll survive this attack. The moment she finished speaking, she fired a stream of flame toward Isaac. The flame rushed toward him and instantly exploded into a blaze. Seeing that from outside, Eli shouted, Isaac! She smiled in satisfaction. Better that I end him cleanly myself. What? She stammered when she saw Isaac still alive, crawling out of the flame she herself had created. Only then did Eli ask, do you believe it now? It was this milk-drinking baby who summoned you here. Now choose. Make a contract with this child, or refuse and accept punishment. The fire Holy Spirit gritted her teeth, clearly unwilling to submit. She challenged him. Do you think a Holy Spirit of my rank would care about so-called punishment? This is even better. Since I'm already here, I'll burn the entire Joshua family down and enjoy my freedom. Watch your spirit bodies burn away, you stupid whales. Before she could even finish speaking, Isaac had already walked over and bitten off half of the Holy Spirit's body, leaving only her 2 legs kicking in the air. Everyone there stared at him in utter shock. Everyone rushed to stop Isaac, while the Holy Spirit angrily shouted, Hey, you crazy brat. Eli ran over to stop him. Isaac, you mustn't eat that. This time, don't swallow it. With the fire Holy Spirit stuck in his mouth, she ground her teeth and asked, This time? Have all of you lost your minds? Just how did you raise this child? Just wait, you bastards. I'll retreat for now, but I'll definitely collect this debt. Hearing that, Isaac thought, she's trying to teleport away? The fire Holy Spirit cheerfully said, See you later, you sons of bitches. After some time passed, and everyone still saw Isaac holding the fire Holy Spirit in his mouth, they all held their breath and stared at him. Whisper, standing beside him, marveled inwardly, Oh wow, even a Holy Spirit gets stuck in there. Why can't I? Suddenly, a terrifying mana began to cover her body. She screamed, Damn it, this is dark mana. What the hell have you been feeding this child? Eli explained. The boy swallowed the thumb of the skeleton demon king. Isaac thought happily. Holy spirits are the purest beings in the entire holy realm, so they're practically incarnations of holy power and extremely weak against dark mana. By now, she was showing signs of exhaustion and covered her mouth. Damn it, Am I losing my power? Ugh, I'm going to puke. The fire Holy Spirit pleaded, make it stop. At that moment, Isaac laughed happily, and Eli pretended to clean out his ear. What a shame. The skeleton demon king's power is too great, so we can't get close, she angrily demanded. Usually the moment you hear the skeleton demon king's name, you people go berserk and attack. And now you could say that kind of nonsense? Eli crouched down and coaxed her. If you stay by my grandson's side and purify all of the skeleton demon king's dark mana, I'll send you back. She cursed immediately. What kind of good shit are you smoking? Do you even know who I am? Eli replied. Then feel free to stay there and get eaten. That made her choke in rage. The fire Holy Spirit kept cursing. You lunatics. This is exactly why I hate all of you. If you weren't descendants of the saint, I would have cut ties with you long ago. Damn it, if it's come to this, then I'll use this brat to destroy those damned bastards. Suddenly, someone shouted angrily, those damned bastards? What did you just say? At that moment, Isaac was about to swallow the rest of her whole. Terrified, the fire Holy Spirit gave in. 4 days. Just let me stay with this brat for 4 days. 4 days is more than enough for one lousy finger. Eli thought to himself, only 4 days? How boring. Then he turned and gave the order. Open the gate to the eastern estate and put this child and the Holy Spirit inside. No one is allowed to enter until the purification process is complete. Understood. Eli called after him, family head. Meanwhile, Goel also spoke up, trying to stop him. Father, the eastern estate is... But Eli cut him off without caring. Enough. I don't want to hear any more about it. Only then did Isaac slowly spit the fire Holy Spirit back out. Holding her tightly in his hand, he rejoiced inwardly. The eastern estate is next to the annex, the place with all the mana cores, right? Scene change to the eastern estate of the Joshua family. A huge explosion suddenly erupted from the estate. The people standing outside kept exclaiming, it exploded again. Is it Lord Isaac? More like the skeleton demon king and his mana. Looks like the family head has given up. A male servant wondered. Then the next successor will definitely be Lord Goel from the Pope's bloodline, or perhaps his older brother, right? A maid immediately replied. It seems Lord Isaac has been cursed and is no longer on the list of successors. Then another male servant cut in. But was Lord Isaac really cursed? Everyone began whispering among themselves. Let me tell you, just yesterday, a servant went in to check on him, got terrified, and ran right back out. The brown-haired male servant chimed in. He said Lord Isaac looked like a bald old man. The maid asked in surprise, wasn't it a skinless monster or a skeleton? Now that I think about it, he's been in there with a Holy Spirit. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? As they spoke, they recalled the estate that had burned 10 years earlier at the Joshua Manor. The eastern estate. A scream of pain rang out. People busily ran all around the estate. Asalai trembled as she stood before a room. She placed her hand on the doorknob. Then she pushed the door open and called out, Young Master Isaac, I'm here. Asalai anxiously asked, Young Master, are you all right? At that moment, Isaac had something in his mouth. It turned out to be a lollipop. He took the lollipop out and glanced at Asalai. The atmosphere around him was incredibly gloomy. Asalai asked in confusion, just how strong is the skeleton demon king's curse that you still haven't grown? Isaac smiled inwardly. What are you talking about? I'm deliberately trying not to grow. After all power is absorbed most efficiently while still an infant. There are innate abilities that can only be obtained at birth. The fire Holy Spirit was sitting on a chair, stretching wearily. My whole body aches. Seeing that, Asalai asked with concern, did you sleep well? She cursed, damn it, no matter what, I'm going to purify the rest of that mana today. Yesterday, I already purified almost all of it. Hey, you little brat, why has your mana increased again? You damn monster. Just how many parts of the skeleton demon king's body did you swallow? Even after 10 years of purification, the amount of mana hasn't decreased at all. It actually increases every time I wake up. As she cursed him, she grabbed Isaac by the clothes in fury. Isaac replied inwardly with delight. Well, that's because for the past 10 years, every night, I've been secretly absorbing the mana pillars in the annex. Whisper, standing beside him, kept marveling I never imagined there were so many mana cores in the annex. Amazing, Master. I thought it would take at least 40 years, but I never expected you to finish it in just 10. The fire Holy Spirit floated up into the air and lamented. Good grief. Meanwhile, Isaac rejoiced inwardly. At last, the exhausting task of absorbing mana was over. Since he had taught himself, his knowledge was somewhat limited, but he had still trained himself up to 6 circle holy arts. Isaac looked extremely excited right now. Just then, Asalai came over to comfort him. "It's all right, young master. The Holy See is about to take action." After that, she picked him up, and Isaac thought to himself, "The Holy See," Asalai continued. "The Skeleton Demon King's subordinates, the 14 retainers, are all going to be executed. Now that we can completely purify the Skeleton Demon King's mana, you don't need to worry too much." The moment Isaac heard that, he panicked. "Hey, are you insane? I still have a lot to ask them. And you're going to execute them?" Asalai took out a piece of candy and coaxed him. "Now then, young master, have some candy and get some rest." Isaac sat on the bed, thinking hard. That damned imposter. I have to do something. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, drawing Isaac's attention. "You've done well, my son. Uji." Goel and Uji arrived at the estate together. Goel turned to him and proudly said, "Not only did you skip a grade, but you're also the youngest priest ever to be ordained. I heard the princess will also be attending this ordination ceremony soon. Is that right? It's a tremendous honor that you, the top graduate, have been appointed as her escort." Uji smiled and replied, "Of course. After all, I am your son, father. This is nothing much." Praise like that, Goel grinned from ear to ear. "That's right, and you're humble too. My son is becoming more and more dependable. You're exactly like me. What a clever boy." Before he could even finish speaking, a sudden ripping sound rang out, and Uji was yanked away and vanished, leaving the bewildered Goel standing there. "Huh, Uji, Uji." At that moment, Uji had been dragged into a room. Falling from above, he cried out in alarm. He hit the ground with a thud. Then a voice called out, "Hey, Uji." Standing on top of the bed, Isaac radiated killing intent as he asked, "Do you have a death wish? Every time you open your mouth, something happens. Do you think your life ends after graduating from the academy?" The moment Uji saw him, he panicked. "That lunatic again." Isaac continued grilling him. "Remember this. The only reason you were able to skip grades and score so high on the exam was because I trained you, and now you're acting all full of yourself?" Uji stammered in reply, "I worked really hard too, you know? Do you think becoming top graduate is easy?" Isaac shot him a contemptuous glare. "At your level, that would have been impossible, idiot." Hearing that, Uji simply accepted it. "Well, that's true too." Isaac stroked his chin and thought, "Maybe I should start preparing for the priest ordination ceremony too. Most holy arts can only be used after ordination anyway." He jumped down and proposed, "Hey, Uji, I need your help." Uji looked like he couldn't believe his ears and stammered, "Me? What is it this time? What exactly do you need help with?" He instantly did a complete 180 after seeing the killing intent in Isaac's eyes. Isaac coldly threatened him, "Hand over everything you've got. The prize money from the oral exam, and the allowance you get from Goel too." Uji was so aggrieved that tears streamed down his face as he inwardly cursed. He really is a demon. But he still obediently sat there and massaged Isaac's shoulders. Isaac spoke up, "I think so too. All right, what's this about the Skeleton Demon King's subordinates being executed?" Uji immediately replied, "That? Number 258. After the incident at the Sacred Relic Archive, they stopped obeying orders. Since they looked like they were just waiting to die, it was decided they should be eliminated." Isaac asked suspiciously, "Really? There's no other way. I have to get it this year." Uji asked, "Get what?" Isaac answered, "The priest ordination ceremony," making Uji burst out laughing. He mocked him, "You haven't even attended the academy, and you want to be ordained?" A punch was thrown. Isaac turned back and challenged him. Try laughing again. After getting punched, Uji became much more obedient. Sitting up straight, he replied, "I wouldn't dare. Actually, there is a recommendation system, and the academy professors just so happen to be here right now. As long as you receive a letter of recommendation and pass the test, you can be ordained as a priest." But Isaac immediately marveled. What a perfect system for pulling strings. Uji continued timidly, "You have to accomplish some great deed to prove your character. But your personality is awful." Isaac was furious when he heard that, while Whisper, standing nearby, secretly praised him. "At least this bastard knows how to judge people." Uji explained, "You have to save someone's life to be recommended. The higher that person's status, the better your chances of being selected. But come on, what are the odds that some important person just happens to be in danger right when you're around to save them?" After hearing that, Isaac crossed his arms and thought, "So there's only 1 month left? The princess will also be attending this ordination ceremony, right?" Uji stammered in reply, "Why yes, but..." Isaac put on a dangerous expression. "Isn't the princess an extremely important person?" The scene shifted to the training grounds at the Joshua estate. Standing outside the gate, Eli urged them, "Just go. Isaac won't be going to the capital. The brown-haired man spoke up. Duke, this year is completely different from all the others. The woman standing beside him also continued. This time, he absolutely must attend the founding festival. This is the year the saint candidates will be ordained as priests. Hearing that, Eli frowned and thought about something. The woman continued explaining, for the past 10 years, while the other candidates have built up many great achievements, young Master Isaac has not even shown himself. The man beside her agreed. Exactly. He displayed extraordinary ability at the Sacred Relic Archive 10 years ago. I heard Isaac is living in the Eastern State like the Sainnesses. Is that true? I'm truly eager to see how much he has grown. Eli merely sighed at that. The woman continued persuading him. As an academy instructor, teaching young Master Isaac is my lifelong dream. Besides, this ordination ceremony coincides with the princess's birthday, so His Holiness the Pope will personally preside over the ceremony. Those words seemed to shake Eli. He thought to himself, the Pope? The woman added, he will bestow the title of hero upon those who are ordained. Eli considered it. Receiving the title of hero would greatly expand a person's sphere of power. That is a tremendous benefit, but in the end, he made his decision. Isaac is still too young to be ordained. The woman protested. If he's truly that talented, what does age matter? After saying that, the two of them looked at him with pleading, tearful eyes, leaving him no choice but to cover his face and sigh. Unable to resist any longer, he finally agreed. Fine. The two of them immediately shouted in joy. But Eli set one condition for allowing Isaac to participate in the ordination ceremony. But you two will be responsible for this. Meanwhile, Uji was still massaging Isaac's shoulders, while Isaac happily sucked on a lollipop and thought about his next plans. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred at the estate. Outside, a priest stood observing the situation inside the estate. Looking in, he thought to himself, so that's where it is. Even His Holiness, the Pope, could summon a spirit king only once. Yet that little brat managed to summon one through a subjugation ritual. And on top of that, it was an exorcising holy spirit, a fire spirit with black hair. There's a high probability that it's the guardian of the holy realm. A holy spirit that could not become a spirit king because of its evil nature. He smiled slyly. His Holiness the Pope and his family love collecting spirits. Once they see it, they'll lose their minds. If I succeed in stealing this holy spirit and offering it to them, I'll definitely be richly rewarded. I've already prepared something that can neutralize holy mana. If I can suppress that brat's holy mana, then the Skeleton Demon King's dark mana will surely run wild. Then all I have to do is quietly take that holy spirit away in the middle of the chaos. The scene shifted to a room. A voice rang out. This room, Professor. The woman spoke. At last, we can meet young Master Isaac. The man beside her agreed. That's right. The moment she saw Isaac, she called out in an affectionate tone, "Oh, young Master Isaac." The man, upon seeing Isaac, also exclaimed, just as they said, "He doesn't look any different from 10 years ago." Isaac turned to look at the two of them. He widened his sparkling eyes and babbled, "Come in, my letters of recommendation." Seeing his adorable face, the two of them couldn't help blurting out, "My heart. We have to bring him to the academy right this instant." As for the priest, seeing Isaac like that, he inwardly cursed. This little fox dares bewitch others? I'll use all my strength to drive the Skeleton Demon King's mana into a frenzy. With that thought, he opened his arms toward Isaac, and Isaac also looked at him with a blank expression. The man quickly pulled him into an embrace and thought, "Now then, go mad." The room fell silent. Not only did Isaac not go mad, he even delightfully rubbed against him. He touched the man's chest, the area where he had released holy mana in order to suppress the Skeleton Demon King's dark mana. Seeing this, the man grew suspicious. Why? Why is nothing happening? I released enough holy mana to make the dark mana lose control. Suddenly, the fire holy spirit appeared and urged him, "Hey, you damn brat, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill that wretched priest already. Why are you releasing so much holy mana?" When the man saw her, he rejoiced inwardly. There it is, a royal rank holy spirit. This is my chance. Then he took out a handkerchief infused with dark mana. Pretending to wipe Isaac's face, the fake priest said, "It really is hot today, isn't it?" Catching the smell coming from the handkerchief, Isaac narrowed his eyes and thought, that smell is... Isaac inwardly cursed. Just look at this bastard. The dark mana immediately affected the Holy Spirit, causing her to cry out in pain. Seeing that, the man shouted in alarm, "Holy Spirit, what's wrong?" Suddenly, the fire Holy Spirit's power burst throughout the room. She seemed to have gone mad and screamed wildly. At that moment, the priest spoke up, pretending, "Is the skeleton demon king's dark mana going berserk?" The woman standing behind him also cried out, "This is dangerous, Professor." The man suddenly took out a gem and calculated inwardly. Good. Now I just need to smuggle this crazed Holy Spirit outside. At that very moment, he crushed the gem in his hand. Then he thrust out his hand, unleashing a stream of red power. He shouted, "Soul-cutting shroud." That power quickly struck the fire Holy Spirit and sent her flying. Suddenly, the Holy Spirit raised her hand and flung the flames toward the opposite side. At once, they shot back toward the priest. They engulfed his entire body, making him scream in agony. Sitting on the bed, Isaac smugly thought, "Is that what you think?" Suddenly, Delai came running over and called out, "Isaac." Asalai rushed in behind him. "Young master." Isaac touched the mana radiating from his chest and happily thought, "This should be enough, right? Good. Now there are enough witnesses." He closed his eyes and stretched out both hands, then began absorbing mana. Isaac continuously absorbed the mana, filling the room. The man immediately realized it. "This is young master absorbing mana?" The woman agreed at once. "Yes, he's calming the frenzy." Suddenly, Isaac opened his eyes and smiled. He raised his hand and thought, "The mana problem is solved now." Then he gave an order. "You there, stop." Everyone in the room looked at the Holy Spirit, who was now surrounded by streams of blue energy. Isaac exclaimed, "Azure holy power." Asalai also gasped in shock. "Oh my goodness." The fire Holy Spirit gradually descended to the ground. She herself looked stunned by what had happened. With his hands clasped together, the man said in an admiring tone, "Incredible. He controlled the skeleton demon king's dark mana." The woman continued, "And he even calmed a berserk Holy Spirit with the Joshua family's azure holy power." The Holy Spirit, still in shock, asked, "What is this?" Someone joyfully exclaimed, "This is a miracle." At that moment, Delai stepped forward and called, "Isaac." Asalai also spoke up, "Young master." He praised him. "You finally started speaking. I'm very proud of you." Hearing that, Isaac thought in disappointment, "Hey, is that really the only thing you noticed?" They suddenly tossed him up into the air and cheered, "Long live Isaac." By then, the priest had woken up. He still had no idea what had happened while he was unconscious. What the hell just happened? At that moment, the Holy Spirit stood before him in anger and demanded, "I should be the one asking you that, servant of the golden flame faith. Who is behind this?" Trembling, he answered, "Behind this? You misunderstand. I only came here to meet young Master Isaac." She sneered. "Misunderstand? You're wearing fireproof gear from head to toe and calling it a misunderstanding? From this moment on, all fire spirits will have no further ties to the priests of the Pope's family. I'm only doing this because I'm angry, so don't misunderstand." After declaring that, she turned away, leaving him sitting there in confusion. What? Please wait a moment. How could a Holy Spirit sever ties with priests, those linked to the gods, especially those from the Pope's family? A Holy Spirit shouldn't even have that ability. But instead of answering, the Holy Spirit drove him away. "Get lost. I sever my ties with the gods long ago. I'm no longer bound by their laws." Isaac smiled smugly at that. Seeing that he was still sitting there, the Holy Spirit threatened him. "Are you still not getting out of my sight?" Then she turned to Isaac and said, "And Isaac, you saved me with holy mana, and you even controlled the skeleton demon king's dark mana. Now that the skeleton demon king's dark mana has been purified, our contract ends here. However, I will remain by your side to repay this debt." Hearing that, Isaac laughed inwardly. That's more like it, as expected of a divine being. A bunch of fools who hate owing anyone anything. The woman spoke joyfully. "We will return to the holy scene now and report everything. A child like this absolutely must be ordained." Isaac, having now gotten exactly what he wanted, kept laughing in delight. Delai was showing the stack of documents to Eli as well. He was very pleased upon receiving the news. The Holy See has accepted Isaac's ordination. They want the boy to attend this ceremony. Delai had not expected things to move this quickly. "That fast, sir? Was he recommended because he saved members of the Joshua family and the academy?" Eli immediately denied it. "No, the boy was recommended because he saved a royal rank Holy Spirit." Delai then recalled what had happened. Right after that, who could possibly object? Eli pointed to the lines on the paper. "More importantly, being ordained is equivalent to graduating from the academy. So I tested Isaac to see whether he has the necessary knowledge. I never imagined he would score perfectly on all 1,600 questions." Delai was genuinely shocked by that. A perfect score? Nothing could be more wonderful. On top of that, the boy can walk and talk now. But deep in Eli Joshua's heart, there was still some worry. The only problem is that his attitude is rather terrible. Now all that remains is to test Isaac's character. Most people pass, except for a few psychopaths or criminals. Dilai epili remembered. I remember now. That's the test that uses holy arts to force the examinee to tell the truth, right? Eli still needed to observe how the boy would do. The two of them began reading his test. What do you think of the family that gave birth to and raised you? I will conquer it. Everything belongs to me. Eli found that rather interesting. What strong ambition. Eli also had a word of praise for him. At first, even I was a bit taken aback reading it, but only someone with that kind of drive deserves to be one of our family. Then the next question appeared. What will you do after being ordained? Chew off the heads of those damn gods. What else? What are your goals and aspirations as a priest of the Helen Holy Kingdom? I will destroy this country. The two of them were speechless. Eli turned his face away bitterly. He's still just a child, I know, but this result. If Isaac takes another test like this again, he'll definitely be executed for heresy. He can no longer endure it. His hand slammed hard onto the table. You will go be ordained in his place. Do not let Isaac leave the house during that time. Understood? That brat needs to be properly taught first. In the room where Isaac was staying, Whisper climbed in through the window. Master, have you made your decision? Of course. He gripped the bundle in his hand tightly, then quickly slipped outside. Morning at the Capital Academy, Roman. Voices of debate had already risen in the Department of Holy Arts. I heard that this time, a 10-year-old brat is going to be ordained. Really? What did he do to get ordained so early? Looks like this year's graduation ceremony is going to be quite interesting. Nizer's lips curled into a smile. He sneered. What kind of ordination could a kid who can barely even walk possibly get? The classmate beside him looked puzzled. Nizer, what do you mean, can barely walk? He could not even be bothered to explain. It means exactly that. That brat hasn't grown even a little in the past 10 years. He's under the skeleton demon king's curse. So how could he possibly grow? Nizer then turned to someone else. Right, Uji? A brat like that getting ordained? It's probably just an honorary title. From a distance, Uji had been watching them, and it made it impossible for him to concentrate. What a nuisance. He had only been quiet for a little while, and now he was starting again. Nizer was deliberately speaking in a mocking tone, but I guess being from the sanest family really is nice. Even a useless brat can get ordained. What a complete joke. Uji could not take it anymore. That bastard, how dare he? Just then, Kina stepped out from inside. Do you think the Holy See is some kind of joke, Nizer? Besides, the one who accepted Isaac's recommendation letter was Duke Lion, your own father. I don't think you're stupid enough to insult even your own father, are you? Humiliated like that, he grew furious. You're not even a student here anymore. So what are you doing here? Kina shot back. I don't want to be here either. I was invited. Anyway, I was asked to guide all of you as an advisor and instructor in holy arts. Then he brought up Uji again. Uji, I'm worried about you too. That cursed Isaac will never become a priest. If the Joshua family manages to hold on until you become head, maybe there'll still be hope. But if it collapses, come find me. I'll give you a position doing odd jobs for the Pope's family. Uji warned himself inwardly. No, I have to calm down. Now isn't the time yet. He turned away coldly. I don't need your help. Then he walked off as if nothing had happened. Worry about yourself. The scene shifted to the dormitory. A book was hurled straight to the floor by Uji. Clutching his head in anger, he shouted, those damn dogs. Why is this ridiculous mess happening to me? My family is not even coming to the ordination ceremony just because that brat ran away. Why now of all times, you useless bastard? I curse you to lose all your hair like the skeleton demon king. Just then, Isaac appeared. What did you just say? Uji jumped in shock. Isaac was clearly furious at those words. Lose all my hair? Are you asking to die? Uji had not even recovered yet. Why did you crawl out from there? And how did you even get here? Isaac puffed up in annoyance. To get ordained, obviously. The family head and uncle kept trying to stop me, so I ran away. Anyai, Uji. He pulled out a huge club, making Uji panic even more. What is that supposed to be? You spineless fool. You actually dared to go begging for some odd job from that Pope family? Uji tried to explain, but Isaac cut him off. He started beating him all over. How dare those bastards belittle the Joshua name? Joshua belongs to me. I'm the only one allowed to insult it. Uji still had not caught up with what was happening. What the hell are you even talking about? Isaac kept lecturing him. Listen carefully, Uji. I'm the one who will burn the Joshua family to the ground. Meanwhile, Uji prayed silently in his heart. Dear heavens and holy spirits, please take this bastard away. Isaac stopped and snapped, quit being weak. Get up and lead the way. Where are you trying to go? Isaac already had a plan in mind. To go smash those damn dogs who mess with you, obviously. People were still talking over there. All the students present looked confused. What is this? Who brought this kid here? Look at how pretty his hair is. Isaac immediately gripped his club. Which one of you was it? Who dared cause trouble for a member of the Joshua family? Uji tried to make him stay still and observe the situation first. Isaac sized him up with a sharp eye. That red-haired girl. I think I met her in the Sacred Relic Archive 10 years ago. It must be her. Uji was nearly unable to catch up. Wait, I have to stop him. If he causes trouble here, we'll be in serious trouble. Besides, that girl is Nizer's younger sister. Her name is Naki. Isaac quickly lifted his foot and ran off, making it hard for Uji to catch up. He climbed right onto the girl's desk. You there, redhead. You were the one who caused trouble for Uji, right? The girl answered honestly. I've never touched Uji. The one who did, that was Nizer. Isaac looked very satisfied with that answer. Good, so you admit it. I said it wasn't me, it was Nizer. Are you even listening? Then Whisper spoke up from behind as a reminder. Master, I can sense a familiar source of energy from this girl. Yes, it really is familiar. It is the energy of one of the 5 great chief gods. Naki had already guessed Isaac's true identity. You must be the Isaac from the rumors. One is a cursed child, the other a descendant of the Pope's family. It seems this year's Golden Flame faith won't amount to much either. Sooner or later, the Joshua family will be erased from the 5 faiths. Isaac just stared at her demeanor. Look how rude she is. Just what you would expect from servants of the 5 great chief gods. Uji felt that Isaac had already done more than enough. Isaac, you can't start trouble with a rival family. Let's just go back. But Isaac was not going to leave so easily. Why should I go back? I came here to receive my ordination. Naki had no intention of letting that happen. You will never be ordained. Nizer said he would submit an objection to the Pope to have it canceled. How could a child who has not even been recognized possibly be ordained? Uji felt everything was about to go to hell. Nizer, that bastard. The girl still refused to let him off. And with the attitude you've shown here, even if Nizer does nothing, it will probably collapse on its own soon enough. Someone beside her spoke up. My lady, shall I call the inspectors? Hearing that only made him panic more. No, 70% of the inspectors belong to the rival families. Isaac, let's go now. If we don't, it'll be too late. But then some kind of commotion could be heard outside. The footsteps of a monster entered. It had an enormous frame. A monster. Isaac and Uji had not even had time to react. There it is, my insurance. Naki was already trying to find a way out. A monster? Did it escape from the training room? It's dangerous, my lady. Please step back. Another unnecessary panic broke out. No one knew where this monster had come from. Naki spoke fearfully as it drew nearer. Since when did it? Isaac gripped his weapon firmly in hand. He bravely fought it alone. Do you think it'll be that easy? I've been calling you this whole time, and you only drag yourself here now? The monster's feet were razor sharp, and it looked ready to slaughter everyone there. Naki had already prepared a spell. Damn monster. The anger inside her surged up, but the giant monster showed no sign of fear at all. It could clearly sense the fire burning inside her body. Then it suddenly turned and fled. And even Whisper had to admire Isaac's plan. As expected of my master, you dragged out a sleeping monster, beat it half to death, then drove it here so you could show off in front of everyone. Isaac was thoroughly pleased with himself. I only did what needed to be done. Soldiers in the building had already been dispatched. Where's that monster? Stay away from the monster. I think it ran in that direction. Contact the monster subjugation unit immediately. They were even worried about Naki's condition. My lady, are you all right? They were inspectors. Uji hoped they could get out of here safely. In that case, we'll be going now. But unfortunately, he was stopped. Stay right there. No one is allowed to leave until the investigation is complete. He felt doomed. We really don't know anything. But suddenly, Naki changed her attitude completely. Don't do anything pointless. Naki pointed at him. That child saved me. Even Isaac was surprised by the change. Naki stepped closer. Isaac, right? I'm sorry about what I said earlier. But don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I'm especially grateful to you, got it? Everyone could only wonder to themselves, what is wrong with her? So the boy really, no one could have imagined that someone like him had received a recommendation letter by saving people. Father Lot was also dumbfounded. So that child is the one my older brother mentioned? The scene shifted again to the Joshua estate Eli's office. Someone spoke in frustration. Why do you keep refusing? Isn't it a good thing for the Cardinal of the Golden Flame that your grandson is being ordained? Please let the boy attend the ordination ceremony. But Eli had no intention of agreeing. But the Pope will be angry. He can anger whoever he likes. That is not my problem. My grandson will be educated at the Joshua estate until he reaches adulthood. The other person continued to object. If you keep a child shut up like that, it will affect his personality. Eli grew even angrier. His personality is already terrible. The man continued trying to persuade him. I don't know if you've heard, but apparently there's a child with bright golden hair walking around the academy. Eli suspected the person being referred to was Isaac. He immediately summoned Eli. Prepare to leave for the capital at once. We have to get there before tomorrow. Eli felt that this was not good at all. Even by the fastest route, it would still take at least a week, sir. It had to be done immediately. Only 23 hours and 48 minutes remained. Eli needed to find out quickly. We have to run. The next day, still at the place where Isaac was staying, Uji stood outside his room and knocked on the door. Hey, Isaac, what are you doing? Are you seriously trying to squeeze that tiny body of yours in a priest's robes? Come out already. Everyone's already there. They're going to laugh at you anyway, so hurry up and come. I'm done. You should just give up and go home, please. Uji did not know what to do anymore. I'm begging you. But then his expression turned panic. It seemed Isaac had already come out. Let's go, Uji. On the final night of the Founding Day celebration, at the banquet hall of the ordination ceremony, everyone was already seated. Suddenly someone shouted, "Everyone, please rise." The footsteps of someone approaching could be heard. One after another, the powerful figures made their appearance. Eli had arrived at the banquet as well. Everyone applauded to welcome him. Goel had long harbored wicked intentions. The positions of the 5 great family heads, the title of future head of the Joshua family, and even the rank of Cardinal of the Golden Flame would all surely belong to him. Eli suddenly appeared behind him. I'm not late, am I? Have you seen Isaac anywhere? Goel showed no interest in the matter. Why would you be looking for him here? He's probably at home. And don't tell me you ran all the way here in one go. He nodded. That's exactly what I did. Then do you know where Uji is? I think Isaac is with him. Goel answered honestly, I still haven't met Pope Giolam. Please pay your respects. Julio had arrived. His face was as gentle as ever. The blessings of the gods will always be with Hela. Julio gently lowered his hand to the seat. He sat down in his place, then told everyone that no further formalities were needed. Please sit, my honored guests. Eli looked around. I don't see Isaac anywhere. The ordination ceremony will now begin. When your name is called, step forward. He swirled the wine glass in his hand for a moment. Well, perhaps that is for the best. Eli froze when he heard his son's name called. Isaac. The announcer called his name repeatedly, but there was no reply. Is Isaac here? He thought to himself, if he is not here, then stop calling. His name should have been removed long ago. He is not here, so hurry and continue. Before he could finish speaking, a reply came. Isaac had answered. Goel suddenly flew into a rage. That shameless little brat. How does he still dare show his face here? Isaac strode out from inside, with his head held high. And yet he truly appeared here. Everyone in the hall looked shocked. What? The announcer quickly invited him forward. Isaac, please step forward. Eli could barely remain standing. He was so moved that he burst into tears. Isaac, is that really Isaac? Since when have you grown this much? And you're even wearing the ceremonial clothes I prepared for you. As Isaac walked forward, whispers spread around him. I heard he was still just a child. Could it be that he broke the skeleton demon king's curse? So the Joshua family has a child this formidable? He's handsome too. Nizer could not believe what he was seeing. What the hell is going on? How did he suddenly become so tall? Isaac ignored the gossip around him. Eli had already guessed the truth behind this appearance. You damned skeleton demon king. You monstrous head from hell. What did you do to Isaac? My grandson could never smile like that. Did it take over the boy? Or had the Joshua family's curse finally ended? Kina kept listening to the discussions around him. If this is not a saint, then what is? He looks more blessed than cursed. Isaac stood before Julio. He looked at that face with suspicion. So this is the Pope? The old man was clearly over 70, yet the aura coming from him was no different from that of a monster. Moreover, his face faintly resembled the Pope's Isaac had fought in the past. Should I get rid of him right now? Eli and Deli remembered what he had written on that piece of paper. As a newly ordained priest, is there anything you would like to say to the Pope? Kneel down so I can cut your head off more easily. They had to do everything they could to stop the boy. Why are my hands so sweaty? Deli immediately played along as well. There's a cockroach. Goel could not understand what the two of them were doing. Have you both gone insane? I swear there's a cockroach here, one as big as your head. The announcer stepped in to stop them. Everyone, please maintain order. Next, Uji, please step forward. He felt extremely awkward. These bastards are trying to stop me. But Uji had no choice except to obey the instruction. Julio had remained silent the whole time. Next, those being ordained will offer tribute to the gods. Everyone waited expectantly for the result. At last, it is time for the gods to choose. I wonder which god will bless my child. Eli watched the situation from afar. He could already guess the outcome. Most likely, it would be the guardian saint of the golden flame. Deli, standing beside him, was just as nervous. Hopefully, what I mean is, surely the god will not choose that boy, right? Eli had already planned everything in advance. If that happens, I will deal with it. Deli went pale when he heard those words. Isaac, sir? Eli looked surprised by the question. I meant the holy cup. Did you think I was talking about Isaac? Uji drew blood from his own hand. He let it drip into the basin already prepared there. The red drop dissolved into the water and turned into a blue light. Goel was truly delighted by that result. As expected of my son, the guardian saint of the golden flame has descended. Isaac turned his face away gloomily. He did not want to look anymore. So the god worshipped by the Joshua family was the god of light, a poor but upright deity. Then it was his turn to give blood according to procedure. As for me, no matter which god it is, it's still annoying. Julio felt something was strange when he saw Isaac's drop of blood. He seemed to notice something. The drop of blood changed into a dark crimson color. Even Isaac was startled by this miracle. Eli and Deli were just as shocked. He feared his suspicion was coming true. Could that be? It was exactly as he thought. Even Isaac had not expected that such a thing was inside him. The skeleton demon king. The skeleton demon king had truly revealed itself. Eli couldn't let it ruin everything. He immediately used a rope to tie Isaac up first. He was swinging a fist filled with power. Eli instantly punched that demon. The skeleton demon king had escaped from Isaac's body. I had been waiting a long time for this saint to appear. Isaac still had no idea what was going on. I will destroy the holy kingdom little by little, starting with this brat. Isaac wondered to himself, what is going on? I have to admit, he looks exactly like I did in my previous life. It's disgusting. Whisper was worried about its master. What is wrong with this imposter? My master is supposed to look more stupid and more pathetic than that. Hey, you bastard. Julio was still focused on gathering power. Everything rushed toward the skeleton demon king. Eli quickly dodged away and avoided the attack. Deli immediately shouted for everyone to stop. Eli was still gathering his power. He can control everything, even that overwhelming soul power. A vortex of reincarnation was forming here. The skeleton demon king writhed in pain. How the blue family. Because of my curse, you probably can't use your full strength, can you? Wouldn't it be better to just stand still obediently? Eli stood there calmly and answered, to avoid accidentally destroying this place. I never intended to act in the first place. His eyes were glowing. Eli was irritated by the sight. But you've talked far too much already. The skeleton demon king seemed to be plotting something again. He switched to controlling Isaac. Do you want to see this Saint Brat die? Eli immediately replied to that question. I was thinking the same thing. You took my grandson hostage, and now you summoned something this dangerous too? Huh? Why is he opening his mouth? He kept talking whether anyone listened or not. A saint won't die from just getting hit by this, you madman. Isaac was on the verge of not surviving. Suddenly, another explosion went off here, shattering everything apart. The blinding light made it impossible to see clearly. Even the skeleton demon king could no longer rampage. The palace had become a wasteland. Everyone was trying to flee. Goel still asked, did you take him down? Everyone here was terrified. The skeleton demon king is back. Didn't he disappear after cursing the Joshua family 70 years ago? Could it be that he has gathered enough power and returned? Isaac slammed his hand on the table. No, he suffered a lot already. That bastard was a fake. Eli immediately came over to check on him. Isaac, are you all right? You're a member of the Joshua family. Yes, but you took that hit and you're completely unharmed? It sounded like the skeleton demon king called Isaac a saint just now, didn't it? Did he really die? Probably. The head of the blue family dealt with him using the whale's sacred beast. Isaac answered those pointless questions. How could he possibly be dead? That was only an illusion. Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Whisper had suspected it for a long time. It seems he created it as a body fragment and sent it here. But there is one thing that is a little strange. You felt it too? Isaac was certain of one thing. He used my mana. Could my mana core have fallen somewhere? If there is a piece of my bone in the Sanus's relic vault, then it's not impossible. But if that imposter has it, even better. Then all I have to do is kill him and take it back. Eli let out a sigh of relief when he saw his grandson was safe. He thought to himself, just now, definitely. If I hadn't attacked, he would have taken Isaac out while he was at it. Eli noticed Julio's concerned behavior again. He couldn't understand it at all. But why? Julio looked at Isaac with pity in his eyes. Unbelievable. The supreme god the Golden family had longed for over 1,000 years. A god even above the 5 great chief gods. Julio was clearly furious inside, and yet it wants to choose some Joshua brat? Julio walked away without even turning back. Eli once again came over to check on Isaac. Come on, let's go home. My grandson overcame the skeleton demon king's curse. And on top of that, he grew up this handsome too. Isaac was horrified by that expression. Why is his smile so terrifying? He even started making all sorts of promises. This grandpa will buy you candy. Isaac was too scared for that. I'm never going with you. Your face looks like you're about to drag me to the slaughterhouse. Kina spoke up to remind him, Your Grace. It's still not time for Isaac to return yet. Another huge explosion erupted outside. Monsters came charging in from somewhere. There's still unfinished business here. Isaac quietly let out a deep sigh. It can't be helped, sir. I don't think we should go back right now. Kina stepped out from behind Isaac again. He thought to himself, that arrogant brat already grew up too fast, and now he's a saint too? Isaac had already guessed what he was thinking. I don't know what you're plotting, but I'm going to make full use of you. I'll show you who the real saint is. Isaac began gathering power in his hand. He focused on what he wanted to do. Purification. At once, the monsters became afraid. Others could not stop admiring it. What a dazzling purification holy spell. It's been 100 years since I last witnessed such pure light. But why isn't the boy using offensive holy spells and only using purification? Someone offered their opinion. Since it purifies mana, perhaps the boy is trying to stop them from being summoned. Isaac already had a plan in mind. Other than sleeping around, I have nowhere else to learn holy arts. But if purification reaches grade G, then it can deal wide area damage over time. Those monsters could not do anything to him either. The reason Isaac was doing this was not so simple. More importantly, the reason he needed to use purification right now was Kina paid him no attention. With your pathetic holy spell, you won't be able to deal with them. You can only use a 5th rank holy spell, and you think you can show off? As expected of someone called a once-in-a-century talent. But with talent at that level, you're still no match for me. Watch closely. You need to use a truly powerful strike and attack from multiple directions to take them down. He realized there was no sound behind him. Isaac seemed to be covering his mouth and laughing again. Kina was extremely puzzled by that attitude. Haven't you learned about those monsters? They have incredibly strong regeneration, so you have to eliminate them in one hit. By now, Isaac could no longer hold back his laughter. He was openly looking down on him. Looks like you really don't know anything, you idiot. Kina was exhausted just looking at him. I should have let the head of the Blue family take him back. Just looking at this bastard's face irritates me. Isaac gave him an important piece of information. Those things are just decoys. Kina still did not understand. Decoys? Isaac was searching for proof of what he said. Their real body should be here somewhere. He immediately used the power in his hand. Right after that, it revealed its form. Found you. Kina did not understand what Isaac was trying to do. What the hell are you doing with that bug? Isaac did not bother answering and instead stabbed it with his weapon. Another terrifying explosion erupted here. Isaac had proven what he had been thinking. It must have been quietly poisoning everyone nearby. So this is dangerous. If the poison spreads gradually, you won't realize you're dying little by little. Didn't that skeleton demon king just say himself that he would wipe all of us out? If his target is this holy kingdom, then first he would have to get rid of us trainee priests. Everyone was trying to escape. Hurry and find the hidden bugs. If anyone is poisoned, use a holy spell to cure it immediately. Isaac noticed something strange again. Those bugs were being destroyed one after another. They were searching for all of them. He became visibly alarmed. Wait, if they deal with all of them at once? Isaac was afraid the next explosion would be even bigger. Whisper quickly appeared and reminded him, Master, this is your chance. If you purify the poisoned people, won't you be recognized? Only now did he realize it. You're a genius. The opportunity had come, and he was delighted inside. Julio appeared at the sight of the chaos. Everything began changing with his actions. Isaac had never expected him to show up. Julio settled everything neatly. Now no one will be poisoned anymore. That ruined Isaac's chance. This damn pope. Then the foot of a monster reached this place. You bastard who dares defy our great king. I will not forgive you. I will drag you down to hell with me. Isaac sensed something strange behind him. His eyes immediately sharpened with vigilance. Isaac saw the monster appear right in front of him. But before it could do anything, it felt his power. Isaac shook his head in bored resignation. A nameless nobody dares think of harming me? We've dealt with the rest already. Hurry and take the injured to the infirmary. Kina could not believe his eyes. He drove that monster away with just a look. He clenched his trembling hand. Kina still could not believe it was real. Impossible. How could he? That was something only the Pope himself could do. The skeleton demon king's appearance at the ordination ceremony threw the entire Holy Kingdom into confusion. The skeleton demon king has returned. The skeleton demon king fled after being defeated. Who was the saint the skeleton demon king mentioned? Julio was sitting and discussing matters with everyone. It seems there was a problem with the Holy Grail. A summoning spell for an illusion was engraved on it. We are currently investigating the origin of that Holy Grail, so please wait for the results. Some people still did not understand the situation. So the outsider's appearance was the issue? Heise agreed with that opinion. That was one of the causes, but the main issue is the barrier protecting the Holy Kingdom, maintained by the Holy Dragon. In the blink of an eye, the next day had arrived. Isaac was sitting alone on a research bench. The barrier weakening is why the demon race was able to infiltrate, and since the Holy Dragon is connected to the royal family, doesn't that mean the Pope has no responsibility? Those bastards really are good at lying. Goel happened to appear from behind him. My grandson, you're even reading the newspaper now. Congratulations, my grandson. You've been ordained. Isaac could not stand his attitude. How am I supposed to deal with this bastard? It felt as if the family head had made him act like this on purpose. Dilai continued praising Isaac. Since you can speak so fluently now, why don't you recite the poem cursing the skeleton demon king? Boss, use the... Eli immediately appeared there. He seemed to be looking for the two of them. Good, both of you are here. Isaac, go outside for a moment so we can speak privately. Isaac obeyed and immediately went out. Eli entered with a grave expression. He even used a perfect soundproofing spell. Deli immediately asked in confusion, "What are you going to say that requires even a soundproof holy spell? Just to be safe." It's about Isaac. I think Isaac was chosen by an evil god at the ordination ceremony. The god that chose Isaac is definitely no ordinary one. It seems that Mark has never appeared in the history of ordination ceremonies. The Pope and the Golden Cardinal were the only two who saw that mark, and the Pope tried to eliminate Isaac. Deli could not believe this truth. What? The Pope did that? He could not believe it, but it was true. That's right. Unless he was chosen by an evil god, the Pope would never have acted like that. Goel seemed suspicious of something. Could it be that it wasn't an evil god, but the god their family worships? The two of them immediately turned when they heard him mention it. The Golden Faith? Goel quickly explained his thoughts. They hate anything impure, right? What I mean is if someone else becomes involved with something that belongs to them, then if a Joshua got chosen by a god worshipped by the Golden family, they definitely wouldn't let slide. If the Pope reacted that way, then the god Isaac received must be one connected to the Golden family. Or perhaps, it could even be a god they themselves have never managed to summon. He could imagine that possibility. If it's Isaac, then the boy really could do it. Eli still did not quite believe it. Do you think that Brack could summon a proper god? Goel let out a disdainful sigh. Definitely not. Eli immediately gave him an order. Goel, contact the Pope's family and investigate which god chose Isaac. He clearly did not want to do it. Me? Why? If you succeed, I'll give Uji an achievement. And from now, until Isaac begins his practicum, the boy will be under special surveillance. If Isaac keeps getting faith test results like last time, then in the future, he may become a dark priest who terrifies everyone. None of the three of them wanted that to happen. Goel thought about what Eli had said. If he really becomes a dark priest, then the entire family will be branded traitors. The criminal state would have us all arrested, and Uji would be dragged into trouble too. Deli could not let his nephew be put in danger. Eli was serious about this. No matter what, they had to stop that from happening. Deli began explaining the rules to his two nephews. Before long, you two will begin your practicum. Those bastard seniors used to work me to the bone, but that's all in the past now. Isaac felt uncomfortable hearing that. Stop talking. It feels like I'm re-enlisting in the army. He had to complete this mission. During the practicum, you will work with senior priests. You'll discover your own aptitudes and learn the real work of a priest, the kind the academy doesn't teach. Based on the evaluation results, your status and benefits can change, so do your best. Once it's over, you'll sign a contract with a god. Isaac had something he wanted answered. Oh, right. Do you know when we can participate in the god offering ritual? Deli was pleased that he had brought it up. You're interested in the ritual? Isaac needed to know more about this than anything else. Very interested, especially about the manifestation of the skeleton demon king's subordinates. He nodded as if he understood everything. I'm very happy to see your faith growing stronger and stronger. Then let me explain the god-offering ritual to you. Isaac immediately listened closely. Deli explained the origins of the ritual in detail. The god-offering ritual is when we present offerings to the gods, and a great many people gather together to hold it like a festival. In truth, everyone comes to participate, but what matters most is the sincerity and faith they hold toward the gods. So in essence, this is actually a very personal rite. That brings us back to a fundamental question. Do we truly need to gather so many people to perform this ritual? But think carefully. The god-offering ritual is, by nature, a rite we conduct to offer devotion to the gods. And since ancient times, ritual has always been a communal act. The core of this rite is that all of us serve the gods together, and the clearest proof of that is each person's personal faith in the gods. Isaac had not expected it to be this long-winded. Uncle, you're taking this a little too seriously. And where did those glasses even come from? Deli continued his explanation. An interesting fact, if bowing alone counts as prayer, does bowing as a group become a ritual? But we can't really say that either. What matters most is the purpose for which people gather and the attitude with which they participate. In any case, perhaps I've digressed a little, but I think you understand what I mean, right? This god-offering ritual has many similarities to a festival. And what is the first thing that comes to mind when you think of a festival? That's right, having fun and enjoying everything together. And if joy itself is part of faith, then the gods will bless this god-offering ritual with great delight. And that is precisely the authority of the gods within the ritual, right? That explanation finally made Isaac understand. So low-ranking gods or angels take part in the god-offering ritual, right? If I get my hands on them, I'll tear them to pieces. Deli seemed very pleased with his explanation. Our Isaac must want to personally manifest the skeleton demon king's subordinates. That sense of justice is truly very necessary. Goel immediately explained the rules to the two of them. The group that earned the highest score would have the honor of manifesting the skeleton demon king subordinate, so make sure you do well. Uji, yes, father. Isaac really did not like this at all. Group work again? The man looked at him kindly, his gaze full of warmth. I hope you children get good results, so you can achieve what you want. Isaac had no choice but to accept it. Yes, uncle. Can't be helped. He would just have to wipe out a few groups and pretend to save the rest. I'll do my best. Deli believed what he had been thinking. Right, this adorable child definitely couldn't become a dark priest. What a relief. Goel then asked Isaac about something he had been wondering. By the way, Isaac, during the last ordination ceremony, which God chose you, Isaac knew right away that he would ask about this. Isaac could only answer the question. I don't remember clearly, but it was a rather strange and unpleasant mark. Look, this is the trace of ruin. Both of them were utterly shocked. That had to be an evil god. Deli stood up, his whole body trembling. It's fine. Sometimes gods have marks that look frightening. Goel immediately tried to brush it aside. That's right. In the end, faith is what matters. You don't need to worry too much. Oh, right? The yellow cardinal wants to meet you. Isaac had absolutely no desire to see him. That bastard, that person? Why? Then someone called Isaac's name again, startling both of them. Kina suddenly barged in. I need to speak with you. Neither Deli nor Goel could make sense of this. Why had he come to see Isaac? Who knew? How could they understand what he was thinking? Had he come to harm Isaac? It wasn't because the Pope had sent him, was it? If it was about the evil god, then that was very possible. Kina gently took Isaac's hand. Then he said something bizarre. I thought you were worthless. He meant it sincerely, which made Isaac jump. This bastard was insane. Was he trying to start something? But Kina moved on to something more important. Now I realize that the reason you never appeared before the world for the past 10 years was your training. You didn't want your skills sullied by the fools in the academy. I knew it from the moment you were ordained. You are exceptional, incomparable to those idiots. It's a waste of time for someone like you to be stuck doing basic training exercises. Isaac found him genuinely terrifying, and Whisper agreed. I think this guy's a bit unhinged. Kina had come to extend an invitation. Train with me under his guidance, and then let us enter the professional world. Take my hand, Isaac. Together, we will execute the skeleton demon king and lead the holy kingdom. Uji, shocked, could only offer his opinion. Was this some new kind of bullying from the Pope's family? But he seemed serious. The offer was almost frighteningly good. If it were him, he definitely would have. Isaac immediately refused the offer. Get lost. Get out. I'll do the practicum like everyone else. Uji thought to himself, right, he's crazy. Kina kept trying to prove his own capability and qualifications as a priest. Don't worry, I'm not only talking about training. I'll grant you the status of a priest with 10 years of experience. But Isaac still did not care in the slightest. If you want someone, take that guy over there. Goel was startled when Isaac pointed at him. Me? He's not on the same level as you, Kina said, which only made Goel feel deeply humiliated. Bastards. Kina was trying to connect with Isaac's talent. You have talent great enough to drive away monsters with just a look. Whisper guessed what he meant. He had definitely seen Master scare monsters away by intimidation alone. Isaac understood the issue at once. This bastard wanted to learn that move from him. The more he wanted it, the less Isaac liked it. I'll say it again. Get lost. Just the thought of learning from the Pope makes me want to throw up. Kina grew angry when he heard that. You just said my grandfather makes you nauseous? Isaac's mouth was covered, but he still managed to say, of course. I even want to slit his throat. No one could understand what was happening. Deli appeared at the critical moment. Our nephew is busy. From now on, don't come near this kid again. Kina still couldn't let go of what had just happened. Even if you're the head of the blue faction, if you keep letting him play with that boy, then he'll turn into trash. Kina was stunned by that warning. Isaac tried to struggle free, but couldn't. Those Joshua bastards. I'll definitely wipe you all out. The 5 colors. The test every apprentice priest had to pass. White, yellow, black, blue, and red. That was the order in which they would be tested, each overseen by the cardinals of their respective faiths. So if they wanted to become official priests, they absolutely had to pass this test. Isaac arrived at the place he had been looking for. So his group members would be here? 30 people of the same color or faith were gathered into one group. Did they want them fighting over factions, or what? Uji had once told him, our group is all my friends, so it'll be fine. Sending people to school early really had been worth it. Uji, Isaac planned to use them to pass the 5 colors test and save his subordinates. Then, first, he needed to leave a good impression. The moment Isaac walked in, someone shouted, he's here. Quick, tie that bastard up. Before he even knew what was happening, he was being interrogated. You're the one who's been bullying Uji all these years, right? Let's teach you some manners, brat. Just think of it as having some fun with your older brothers. And if you dare tell Uji, you're dead. One look at their expressions, and Isaac knew it was hopeless. These guys were no good. They openly looked down on him, right? Just treat this like a friendly get-together. Is it a baby rattle? So the rumor that he was a newborn until recently was true. Hang him up somewhere. But Isaac kicked one of them right in the face. The guy did not survive Isaac's beating. What the hell is this? Has that bastard gone crazy? Isaac had no intention of sparing anyone here. They needed to be close to get a high score, right? Then how about some group exercises? Look at acquainted everyone. And just like that, he taught them a lesson. The place was filled with their screams. Uji had only just walked in and was already dumbfounded. Isaac, I really don't understand this place. This is group work. Their backs ached, but none of them dared resist. Help us, Uji. Isn't this guy your relative? But Uji deliberately avoided the issue, as if he didn't care. Thanks for playing with my cousin. Please save us. Uji remembered something and asked Isaac, by the way, the first test evaluates the level of harmony within the whole group. What are you planning to do? Isaac found that ridiculous. Harmony? Are you blind? Can't you see this pyramid? This was harmony already. What more could they want? Uji looked at him helplessly. You only built that through violence, you lunatic. Isaac handed Uji a sheet of paper. Here, take a look at this. Uji was startled when he saw it. What's this? A list of the people leeching off you. These bastards have been using excuses to bleed him dry for 7 years. The Joshua family might not expect repayment, but there had to be a limit. One of them even tried to justify himself. The Joshua family doesn't need anything from us anyway. Even if we gave something, it probably wouldn't help. Isaac immediately shut him up. Nothing? Your arms and legs are still intact. Your organs are still fresh. I don't need much, my dear friends. I just want a healthy relationship where you give back as much as you've received. So during this group activity, work hard, devote yourselves fully, and do it with pure hearts. Otherwise, I'll do whatever I please. Understood? No. Answer? Then they immediately responded, yes, sir. The moment he heard their answer, Isaac stepped down. Good. Then our group exercise ends here. Uji, worried, asked about the situation. What if we fail the test? Isaac didn't answer and simply said, follow me. There's something I want to show you. Uji was still very worried about the current situation. If we fail even one score, we're eliminated immediately. The first criterion is harmony. Don't worry, I've thought of everything. First, just look at this. What appeared before them was a person tied up. Uji was horrified when he saw the sight. He angrily grabbed Isaac by the collar. You maniac, what are you doing? He's in our group. And not only that, he was the son of his uncle's friend. Don't you remember him from the Holy Relic Archive? Isaac answered calmly, utterly unconcerned. I do. That's exactly why we have a problem. He's keeping a letter saying he'll stop being a spy. Uji could no longer stay calm after hearing that. Uji looked straight at the man and realized the truth. He still couldn't believe it. Nizer told you to do it, didn't he? The man was frightened by the question. I'm sorry. I had no other choice. I have my reasons. Isaac continued pressing him. So what did Nizer tell you to do? He told me to completely sabotage Joshua's group. He said they'd have to make concessions for the sake of the test. So I was supposed to make outrageous demands until the group collapsed. Even his hostile attitude toward Isaac at the welcome party had been on Nizer's orders. He wanted to personally execute the skeleton demon king's subordinate. Even Isaac hadn't expected him to go that far. Nizer, not only do you dare touch me, now you want to execute my subordinate too? He needed to be taught a lesson. A few days later, Nizer looked flustered. You still couldn't do it? How hard is it to be a spy? Just how many people have already given up? Sorry, we have group exercise sessions, so give me a break. Nizer didn't want to drag it out any longer. Fine, get out of my sight. Whatever. There were still 3 people in Joshua's group loyal to him. As long as they stayed there, that group was sure to fail. He was seething with resentment. That bastard was such an eyesore. I need to deal with him soon. Even father is paying attention to him. Does he really want to invite him into the family? Whatever. It'll be over after today. Those Joshua people will be eliminated today anyway. Today's lesson was about to begin. Welcome to 5 colors. Harmony. The white faith performs miracles through words, but what matters most among companions is harmony and faith. Therefore, the first theme of the 5 colors, harmony, will be evaluated by vote. Nizer stood outside and watched the situation. If even one person opposed keeping the current team lineup, the entire group would be eliminated and the dissenter would be transferred to another team. In other words, even if they betrayed the blue faction, they could still continue the test. He had already planted spies, so Isaac was guaranteed to fail. Nizer had set this trap for him a long time ago. If Isaac wasn't careful, failure was inevitable. The supervisor had finally come to announce the results. As for the blue faction group, all members have agreed to keep the team unchanged. Therefore, the entire group has passed 5 colors, harmony. Isaac turned and smiled at him. As soon as the announcement ended, Uji chased after him. Isaac, wait for me. How did you do it? How did you get them all to agree? Isaac had no choice but to tell him everything. Do you remember how the yellow cardinal kept trying to see me a few days ago? Uji remembered it clearly. Of course I do. You even dared refuse a cardinal summons. Do you have a death wish? Sorry. Isaac kept going. I told him that if he wanted to meet me, he had to bring yellow elixir. Uji was shocked when he heard those words. Wasn't that a secret medicine only possessed by the bloodline of the yellow faith? There was no way he'd actually give it to him. Then Isaac said something that stunned him even more, and he gave it to me. So I used that pill to make a deal with those guys. Uji had barely formed a guess before shock hit him again. What? He really gave it to you? So you were going to hand over the yellow elixir to them after the vote? Isaac denied it. I made them swallow it before the vote. Uji was even more stunned. What? What if they betrayed you? Isaac had already accounted for that. It's fine. I trust my teammates. Uji thought Isaac's expression was incredibly strange. Had he really turned over a new leaf? If that were true, then good for him. But the moment they walked inside, they saw the group trembling. Please, we did exactly what you told us to. Please give us the antidote. Uji still didn't understand what was going on. Antidote? What antidote? My stomach. It hurts so much. Isaac had come up with this invention himself. I trusted they wouldn't dare betray me. What the hell did you do? You lunatic. Uji finally guessed everything. Don't tell me. You gave them poison instead of yellow elixir. Isaac deliberately avoided the issue. I did give them yellow elixir. 93% flour, 5% skeleton demon king mana essence, 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, and just a tiny bit of yellow elixir. If you rinsed one real yellow elixir pill with water, you'd get more than that. Isaac did not feel sorry for the scene before him in the slightest. It was time they repaid their debts after sucking people dry for years. They begged pitifully, "Please save me. I can't take it anymore. We already passed 5 colors. Harmony, didn't we? Please give us the antidote." He opened the cabinet as if he had forgiven them. "Fine. I am a man of my word, after all. Now then, where did I put the antidote?" Then he pulled out a diaper. "Found it." One look at it was enough to horrify them. "You've lost your mind. That's the diaper you used to wear. Who keeps antidote in a diaper?" Isaac was clearly playing with them. "Now then, who should I get to first?" Nizer could no longer endure it and rushed inside at once. "Get my people back, you bastard. I don't know what you bribed them with to steal them from me, but I won't let this slide." He was issuing a warning. "Don't touch Isaac." Nizer couldn't understand what they were thinking. Why were the lackeys suddenly rushing out to protect him? What did you do to them? Isaac stepped forward and questioned him word by word. "I heard you told them this. In critical moments, what humans seek is overwhelming power. You were wrong. What matters most to them right now is saving their own lives. No one can resist death." Nizer was terrified when he heard that. He couldn't believe it was real. Impossible. Was that really the gaze of a human being? At that moment, in the Holy See's office, Hayes was busy with work. "Commune, it took 7 days just to meet an apprentice priest? How insolent. My apologies, my lord, but what he requested." Isaac said he would not come. Hayes had not expected him to be this stubborn. "Even after receiving the yellow elixir, he still won't come?" "That is what he said. And he asked me to pass on a message as well." Hayes was losing patience. "What message?" "Next time, if you want me to come, send an actual gold bar." Hayes went into a frenzy and started smashing everything. "By any means necessary, bring that brat before me." Nizer stormed off angrily after the quarrel. That bastard. Even so, it wasn't as if he had gained nothing. His people had said Isaac had something he absolutely could not let run in a Quan Cha set. If he investigated, he would surely find a clue. He would personally strip away Isaac's true identity. Then suddenly, he noticed there were a lot of people here. "What are you people doing? Why is the dormitory so noisy?" They immediately explained. "We have business with the young master here." Nizer thought to himself, why did it have to be someone from the Red Faction family? The mortal enemies of the Yellow Faction family? Please get lost, you freakish redhead. If the rumor spread that the Yellow Cardinal had summoned someone from the Blue Faction family, it would be troublesome. Nizer looked at the man with obvious displeasure. Isaac stepped out from inside when he heard the commotion. "Why are you so late? I'm pretty sure I told you to come earlier because I needed something for the tea party." They were inwardly delighted. This brat was definitely trying to help us. With what he'd said, that had to be the case at the very least. That's so like Joshua, always so easy to read. That's right. My friend came here because he wanted to deliver something to the young master. It's being prepared right now. Indeed, if it's a social visit, then proper hospitality is only natural. So make sure it's brought before the day is over. He grew even angrier inside. A social visit? During that very visit, you bewitched my subordinate, didn't you? In that case, we'll be taking our leave. Nizer immediately cast a 5th-tier holy spell on them. Penance of hell. I already helped your subordinates get some rest. I have personal business with you. Why don't we do an interesting test of faith together? He imagined the worst-case scenario again. No, this was bad. He'd definitely be burned at the stake. If he went through with that test, at worst his entire family might be wiped out because of him alone. He's tempting Isaac into doing something terrible. I have something convenient here. If you simply place your hand on it, it'll react. So let's use this for now. HYJ had come all the way here out of sheer anger. Isaac, I never thought you'd dare ignore my summons, just because you were busy playing around. Do you think I'm some kind of joke? When Nizer turned, he saw something terrifying. Do you really think I'm a joke? I never thought you'd dare ignore my summons, just because you were busy playing around. He hadn't expected to run into him here. A cardinal? HYJ looked down at where Nizer was standing. So you're close with the Red family too? A brat from that family dares lay hands on my subordinate? He was startled when he heard those words. Nizer hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Is this guy on the Pope family side too? Isaac had no choice but to formally apologize. I'm sorry, Your Eminence. As you can see, young Master Nizer here told me not to associate with people from the Yellow family, so I wasn't able to respond promptly to your summons. He immediately glared at Isaac with eyes full of hatred. Nizer had to explain himself and get out of here. When did I ever say that, you bastard? And what do you mean the Cardinal summoned you? I thought bishops weren't allowed to contact trainees during their probation period. Could it be that the Cardinal? HYJ was shocked to hear that information. Is that true? Isaac, meanwhile, was inwardly amused. This just got interesting. HYJ felt truly disappointed in him. Third son of the Red family. I gave you time to build camaraderie with your teammates, but it seems you've wasted that time. I'll let it slide this once because I know your father. Nizer frantically tried to explain that he'd been framed. That's not what happened. HYJ had already begun to find him detestable. But I'll be assigning extra work from the Holy See specifically to your group. Nizer was truly struggling to explain himself. Please, no. HYJ spoke seriously to Isaac. Now, then, come back to my room with me. Isaac refused the invitation once again. I'm sorry, Cardinal of the Yellow faction, but the Red Cardinal summoned me first. Before Nizer could escape, he heard even worse news. Isaac simply didn't want to talk to him. What can I do? I already have an appointment. I'll meet with you if the conditions are better. HYJ had to ask again to make sure. The Red Cardinal just summoned you? Isaac confirmed it without wavering. Yes, the Red Cardinal just called for me. Nizer had never made any such offer to him. I clearly never said that. So how does he know? If this keeps up, the Yellow Cardinal will end up hating me. My evaluation score is as good as ruined. I need to get out of here first. That's right. I mainly came to fetch Isaac, so please allow me to take him with me. HYJ still didn't quite believe what had happened. Nizer had done everything he possibly could, and it still hadn't worked? He tried choosing his words carefully and explaining himself again. Your Eminence. But HYJ only replied with a short sentence. That's enough. It can't be helped. If you already had an appointment, then there's nothing I can do. Go. Nizer finally let out a breath of relief. Even the Yellow Cardinal wouldn't want to stir up conflict with his family. But HYJ still hadn't forgotten what happened earlier. Even so, the fact that he'd nurtured a nuisance for the Yellow family remained true. He still couldn't escape his misery. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I'll be assigning you even more work. Nizer tried to reassure himself. It's fine. If I hand this guy over to Father, then cleaning things up will only... But when he looked around, Isaac was nowhere to be seen. Where did that brat go? Someone answered in Isaac's place. Isaac went to sleep. He said if he wants to grow taller, he has to sleep early. Nizer gritted his teeth, close to losing his mind. It's only 2 in the afternoon, you bastard. Hey, wake up. Come on, please wake up. Get that Nizer guy out of here already. But Isaac remained fast asleep. 3 days later, the time came for Nizer to clean up the mess. Nizer still couldn't stop hating Isaac over what happened before. I'll kill you. Who could endure cleaning for 18 hours a day? A useless fool who can't even bring me a single brat dares ask for my help. His teammates grumbled all day because of their low scores, and even his own father wouldn't help him. If I want Father's approval, I have to bring that brat back. In that case, I need to meet him first. No matter what, he still has to come pray. I'll wait for him in the prayer room. Even 6 hours later, Nizer was still sitting there waiting in vain. Isaac's people found him unbearably annoying. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? We still have work to do. If our score drops any further, I'll kill you right now. Even so, he stubbornly refused to leave. No, I have to meet Isaac first. Then Nizer finally saw Isaac appear. Isaac waved with an extremely friendly expression. Nizer was horrified by the sight. Let me go. Even while being dragged away, he still wanted to stay. Watching from behind, Isaac found it terribly boring. You're really a devil. Did you come at this exact moment just to piss him off? But wouldn't meeting the Red Cardinal benefit us? Isaac still didn't really understand. Why? Nizer explained according to his own thoughts. Because the Yellow Cardinal will never help us become king. Isaac continued asking, King? What do you mean? Irritated by Isaac's cluelessness, Nizer snapped, please at least know the evaluation criteria. Isaac felt he should have said all that much earlier. Nizer had already imagined the worst possibilities. If the Cardinal loses his temper and gives us the skull rank, we'll be demoted to the Academy. On top of that, the Yellow Cardinal might even want to kill you. But Isaac still didn't believe him. Say something that actually makes sense. Who would hold a grudge deep enough to kill a 10-year-old child? He even gave me a yellow elixir. Nizer was stunned that Isaac still didn't understand. You don't know. Your mother was once engaged to the Yellow Cardinal, but your father stole her away from him. That broken engagement turned into a conflict between the two families because of your father. Isaac began to go pale as he realized the truth. He definitely wants to kill me. 100%. As soon as Isaac turned, he saw Whisper. You scare me half to death. Eugen had no choice but to guide Isaac. If you can draw the Red Cardinal onto your side, you can use him to keep the Yellow Cardinal in check. Besides, the descendants of the Yellow family also have to pass the Red family's test. So it should be enough if you get him to promise they won't receive the skull rank in the Yellow faction's exam. Isaac found that perfectly reasonable. True, then I'll go meet him once and see. But someone's hand suddenly covered Isaac's mouth. Eugen hadn't even heard the whole conversation yet. What did you just say? Then Isaac had already vanished from sight. Heise was still reading documents in his room. The one who had made Isaac disappear was Heise himself. Isaac was furious about it. "Your kidnapper lordship, what the hell are you doing? You always act so noble, and yet you had your subordinates kidnap me?" Heise was inwardly quite angry. "Brat, I have something to say to you." Isaac understood very well what was on his mind. "Yes, there definitely is something. Didn't you call me here because I've been ignoring you this whole time?" Isaac couldn't even describe his mood right now. Heise held out his hand. "I want to take you in." He was trying to make a deal with Isaac. Isaac couldn't understand why. Questions flooded his mind. What did he just say? Adopt me? Into the Yellow family? Does he want me to join the Yellow family? What the hell? Is he mocking me? Or is this some new scheme to control the Joshua family? Heise understood exactly what Isaac was worried about. There's no hidden sentiment here. "I'm simply proposing that you leave Joshua and become an adopted child of the Pope family." But Isaac still didn't accept that explanation. That only makes it even more suspicious. Why would you do that? Is it because that fake skeleton demon king called me a saint? Well, whatever your purpose is, it doesn't matter. But if I become your adopted son, what do I get? If you want to negotiate, then you should at least lay out the terms clearly. Heise hadn't expected him to be this clever. At that age, he's trying to negotiate with me? "We can give you everything the Joshua family cannot. The Pope family can make up for all your shortcomings." Isaac found that ridiculous. But what exactly is the Joshua family lacking? Heise thought of another approach that might work better. "I heard Joshua is trying to lock you up in the estate. The holy color faith demands patience and restraint over one's nature, so you'll have to face countless restrictions. But our Yellow family won't interfere in any of your affairs. More than that, we'll support anything you want to do." Isaac still wasn't satisfied. "That still sounds too little. Unless you're planning to support me as the next heir of the Pope family, it won't be enough." Heise hadn't expected him to be this greedy. "I heard you're aiming for the position of saint, and now you're even setting your sights on the papacy? If you truly want to become pope, wouldn't transferring to the Yellow family be more advantageous?" Isaac coldly answered with a single line, "But I'm still a member of the Joshua family. If you think I'll switch sides for something like that." Heise continued offering extravagant terms. "Land in your name, your own territory, a vault full of gold, a private army under your command, tax exemption privileges, and a mansion even larger than Joshua's. I'll even grant you the rights of a direct line descendant." Isaac even nodded in approval. "I'll consider it." Heise felt he was on the verge of winning Isaac over. "Good. Then I'll begin the process of your transfer right away. But don't tell the Joshua family yet." Isaac agreed to that condition. "Yes, of course. I promised, didn't I? I'll keep it secret." Heise suddenly rushed outside. Eugen was standing outside the door and panicked. He was frightened the moment he saw Heise. Eugen immediately ran as fast as he could. "I didn't hear anything." Heise sighed. "So he finally got rid of that guy." He went back inside and spoke quietly. "Well, what matters is what you think. Even if that brat tells Joshua, it won't change anything." Isaac still stood there with his arms crossed, looking proud. "I only said I'd consider it. I never said I'd join. Even if I die, I won't join the Pope family." Heise had to confirm it. Even if you die, Isaac still stood by his words. Heise angrily clenched the cloth on the table. "You really are, just like your mother. From your appearance to the way you speak. With a single word from me, you could be expelled and never become a priest. Forget becoming pope. Even the title of saint would never be acknowledged for you. With the authority of the Pope family, I could even ban you from setting foot in the Holy Kingdom. You know that very well, and yet you still dare say such things?" Isaac kept that same stubborn attitude. "I'll build a country of my own where neither priests nor a pope are necessary. To begin with, why does a country need two leaders anyway? In the end, it'll become my country regardless." Heise was still stunned by what he'd just heard. "You are." Isaac casually rubbed his head, as if it were no big deal. "I'll need at least that many weapons if I'm going to defeat the Skeleton Demon King, right? Let's just pretend I never heard your adoption offer. That would be better for you. Still, thanks to you, I've become more curious. I wonder what happened during the ordination ceremony. What could have made the Yellow family want to adopt a direct line descendant of a rival family? I'm sure the people of the Holy Kingdom would be very eager to know as well." Back at the Joshua estate, Eli was shocked by the important news. Isaac passed the 5 colors. Harmony test? How did he manage that? He was supposed to fail. "It seems my faith still isn't strong enough." He immediately knelt on the floor. "Please, my God, O divine power that rules over heaven and earth, let my grandson fail. Benjamin sensed that something was wrong and asked Eli, "What exactly happened to the family while I was away? Since when did the holy color faith start cursing people? Is Isaac really such a troublesome child?" Eli completely denied it. Troublesome? That child is gentle, pure, polite, and smart. Benjamin then looked at his father's behavior. Then why is father acting like that? Eli immediately explained, "I think he's just too worried about his grandson. After all, the upcoming tests from the yellow and red families are very dangerous." Benjamin still didn't quite understand. "I can't inherit the family because I'm the second son, so the appearance of a child with the potential to become heir should be a good thing. But why do I feel so uneasy?" Eli scratched his head, finding it strange. Anyone hit by this blessing should have been so fired up that they'd collapse and pass out for 3 days. So why didn't it work on that brat? Doesn't that sound more like a curse? I think it's better that it didn't work. A voice came from behind. "Even so, I suppose that child still means a great deal to you right now, doesn't he?" "Greetings, family head, uncle." Lee's return made everyone happy. It had been a long time since they'd seen her. "I'm back," she asked after everyone's health. "Have you all been well?" Eli didn't pay much attention and continued the conversation. "But how did that brat pass the harmony test? He shouldn't have been able to. The Pope family is showing far too much interest in Isaac. If they're really after Isaac's life, then it'd be best if he just accepts it and comes back early. But if his ordination happens a year or two later, then it won't matter. The problem is the boy is too outstanding, so the ordination can't be delayed." That's why everyone had begun focusing on something else. Benjamin had long been curious about one thing. "Father, who sent that letter? That envelope was far too luxurious. It didn't look like ours at all." Eli let out a sigh. He had to tell them everything. "It was from your fourth older brother." The moment they heard that it was from their fourth older brother, both of them were startled. Eli could immediately guess who it was. "No? He sent a letter?" Eli picked up the paper and read it aloud for the two of them. "Hey, when are you going to stop clinging to the position of family head? You're practically dying already, aren't you? Why don't you hurry up and hand over the title?" That's what he wrote. "That's why we need to properly educate Isaac. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let your older brother take over." Eli immediately agreed. He's only thinking of what's best for this family. If Isaac still isn't qualified, then Eli, you'll become the next family head. But he passed the harmony test, so perhaps there's still hope. Salak flew over angrily. Eli maintained a calm expression and asked her, "What's wrong, Salak?" She immediately reported the urgent situation. "That bastard is going around beating the other kids with his rattle. What kind of lunatic uses healing magic just so he can beat people even harder?" Eli wasn't very surprised. That's exactly like Isaac. But Benjamin didn't seem pleased. "Father," it didn't stop there. He even poisoned and threatened his teammates to pass the test. Eli tried to stay calm. "It's fine, as long as the Pope family doesn't find out." Uji immediately rushed inside. "Grandfather, this is bad." He spoke while panting. The yellow cardinal. He even offered to take Isaac in as his adopted son. His whole body was trembling. So what did Isaac say? Eli could never believe it. "What? Isaac is a member of the Joshua family. There's no way that boy would betray us." Uji clearly relayed the message. He said it was great. That made him so angry that he lost his composure. "What do you mean, Uji? Just what did he use to tempt Isaac?" "Afraid he might be struck," Uji answered. "A huge amount of money, enough that no one could refuse." Eli felt that family was truly despicable. The matter set everyone talking. As expected, money really can buy anything. That's right. Eli could not allow this to happen. Those damn bastards. This old man is still very much alive, and yet they dare try to steal a member of my family? A pile of gold was laid out before them. Everyone gasped in amazement. "All this gold is from the Bori family? I heard it's all for Isaac. Then is it true that Isaac is close to the Pope's family?" He had been standing behind them, listening to the whole conversation. This is hush money, if anything. In any case, gold was just gold. Uji had also brought a white flag, and there was writing on it too. "Isaac belongs to the pure colors faith." He only needed one glance to find it strange. What the hell is this? Why? Did the family head send this? That stingy old man. Isaac had no choice but to read what was written on the paper. Eli had sent him a sickeningly sweet message. "You are one of my own, Isaac." Isaac got goosebumps. What kind of nonsense is this? Uji looked around blankly. Why are they here? He was shocked to discover someone. "Sister Leah, has the lady family head come too?" Isaac turned in alarm. "What?" Everyone was still whispering among themselves. "They're saints of the Joshua family. Look, that's Morisa." Isaac could hardly believe it. Morisa? Why was she here? Did she know how hard he had worked to avoid her? He was trying to stay out of sight. He had to find somewhere to hide. It looks so real. That's a video from the communication sphere, right? Isaac vented his anger on Uji. You scared me half to death. Stop overdoing it. I really thought she had come in person. He clutched his body in pain. Hey, what did I do wrong? Morisa had already approached him. You must be Isaac. So the rumor that you've grown up quickly is true. Then did you really break the Skeleton Demon King's curse? I'm quite impressed. Isaac sighed in relief inwardly. Fortunately, they were only talking through a communication sphere. Since they weren't meeting face to face, she probably would not realize that he himself was the Skeleton Demon King. She continued, I heard you were kidnapped by his subordinate. Is that right? You must have suffered a lot. He panicked the moment he realized it. No way. Could she sense it even through the communication sphere? Morisa was investigating Isaac's identity. Why do I feel the Skeleton Demon King's power on you? That made him step back. If she found out, he would be finished. It's probably because I swallowed the Skeleton Demon King's finger 10 years ago. The space fell strangely silent. She nodded in agreement. Right, I heard that from Deli. I mean, there's no way he'd actually be here. Isaac finally escaped that awkward moment. Thank goodness I swallowed that finger. Maurice's hatred was intense. If he really were here, I'd skin him alive and hang him upside down. Isaac thought to himself, but how exactly are you supposed to skin a skeleton? Did those people really come all the way here just to see a trainee priest? Nizer had the same question. I heard the Saintess doesn't get involved in family matters. So why did they come here? Morisa turned and answered, because I'm interested in you, the third son of the Scarlet family. I heard you were chosen to inherit the family head position, but then lost all your people in the harmony test, and were stupid enough to get your whole team punished too. He fainted at those words. Nizer, wake up. Damn it. Has this guy suffered a complete mental breakdown? Her tone softened again when she spoke to Isaac. Anyway, Isaac, I prepared a special gift to reward you for your efforts. He had no idea what it was. A gift? Money? Morisa immediately announced it. That gift is my ultimate technique. The strongest offensive holy art, one that can even defeat the Skeleton Demon King. Isaac clenched his teeth and endured it. I don't need that. Uji could not help blurting out. The Saintess's ultimate technique? You mean that divine power technique? You couldn't buy that with money even if you tried. Basically, it was an upgraded version of holy power. The people from that family began to panic. Nizer, if this keeps up, the pure colors will overtake us. Damn it, this will only make that brat even more arrogant. Right after that, one person immediately spoke up. No, you can't. Do you think the Saintess will overlook the fact that you poison your teammates? I have to report everything and strip you of the right to stay here. Saintess, I have something to report about Isaac. Isaac made us drink poison so we could pass the harmony test. Morisa froze when she heard that. Isaac made us drink poison to pass the test. A saint candidate using poison. Can you believe it, Saintess? She still had not recovered from the shock. What? Poison? Nizer was delighted inside. Well done. You're finally useful. Get rid of that brat, and I'll let you back onto my team. Morisa turned to question him properly. Isaac, do you think poison alone is enough? Poison is one of the least effective ways to train willpower. You handled this terribly, but the accuser could not understand what she meant. Wait, Saintess, Isaac really beat us black and blue too. She was startled again. What? Listen carefully, Isaac. Beating their skin is useless for training. From now on, remember this well, break their bones. That is how they'll truly become stronger. To atone, I'll personally break their bones in your place. Leah hurriedly tried to stop her. You can't, ma'am. They'll die if you do that. How about I do it instead? Don't worry, Big Sis will make it quick. Isaac frantically waved his hands in refusal. No, I'll do it myself. See, if you had listened when I threatened you, you would not be suffering like this now. From now on, you'll be my meat shield and subordinate. He could not believe it. The Joshua family was completely insane. They all returned to the building to make themselves more comfortable. Morisa immediately got to the point. Isaac, do you want to become the head of the family? If you became family head, what would you do? Isaac answered at once without the slightest hesitation. I'd wipe out the Saintesses. Uji, standing behind him, immediately spoke up to warn him. You lunatic. Leah asked why he would do that, so he quickly explained, because Saintesses are unnecessary. Uji kept trying to stop him. Please, I'm begging you. Isaac had to find a more tactful way to put it. I would personally deal with the Skeleton Demon King. Why don't you quit being a Saintess? Leah silently watched Maurice's reaction. Morisa answered without hesitation as well. I cannot do that. I committed a sin I never should have committed. Leah, there was once a time in my life when I had the chance to destroy the Skeleton Demon King. A perfect chance to erase him forever. but I couldn't do it. I'm not even sure why, but perhaps the gods will never forgive me for that. I'm the reason the Joshua family was cursed. To break the curse, we must defeat the skeleton demon king. That is the burden I have to bear. Isaac needed to investigate this clearly. A sin she never should have committed? Morisa seemed deeply remorseful about it. Leah had her own thoughts. There must have been a reason she could not kill the skeleton demon king. Morisa had wanted to explain this to him for a long time. Isaac, that is why I wanted to meet you today. Uji was surprised by what he saw. That's the symbol of the Saintess? A pendant appeared. Isaac fell into thought. The Saintess's symbol. There was only one in the entire world, and its value was beyond measure. He simply could not understand her. Why is she giving this to me? Morisa gave a reasonable explanation. I heard your offensive holy arts are still rather weak, so I infused it with my power. With this, you may be able to use divine power whenever you need. You won't be able to pass the remaining 5 colors tests with purification arts alone, so go ahead and use this. I'll be visiting the Holy Kingdom soon, and when I do, I'll teach you how to deal with the skeleton demon king. Until then, goodbye. Isaac had been irritated the whole time. Just leave and never come back with that thing. Right after that, Leah did not stay any longer either. Well, I have to go too. Then she looked at him with a strange expression. She was suspicious. Isaac, tell me something. You have a mana core, don't you? He had not expected things to move this fast. Did this girl notice that I created a mana core? Even Morisa did not realize it. So how does she know? Should I kill her right here? But Leah looked utterly innocent. Am I mistaken? The thing inside, there is the mana core from the annex, right? Isaac was scared out of his wits. Ah yes, a mana core. That's right. He reached a hand toward his chest. I forgot I still haven't absorbed it. I thought I could break the seal with holy arts, but I still can't. What the hell is this thing? Nothing works on it. Leah once again spoke eagerly. You can break that seal with this necklace. Isaac was shocked again and again. Not only does this girl know about the mana core, she's even given me a way to deal with it. I've hit the jackpot. She spoke gently. Even so, I'm not sure you'll really be able to use it. But it looks like you're trying to restore the family's secret, aren't you? After you get rid of the Saintesses, what will you do? Isaac answered frankly, become a rich freeloader. Leah could not stay any longer either. Well, I'm leaving. We absolutely must meet again after your apprenticeship ends. Okay. Isaac felt that this attitude was insane. This girl was not normal either. Someone was waiting for her outside. Let's go, my lady. You've already stayed quite a while. That necklace could reveal the family's secret art. Leah quietly got into the carriage. I know, it's a family heirloom. It is passed down directly by the family head, so the other direct descendants all have their eyes on it. If he loses it, that only proves that is all he's worth. But if he can protect the necklace, then he will become the successor. That's still better than him wiping out the Holy See. She recalled the words he had spoken. I'll wipe out all the Saintesses. I'll personally deal with the skeleton demon king. Make sure you do it, Isaac. You just need to keep your promise. By then, night had fallen and rain was pouring down. A close aide there met Goel. Lord Goel, it's been a long time. As he walked in, he casually asked after him, have you been well? Yes, my lord. And what about the Joshua family? My lord, Goel was dissatisfied with that side. What do you think? They're still the same trash as always. Just as expected of the Joshuas, a pack of hypocrites. Yes, to be honest, I was afraid I might go soft on them. Something had definitely happened during the ordination ceremony. The cleric in charge of Isaac's ordination had been found dead in the monster forest. Was it serious enough that someone had to be silenced? And now the Yellow family even wanted to adopt Isaac. They would never do that unless they had all gone mad. There were too many strange things here. Even though my mother belonged to this family, if I dig too deeply, I might lose my life. I want to rest for a while. Do not come in until I call. Yes, my lord. Go soft. I'm the one who handed Joshua over to Cardinal Borit. Sometimes I did think that maybe I had become too close to the Joshua family, but I feel none of that in this damned family. Goel walked into Borit's office. In the confidential archive, he searched for it. Ordination. Isaac. That was it. This was the mark of the god who had chosen Isaac. He was startled when he saw something. Everything belongs to me. The greatest god? I see. So that was why the Pope's family did all this. This is not about the Holy City, but about the survival of the Borit family. No, this is about the survival of the entire empire. Elsewhere, clothes were strewn all over the place. Whisper cheerfully searched together with its master. With this much, it should be enough to buy a weapon to break the binding sphere, right? Isaac was delighted to have found it. I think this should do for now. But the problem is the anti-demon stone. Whisper began giving its opinion. It doesn't just erase mana. It's also immune to magic and even holy power. What a headache. He was furious. Those bastards turned the sphere, binding my subordinate into anti-demon stone. Damn them. It was able to guess the reason. It was probably the only way to suppress a 9th-rank demon king. Isaac could only let it go for now. Forget it. I'll try unsealing the mana core first. Whisper brightened up immediately. So you can finally absorb it now, my lord. He followed Lee's advice. This should help me break the seal, right? I've never seen anything like this before. Look, it's opening. He stared intently at that mysterious thing. Isaac immediately ordered Whisper, eat it. It obeyed and followed his command. He grew even more intrigued. There's more mana than I thought. This alone is more than enough for me to raise my magic rank. Now I can cast all kinds of high-level spells. He pushed his power harder and harder. Whisper remained focused on swallowing everything. Isaac wanted to finish it quickly, but then he sensed something strange. His hand suddenly became nothing but bone. Isaac was so horrified he could not speak. What the hell is this? There were still only the two of them in the room. Isaac tried desperately to salvage the situation, but his hand would not return to normal. These damned bones again. Damn it, it has to be the curse. The curse that made the skeleton demon king the strongest demon king. The reversal of life and death. Whisper worried for its master. Will the curse take over your body, my lord? He immediately denied it. My body has been blessed too many times. It won't swallow me that easily. The curse only suddenly became stronger because the amount of mana I absorbed increased too quickly. Whisper understood his reasoning. So, the balance has been broken? Isaac explained further, so Whisper would understand the whole matter. I could strengthen my holy power to suppress the curse, but then I'd have to go back to living like some devout lamb again. What a nuisance. Who knows how long I'd have to wait. Whisper voiced its thoughts. Your body can automatically convert mana into holy mana, so why not wait a little longer? Or maybe you could draw a little mana from the Sanus' emblem. At worst, you just get discovered and burned alive. But Isaac felt that would be too wasteful. There's no helping it. I'll make use of the 5 colors test instead. If I cleverly take advantage of the Scarlet family's heresy test, I can greatly increase my holy power. For now, I'll just seal my right hand again. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Uji appeared out of nowhere behind him. What are you doing here? Isaac immediately turned to hide it. You're here too? Uji grew suspicious when he saw his reaction. Why are you grinning to yourself like that? You're seriously creeping me out. Why are you hiding your hand? Are you hurt? He instantly shook his head in denial. Hurt? Me? No, not at all. I'm Yufine. Worried, Uji grabbed that hand. Fine? Let me see. What the hell is this? Is that bone? Whisper immediately urged Isaac. Master, quickly use memory erasing magic. But Isaac did not want to do that. No, if I use it on someone else, I'll be found out. Uji trembled all over. I can't believe you're not just morally corrupt, your body is too. Is your rotten personality because your body is literally rotting? You should have said something when this happened. Everyone thought you were evil for no reason. That's the Joshua bloodline's curse. Either you're born useless or you're talented but saddled with a massive defect. Someone in our family line had this happen before. But why are you both crippled and morally corrupt? Isaac was furious inside, but didn't do anything. Should I just kill him outright? He's worried about your condition. First, we should tell your grandfather and get you treated. Even if you can't live long, there should still be a way to prolong your life. There's no way Isaac could agree to that. If that happens, they'll find out I'm the skeleton demon king. Don't tell grandfather or my uncles. I don't want our family to worry. Besides, the 5 colors test is more important right now. Before I die, I want to wipe out the skeleton demon king's subordinates with my own hands. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. I already have a plan. Uji, I didn't expect you to be this smart. You have a way? Tell me. I'll help you. He felt lucky to have this chance. In that case, I need you to deliver something to the Scarlet side. 20 days later, complaints could be heard all over the building. Scarlet, that bastard, who plants a bomb in the bathroom. He even pumped poison gas into my pillow. And that's not all. Yesterday, he even put something weird in the food. Scarlet ate his bread with great satisfaction. You don't like my personalized training plan? They were anything but pleased. Training my ass. That's attempted murder. And what the hell is this now? Explain this paper right now. What else? Your target, obviously. If you're done eating, put these on. They stared blankly, not knowing what he was about to do again. What is this? Sandbags? Are you making us do physical training? We're We're priests, not knights. Scarlet ignored the complaints. The next 5 colors test is coming up, so of course we need physical training. What are you talking about? The next test is supposed to be yellows. Wasn't their test supposed to make us use our brains? Did you forget to tell them? I changed the order of the tests. Next is Scarlet's physical test. They hadn't heard a thing about this. You changed the order? Just what the hell did you do? He looked pleased with himself. Also, I changed the content of the test too. That's enough nonsense. Put the sandbags on and run 50 laps around the training ground. They felt even more oppressed now. What kind of absurdity is that? Since when can you just change the order of the tests whenever you want? And what do you mean, 50 laps? Are you insane? Scarlet waved his hand and corrected himself again. My mistake. It's 100 laps. You're bullying the weak. If we don't come in first this time, prepare to die. Why aren't you running yet, you useless bastards? Everyone trained until they were completely exhausted. That's it, I quit. I am resting. Why do we have to suffer this much? Don't we just need to get the king rank twice? We've already done it once. We just need to wait for the blue test, and we'll get it again. Scarlet suddenly appeared behind them. Are you messing with me? We have to win all 5 times. They have been training this whole time. Scarlet and Yellow definitely won't let us get king rank. Besides, next should have been Yellow's test, so why are we the ones being dragged into physical training? The order of the 5 colors tests is an imperial tradition passed down for generations. Who do you think you were to change it? Someone rushed in with urgent news. Everyone, something happened. The next test is Scarlet's. The Scarlet Cardinal just spoke privately with the Yellow Cardinal and changed the order. They never expected it to happen this fast. But Scarlet's test is a duel, isn't it? Worse than that. If we lose, we fail outright. He didn't bother saying more. So now you know what the next test is, right? Then stop standing around and go train. A few days later, at the Empire's training center, everyone had gathered. Nizer was inwardly furious. He couldn't believe his father had agreed to Scarlet's proposal. His father had said it clearly. Scarlet told me he wanted to show me something interesting. Attack him and force him to reveal his full strength. And that's not all. This isn't even a one-on-one duel anymore. It's been changed to a team battle. Nizer had already calculated everything in advance. Whatever. If the blue team is led by Uji, there's nothing to worry about. Aside from Scarlet, the rest are easy to deal with. There's no way the Scarlet family, a family that specializes in combat, could lose. He was ready for any fight. Come on, brothers, let's do this. We'll wipe them out in an instant. But his arrogance vanished the moment he saw his father sitting up there. The man had just spotted his son. Scarlet walked in together with Kina, a powerful woman. About that, the attendant who usually throws food at me got a stomachache this morning. Luckily, I found a replacement. She's still a trainee, so it should be fine. Nizer was even more shaken. He couldn't believe his eyes. What, Kina joined the blue team? She's as strong as a high-ranking priest. Lion immediately spoke up with a pointed reminder. Yellow Cardinal, this is going too far. Why did you let Kina join the blue team? You didn't know either? Kina had made a small deal with him beforehand. If I deal with those pests, you'll willingly study with me and teach me a few powerful techniques, right? Of course. Then let's play. Nizer simply couldn't accept this. Nizer truly wanted to scream. This is blatant cheating. She isn't even really a trainee anymore. Why is someone at her level showing up at a trainee match? At that, Kina immediately explained. You're wrong. I refused promotion to high-ranking priest. I also gave up all the privileges that came with it. That way, I could remain a trainee longer, just like Scarlet. Everyone there was stunned. Both teams were intensely focused this time. He turned to ask the referee. Has the referee made a decision? The referee could only follow the rules. Kina is still officially recognized as a low-ranking priest, and she hasn't participated in any 5 colors test yet, so there is no rule forbidding her from joining. Nizer became even more enraged. What nonsense! Even if all of us rush her together, there's no guarantee we can beat Kina. Add Scarlet on top of that, and we're doomed. But if it comes down to the captains facing each other, we still have a chance. Scarlet was watching the situation between the teams. What's wrong? Need the bathroom? See, I told you to go beforehand. He was worried about your condition. After this is over, your hand will recover, right? Scarlet answered with complete certainty, right? Once I have more holy power, it'll be fine. Uji felt he was better suited for leadership. You should have been the captain instead. Honestly, the only reason we've come this far is because of you. Me becoming class president, skipping ranks, getting first place on the exam. and even passing the harmony test. Every bit of it was thanks to you. Scarlet fully agreed. Well, that's true. It's because I'm amazing, but not many people can keep up. And yet you managed it. He immediately warned him. Even so, Nizer isn't someone you can underestimate. Scarlet could not allow them to lose. If you do exactly as I say, then even if you have to face that troublesome red-haired bastard, it won't be a problem. He even considered another possibility. Besides, if you lose, I'll personally skewer you. Uji absolutely could not afford to lose. The referee announced the situation. The match will begin in 5 minutes. Both teams prepare for battle. It seems someone was deeply worried, Lord Scarlet. Even though Kina was on their team, Eli had been observing the place for quite some time. This situation is unfavorable for both Scarlet and Uji. Those bastards from the Scarlet family, did they really use destructive holy arts on the kids? It was something that drove them even more frenzied. Scarlet was the one holding the initiative. No, not yet. Don't rush. She could guess it easily. That looks more like the Blue family's holy art. Lord Scarlet asked me to teach it to him. The spirit stimulation holy art. Eli couldn't believe his eyes. That's the spirit stimulation holy art? From what I've observed so far, all it does is boost morale so people no longer fear the enemy. Then he looked at their expressions. So why do they look like wild beasts? Scarlet thought to himself in secret. This is a secret I've never told anyone. Combining it with stimulating herbs creates a beastification effect, making people impossible to control. I already built up their physical endurance, so I could force the transformation. Now it's time to make full use of it. He had already seen how this battle was moving. He hadn't expected everything to happen so quickly. It started already? The hidden techniques are about to be revealed. The trees were beginning to tremble. Someone special was about to appear here. Everyone was looking forward to this match. That is the guardian god of the Scarlet family, the god of justice. Uji signaled to everyone, hurry and pray. Whoever has stronger faith will receive the Scarlet family god's blessing. We'll have the advantage. We absolutely have to win. But Scarlet deliberately threw a stone at that god. He clearly wasn't doing it by accident. He was venting on purpose. Scarlet tried to dodge responsibility for what he'd done. I didn't mean to. That god was struck down by his own hand. Uji immediately grabbed Scarlet by the clothes. You still haven't gotten rid of that habit? He only gave an awkward smile in reply. Don't make a big deal out of it. Everyone was thoroughly horrified. Did Scarlet just destroy the Scarlet family's god statue? Scarlet chopped off the god statue's head. Uji was so distressed he nearly cried, but he couldn't do anything. Kina also couldn't believe it. You just destroyed a god statue? How exactly did you do that? It was with some kind of holy art, right? Can you teach me? But he didn't understand at all. What would you even learn that for? Besides, breaking a god statue's head, Kina turned to him with a murderous glare. So what? Other than the Yellow family's god, the rest of them don't matter to me. He was speechless with these two people. Dear gods, please save this bastard too. Scarlet, you bastard, you're just testing the arena floor's durability, right? This is seriously insane. You should apologize, Scarlet. He was being forced to do it. I'm sorry. Okay. Lion and Highs were still seated above. The man was impressed enough to admit it. This brat really is an unpredictable troublemaker. Watching him collapse would probably be very entertaining. Uji easily noticed that. Are they planning to interrogate Scarlet? Highs was attacking him psychologically. If we're talking about fault, wasn't it the Scarlet family itself that let their idol be destroyed? On top of that, you let a trainee priest use magic to destroy the idol. Perhaps the Scarlet family's faith should be reevaluated first. I won't let you lay a hand on Scarlet. Though the two sat together, they were in truth enemies. Lion had long since seen through his true face. You venomous snake. Launching a heresy investigation over just a few trainee priests is a bit much, isn't it? Let's continue the 5 colors test. Uji was delighted to hear that announcement. Nizer felt things had become extremely unfavorable for him. This is an order. He looked toward his beloved father. Lion was ordering him with his eyes, turned Scarlet into a cripple. It was time to explain the rules of the match. The rules of Scarlet's test are very simple. Find the real necklace among the fake ones. Whichever team finds the real necklace first wins. The person holding the real necklace will be chosen by each team's captain. Once chosen, the holder cannot be changed. He immediately understood the issue. In that case, choosing who holds the necklace is crucial. There are 3 ways to find the real necklace. First, capture the enemy captain and force a confession. Second, use deduction to guess who is holding the real necklace. And lastly, defeat the entire opposing team and seize every necklace. Both team captains proceed with distributing the necklaces. Nizer put on a busy, commanding look. Everyone, gather up. Don't worry, it's only that weak blue family. Uji went to speak to the game master about something important. I want to resign as captain. Scarlet stormed over angrily and grabbed him by the collar. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and distribute the necklaces. But Uji was deeply worried. Wait, Scarlet. Nizer seemed to think victory was already in his hands. That Ari guy really is weak. Scarlet is such an idiot. He should have volunteered to be captain himself. What is there to fear against the blue team? We just need to watch out for Kina. Everything else will be fine. She may know how to hunt monsters, but that doesn't mean she knows how to handle humans. They're all just blockheads. The match was about to begin. He looked completely calm. There was no reason to fear those frail blue people. But Nizer's teammates looked terrified. Scarlet was charging at them with a bizarre expression. What the hell is that? He had already planned all of this. A legal test where I can beat those disgusting priests senseless? I'd better make full use of it. Even Uji was startled, let alone everyone else. Does that still look like a human face? So the blue team's trying to shake us with that expression? Huh? Don't be afraid. They won't dare attack because of our code of honor. They can only defend. He was ready for every fight ahead. Now, then, you trainee priests, Scarlet was wearing golden bracelets. The upgraded version, the spiked bracelet. Hand over your captain right now. Scarlet charged straight in without the slightest hesitation. The opposing team couldn't believe it. Is that really the blue team? What the hell is this? I thought they had to preserve their honor. He advanced like an assassin. If you still want to live, then hand over your captain now. Scarlet rampaged madly, destroying everything in his path. Nizer was still trying to control the situation. Someone, get over here and help. Hold formation. Don't fall back. Kina leapt straight into the air. The others grew even more panicked. Stop them now. Kina aimed directly for Nizer. A feint attack? Nizer, be careful. He truly hadn't expected her to be this fast. Just as I thought. You really are talented. See, no, but this still isn't enough. I've already seen through everything you're trying to do. Is this a clone holy art? Nizer had to subdue her quickly. Grab her now. Everyone there was restrained. Kina was using the level 5 binding penance holy art. He had to think of another way immediately. The noise there was growing more and more chaotic. Nizer shot straight down to the ground. His eyes blazed with intensity. Capture them. Nizer wasn't going to let any of them escape. Grab them. This is no different from ordinary beastification spells. It won't work on me. At most, it only makes you a little stronger. Found you, Uji. Let me take 1 or 2 of your arms as a souvenir. The people above were also endlessly anxious. Lord Alai, isn't that holy art? Nizer was just about to strike him. Watch out. Uji was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. He remembered Scarlet's instructions. It'll be fine, Uji. Just do exactly what I said, and then we'll take the victory. Nizer will definitely try every possible way to force you into a one-on-one fight. After all, he's always looked down on you. He was ready for every incoming attack. Nizer's fist was about to slam straight into his face. It's over, you idiot. There seemed to be some strange power in Ari's eyes. A fierce battle erupted between the two. Alai was deeply worried for his nephew. Scarlet calmly stood outside, watching everything. You were the one who instructed him. That's right. Show them that you're not weak. Uji rose up with all his strength. You're the real idiot. He was horrified to see his opponent so strong. Nizer was actually being attacked by someone like Uji. He had managed to subdue a powerful opponent, leaving Nizer unable to do anything. He was now suffering all the consequences of his own actions. Uji wanted to teach this bastard a lesson he would never forget. Do you know why we're not allowed to use our family technique on humans? Because it only works on demons? Both of them were panting heavily after the fight. Uji hadn't expected himself to be this strong. No, it's because humans can't endure it. Uji still hadn't realized that he had won. He's never once been able to resist this attack. Alai was overjoyed to see his grandson grow up. Never again. He had proven his strength for everyone to see. Don't look down on our blue faction. Uji had used his own power, and everyone was full of admiration. Kina noticed that something was off. Uji wasn't supposed to be this strong. Someone had to be secretly using holy arts to amplify his power. A strange aura was radiating from him. Kina was able to guess that Isaac was the one behind it. He was secretly smiling to himself. Go on, finish it. Uji obeyed every command Isaac gave him. All right, then I'll take the necklace. Isaac got irritated and reminded him, do it properly. Finish him off. Uji nodded in agreement. I know. Nizer still couldn't get back on his feet. Uji had no desire to kill anyone. Just tell me where the real necklace is. But he didn't understand what was going on. What? You think I, the future heir, would talk under this kind of interrogation? Uji was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Just tell me, damn it. I'm begging you. That's the only way you'll get out of here alive. But he still didn't understand what was happening. Is this guy insane or what? Shut up, you crazy bastard. I've learned all kinds of torture methods, so I could inherit the family. So how could you? Uji was like a completely different person. Nizer could no longer see him as human. Wait, his eyes weren't normal anymore. Everyone witnessing the scene stood there with their mouths open. What is that horrifying sound? How could someone from the Blue family do something like that? This is terrifying. Isaac was the one who caused all of it. The entire arena was in a panic. Nizer was being restrained and couldn't break free. I told you to talk already. His teammates were running over. Uji, you bastard. Kina ordered everyone not to come any closer. Stay right there. She used the power in her foot, unleashing a wide-area paralyzing holy art, repel the enemy. That power spread everywhere. Nizer was bound by a current of electricity. Wait, were they pretending to get caught on purpose? Did they even know beforehand where the necklace was hidden? But then why did they? He remembered what Uji had said. All right, then I'll take the necklace. Had he planned all of this from the start? Isaac had known this success would come sooner or later. They were trembling all over. So all of this was just to force Nizer to reveal it? But no matter what, Nizer will never tell you where it is. He immediately turned toward them. What are you talking about? Didn't all of you know where the necklace was hidden to? Now a clan ring was on his hand, with the unique effect of absorbing holy power. Those people were finally starting to panic. Wait, I'll talk. I'll tell you where it's hidden. But Isaac was still going to teach them a lesson. Let's begin. After all this time, he had finally found it. The announcer declared the blue team victorious. Everyone was overjoyed and cheered for the blue faith. So the rumor that the blue faith had returned was true? They even managed to bring the Pope's grandson over to their side. Eli felt somewhat relieved. Well done, Isaac. Uji, his father had appeared behind him before he knew it, as expected of the youngest priest in the empire. Give the victors, the ones who blessed this arena with such a magnificent performance, a reward worthy of them. He is the crown prince of this holy kingdom. Eli bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the Holy Kingdom's second son. His father offered him praise. You really do have exceptional grandchildren. What would you say if I gifted them priest uniforms? Eli was more than willing to accept. Of course, Your Highness. That would make the children shine even more in the upcoming test. Clothes bestowed by the royal family are no different from heirlooms. Then he made a small request. In that case, may I stop by when the tailor comes? Eli felt awkward about it. Yes, but isn't Your Highness very busy? You don't need to. His father immediately explained. I want to meet them in person. Eli found that a little hard to understand. They're just two trainee priests. Why would I want to meet them? Then he remembered something else. All right, consider this another small gift. You'd better advise your youngest grandson to give up the yellow test. The Pope wants to kill Isaac. Eli was utterly shocked to hear that. He was worried about his grandson's condition. Eli almost forgot even to thank him. Thank you for your grace, Your Highness. For what I observed just now, though, Isaac looked perfectly fine from that expression alone. Everyone had gone into the lounge. Did you hear? The Crown Prince is planning to gift us uniforms. Really? On top of that, we even took first place this time. Looks like we really made a huge splash. Isaac was still staring at the person in front of him. Hey, he was talking to Kina. Aren't you going home? The test is over, so I don't need you anymore. Even the person close to her said the same thing. He's right. You need to go back. The family head is looking for you. But Kina still seemed unwilling to leave. No, you told me to join the Blue family, remember? The three people there were all stunned by that reason. Isaac didn't remember ever saying such a thing. What did I ever say that? Kina reminded him last night. He had never meant to make that offer. Don't make things up. That was only for the Scarlet Test. Who gave you permission to officially become a priest of the Blue family? Kina still sat there without moving. She didn't care in the slightest. Whatever. I already agreed to become a Blue priest, so now I'm staying here. Tell my father I'm not going back. Master, let's go eat. Kina was suspicious of Isaac. He definitely used holy arts on Uji yesterday. But what kind of power was that? And now the Crown Prince was even planning to gift them clothing? Giving them clothes was practically the same as declaring ownership. All five faiths were under the Pope's control. Could the Crown Prince be opposing the Pope? In any case, I also want a reward for helping you in the Scarlet Test. But since you seem too busy, I'll just stay here with you. That put her attendant in a difficult position. But if Cardinal Hayes finds out, the whole family will be thrown into chaos. Kina continued making demands. If you want, I can help you in all the remaining tests too. I'll even take care of those yellow priests for you and help the blue priests execute the skeleton demon king's subordinate. What do you think? Isaac had no intention of agreeing to that. No thanks. furious. All you need to do is go home. But she still refused to accept it. What? You said you'd teach me. I'm not going anywhere until you agree. If you can, then drag me out yourself. That made him furious. Hey, are you stupid? I was just using you. Get lost already. Kina ignored all of that. Say whatever you want. I fulfilled my side of the deal, so now I'm taking what you promised me. You wanted this over already. I told you later. I'm busy right now, so get lost before I change my mind. She hadn't expected him to turn on her so quickly. You're going back on your word? Fine, then I'll wait. Once the trainee process is over. Isaac didn't want to drag this out any longer. I've run out of patience. The deal's off. Anyway, I already have a disciple who's far more obedient than you. Kina was startled to hear him mention that. A disciple more obedient than me? Who? Who else could it be? The person Isaac meant could only be Uji. Kina felt intense hatred toward him. That guy? You mean he's better than me? If I prove right now that I'm better than him, then will you teach me? Uji, who had just been standing there, got dragged into it. Why are you dragging me into this? Isaac accepted the proposal. That depends on how well you perform. Uji and Kina stood facing each other. Everyone had gathered in the banquet hall of the Holy Palace. What's that? The blue team's seating area? That's insanely extravagant. It looks like their food is different from ours too. I heard their rooms were upgraded as well. So if you rank first in the test, you really get special treatment like this? Eli was leisurely sipping wine from his glass. There were still questions in his mind that had not been answered. I never expected them to rank Isaac's team first. What standards did the Holy Palace even use to judge this? Then Lion's voice came from behind him. You must be very happy that the blue team won. Eli turned around and saw the cardinal. He had come over to greet him. It's been a while, Eli. I heard you're about to reach rank 9. Is that true? That's quite impressive at your age. But I suppose the head of the Joshua family must have a headache, right? Because the only one capable of succeeding him, Eli here, doesn't have much time left. Forgive-moi. Even if lifespan weren't an issue, the role of family head would probably still be too much for you, wouldn't it? After all, you can't have children. But putting that aside, your grandson really is outstanding. The family head must be proud. Eli really wanted to punch this man. What is it? Lion smiled cheerfully, as if nothing were wrong. Forgive me for the teasing. Even if he is only the third son, the family's heir was still utterly defeated in front of the royal family and the other nobles, wasn't he? Eli had already guessed his intention. As expected of the family that sees through people's hearts, they probably already know about the Joshua family's curse. Still, he wasn't exactly wrong. Besides, I never intended to become family head anyway, as long as he doesn't harm Isaac. Lion then walked over to where Isaac was sitting. Uji immediately spoke up to remind him. Hey, Isaac, he's calling you. Isaac looked annoyed. Why does he have to interrupt while I'm eating? Isaac still had to turn and respond. Yes, sir. Lion simply stared at him with a sinister smile. Lion wanted to see it with his own eyes. What exactly is this interesting thing you said you'd show me, Isaac? I still haven't seen anything yet. Isaac looked taken aback. You haven't seen it? The sight of me crushing your son underfoot. So, did you enjoy it? Uji was speechless hearing him say that. Why would you say that to the Scarlet family? They're always hunting down the Skeleton Demon King's spies, so stop provoking them. But Isaac still refused to listen. So what? Lion remained calm as always. In any case, I have high expectations for the Blue family. Though it seems you've learned an interesting skill. I'm not sure why, but I can sense dark mana inside you. Of course, Isaac had an answer ready. That eye of yours is a detection holy art. Did you forget? I ate part of the Skeleton Demon King's body when I was a child. If the sight of me trampling your son wasn't entertaining enough, then would you like me to continue the show in the yellow test? Everyone at the table was shocked by that. That guy's planning to beat up the Yellow Cardinal's son too? Lion cheerfully continued. Then were you asking for me this time? Isaac obediently replied, it's nothing difficult. I want to meet the demons who serve the Skeleton Demon King. So just give me the key to their prison. Lion set another condition. I can give you the key if you return safely. But whether that's even possible, I don't know. There's no guarantee you'll return from the yellow test at all. Isaac couldn't make sense of this man. What nonsense is this bastard spouting now? Then another announcement came. Everyone, we've received the mission for the yellow test. What? What is it? It was an expedition. Lion briefly explained the rules this time. In that test, you will have to recover the items the Holy Kingdom lost in each region. Aren't you curious where your blue team will be sent? It will be a mysterious empire. Uji realized what that meant the moment Lion mentioned it. Those two countries are sworn enemies. They want us to go to a nation that would love nothing more than to kill priests. And it's even right beside demon territory. They've already left? They really want to send us there? Lately, many holy knights and their attendants have been kidnapped near that area. It is said that the culprit is a high-ranking demon that once devoured priests during the Yellow Test 14 years ago. That area is obviously still under investigation and sealed off. But Lion still wasn't done. How pitiful. But you don't need to be that afraid. I can change the location with my authority. Everyone began urging Isaac. That's right, Isaac. Please, beg him. Just this once. Isaac's eyes started sparkling again. Really? You'll change the location for us? Meanwhile, at the Blue Estate in the old capital, this is bad. Damn it. They're planning to send those kids to the land of the mages. And on top of that, they have to rescue the kidnapped holy knights? That's clearly an S-rank mission. Sending those kids, there is no different from sending them to their deaths. If they don't cancel it right now, I'll tear that palace apart. Goel already had a headache over the matter. Calm down. Father was furious too, just like you, and even through, no, he already went there to make a scene. Those bastards clearly want Isaac dead no matter what. Since our father is already gone, they'll probably revise the test. Given the current circumstances, they can't assign trainee priests a mission that affects diplomacy. They probably just wanted to warn us not to get too arrogant. Anyway, I don't want Uji dying there either. But don't worry too much. Even if it's Isaac, as long as he's still in his right mind. Suddenly someone rushed in, panicking. Sir, this is bad. Young Master Isaac. Lion was pushing him into a dangerous corner. That's right, Isaac. You just have to tell me that you want to live. But Isaac would never say such a thing. That place sounds very interesting. Why would I want to change the location? Their people immediately reported back. He accepted the mission. What? Shift to the dark landscape of the Blacklands, the demon's territory. Demon was furious about the current situation. So you're saying, you failed to kill the saint? The person lowered their head, looking deeply remorseful. I sincerely apologize. Demon didn't seem to care that much. Well, whatever. It's fine. Our main purpose was only to cause chaos anyway. Getting to witness the power of our revered king with our own eyes was already a tremendous achievement. We even succeeded in bringing a magical device into the borders of the Holy Kingdom, a place once thought to be impenetrable. That person didn't dare argue. His Majesty truly is mighty. She seemed delighted to be there. Even just a fraction of his power was already terrifying. A voice came in again from outside. My lord, I sensed his power during the ordination ceremony. She was shocked to hear that. The other person confirmed it once more. Yes, it was the power of the great skeleton demon king. Demon found it hard to believe. You're saying you sensed the power of the great skeleton demon king from that boy who ate part of his body. That's right. I heard he was ordained and is now undergoing training. He's making fools of us. Demon was determined to face him no matter what. We can't do anything to him while he stays inside family territory, but sooner or later he'll have to participate in the yellow and blue tests. What a wonderful opportunity. While the young priests and the demon race hunt each other down, just a tiny fragment of his power has already made us this strong. I wonder how strong we would become if we ate a piece of his body directly. I really want to know what that brat's flesh tastes like. I can't hold myself back anymore. Back at the building, everyone was still talking nonstop. Did you hear about the mission the blue team was assigned? The mission to the Mystic Empire? Not only that, I heard they also have to rescue a holy knight who's being held hostage. The yellow faction really is trying to send them to their deaths. Those mages are definitely going to kill them all. Uji felt terrible hearing that. Everyone thinks we're going to die. Is there really no one who believes we'll succeed? But the worst part is that the holy knights are completely ignoring our team, which means we'll be in danger the moment we leave the border. Because both the demons and the bandits will definitely attack as soon as we step outside the Empire. We're done for. Isaac was angry about this too. Those bastards are going too far. Why won't anyone join our team? He's this frustrated because of you. This mission isn't just difficult. They're trying to kill us. Don't you see that everyone's writing their wills? Do you know what happened 14 years ago? During the Yellow Ordination test, Uncle Gilai's blue team was completely wiped out. He cursed highs under his breath. That despicable cardinal. He'd really stoop that low? If we refuse the mission, he'll suppress our team. But if we accept it, we're sure to die. Whatever. If I succeed, no one will dare look down on me anymore. Besides, this mission involves both the Mystic Empire and the Upper Demons. It's basically a mana core factory. Uji just hoped for a worthwhile chance. Still, we can choose our Holy Knights. Maybe we still have a shot. We absolutely have to get the first Holy Knight squad before the Royal Knights do. Definitely. Isaac noticed someone's figure. So was Count Monlet. The first Holy Knight squad had already been chosen by the Yellow faction. And on top of that, my son and his friend were transferred over there too. I never should have handed those children over to the Blue team just because of its old glory. Isaac answered immediately, without the slightest hesitation. How short-sighted of you, Count. You'll be the one ostracized once we succeed. Uji placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. Isaac, if we can't get the first Holy Knight squad, the second or third is fine too. Just don't pick the fourth. Isaac considered it. Holy Knights? Where did all these pretty girls come from? Uji kept cheering him on. Good, Isaac. Signed a contract with the second Holy Knight squad. The official holding the paper in his hand could not stop staring in shock. What? Isaac turned around, looking utterly satisfied with himself. Uji thought Isaac was unbelievably lucky. The Blue team had chosen the fourth Holy Knight squad. His face went pale, but Isaac looked proud of himself. Hey, good news. I just signed with the strongest squad. Uji cannot believe it. Have you lost your mind? The fourth Holy Knight squad was also called the Errant Squad. They had never been accepted in the Holy Kingdom and were even humiliatingly used as messengers. Their skills surpassed even the Royal Knights, but they despised the church. Eli was furious. Explain yourself. What the hell were you thinking? From that reaction alone, Isaac understood enough. He really does look angry. Even Whisper had to admit it. He wasn't this mad, even when his whole house got wrecked. Isaac already had an answer prepared. Maybe I should give him the answer he wants to hear. If I asked to change the mission, it would be the same as staining the honor of the Joshua family. And of course, I don't want that to happen. Eli looked uncomfortable. You know about honor too? Isaac froze awkwardly. He didn't buy it. Eli wanted him to understand clearly. A boy who uses dark mana like you is talking about honor? What's with that expression? Did you think I wouldn't know? I tolerated it because I thought you were special. But now, I can't believe you anymore. Isaac quickly found another excuse. I truly hate him. I hate the Skeleton Demon King enough to want to kill him. Whisper had not yet caught on. Wait, what kind of lie is that? But Isaac kept going. I lost my parents and was cursed because of that damned Skeleton Demon King. And on top of that, our family is being looked down on because we couldn't defeat him. It's so humiliating that I can't even sleep. Eli could tell the boy was not lying. Isaac's eyes were full of resolve. I will definitely destroy that fake Skeleton Demon King. The only reason I use the real Skeleton Demon King's power is to investigate that imposter. I will kill him with my own hands, and I'll do whatever it takes. Whisper could feel it clearly. He's gone mad. Isaac swore every word of it. I have to protect the Joshua family, so I can take it all for myself later. If I abandon honor and go on living pitifully, then the Joshua family will live in disgrace and eventually fade into the past. Eli thought about it for a long time. I've always said you don't need to sacrifice yourself for this family, but it seemed you truly are one of us. You may fail this mission. Just make sure everyone comes back alive. If you return safely, I will officially declare you my heir. Isaac was delighted by that answer. I understand. Thank you very much. A few days later, on the outskirts of the capital, Isaac was guiding the group on this journey. We're almost there. We'll meet the knights in this village. Meanwhile, the others were crying their eyes out. Damn it, we've come this far, so we have to survive no matter what. Whisper had dug up some interesting information. My lord, I investigated the demon from 14 years ago. Isaac wanted certainty. Did you find out which one it was? It had looked into it thoroughly. It was a demon from the Western Legion. Not one of the 14 retainers, but it may still be someone you know. It seems to be an extremely brutal demon that specializes in tearing apart young priests and eating them alive. Isaac had not expected this. That bastard dared break the rules I set. I'll show him just how cruel I can be. Whisper was still worried about him. But please be careful, my lord. You still haven't fully recovered. Everyone advanced very carefully. Demon had been hiding behind the trees for a long time. Found you. That Joshua brat. She wanted to target him. At the royal palace, inside the crown prince's residence, a voice rang out. Is that true? Isaac chose the Errant Squad Holy Knights? This was information already confirmed beforehand. It seems he didn't care at all about the Knight Squad your highness sent. Looks like he doesn't have much of an eye for people. But the crown prince did not think so. No, I think he has a very sharp eye. The knight commander I sent is a half-spirit, which means he'd be rather weak against demons. That left the other person stunned. Sir Silent is a half-spirit? Did your highness send him to test Isaac? The crown prince shook his head. No, Silent may be weak against demons, but his ability is still highly reliable. But Isaac choosing the Errant Squad is indeed interesting, because every holy knight on that squad is half-demon. The crown prince had already heard reports on the members. There's one worrying thing, though. They're very hard to control. Didn't they once throw a priest to the demons? By now, Isaac must be at the blue team's gathering point. Dezek slammed his hand on the table in anger. Why aren't they here yet? It's been over 5 hours already. Are they trying to pick a fight with us? Or are they deliberately making us wait because of our bad reputation? If the Blue family is this late, then there must be a reason. Dezek could barely contain his rage. Those filthy priests. We can't let them look down on us. Isaac suddenly appeared there. It's a pleasure to meet you, Commander Dezek. Seems we arrive a little late, huh? Dezek immediately took a jab at him. I heard the Blue Faith is strict about punctuality. Do you even know what time it is? Isaac tried to justify himself. It's not like we wanted this. Bandits blocked our way, and my arm even got broken. It was almost like someone hired them to attack us. But I still came here as fast as I could, because making everyone wait too long would be rude. Dezek admitted that was true, but still said, even so, you should have come on time. Isaac gave him a gentle smile. What, do you think you're not good enough to go with us? Uji kurset inwardly. Are you crazy? Planning to go without our protection now? Dezek was very confident in his own abilities. We have nothing to lose, so turning back wouldn't matter. Isaac struck right at his weak point. If you had nothing to lose, you wouldn't have waited for 5 hours. If that were really true, why are you all still standing here? Besides, this is just a simple escort mission, so why are you all armed like that? You're planning to use us as bait to rescue your missing comrades, aren't you? If you don't need us, then let's part ways right here. Dezek got so angry that he shouted at Isaac to shut up. Did that knight tell you? A bastard like you came here to ruin my mission, didn't you? The moment Uji heard that, he recognized the name. That was his fourth uncle's alias. Could his uncle be involved in this too? Dezek openly admitted it. That's right, without you lot, we can't get in there. So I'll drag you along, even if I have to cut off your legs. Isaac gave Dezek a look. Isaac's eyes changed for a brief instant. Put your sword away. Dezek started to feel fear. He could see the skeleton demon king inside Isaac, and all his aggression vanished. His whole body trembled. I can't go against his order, but he's obviously just a kid. Whisper was delighted for its master. With demon blood in him, he can't resist you, my lord. Isaac understood this better than anyone. Obeying the strong is a demon's instinct. That's part of why I chose them. Dezek could not do anything against Isaac. Since he was done here, Isaac turned away. All right, let's go. Uji still had his doubts. After all this, how are we supposed to trust each other? Isaac thought it was simple enough. Either way, both sides need each other, so let's just go. That only made Dezek angrier. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Isaac did not hide anything and said it plainly. Find the demon from 14 years ago and rescue everyone who was kidnapped. That's the goal for both sides. Or what? Even if your own comrades are among them, does it not matter? Dezek noticed something strange. Wait, you chose us because you knew our comrades were captured? Isaac acted as if he had no idea. What are you talking about? I don't know anything. In the end, they obeyed. Fine, then we'll follow you. Of course I know. So what's the plan? You must have one already, right? Isaac had not thought that far ahead. How can we trust demons? They'll betray us. Do you know why they're only ever given delivery missions? Dezek's hands suddenly became covered in fur. He had transformed into a beast form. Naturally, that terrified Isaac's whole team. I knew something like this would happen. We can't trust them. Restrain them now. Isaac hurried over and called out to him. Snap out of it. You've already lost control? Even Dezek found it strange. Sorry, I don't usually transform this quickly. It felt like something was pressing down on my head, and then Maybe it's because we're near the territory and being affected by it. My body feels strange too. But I've never turned back into a human this fast before. One hit, and I was back to normal. You're really amazing. Isaac was pleased by the praise. Of course, because I'm the one who caused it. If everyone's ready, let's go. Isaac was surprised when he saw what was under the cloth. What's this? Is it playing dead again? Even Whisper had to praise it. This one acts pretty well. Isaac had a sinister thought. Should we just grant its wish? It suddenly let out a cry. The Blood Lord is truly cruel. Why did I have to be the one to find this damned priest? Isaac froze at those words. The Blood Lord? You mean one of the upper demons sent you? Whisper and Isaac went into a deserted forest. The barrier is set up now, Master. Isaac surveyed the surroundings broadly. The Blood Lord was one of his subordinates. He was currently imprisoned beneath the Holy See. It seemed he had heard about Isaac and sent this thing to make contact. Apparently, he had also hidden the fact that Isaac was the skeleton demon king from this little sparrow. Do you have information for me? The sparrow only replied, I have no information for some priest. What I mean is, the demon you're about to face. I was the one who interfered with your ordination ceremony. Isaac understood at once. You mean the one who sent the skeleton demon king's avatar? The sparrow confirmed it completely. That's right. She secretly brought in the magical device and ordered her subordinate to kill the priests. That's right, it was demon. It was her. After absorbing the Skeleton Demon King's power, she became strong enough to cross the Holy Kingdom's barrier. The Bloodlord said he would accept execution, but he absolutely refused to face the demon called Demon. Isaac cursed inwardly. That damn Bloodlord. The sparrow wondered to itself why he would give such valuable information to this wretched priest. The Bloodlord believes the current Skeleton Demon King is a fake. He was captured after telling everyone that the current Skeleton Demon King was an imposter. Just how stupid is he? Anyway, I heard you absorb part of the great Skeleton Demon King's body, right? Demon is probably waiting for you to enter her territory. If you value your life, turn back. Isaac wasn't going to look for her immediately. Tell him I've received the message. The sparrow also warned him, be careful and don't die, or my master will be sad. Uji had been looking for Isaac this whole time and couldn't find him. Hey, where were you? We've been looking everywhere for you. But honestly, I'm really proud of you. You ordered food for us from the local inn, right? Isaac was surprised to hear that. Food. A girl stepped out from inside. We prepared it to serve everyone. Isaac felt that this person seemed strangely familiar. Please go ahead and eat. He understood the hidden meaning at once. I thought she'd wait, but who would have thought she'd come here instead? Everyone had gathered together to rest. Hey, Uji, what's wrong with Isaac? He's overdoing it. Uji no longer wanted to care. Just leave him alone. Isaac was acting extremely unpleasant. Hey you, there's dust in my water. Bring me another glass. I don't like square plates. Change it. The food's gone cold. Too salty. I hate the sound of your breathing. Stop breathing. For the time being, even Dezek was joining in. Our master Isaac told you to bring another one. How do you make him say it twice? She truly could not understand these people. Are these errand boys insane? Why are they taking his side? I am terribly sorry. In that case, I'll deal with these troublesome pests first. Please eat, holy knights. You all must be tired. Dezek still did not stop ordering her around. We're hired by him. We won't eat the same food as him. Demon wanted to punch every single one of them. This town is only safe when you're all healthy. I made this dish especially for you, so please eat. Just eat it for me already. Isaac sat there enjoying his private entertainment. Hey, why don't you eat first? How are we supposed to know whether you poisoned it or not? Demon was determined to kill him. This little brat. Since they could not stand it any longer, Isaac's team finally spoke up. Hey, that's enough. I'm perfectly fine. Why are you bullying her? You have no right to bully her. We'll prove she's innocent. The moment they said that, the whole group collapsed to the ground. Isaac guessed they would start fighting right here, which only made things easier for him. He had been planning to knock them out first anyway. Whisper can help you. Should I call a Holy Spirit to purify them? You felt there was no need for that. Just leave them alone. They needed to be taught a lesson. It had to obey every one of Isaac's orders. Master this poison. It turns holy mana into dark mana. Isaac looked even more delighted. Are you sure? It really turns that disgusting holy mana into dark mana. Whisper confirmed it completely. Absolutely. It's a kind of parasitic poison. Isaac instantly pictured it in his mind. That meant he could build a dark mana farm inside the Holy Kingdom. Demon's expression grew even more sinister. She was extremely confident in her own talent. Now you've lost for sure, brat. Isaac had no intention of letting that happen. Me lose? Anyone with power will just become my meal. Demon was threatening him with words. If you want him to live, come with me. I'll give you the antidote. Dezek wanted to rush in and beat her down. This bitch. She had no intention of letting Isaac off easily. Don't resist. But Demon suddenly seemed unable to see anything anymore. Isaac had charged down from above, though fortunately for her, she managed to dodge in time. Demon quickly retreated back to her own position. That's right, follow me, little boy. Dezek wanted to ensure Isaac's safety. We'll come with you, my lord. But Isaac refused. No, I'll go alone. I can't leave them behind without protection. They'll only survive if you keep supplying them with mana. That only moved Dezek even more. Lord Isaac, don't worry. We'll take care of these priests. At last, Isaac left. Thanks to you lot. I'll be able to gather even more mana later. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Demon had to admit Isaac's nerve. What a brave fool. You really dared come here alone, without any guards. She was deeply impressed by that reckless courage. Isaac had no intention of losing. How stupid. You dare talk about eating these humans without even realizing who I am? Isaac's eyes turned red. Kneel. Demon seemed to realize something. She immediately obeyed without saying a word. Isaac's identity had been exposed. She stared at him in terror. This mana. Demon sensed something abnormal. Why did this brat have Demon King mana? That damn brat. He must have eaten part of his majesty's body, the body of our demon king. Please wait for me, your majesty. I'll cut open this brat's stomach and free it for you no matter what. The two powers mixed together, and Demon herself no longer knew what she was doing. Strange things kept appearing before her eyes, but Demon still fought with all her strength. The sounds of impacts striking the ground rang out loudly. Isaac thought she was truly stupid. I'll show you who your true king is. The full moon was beautiful tonight. Whisper seemed thrilled. Master is amazing. It's only 5th tier magic, but its power rivals 7th tier already. As expected, combining dark mana and holy mana really is the move of a genius. Even Isaac had not expected himself to be this talented. He had reached a new realm. Perhaps this was why those gods had not wanted to become human. Isaac turned his head when he noticed something. Demon was so badly injured that she could no longer stand up. He did not know how to deal with it. How should we handle her? Suddenly, Isaac clapped once. She immediately bowed her head and apologized. Your Majesty, I have committed a sin worthy of death. Let me give you the antidote. Isaac did not even need it. We'll deal with that later. For now, bring back the holy knights you kidnapped. I'm giving you 1 minute. And most importantly, I want a perfect score on this test. So besides rescuing the holy knights, I also need evidence. Demon did not quite understand. What kind of evidence? Isaac's face turned even more sinister. Evidence that I personally exterminated a demon. 2 days passed without any news. Uji was so worried about Isaac that his head hurt. Damn it, what the hell happened to that Isaac bastard? Dezek thought it would not be anything too serious. We already sent people to follow him, so don't worry too much. Lord Isaac isn't someone who gets pushed around easily. But Uji did not think it was that simple. Something had definitely happened. That was why the mages had been going out to search over and over, and every time they had been extremely serious about it. You know better than I do that they're never normally like this. He understood that better than anyone. There were some bloodstains where we think he passed by, but that doesn't mean he's dead. Isaac quietly walked in. I'm back. Uji did not notice at first and just said welcome back. Then he realized and immediately turned around. Hey, you bastard, are you okay? Isaac brought back a bundle. Here, the antidote. Uji saw how many things were there. What else is inside? Isaac only replied, that's important, so keep it safe. Uji did not care about being careful. The moment he opened it, he panicked nonstop. What the hell is this? Isaac remained completely calm. That's the kidnapper's head, and also the evidence we need to get a perfect score on the test. But they still had questions. Then what about the Holy Knights? What about our comrades? Isaac stretched as if tired. The Holy Knights? They were too heavy, so I hid them in the bushes out front. Hurry and bring them in. Someone quickly ran in to report the situation. Commander, our comrades have returned. They were all familiar faces. They had returned. Uji seemed to have realized it. Then does that mean you? Dezek also understood. That so-called kidnapper's head. Isaac no longer wanted to hide it. That's right. I went there and cut his head off. Uji could no longer stay calm. You charged alone into a place crawling with mages? How is that possible? That makes no sense. Isaac had no choice but to make up another story. He needed to come up with something convincing now. Actually, they must have heard we were coming here on a mission, so they planned to kidnap us and then make up a story that they had saved us from the demon race in order to bargain with the Holy Kingdom. Yeah, that's it. The woman who drugged us was actually a mage. Looks like she planned to drug us and sell us to the Mystic Empire. We really misjudged them. I guess it makes sense if they wanted to traffic people. Seriously, how can anyone treat others like that, right? The moment I threatened to report this to the Holy See, she backed down immediately. She even got scared just from being threatened by a brat like me. The Pope really is terrifying, huh? I also asked where the Holy Knights were being held, and it turned out everyone knew. She even knew the secret path leading there. Luckily, the Holy Knights were still being kept as emergency rations and hadn't been eaten yet, so I brought them out. There was a demon guarding them, but it was asleep, so I took care of it too. What, don't believe me? Want me to act it out for you? There was no more doubt. Oh well. Anyway, what really happened doesn't matter. I believe you, my lord, but that was still far too reckless. What if something had happened? Isaac acted like a brave man. There was no other way. It was better than fighting those mages. If we fought, there would definitely have been casualties. As guardians of the faith, I couldn't let that happen. Dezek was so moved, he burst into tears. You truly are a saint. Uji looked annoyed. What nonsense are you spouting? Watch your mouth. Still, Isaac had returned safely. The mages who came looking for you really did seem worried that you'd been kidnapped. Isaac did not care about that at all. Those bastards worried about a priest. Suddenly, voices came from outside. That was a bit harsh. We were worried the demon race had killed you, so we came looking for you, only to be misunderstood like this. Isaac did not believe that nonsense for a second. Cut the crap. You bastards came because of the Manhwa core. The man gave an order. Please cooperate with our investigation. There has been a report that Isaac coldly insisted. I didn't see any demon, but they kept insisting. We clearly sense one nearby. Isaac immediately denied it. You're mistaken. At least say something believable. Demons aren't stray cats or dogs. Do you really think a trainee priest like me could defeat one? That was true. If a trainee could defeat a demon then. But the whole thing was absurd. There had clearly been one here. Isaac realized what they probably meant. They must be talking about Fourth Uncle. Or maybe I'm wrong. It is a common title, after all. Isaac only replied, whatever. I'm going to rest. You deal with it yourselves. They still had many unanswered questions. Hey, we're not done talking. Finish the conversation before you leave. But Isaac did not go to rest. Instead, he headed to a place full of trees. There was only a small house there. Isaac gently placed his hand on the door. Then he flung the door wide open. Isaac had been hiding her in here all this time. All right, let's finish this up too. 2 days earlier, Isaac had said to Demon, the proof that I defeated a demon. She had knelt trembling on the ground and spoken up. Proof that you killed a demon. Could it be? Isaac continued. The one who devoured the trainee priest of the Lamb family 14 years ago. Wasn't that you? How could someone as weak as you have done that? Even 14 years ago, there's no way you were the one who defeated a lie. Even if I took your head, they would still suspect you weren't the real culprit. So go and bring me proof with real value. I need the head of a demon to present to the papal court. Back in the present, Isaac sat casually on a wooden barrel and said, I didn't expect you to bring back the real culprit's head. So you're not completely stupid after all. And you, Demon, pale as death, asked in agony, you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning, didn't you? Isaac answered at once, a woman and a beast she kept. Did you really think I knew only that much? The moment he pressed her, the woman cowardly denied it. And my lord, Isaac continued his interrogation. Then why did my informant specifically call you the demon from 14 years ago? She honestly confessed, the truth is the culprit 14 years ago was my older sister. She used her pet beast to hunt priests and ate them as snacks. At that moment, thoughts flashed through Isaac's mind. Since they shared the same bloodline, their aura and traits were similar, so it was understandable that people would confuse them. In any case, she had still brought back the one that had devoured Eli's comrades. After finishing that thought, Isaac continued, I need information. What does the current hierarchy of the demons look like? She answered immediately. A skeleton king is commanding the 9th rank devils, the true demons. Because your majesty lost power after the battle with the gods, he ordered them to kill saints and gather the skeleton king's power. The more he listened, the colder Isaac's face became. He questioned her. Then what are the gods doing? She replied, your servant does not know, but perhaps the divine realm suffered heavy losses, which is why they have made no move all this time. Isaac sank deeper into thought. Astonishing. The consequences of that self-destructive explosion were probably greater than he had expected. Given their nature, there was no reason for them to stay silent for 150 years. They should have searched the entire world for his soul. They couldn't possibly be unaware that the object sealing him had now been taken over by the dragon inside it. Had high-grade holy magic failed? Impossible. Even if they had lost their souls, failing to notice the dragon inside the seal was even stranger. Then he suddenly thought of something interesting, and a satisfied smile curled on his lips. Isaac guessed, so another soul took my place inside the seal. Is there a high-level entity inside? A great calamity with a name similar to the Skeleton King's? Or perhaps a god? Just thinking about it was already fascinating. He would have to check it himself later. Ending that train of thought, he spoke again. You're Demon, right? She slammed her head to the floor and admitted it. Yes, my lord. Isaac's face was full of danger as he gave her an order. Go find the demons and be my eyes and ears. The scene shifted outside, where the grateful voice of one of the rescued men rang out repeatedly. Thank you, my lord. Lord Isaac, I owe you my life. I could never repay this debt in my lifetime. I can't believe you killed that monster with your own hands and even rescued every single one of us personally. Isaac's voice rang out with righteous dignity. Don't worry about it. That was part of our mission too. Hearing that, the others became even more emotional. Worthy of the Lamb bloodline indeed. We don't know how to repay this kindness. You even saved our comrades too. Suddenly, the scar-faced man shouted, Warhorse, the answer is already obvious. Lord Isaac. The group of soldiers all knelt before him at once and said reverently, as a seventh-rank knight, I, Dezek, together with all of Warhorse, will obey Lord Isaac and ride wherever you command. Even Isaac was greatly surprised by what he saw before him. I didn't expect this at all. There was even a free elite army included, wasn't there? They were spread all across the continent, skilled at gathering information and able to move quickly. Saving 11 people and gaining this much in return. It was more than worth it. Wasn't that brat among them too? Seeing Isaac's attention turn toward him, Dezek's face lit up. Just as I thought. You don't know who that brat is, do you? You're going to be very, very surprised. The boy immediately greeted him politely. Hello, I'm Hyperius, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. Thank you so much for saving me. Hearing the boy introduce himself, Isaac stared at him in shock. What? So the mages had set up camp there because the prince had been captured. They'd hidden that well, Hyperius cheerfully remarked. I used to think everyone from the Holy Empire was useless, but who knew there'd be someone like you? Big brother, you saved my life. As the boy spoke, Isaac's face showed increasing confusion. Then the boy continued, the Holy Knights were captured, and they sent nothing but trainee priests to rescue them. You're completely different from the trash at the Holy See, big brother. As he listened, Isaac silently judged him. This kid has spirit. The more he spoke, the more Hyperius's face blazed with excitement. Your faith is far purer than theirs. Please give me a chance to repay this debt, big brother. Hearing that, a sly smile rose on Isaac's lips. Really? Then could you help me with one thing? The scene shifted to the Imperial Palace. Asalai was giving a report. My lord, the blue team has entered Cross-Sandria. The witches blocked the route into the Empire, so we servants could not keep following them. However, they have definitely entered the mission area. Cardinal Wangseek answered anxiously. I thought they wouldn't be able to get there because of the cavalry blocking them, but they still made it through. The guard continued, but we have heard that Isaac of Joshua entered the mission area alone. Cardinal Wangseek asked in surprise, alone? So he couldn't subdue those mounted troops either. Even we had to give up, so his failure is understandable. He certainly won't be able to complete the mission, and he has even less chance of making it back alive. The guard admitted, that's right. From the beginning, we arranged things so he would have no path back to Hell. The fourth child of the Joshua family said he would warmly welcome those lovely nephews if they set foot in his mission area. If it's him, he'll definitely use the witches to deal with them. But can't the royal family support Isaac? They seem unusually concerned about him. Cardinal Wangseek replied, no, the royal family can't afford that right now. Cross-Sandria is a disputed zone between the Holy Empire and the Magic Empire. If anything happens there and the magic side exploits it, it will become a political disaster. Even if he somehow succeeds, we must make sure he can never return. The guard accepted the order. Yes, my lord. Cardinal Wangseek's smile grew more satisfied. I can already picture the Lamb family being mocked by the whole world. The scene shifted to Isaac's dark expression as he said excitedly, that's probably what they're thinking. In that case, we'll crush them. Let me introduce the secret weapon that will humiliate the Papal Holy See, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. Seeing everyone gape in shock, Isaac could not help being surprised. What is it? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Someone shouted, you lunatic, what insane thing are you doing now? Who introduces the enemy country's prince like he's some neighbor's child? Hearing that, the boy shyly said, so that's why I had to hide my identity. I really did surprise you, honorable clergyman. Please forgive me. Seeing how extremely gentle the child was being, Uji asked in confusion, don't tell me you kidnapped this kid? Hyperius immediately denied it. Kidnapped? What kind of nonsense is that? Isaac thought to himself, I'm the one who got kidnapped, you idiot. Then he continued, as far as this matter goes, the Holy See is finished. We're not just rescuing a holy knight. We've done even better than that. We're not the ones in trouble here, are we? The basic rule of politics is to force the other side to take responsibility. Just saving the prince is enough to put the Magic Empire in our debt. Hyperius turned and praised him. Just as expected, big brother. You really are a genius strategist. Uji could only think helplessly. But how can this guy say things like that right in front of the prince? Is he insane? Has this one got mad too? In the end, he could only cover his face and ask, so you're planning to announce that you rescued the prince of the Magic Empire and return in triumph? Only then did Isaac become serious. Wait a moment. Don't let anyone know yet. That's exactly why I gathered all of you here. It's obvious the Holy Knight Gold faction set a trap to sabotage our mission, right? So what do you think will happen if we lead the prince of the Magic Empire straight into their nest? Hyperius looked thrilled. Just as expected, "Big brother, if you want, I'll charge into danger myself." Seeing that the plan had been approved, Isaac declared smugly, "Let's give those holy sword gold bastards a slap from heaven." Uji asked anxiously, "It's one thing if only we fall into the trap, but what if even the youngest prince of the Demon Kingdom gets captured?" Isaac reassured him, "Of course there'll be a thorough investigation into who's behind this, by both the Holy Kingdom and the Demon Kingdom. So just imagine how terrified the ones who set this trap, the Gold Faith, will be." Uji still looked worried as he continued, "I more or less understand what you're thinking, but Cardinal Barrett isn't the kind of person who would act so openly that he'd expose himself as the culprit." Isaac analyzed calmly, "That's fine. He has an accomplice." Uji asked in confusion, "An accomplice? Don't tell me you're planning to use the mages." Isaac replied, "They're a nuisance, so I'm planning to ruin their plans a little. But if we fight them head on, it could turn into a diplomatic issue." Hearing that, Uji became even more suspicious. "Then what exactly are you planning to do?" Isaac gave a wicked smile and suddenly shouted, "Just kidding." And both Hyperius and the others quickly chimed in, "He's joking. Big brother is right." The people around them could only think in bewilderment, "What nonsense is this? Has he lost his mind?" Suddenly, a loud crash rang out, startling everyone. The others hurriedly asked, "What was that? What's going on?" Isaac judged inwardly. It happened on the mage's left side, didn't it? At the same time, a threatening voice rang out. "The first strike worked, you damned mages." Hyperius rushed outside with all his strength and shouted, "How dare they try to steal my mana core die?" Seeing the boy's reaction, Isaac could only panic inwardly. That lunatic bastard. Outside, the mages were in a complete panic. "We're under attack. All the mana cores we had stored have been destroyed. Even the tools for creating the magic circle have been smashed to pieces." They began to suspect, could it be the blue trainees? Did they find out about our attack plan and strike first? The mages, unable to stay calm, shouted, "Attack those priests." Then suddenly a voice stopped them. "Wait." Now then, from this moment on, Isaac pushed Hyperius to the front of the mages and said, "I'll leave him to you." "Your Highness," the boy cursed, "you bastards, how dare you attack me?" Only then did the mages react. "The youngest prince? Your Highness, why are you with those priests? Please come this way. We'll escort you." That was when Isaac spoke up threateningly. "Bastards, if you value this brat's life, hand over everything you have." Hyperius played along as well. "Give up." Isaac put on an acting performance and barked, "Didn't you hear me? Hand it all over, you bastards." Uji, hiding nearby, prayed inwardly, "Dear heavens, please just take this bastard away." Ashwa, known as the Blue Order among the 5 great faiths, together with the White Order, was considered the most righteous and looked down on injustice, following the code of chivalry. Even with a blade at his throat, the heir of that faith was someone who would never raise a weapon first. And yet now he was holding a sword to the neck of the prince of the Demon Kingdom and carrying out a full-blown kidnapping. Isaac continued threatening the people of the Demon Kingdom. "So you're saying it wouldn't matter if this brat got his head chopped off?" Hyperius also began provoking them. "So that's what you mean, is it?" One of the mages thought anxiously, "Why is His Highness there? And why is he being held hostage like that? He's someone who could overwhelm countless grown adults by himself. They must have seized on some weakness of his. We have to help him." Then one of the mages stepped forward and spoke. "You there, disciple under Ashwa. Calm down. Let's settle this through negotiation." Isaac answered smugly, "Negotiate my foot. Didn't I tell you to hand everything over?" From behind, a female mage attempted a sneak move. She called to Hyperius, "Your Highness, over here. Take my hand. I'll save you." Hyperius's face darkened as he shouted, "Idiots! Why haven't you saved me yet? And you still call yourselves the great mages of the Empire?" The female mage kept signaling desperately, "I'm trying. Over here. Your Highness. Over here." Meanwhile, Hyperius played hide-and-seek with her, never stopping his stream of insults. "Arrogant idiots. Useless idiots." After the absurd chase dragged on for a while, Hyperius finally stopped and gave an order. "Enough. In the name of the youngest prince of the Demon Kingdom, I command you, hand over everything you have and withdraw." Isaac added fuel to the fire. "You heard him. Get out, you bastards." One of the mages thought bitterly, "He is the future of our empire. I don't know what's going on, but we have no choice except to obey His Highness." After thinking that, the mages all knelt and accepted the order. "We obey. We'll hand over everything. Please release His Highness." Isaac could hardly contain his joy. Monacoris, whisper appeared and reminded him, Master, please control your expression. Isaac cheerfully replied to the mages, Very well. In honor of your kindness, I'll let this go just this once. And I guarantee I'll report to the Empire that you tried to attack us. The mage instantly made excuses. You must have misunderstood. We were only hunting demons. Isaac replied, If you were hunting demons, then why were you carrying weapons specifically made for capturing priests? If you don't like it, then prepare to receive the prince's corpse. The mage cursed inwardly. Damn it. Isaac kept pressing him. What are you doing? Not retreating yet. Hyperius immediately joined in. Get out of here at once. Go back to the Blue Order. Sounds of delight kept echoing. Isaac lay sprawled among a pile of jewels, grinning in satisfaction. Monacoris, Hyperius, beside him, kept admiring him. As expected, Big Brother knows everything. The mana cores of the Demon Kingdom are on a completely different level from the garbage of the Holy Kingdom. Big Brother, can't you see? Even the grain in the stones is on a whole different level. Uji finally spoke up. I thought the Holy Kingdom was just full of worms who couldn't even stockpile mana cores, but I didn't expect someone like that to exist in the Blue Order. Such sincere and wonderful faith. No one can match that character. Lying on the bed, Isaac thought, we found another lunatic. Hyperius kept boasting. Big Brother, just say the word. When we return to the capital, I'll make sure the Blue Order receives a great reward. Isaac happily replied to the boy, That sounds nice. Hyperius suddenly asked, Big Brother, have you ever considered joining the Demon Kingdom? We'll treat you well. Beside them, Uji could only curse inwardly. That's enough, you lunatics. Then he cut in, Isaac, there's something I want to say to you. Wipe the drool off first. Are you really planning to tell the family head that fourth uncle used magic? Isaac answered, Of course. I need to remove my rival if I want to become the family head. Uji warned him, If you get this wrong, you'll be in serious trouble. You've never met fourth uncle, but his personality is no joke. If you accuse an innocent man without evidence, you really will die. Isaac sneered. Innocent? Think back to what the mages called out. They said we were of Ashwa's direct line. That mage bastard clearly knew who we were and targeted us from the very beginning. Uji replied, People from Ashwa do stand out because of their appearance, so maybe. Isaac immediately threw cold water on that idea. What are you even talking about? You're ugly as hell, and your hair color is trash. Who would look at your face and guess you came from Ashwa? Let me tell you something. They already knew everything. Uji still refused to accept reality. Stop it, you bastard. Isaac explained. It's obvious the fourth son of Ashwa already investigated this. There's no way they would somehow know that someone of Ashwa's direct line was mixed in with a group of apprentice priests. Wake up, Uji. The man you call uncle tried to kill me. If it were you and your father was close to dying, could you just sit still? You'd have raised hell and turned the whole place upside down, wouldn't you? Uji stared blankly. They weren't supposed to know yet. What exactly was exposed? Then something struck him, and he reacted sharply. This bastard, don't tell me. Isaac finished with a dark expression. They must have already turned everything upside down, right? The white faction, the black faction, the royal family, and even the Holy See must all be in chaos by now, too. At the fortress, the shocked voice of a guard rang out. What did you just say? The blue trainee squad returned alive. The blonde guard answered anxiously, Yes. I heard they're on their way back to the capital now. And after checking the squad's numbers, it seems the head count has actually increased. It looks like they rescued survivors who had previously been kidnapped as well. The blue-haired guard still could not believe it and asked again, What on earth were those mages doing? Cardinal Wangseek thought in disbelief. What did that fourth Joshua Brat and those mages do? How did that kid make it back alive and unharmed? The blonde guard continued. Actually, I heard they couldn't make their move at all. The blue-haired guard frowned in confusion. What do you mean? He explained. Among the survivors rescued by the Blue Squad was a prince of the Magic Empire. The blue-haired guard went blank. Who did you say? The blonde guard answered. The youngest prince of Baritania, Hyperius Baritania. Isaac Joshua has strongly demanded a thorough investigation into whoever was behind the mages, saying they must uncover the one who attempted to assassinate the prince. Cardinal Wangseek clenched his lips and prayed inwardly. That damned brat actually pulled this stunt? The moment a prince gets involved, the entire board is overturned. The investigation will definitely be far more thorough now. That means not only can we not make a move, we could even end up being accused of attempting to murder a prince. Like father, like son, those two are both rotten to the core. Then suddenly a guard rushed in and reported an alarm. Your Eminence, something terrible has happened. The head of the Blue Line has stormed into Barrett territory and is causing chaos. He's demanding that they hand over the fourth young master of the family immediately. Cardinal Wangseek's face turned pale. Even their grandfather is like this? 3 generations of that family are all insane. The scene shifted to the holy capital of the Holy Kingdom, Hello Roman. With tears in his eyes, Isaac said to his grandfather, "Grandfather, I almost never would have seen you again. It was all because fourth uncle wanted to use the mages to kill us." Hearing his grandson say that, Eli was furious. That lunatic bastard. Thinking back to what had just happened, Isaac marveled inwardly, as expected of grandfather. I already knew he wasn't ordinary, but I never imagined he would charge straight into the Wangseek family like that. Asalai called out from nearby, "Young master." She then knelt respectfully and said, "Thank you for avenging my older brother, who was murdered 14 years ago." Isaac was somewhat confused. Why don't I know anything about that? But outwardly he still replied, "It's nothing. It wasn't a big deal." "So what's the situation with the others in the family now?" Asalai answered, "The same as the family head, sir." Young Master Go suddenly became furious over all sorts of strange things. He kept cursing. He's insane, completely insane. Not only Isaac, he even wanted to kill his own nephew. Zilai answered, "Isaac is his nephew too, brother." But Go refused to accept it. "Can't you see our hair colors are different, idiot?" Zilai nodded. "Yeah, and the looks are different too." Hearing that only made him even crazier. "Shut up." The appearance of a third person made the two of them stop talking. Asalai continued, and young Master Benjamin, who handles the finances, burned all of fourth young master's inheritance. At the time, Benjamin had said, he has no inheritance rights anymore. Give it all back to society. Hearing that, Isaac wanted to cry his eyes out. "Why burn it instead of giving it to me?" Asalai continued, "Next year, all the direct members of the Joshua family will gather in the main hall. Honestly, I'm very worried. It seems he still hasn't given up on trying to kill young Master Isaac. He's obsessed with becoming family head, so he wants to eliminate Isaac first." Isaac reassured her, "Don't worry. I'm not planning on dying yet. Still, it's strange. There should be one more place in complete uproar too. Why is it still quiet?" It arrived just then. A letter came flying down from the sky. After reading it, Isaac became visibly excited. Just as I expected, a spell manifested before Isaac's eyes. Asalai thought in shock, a holy summoning spell? Looking at the people who had just arrived, Isaac greeted them. "You all seem to have been in quite a hurry, coming all the way here with a holy summoning spell and all." A foot stepped out from the warped space, and Zephit came before Isaac and said, "You said you had something entertaining to show me?" Isaac answered calmly, "It seems our prince of the Magic Empire is doing wonderfully, doesn't he? I knew you would like it." Grinding his teeth in fury, Zephit slowly let go of Isaac's clothes. Returning to his composed expression, Zephit asked, "What is your purpose in bringing the prince of the Magic Empire here?" Isaac shot back, "What do you mean? I brought him back to be useful to you." Zephit curled his lip. "Useful?" His mind flashed back to when he had first received Isaac's letter. "At first, I thought this was good. A chance to eliminate the mages is extremely valuable." Isaac's letter had said, "The mages may have targeted the prince. Please thoroughly investigate whoever is behind them." As an expert in interrogating enemies within the Red Faith, he had thought, isn't this already obvious? It's a joint plot between the Pope and Joshua's fourth son, meant to cripple Isaac. Thanks to that stupid brat Isaac Joshua, I finally got a chance to wipe out both the Wangseek faction and the Blue faction. That alone would be enough to trade for an audience with the 14 demons. Perhaps even more than that. But then Zephit had been judged by Hyperius. "So this is how your holy kingdom interrogates people." Zephit had thought, can a holy kingdom really be this barbaric? Hyperius had shouted, "What? You dare even ask my name? That's an outrageous violation of human rights. Are all your clergy like this? How dare you ask about Big Brother Isaac's family matters? Don't you know how to spell morality? And trash like you dares question the descendants of the Blue family? You people could never understand Big Brother Isaac. Let me go at once." One soldier, having lost patience, was about to lunge forward. "Just let me kill this brat. I'll gladly go to heaven afterward." Another soldier calmed him down. "Hold it in." Meanwhile, Zephit sank into thought. So that little brat asked for an investigation into the people behind this just to intimidate the Wangseek side. Not wanting the Blue side to get dragged into it, he brought in an uncooperative prince like this? At this point, only the Wangseek side would be left sitting on a hot pan. That little bastard, he dared use even me? Back in the present, Zephit threatened, "Isaac, do you think I'll just let this pass? Seeing my subordinates suffer is rather irritating to me as well." Isaac still joked cheerfully, "Oh, come on, why say that? You're not irritated at all. You actually enjoy watching your subordinates suffer." Zephit fell silent. Strange. I've never let anyone notice that before. The foul energy radiating from him was so oppressive that Asalai collapsed on the spot. Zephit interrogated him. Did the head of the blue line tell you? Even if I kill a mere trainee here, no one would dare say a word. Who told you that? Now that you've had your fun, it's time to pay the price. Isaac called out solemnly, Cardinal Zephit. Zephit gave a crooked smile, his voice turning dangerous. Does the Blue family teach its children only how to die of someone else's hands? Asalai cried out anxiously, Young master, run. But Isaac simply nudged him lightly, then said softly, Thank you, Cardinal. This is enough for my fee. Asalai still had not recovered from her shock of the scene before her when Isaac pulled out a flower-marked pass and held it up in front of Zephit. At that moment, he said, By the way, Isaac, there's something I suddenly became curious about. That monster, did you really defeat it yourself? How could a mere trainee do that? Isaac replied, It's a family secret, Your Eminence. Unlike us in the Blue faction, your family specializes in hunting demonkind, so it makes sense that you wouldn't know. That's also why your son was defeated. Zephit's expression softened completely. He turned away, thinking, What an insolent brat. Isaac cheerfully said goodbye as well. Travel safely, Your Eminence. Asalai hurriedly asked, Young master, are you all right? Yes, miss. I really can't understand it. Why is everyone in the Red faction so unpleasant? Isaac explained, The heads of the Red faction have always been insane. Asalai asked, What is that, by the way? He answered, A pass to the papal prison. Isaac thought to himself, With this, I can go see my subordinate. At the Yellow Pentagon Evaluation Council, someone asked, This time, which team do you think will win the Yellow Pentagon? Another replied, Obviously the Yellow team. There's never been a case where Yellow failed to win it. Remember, even the Red faction lost their victory to the Blue faction. Oh, the trainees are back. Which team is it? An announcement rang out. The Faith of Blue, Joshua, mixed in with the crowd. Uji thought to himself, We actually made it back alive in the end, you bastard Isaac Joshua. We nearly died because of him more than once. Seeing that everyone was silent, Isaac reminded them, I can see all of you, bastards. Don't you know how to smile, damn it? Suddenly, voices of commotion rose again. Over there, look, it's a Yellow team. The Yellow faction members looked at Isaac with contempt. Those idiotic Blue fools. Thanks to them, we were able to recover the relic of our ancestor Hela that was stolen by the enemy nation. Only something like this can truly benefit the Holy Kingdom. What is there to gain from a mission in that land of mages? So what if they saved a few lives? What does that change? What a bunch of idiotic Blue fools. They ought to use their heads. Their heads. At that moment, the host raised his voice as well. All trainees and distinguished guests attending the Yellow Pentagon Evaluation, please rise. The results of this year's Yellow Pentagon Evaluation will be announced personally by His Majesty the Emperor. Everyone was astonished. His Majesty came to the Pentagon Award ceremony too? That's rare. That means this year's Pentagon is extremely important, and His Majesty himself will announce the results. The Yellow faction rejoiced inwardly. That's right, this is it. We brought back the Holy Kingdom's lost royal treasure. So His Majesty came in person to present the award. The host's voice rang out again. Then, from this moment, the Yellow Pentagon Evaluation will begin. The treasure brought back by the White team is a collection of scattered ancient texts. The Red team brought back a holy sword forged 300 years ago by the genius artisan Atega. The observers marveled. That's quite impressive. It has immense research value. Atega's works still sell for astronomical prices even now. This year's trainees really are remarkable. Last year, they didn't bring back anything worthwhile. And the Yellow team, truly extraordinary. They have brought back a royal treasure stolen hundreds of years ago. The entire hall erupted. That's a treasure passed down through generations of the royal family. Is it the necklace stolen by the Matsi? Even Isaac found it hard to believe. A royal treasure? So that's why His Majesty came in person. The Emperor examined the treasure and sighed in admiration. It truly is extraordinary. This is a treasure passed down through royal wedding ceremonies. It was stolen in my grandfather's generation. I thought I would never see it again, and yet you have brought it back. The strength of the Yellow team is indeed extraordinary. The Yellow faction had already started sneering inwardly. See the gap in level between us now? Useless Blue trash. If anyone has achieved a greater feat than this, then step forward and show us. Seeing how proud they looked, Isaac sighed quietly. These people are really annoying. The host continued the announcements, and finally, the Blue team. The Blue team bravely rescued all the holy knights who had been kidnapped by demonkind in Cursadia. The observers were stunned. They rescued people from the territory of those mages? They're only trainees. Just surviving and coming back would already have been extraordinary. However, the Yellow faction remained deeply contemptuous. So what if they only brought back survivors? The host continued. They also exterminated the demonic beast that drove priests to their deaths 14 years ago, personally defeating the beast that even the mages coveted and rescuing all the survivors. At last, Helpless' wound from 14 years ago has been soothed. The Yellow faction continued, trying to reassure themselves. It's fine. It's a little surprising that they defeated the beast, but the royal treasure is still far more valuable. The host spoke again, and that is not all. The blue team also rescued Prince Hyperius of the Magic Empire. At that, everyone was stunned. They rescued who? Our holy kingdom of Hela demanded that Prince Hyperius repay this life-saving debt. The Magic Empire agreed to return one of the treasures it stole from us and abolish the unreasonable transit fee imposed on the disputed region bordering Crusadia. The emperor stood and declared, "This achievement is so extraordinary that I scarcely know how to praise it." What these trainees have accomplished today has not only restored the honor of Hellas' once-stained name, but has also secured spoils that bring real benefit to us in the present. A royal treasure is precious. Legendary spoils are precious. All of them enhance the honor of the Holy Kingdom. But to me, the lives of my people are far more precious. The blue team not only saved the Holy Knights, but also saved countless citizens of the Holy Kingdom, and even the prince of an enemy nation. A single life is more precious than the universe itself. To save that life is the very reason the Holy Kingdom of Hela exists. Resolving a matter of trade and transit that affects people's livelihoods is no different from saving countless lives. I believe the Yellow Pentagon Evaluation Council must feel much the same as I do in the face of such an unprecedented accomplishment. The Evaluation Council members coughed nervously. The people watching the results also began to comment. Indeed, the royal treasure brought back by the Yellow team is formidable, but what the blue team accomplished is overwhelmingly greater. Those aren't feats trainees should be able to achieve. More importantly, the blue team has reaffirmed the meaning of a priest's existence. That's right, protecting the weak and acting for humanity are the very core of what priests exist for. While the other teams merely brought back objects to restore old honor, whether intentional or not, the blue team has performed a tremendous service for Hela and its people. The blue-haired man from the Yellow faction thought resentfully, if it weren't intentional, Isaac could never have negotiated with the Magic Empire like that. Because they saved the people, the Yellow team had no choice this time but to yield the championship to Blue. Everything happened exactly according to Isaac's plan. At last, the Emperor announced the result. Then I shall declare the final outcome. This year, the trainees have demonstrated rare and exceptional talent. In particular, one team did not give up despite an arduous mission and even succeeded in rescuing additional comrades. That achievement is an example not only for their peers, but even for their seniors. Therefore, this year's Yellow Pentagon belongs to the blue team. At the blue team's dormitory, Eli was walking alone down the corridor. He thought to himself, I only told him to come back alive, but you did so well, Isaac. Maybe the boy really can become a saint and bring glory back to the family. His personality is seriously problematic, but if he's taught properly, right, I'm sure he can still be corrected. As he thought this, his hand gently pushed the door open. Before he could even step inside, Isaac's voice came from within. Air, it's no big deal. You just yap a bit, say a few things about your comrades, recite a few lines of doctrine. As long as you say what the family head likes to hear, it's easy as pie. And don't worry about getting king rank on the blue exam either. If I just sit still, grandfather will hand it to me himself. So this is what invincibility feels like. Damn, this is great. What's with everyone? Why did you all suddenly go quiet? Behind him, Eli stared at Isaac with cold eyes and called out, Isaac, it seems the heir's seat is still too early for you. No matter how much I try to educate you, you really don't seem likely to improve. Sweat poured down Isaac's face as he thought anxiously, I'm screwed. You bastards, if grandfather was standing there, you should have told me. The conversation ended, and Isaac angrily slammed something onto the floor. What the hell? This is ridiculous. You're making me endure all that brutal training. And then you tried to tempt me into failing with a treasure and made me copy hundreds of pages of ancient books so difficult they're impossible to understand. And you call that fair? What exactly did I do wrong? Whisper tried to calm him down. You spewed every awful thing you could write in front of the family head. You had no choice. He said he'd give you the lowest score possible if you didn't do everything. Do you want to fail? You brought this on yourself. Isaac cursed in frustration. Damn it. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. "I've got it, Uncle." Hearing the call, Zilai turned around. Isaac thought to himself, well, Uncle did come along with the family head. "Uncle." Zilai looked puzzled at Isaac's expression. Isaac's eyes welled up with tears as he acted spoiled and pitiful. Zilai's face instantly turned grim as he asked, "Tell me who made you cry. I'll twist their head off and bring it back to you." Isaac confided, "I think grandfather hates me. Maybe I should leave this house." Zilai panicked. What? Why? What happened?" Isaac complained. "Well, he told me I should leave the dormitory and go home with him. And when I asked for some wine, he said I was still too young and didn't deserve it." Seeing how pitiful Isaac looked, Zilai immediately believed him. Why would father do that? Could it be he wants to discipline Isaac? "My older brother and sister-in-law were just like my own parents. When I lost them both 10 years ago, my world nearly collapsed. So when I learned that my nephew was still alive, I was so happy I could barely breathe. For this child, I'd willingly lay down my life." Whisper looked at Isaac's expression in confusion. "What are you doing?" Isaac kept playing the miserable victim. Isaac just wants to pass the blue exam, become a full-fledged priest, and then destroy the skeleton demon king together with Uncle. So Isaac won't get to smash the skeleton demon king's skull anymore. Unable to hold back, Whisper muttered, "Are you insane? Why are you referring to yourself in the third person?" Hearing Isaac's plea, Zilai came to a decision and declared, "Don't worry, Isaac. This uncle of yours will handle everything." Isaac asked back, "Really?" Zilai answered firmly, "Of course. I'll help my precious nephew pass that stupid exam as easily as turning over a hand. It's nothing. Don't worry, Isaac," Whisper murmured, "but the exam is tomorrow. Can Zilai really pull that off?" Isaac replied, "If it's him, there won't be any problem. Besides, there's something more urgent. I need to meet my subordinate before they're executed." The next day, at the Holy Seas prison, the guards outside confirmed, "We have verified that this is indeed a pass issued by Cardinal Zephyr. You may visit them after 14 days. Isaac thought excitedly, having power really is nice. Then he spoke up, "The execution is in less than a month. Are you expecting me to admire a few heads after they've already been chopped off? Reduce it to 1 week." The guards immediately refused. "Impossible. Security protocol requires at least 10 days. You're already lucky you're being allowed to visit at all." Isaac cut in, 5 days. I said no. Then if something happens, Isaac lowered it again. 3 days. Forget it. Why don't I just go in right now? The guard hastily stopped him. "Tomorrow. It can't be any sooner." Isaac immediately accepted. "Fine, that works too." The guard thought to himself, why did Cardinal Zephyr give his pass to this lunatic? Whisper murmured beside him, "Weren't you planning to meet them right now?" Isaac replied, "No, I need to retrieve something after I get king rank on today's exam. Tomorrow will be better." The blue exam? Zilai said he'd make sure his precious nephew passed with ease. Whisper repeated the key phrase, "precious nephew." Isaac instantly shut him up. "Shut up. I wonder how easy the exam will be." Whisper was pleased too. If it's Zilai, then he probably turned it into something even a child could pass. At the hall the next day, the host welcomed them. "Welcome to all the priest trainees participating in the blue exam, and to all the honored guests who have come to watch. The final task of the blue exam is to eliminate a few monsters." Everyone cheered. "That sounds easy as pie." "What? Why is the test so easy?" "Isaac, you talked to the family for our sake, didn't you? If we still can't pass after this, we might as well bite our tongues and die. Not to mention the monsters we have to defeat." Looking at the skeletons in front of them, they couldn't hide their excitement. "They're just skeletons." The skeletons, red with excitement, exclaimed, "It's our king! Our king! He came to see us! He came to see us! Where have you been all this time? He came to save us!" Watching the skeletons dance around, Whisper commented, "Looks like this is going to be brother killing brother." Isaac's face turned pale. Thinking of Zilai's face, he cursed inwardly. That bastard Zilai. Skeletons. Just hearing the name made him want to cry. Weak as slugs, dumb as oxen, easy to overlook and easy to exploit. Basically, they were the untouchable underclass of the demon world. In priest exams, in lessons for nobles, even in children's festivals, they were commonly summoned just to be slaughtered. And if they died to bone purge, then that meant a straight trip to hell. When they died, they had to start over from nothing. They would revive again at level 1. You died again? That's the 43,721,376 time. Thinking of that, Isaac trembled with rage. "You damn priests. Right in front of me, the great skeleton demon king, and you dare summon these pitiful souls?" The skeletons, still oblivious to what was happening, chattered on. "Where are we?" "No idea, but but our king is here. Behind them, Uji was thrilled. Isaac, use Bone Purge. That'll send them straight to hell. They're nothing in front of that holy spell. Easy as pie. Whisper understood Isaac's feelings and tried to comfort him. Bone Purge is the most basic spell there is. Just use it. Isaac thought, I've died millions of times because of that damned Bone Purge spell, and now you're telling me to use it on these children? Are you insane? Zillah, you bastard. Unable to hold back their joy, the skeletons rushed toward Isaac. It's His Majesty. He came for us. We're so happy. Seeing the skeletons throw themselves at Isaac, the others froze in shock. Isaac, the skeletons asked affectionately, why were you gone so long? You've finally come to see us. Crushed under their weight, Isaac groaned. I get that you're happy, but you're too heavy. Eljider asked blankly, are they attacking Isaac? But why do they look more like they're overjoyed to see him? Isaac couldn't stay calm. Damn it, if this goes wrong, my identity will be exposed. I'll just pull out their mana cores so they can't fight. The exam began. If I return their mana cores later, they'll be fine. The host stated the rules. In this exam, you must absolutely not touch their mana cores. Priests must use Bone Purge to reduce them to dust. The more he heard, the angrier Isaac became. You vile priests. The Joshua family had come to cheer him on. Young Master Isaac, we've prepared everything so easily for you, so be sure to take first place. Isaac's curses only grew fiercer. Damn the Joshua family. I'll wipe all of you out. The observers below commented, you can pass just by using Bone Purge? This really is the easiest exam in history. Someone else replied, exactly. Bone Purge alone is already too powerful against undead. They should have increased the difficulty by making the priests extract their mana cores. At this rate, even a newborn baby could pass. Meanwhile, Isaac was still struggling mentally. You filthy dogs. This is even worse. There's no way I'm using that damn Bone Purge spell. I'll handle them with an ordinary offensive holy spell instead. Damn it. Sorry, kids. Even a normal holy spell will still deal fatal damage to undead, but it's better than sending you to hell. The skeleton still had no idea what was going on and kept gushing. Oh, His Majesty is looking at us. Oh, Your Majesty, what should we do now? Please tell us. We're happy just to be able to see you. In the end, Isaac collapsed to the ground. With a blank expression, he said, I can't do it. Everyone cried out in alarm. What? Even children can do it. How can you not? Isaac remained resolute. No, I can't. Seeing Isaac standing there helplessly among so few bodies, the skeletons anxiously rushed over. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Are you out of mana? Should we throw you in a dragon fire so you can recover your mana? Only then did Isaac remind them, I'm not a skeleton anymore. I'm human now. If you throw me in a fire, it hurts. Everyone was stunned by what they heard. What did he just say? He's not a skeleton, but a human? Then could it be that he sees us as human too? They began speculating. Well, skeletons used to be human in the first place. Does the young master not want to attack creatures that were once human? Maybe he wants to save the humans who turned into monsters. As expected, blue is a faith that protects all beings from demons. He really is the Saintess's son. What a noble heart. Uji, meanwhile, felt completely helpless. You people are insane. There's no way that guy's thinking something that lofty. He rushed forward, his wings spreading. Isaac, if you won't do it, then I will. Bone Purge. Before Uji could strike, Isaac hit him with a palm and stopped him. Isaac thought to himself, if someone else uses Bone Purge, they'll definitely all go to hell. I can't let that happen. A surge of power was released as Isaac made his move. Bone Purge. But inwardly, he was full of worry. I have to aim so it doesn't hit them. The entire hall was astonished. That's Bone Purge? I've never seen one this huge before. The skeletons stared until their eyes blurred. What is that sparkling thing? No idea, but it looks beautiful. Shadow Calendar. Hide them all in darkness. Understood. Darkness wrapped around every skeleton's body. The entire hall seemed to freeze. They stared in confusion. What just happened to those skeletons? Only then did Isaac breathe a sigh of relief. The whole hall erupted. They all disappeared. Isaac wiped them all out in a single strike. That's incredible. At that level, he's at least on par with the bishops. He really does have the makings of a saint. But Isaac still harbored resentment in his heart. Those rotten priests. I'll wipe out every last one of them. The scene shifted elsewhere, where someone was reporting Cardinal Zephit wants to take Isaac away. He's convinced Isaac will summon an evil god during the divine summoning ritual. Hearing that, Eli replied, if the boy can summon even a mid-tier god, I'll already be satisfied. Goel spoke up. If Father finds out which god chose Isaac, fainting won't be enough. Eli asked, something even worse than an evil god? Goel shouted, it's not even comparable. Eli looked as if his world had collapsed. Damn it, just what kind of corrupt god is going to appear? Zilai added anxiously. Could it be a disaster-class god? Eli allowed a long sigh. That's why bringing Isaac back and re-educating him is the top priority. I already sent someone to him. We should hear back soon. A man stepped in from behind and reported, Family head, I've just returned from seeing young Master Isaac. Young Master Isaac is on his way to the Holy See prison. Eli flew into a rage. Why is he going there? That's Zephit's territory. That boy shouldn't even have the authority to enter it. The man explained, well, Cardinal Zephit gave young Master a pass. Eli grew even more agitated. That bastard. Is he trying to tempt my grandson with such cheap tricks? Does he think I don't know how to play games too? We're going to the Holy See prison right now. The scene shifted back to Isaac, whose mood was utterly terrible at the Holy See prison. Isaac lamented, I've been defiled. I can't believe I actually used that filthy bone purge magic. Whisper comforted him, but didn't everything turn out fine in the end? Did you bring the reward you got from the test? He replied, that's what I did all this for, so of course I brought it. Whisper was surprised. It's just a string? Isaac explained. It's a cord that can remove demonic energy, a precious item that frees people from addiction to demonic energy. For me, it's also useful for hiding my dark mana. Whisper understood immediately. So you're planning to conceal your mana before entering the prison. Isaac looked around warily. But before I go in, there's no one around here, right? Whisper answered, there's no one within my sensing range. Hearing that, Isaac decided, all right, come out. At that moment, the skeletons previously hidden in the shadows emerged. They cried out, Master, we thought we'd never see you again. We love you. Then Isaac gave another order. Shadow Calendar, take them home. The skeletons panicked. Master, did we do something wrong? We'll do anything you tell us. Please don't abandon us. Can't we stay by your side? He explained with difficulty. If you stay here, you'll be annihilated, you idiots. Do you think I want to do this? Make sure they get home safely. Shadow Calendar answered firmly, yes, Master. After settling the skeletons, Isaac finally turned to his task. All right, let's go in now. Suddenly, he noticed one crafty little skeleton had clung to his body to hide. Isaac nearly lost his mind. Since when did you crawl in there? The skeleton clung tighter. I don't want to be separated from you again. Whisper could only watch helplessly from the side. Damn, its mana is so weak, I couldn't even sense it. The guards returned and announced, Isaac Joshua, it's time for your visit. Isaac thought, miserably, why did they come back so fast? Do they even know how hard I worked to keep these skeletons alive? If they get caught, they'll be wiped out. Keeping the skeleton hidden on his body, Isaac lowered his voice in warning. Hold on tight. Do not show your face, no matter what. Please come inside. At last, Isaac successfully entered the Holy See prison. The truth was that 50 years ago, the Holy Kingdom captured a rank 9 demon. That demon had infiltrated the Holy Kingdom alone to reclaim the corpse of the skeleton demon king. But the clergy used that corpse as a hostage. In the end, the demon willingly knelt to protect its master's remains. Whisper read and marveled. The capture of a pure-blooded true demon that had existed since ancient times shook the entire continent. That's what the records say. Hearing this, Isaac became certain inwardly. So it really is you, Blood Lord Huanat. Whisper observed with a spyglass. But even with a telescope, I still can't see him. Staring at the empty-looking space, Isaac shouted furiously, You call this a visit, you bastards? I can't even see him. The guard below smirked with amusement. You should be grateful we're showing you even this much. Isaac even turned back and mocked him. Yeah, get lost. Suddenly, the guard said, Then we'll have to search you. There's definitely something suspicious here, so I asked for your cooperation. Just as the guard was about to touch him, Isaac spoke up. Hey, if you lay a hand on me, you'll die. Seeing the aura pouring from Isaac, the guards abruptly froze. They were bewildered. What is this pressure? Damn it, I can't move. Isaac frowned. Do you dare suspect a descendant of the Joshua family? If you touch me, I'll take it as a declaration of war against the Joshua family. What are you trying to do to a child? Want me to bite my tongue and die right here? Don't believe me? I'll really do it. The cowardly guards immediately begged for mercy. My lord, please don't say things that could be so easily misunderstood. Isaac then played the spoiled scion card. Do you think my uncle would just sit quietly if that happened? Hearing that, the two guards quickly muttered to each other. If it's Zilai, he'd definitely start a war over this. Did you forget he even bragged about his nephew's first steps? But the family head told us to find out the kid's motive. For now, just let him through. The family head did give him a pass, after all. After finishing their discussion, the guard turned and said, Understood. Please follow me. Isaac puffed his cheeks and replied, You should have done that from the start. Inside the prison, The guard announced, "We're here. Behind this door is that demon's solitary confinement cell. I'll warn you in advance. Its demonic energy could cause a heart attack." Isaac said irritably, "Shut up and open it." The door slowly opened. An overwhelming aura blasted out from behind it, and a ferocious face could be seen imprisoned within. Juana was chained down and suddenly let out a tremendous roar. Seeing how violently it reacted, the guard asked in confusion, "Why is it acting like that? It's always been calm before." Yet inside, Isaac was thrilled. "He's still this strong, huh?" Seeing Isaac's expression, the guards were baffled. Is this kid smiling in front of that massive amount of demonic energy? Is he insane? Isaac remained lost in thought. "Looks like he thinks I was captured by the clergy." A whisper beside him clicked its tongue. "This guy has completely lost it. We weren't captured and brought here. We were forced to come." Juanette repeated, "Forced." As the demon grew even more frenzied, the guards became more frightened. "It's getting more and more violent." Whisper hurried to explain, "You misunderstand. That's not it. Master said he'd bite his tongue and kill himself." Luckily, it only ended with him bowing his head. Juanette went even wilder. They dared force Master to bow his head and even made him say such things? Even Whisper was intimidated by his power. What I mean is they were the ones who had to bow. Meanwhile, the guards were trying to flee. Why is it going berserk like this? Call someone now. It can't die before the execution. Seeing the guards about to leave, Isaac thought, "My chance is here, but the guard is still watching me. I need a better opportunity." Juana continued thrashing violently. Only then did Isaac realize the danger. "Damn it, the Pope's power has activated. He'll die before I can save him. Should I use magic to create a distraction? But if I do it now, I'll definitely be discovered." The skeleton, hiding beneath his robe, suddenly spoke up. "Master, let me help you." Isaac was overjoyed. "Oh, you beautiful little darling. Go. At your size, you can slip through the bars easily. Give him that stone, and he'll be able to break his shackles." Whisper had full confidence in the skeleton. It has so little mana that it won't be detected. Inwardly, Isaac encouraged it too. "I'm counting on you, little skeleton. Now then." With that in mind, Isaac suddenly spoke aloud. "Truly admirable. The Red family is indeed impressive." The guard was completely stunned. "Someone from Blue is praising us? And it doesn't even sound that sarcastic." Whisper asked in confusion, "Have you lost your mind?" Isaac denied it. "No, I'm stalling for time." Then he kept talking without pause. "The Red family really is the best." Meanwhile, the little skeleton was busily and diligently carrying the item to the suppression areas safely. "When I first saw the 14 demon legions, I nearly died, but Cardinal Zephit's response was truly excellent." The guard reminded him, "You're smiling, young master." Isaac immediately responded, I'm only smiling instinctively because I'm scared." "So, the Red family actually lets people like you serve here as wardens? What an incredible family. At your level, if you were in Blue, you'd already be qualified to become captain of the Night Order." The guard's head started to ache. What nonsense is this guy suddenly spouting? Finally, Isaac continued, "Sirs, actually, this is a secret, but the reason I came here is because of the family head's orders." The guards froze. "Huh, the family head's orders?" Isaac replied, "This is a family mission. In truth, I'm in the middle of a succession struggle. My mission is to injure one of the 14 demon legions." The guards instantly believed him. Good heavens, that's brutal. A succession struggle dangerous enough to kill someone? That's not normal at all. It's like fighting over the next cardinal's seat. What kind of lunatic would give a child the mission of injuring one of the 14 demon legions? Well, since it's the Sanus' family, maybe it makes sense. But still, giving a child a mission like that. At the same time, the little skeleton successfully carried the stone to the suppression site. The guards kept chatting without noticing. Blue's faith really is famous for being crazy. Isaac kept buying time. "By the way, have you ever thought of coming to work for Blue?" They asked in return. "Go to Blue? Is this an invitation? A recruitment offer?" "What I mean is..." Isaac sighed. "Looks like one of the 14 demon legions really is beyond me after all." The guard asked with concern, "Are you all right, young master? Why were you so determined to meet one of the 14 demon legions anyway? We'll escort you back." Receiving Isaac's goodwill, Juanat was deeply moved. "Thank you, my godly king." The guards gently supported Isaac. "We're almost there. Please endure just a little longer, young master." He answered politely, "Thank you." Suddenly, someone stepped in to stop them. "Wait, before you go, we need to check this first. I need to inspect the token you're carrying." Isaac asked. "The cardinal token Cardinal Zephit gave me." Nizer spoke up. "That token can also be used to assess a person's faith. Do you think it's so easy to receive something from the family head? The lower your faith, the blacker the token becomes. We want to check its color right now." Even Whisper was puzzled. "That token changes color?" Looking at the token, it let out a cry and then blurted out bluntly, "It's pitch black." Nizer threatened, "Hand over the token." Isaac pretended to stay tough. "I'm not giving it to you." Seizing on his weakness, Nizer guessed. "What's wrong? Are you afraid it's turned black-red?" Whisper corrected him from the side. "Black-red my foot. My master's should be black as his conscience." Isaac still refused to budge. "Get lost. I'm not handing it over." Nizer taunted. "So you really do have a guilty conscience." Isaac immediately turned it around on him. "You're planning to steal the token and then blame Blue for losing it, aren't you?" Hearing Isaac throw the accusation back at him, Nizer lost his temper. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Isaac continued accusing him. "That must be it. You'll steal it, then threaten us into paying some enormous compensation." Even the guards were bewildered. How did this kid come up with such a gangster-like scheme? The more Isaac spoke, the more worked up he became. "This is your territory, and everyone here is your people. A few smooth words from you would be enough to make me out to be a fool. How am I supposed to trust you?" Nizer clenched his teeth and said furiously, "You madman. How dare you insult my family? Fine. Then we don't need the token anymore." Without another word, he lunged forward. He slammed something hard onto the floor, and a smug gleam appeared on Nizer's face. "I have something better." Whisper turned pale at the sight. "Master, that's..." A monument rose from the ground. "Is that the Judgment Altar? Blood Tribunal, a Red family secret art." Isaac thought to himself, the Altar of Fate. It's a statue that exposes nobles in disguise and people with no faith. This lunatic actually dares use something like this on a noble? Nizer spoke gleefully. "If you have faith, the goddess will shed tears of repentance. But if you are a heretic, the goddess will open her eyes in anger at your blasphemy." Even he began thinking inwardly, "If I'm not absolutely sure the other party has no faith, I'll suffer the backlash myself." Yet the guards enthusiastically encouraged Isaac instead. "Don't worry, young master. With your courage and sense of responsibility, there won't be any problem. Take this chance to prove your innocence and make them pay for their rudeness." Isaac worried inwardly. "The moment I step on that thing, the statue's going to open its eyes." Nizer kept provoking him. "If you're truly a candidate for sainthood, then confidently step up here." Isaac tried to act unafraid. "Why should I listen to you?" Nizer replied. "If you don't want to be struck from Blue's faith, hurry up and do it." Isaac frowned. "Struck from it? What are you even talking about?" He refused. "Enough talk. Do you think Blue is easy to bully?" Nizer played dirty, appearing suddenly and forcing Isaac onto the altar no matter what. "Stop spouting nonsense and get up there." Isaac's face went blank, and before he knew it, his foot had already been planted firmly in place. He was horrified. "Hey, what are you doing?" Before Isaac stood the towering divine statue on the altar. Nizer said with delight, "Don't worry. It'll be over in a second." Watching the energy moving around him, Isaac grew even more anxious. "My body won't move. How am I supposed to run like this?" Nizer waited eagerly. "Come on, goddess statue, open your eyes. With this, I can get rid of Isaac and Blue." Before he could finish the thought, the goddess statue shed 2 streams of tears. The guard stared in shock. "The goddess statue is crying tears of blood? Isn't that something only cardinals can make happen?" Nizer couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could he possibly have faith? Even Isaac couldn't believe it himself. "Seriously, why is it crying? And what are tears of blood supposed to mean?" Whisper reminded him from the side. "Master, please watch your expression." Then it reacted. "It seems that statue can even measure Bone Girl's faith." "That's right. Your Majesty the Demon King is also an object of worship." It measured Bone Girl's faith toward her master. As expected of my subordinate, whispers and murmurs began rising all around them. He used the judgment altar without even being sure of the result. It looks like even young Master Nizer couldn't make the statue shed tears of blood. If the Blue faction wants to make this a big issue, then it's over. Isaac, meanwhile, found his nerve and spoke much louder. "What gives you the right to pull something like this? So what now? Just you wait. The Joshua family won't let this slide." Got that? Behind them, the statue changed from shedding blood tears to opening its terrifying eyes halfway. Whisper warned him, "Turn around, quickly." Then a loud noise rang out. The goddess shut her eyes tightly again. Nizer gasped for breath in fright. What was with suddenly opening its eyes like that? Whisper explained, "Don't turn your back on it like that. Bone Girl has to be facing the statue." At that moment, Nizer pointed straight at Isaac and shouted, "I knew it. You all saw it clearly, right? The statue opened its eyes. The guards, however, had seen nothing. What are you talking about? The statue's eyes are clearly closed. Are you all right, young master? But he kept insisting it definitely opened its eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. Isaac could no longer stay calm and nearly lost his soul. Whisper guessed. Looks like he's the only one who could see it. An argument immediately broke out. But didn't the statue shed blood tears? My God, what are we supposed to do now? Nizer refused to yield. I'm telling you, the statue opened its eyes. I saw it clearly. A guard replied, do you really think our family has declined so far that our statue would change its judgment on its own? Watching them argue, Isaac felt completely at ease and enjoyed the show. This was getting interesting. If the judgment really changed midway like that, then from now on we won't be able to hold any more heresy trials. I think you should watch your words, young master. He yelled back. I really did see it. Hey, you there? Check it again. Isaac calmly replied. Why should I do that? So you can change the result. Or are you jealous because you'll never reach that level for the rest of your life? Pathetic. The more Nizer listened, the more he trembled with rage. You bastard. You'd better come up here while I'm still talking nicely. Before he could strike, a hand stopped him. Zilai had arrived just in time. I had a feeling this would happen, so I came, and it seems I was right. So you're here, you brat. Zilai hurriedly restrained him. If father hits him, this will become a much bigger problem. First, let's go back and file a complaint. Isaac quickly ran over to his side. Uncle, Nizer hit me. Seeing his nephew acting spoiled, Zilai couldn't hold back his temper and shouted, that bastard needs to die. Calm down. Eli began questioning the situation. It seems I need to have a talk with the Red Cardinal. Zilai added, and I'll draft the complaint. Only Uji kept calm enough to advise them. Stop it, uncle. He's about to die. Zilai reassured him. He's just pretending. He only got hit a few lightly, and he's already like this. Kids these days are way too fragile. The whole scene was pure chaos. Nizer thought in frustration, that bastard. What is he doing here? You clearly knew they were going to pull something like this. Hey, let's go. If we stay here any longer, this is going to become a huge mess. Isaac asked why. Like a heresy trial? Eli answered impatiently, yes, like that. Isaac replied at once, but I already was. Nizer brought out that creepy statue and made me step onto it. Eli and Zilai both turned to stare at Nizer with very unfriendly eyes. That brat did what? Uji hurriedly asked, so you were almost burned alive? Isaac said, do you want to die? Zilai threw out another warning. I won't let this go. In the end, the guards had to step in and stop them. Listen, Zilai, the trial is already over, and the result was very good. I'm serious. Young Master Isaac passed brilliantly. We've never seen blood tears that beautiful before. Eli looked a little unconvinced. Blood tears. Just then, Cardinal Zefit's voice rang out as well. I came because I heard there was trouble at the prison, but I didn't expect even the head of the Blue family to be here. Eli immediately confronted him. You bastard, your timing is perfect. You only needed to let my nephew meet that demon. Why did you dare test his faith? Cardinal Zefit replied calmly. Coming here to meet the skeleton Demon King's subordinate was suspicious enough already. Besides, it was also the request of a member of the Blue family. So, I thought a test like that was reasonable. Eli objected. Your third son brought out the judgment statue and used it on Isaac. Are you trying to start a war? Cardinal Zefit answered. Goodness, I didn't know the boy would even bring out the statue. Fine, I apologize, all right? I guarantee you'll be properly compensated for this. Now, then, could you return the pass I gave you? Eli agreed very quickly. You don't need to worry. I don't want to keep it for another second. It was ridiculous that he had given something like that to Isaac in the first place. Cardinal Zefit corrected him. Your nephew was the one who asked for it. Inwardly, Eli cursed. What a bunch of bastards. Even if the boy caused trouble, they should never have brought out the judgment statue. Still, he truly hadn't expected the boy to make it shed blood tears. That was something only cardinals could do. Sorry for doubting your faith all this time, nephew. He then said to Isaac, Isaac, give me the pass. But Eli was still thinking to himself, if it really produced blood tears, then this thing should. The moment he saw the pitch-black card in front of him, he was stunned. It was blacker than sewer water. Eli turned a murderous gaze toward Isaac, while Cardinal Zefit behind him kept pressing. Have you found it? Then please return. Before he could finish, Eli hurled it at him with all his strength. Cardinal Zefit froze for a beat, then shouted furiously, What the hell did you just do? That card was bestowed by the very first pope. Eli glared at him and said, I have nothing to return to you, bastard. At the Zebed estate, headquarters of the Red Faith, Cardinal Zephyr said with a headache. Not only did his faith not waver, but the goddess's judgment statue even shed blood tears. That practically confirms that he stands at the top among the saint candidates. And then you wanted a retrial after everyone had already seen the result? Hearing that, Nyan angrily shouted, "Do you want our family to be publicly humiliated? You could have become the future head of the family because all your brothers are fools. Yet you can't even handle something this simple? Don't you understand that only by becoming pope can you keep your life? If our family is to rule this world, then you must become a saint. After that, the pope. Do you understand?" Cardinal Zephyr cut him off. "Enough. What a nuisance. The faith testing card has already been destroyed. TCH, it can't be helped. It's not as if there are no other ways. The upcoming divine sacrifice ritual will be our opportunity. When the gods' messengers descend, anyone with a problem will be exposed immediately. So until then, don't do anything." Even so, Nizer still remembered the sight of the goddess opening her eyes. "No, that's not right. I definitely saw it." He suddenly stood up and asked, "Father, has the list of participants for the divine sacrifice ritual been finalized?" Cardinal Zephyr asked why. "Most of them are from the blue team. Isaac Joshua is among them too. Since I ranked first in the black test before, I'm also eligible to participate. Ni ser fermi requested. No, please register me as Isaac's servant. I'll go with Isaac as a servant. By the rules, participants are allowed to bring servants with them." Nyan furiously scolded him. "Are you insane? How can the heir of the Red faction do something so humiliating? Don't you know that's work for commoners?" But Nizer remained adamant. "Even so, I still have to do it. If we have no proof, then we'll just have to find it ourselves." Cardinal Zephyr objected. "No." Nizer tried to reassure him. "Father, even if it's humiliating, I can do it." Cardinal Zephyr finished. "That position has already been taken. Kina will serve as Isaac's attendant." Nizer groaned. "Damn it. Kina Barrett is going to be Isaac's servant." WH what? Kina Barrett is going to be Isaac's servant. Back at the Blue family, Eli looked dejected. It was completely black. Goel asked, "So that's why you destroyed it?" "But I heard the statue cried blood." Eli replied, "I made Isaac take another faith test too, just in case there was some mistake. Isaac met Melissa not long before that, so that's probably why the statue cried. We stole that faith testing device from the Red faction, so it has to be accurate." Only then did Zilai speak up. "Then it must be real." Sitting beside him, Benjamin guessed, "So the head of the Joshua family is a thief?" Goel said with a headache, "At least we don't have to worry about the evil god choosing him anymore, because he's already an evil god himself." Benjamin commented, "Isn't that even worse? The ones who scored highest in the 5-color test are supposed to summon a god during the divine sacrifice ritual." Zilai reacted in alarm. "The Red Cardinal is definitely waiting for that moment too." Eli added, "Not only that, but that bastard Black Cardinal is also helping with our destruction. Goel, have Anzi become Isaac's servant. We can't let Isaac summon a god." On the day of the divine sacrifice ritual, at the arena, an argument broke out. "Hey, are you not listening to me? You mean that nonsense you were just spouting?" Kina said calmly, "I'm his servant." Nizer stubbornly fought back. "No, I'm his servant, bastard. I already registered." Only Anzi stood behind them muttering prayers. "Oh gods, please save these bastards." Isaac stood there calmly and said, "You could just crack their skulls and be done with it." Things were already troublesome enough since those god flatterers would be coming here. Whisper asked, "God flatterers? They're coming." He thought to himself, the sacrificial offerings are transported by the god subordinates. But this time the offering is a high-ranking demon, so it looks like one of those flatterers is handling it. Meanwhile, Kina and Nizer had already launched themselves at each other. "I'm the servant." "No, I am." Isaac watched in horror. "Damn it, do you really want me to use force?" Anzi tried to calm him. "Today's an auspicious day, so calm down." Isaac replied, "An auspicious day? Maybe." He thought to himself, because today is the day my subordinate will be set free. The adults had made it clear to him. Once the others saw Isaac's true nature, the family would surely be ruined. Maybe they were right. He really was a villain. Isaac shot Uji a glance and asked, "And what about you and those other two? Why is everyone so eager to be my servant?" Uji, stiff as if sprayed with glue, explained, "Because priests are expected to serve the people from the very lowest positions." Nizer was still arguing. "I have a duty to belong to Isaac." "Well, anyway, I have to be his servant." Hina objected, but Isaac said that if I stay by his side, he'll train me. Isaac hurried forward to mediate. "Hey, stop arguing. I don't need both of you." "What? You be the horse. You be the servant. And you, be the clothes rack. Uji despite. Damn it, why me? Back at the arena, everyone waited in excited anticipation. I'm really looking forward to this year's ritual. They say the saint will be one of these children. Seeing them in person is even more exciting than the execution of that high-ranking demon. The kids are about to come in. We're finally going to see Lord Kina. This is my first time seeing him in person. He'll definitely become a saint. Hearing that, the attendants of the cardinals muttered, "Become a saint?" People immediately began arguing. Haven't you heard the prophecy? The new saint will come from the Red family. What kind of prophecy is that? It doesn't sound trustworthy at all. Do you even know how rare Lord Kina's holy mark is? Who doesn't have a holy mark these days? Only then did the announcer speak up. The priests have arrived. The procession entered. First came Kina's pitch-black face, then Nizer's pale one, and all of it only served to highlight Isaac's dazzling entrance. Anzi thought to himself, that bastard is definitely going to summon the most evil god of all. From the beginning, he was already an evil god. Everyone who saw the scene froze. None of them could hide their shock. What's going on? Isn't that person acting as a horse from the Red family? Why is Lord Kina there too? My heavens, what in the world is happening? Sazifa couldn't suppress her laughter. Alai ground out a warning. Stop laughing. Still laughing, she replied. How am I supposed to stop? Was this arranged beforehand? I never thought Nizer and Kina would act like that. Don't you agree? She turned and asked. You don't seem concerned at all, Yellow Cardinal. I heard you're pretty strict with that boy. He recalled what Kina had once said. Being a servant is an important step toward becoming Pope, and I have no intention of letting that position fall into Isaac's hands. The Yellow Cardinal frowned and thought, as long as he meant those words, that's enough. Isaac is strong enough to choose the most powerful gods. Having Kina by his side is good for our plans. Sezafina still would not stop and continued. Why are you so quiet? Are you plotting something? He answered, nothing other than making Kina the Pope. In any case, Isaac won't be summoning a god today. Suddenly, Cardinal Zefit spoke up. All right, Isaac's name wasn't on the list for god summoning in the second half of the ritual, was it? It seems you forgot about that. So I added his name back in. Everyone stared blankly. What? Cardinal Zefit said with dangerous delight. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of god Isaac will summon. At the same time, everyone cursed inwardly, this madman. The announcer declared, the execution will now officially begin. A massive explosion suddenly burst forth, and the space itself seemed to shake violently. The guards appeared first. Juanan had successfully been brought onto the execution platform. Everyone erupted into screams. The high-ranking demon, he glared at the people around him, then let out a tremendous roar. Everyone was stunned by his power. That's a high-ranking demon? He's still this strong, even while bound. Just how powerful is that skeleton demon king if someone like him is only a subordinate? This power is insane. He's more tightly sealed and bound than he was even in prison. Juanet's body was pinned down beneath a mass of chains. Isaac clenched his hand tightly and vowed inwardly, Juanet, I'll save you no matter what. Seeing the blades driven into the high-ranking demon's body, Isaac's heart twisted. What'd you do to that child? You priestly bastards. I'll tear you all apart. You even stuck torture devices into him. Are you out of your minds? I loathe them. I loathe those priests. The people around him began murmuring. As expected, that boy's eyes changed the moment he saw a demon. To show the kind of look before a rank 9 high-ranking demon, he really is from the blue faith. Watching Isaac's reaction, Cardinal Zefit thought with interest, how surprising. I didn't expect him to be filled with that much hatred. If he had truly been corrupted, he should have been delighted to see a demon. Isaac steadied himself inwardly. Calm down, right? It's fine. I just need to get him out. A sharp resolve flashed in his eyes. He assessed the situation. There are 5 seals on Juanet. I already gave him a tool to undo the seals, so I don't need to worry about those complicated restraints. The rest won't be a problem. I also attach charms that break influence onto the priests conducting the ritual. Once the ritual begins, they'll unconsciously remove the seals. Someone hiding nearby marveled. Thank goodness I kept that vicious bastard around. Thanks to him, I won't end up on the suspect list. Isaac grew excited. All right, looks like the ritual is about to begin. Then he ordered Nizer, hey, what are you doing? Move already. Nizer swallowed his anger. Insolent little brat. Shouldn't you get down? Isaac demanded. Since when does a horse talk back to its master? Don't want to be a servant anymore? If you don't like it, you can quit. Nizer was furious, but had no choice. Just endure it. All I need to do is wait until I find proof. Isaac became even rougher, grabbing his hair and saying, no answer. The announcer also began raising his voice. We will now begin the execution ceremony. The messengers around them began chanting, and Isaac started moving as well. The magic device has been activated. Now all that's left is to open the gate. Juanat, you can escape within 5. Suddenly, the demon cried out, "My master, I, Juanat, would have no regrets even if I died at this very moment. My king, long live." Isaac angrily cursed. "What the hell are you saying?" Juanat replied that after witnessing all those heirs of the faith kneeling and trembling before his lord, Shabnak had nothing left to regret. Isaac frantically signaled to him, "Run. If you don't, you'll die. This is your only chance." But Juanat kept praising him instead. "Oh, my king, you have regained your power. Just the thought that you would come for a lowly servant like me is a grace I can never repay." Isaac kept cursing under his breath. "What the hell are you muttering, you idiot? What is wrong with him?" Even Whisperer couldn't guess what was on his mind. "I'm not sure. There must be some reason. That thing on his chest. It looks like another seal has been added." Only then did Isaac realize in shock. Another seal was attached. Was it put on him after he left the prison? Then he remembered Juanat signaling to him. "So that's it. You gave up on escaping?" Juanat answered, "You've only just been given another chance to live again. There's no need to risk yourself for a subordinate. The Pope and the Cardinals are not people you can afford to underestimate. Please, leave me behind and take the faith of the believers instead." Isaac cut him off. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I'd lose you over some pathetic little seal?" He began thinking rapidly. "This isn't a high-level seal. I can break it right away, but I can't remove it unless I get close. What do I do? Even if it's risky, I'll have to draw attention to myself." The red-haired priest suddenly stepped forward and said that Isaac would be taking the execution assistant's place. It was an order from Cardinal Borit, meant to create an opportunity for the top student of the pentagram. Everyone who heard this was stunned. Sending a new initiate near a rank 46 demon? Something was bound to happen. They couldn't kill him in the golden pentagram, so now they want to do it here. Uji thought tensely. Isaac has swallowed the Skeleton King's remains. There's no way the Skeleton King's subordinate would just stand there and do nothing. However, contrary to everyone's fears, Isaac was thrilled. "Perfect. Yellow Cardinal, you crafty old fox. You've personally shoved me right next to him." Seeing Isaac's blank expression, the red-haired guard couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Poor thing. Fear must have driven him mad. Isaac kept thinking, now I can touch the seal directly. The game's over. Breaking a low-level seal like this is child's play. But that cheap thing, the seal on Juanet's body began to glow. It was a holy seal from the heavens. Isaac nearly lost his mind. Which idiot stuffed this thing in here? It'll take a whole month to remove this. Whisperer spoke up. "It looks like it can only be opened with the blood of a high-ranking celestial spirit beast, or the Pope's blood." Isaac panicked. "And where the hell am I supposed to get that right now? Damn it, what do I do? If I can't undo it in time, he'll be executed on the spot." "The Pope, that bastard isn't here today?" The announcer cried out, "Everyone, rise. A messenger of God is descending." A dazzling ray of light appeared in the sky, and a foul smell spread through the air. A filthy servant of the Skeleton King. Everyone shouted at once. "It's the messenger of the punishing God." Isaac looked at the newcomer with concern. As the divine being said softly, "I must personally handle this matter properly." Whisperer finally understood. So this is why Juanat gave up on escaping. If the executioner is an angel, survival is almost impossible. And yet Isaac was delighted. The key to undoing the seal came right to me on its own. Uji realized something. This looks familiar. A current of power was slowly forming in Isaac's hand. Uji kept trying to remember. I've definitely seen that somewhere before. The old memory came rushing back, and he couldn't suppress his fear. Uji shouted at the top of his lungs. "Hey, Isaac, you lunatic." At that exact moment, a huge explosion went off. Everyone present in the execution hall stared in confusion. What just happened? Are we under attack? Only Uji looked like he was losing his mind. Is that bastard possessed by some ghost that only likes smashing people in the head? Why is it always like this? "You maniac, are you satisfied now?" "Satisfied, huh?" Then the messenger's voice rang out. "Well done, young priest." He curled his lips into a smile and continued, "To think you even noticed the demon hiding among us." A demon had been struck down on the spot by Isaac's attack. Only then did Uji realize and ask, "Don't tell me you were aiming at a demon from the start?" But Isaac was extremely tense. This one, he left traces of holy power behind. It seemed the rumor had spread well from the beginning. Today was the perfect chance to absorb demonic power from the corpse of a high-ranking demon. On top of that, they thought they could even feast on young priests. Just a 6th-ranked demon's corpse was enough to make them come charging in like madmen. So this rank 9 demonic crucifixion execution would make dozens of demons flock here the moment they caught wind of it. Good. If that guy draws everyone's attention away, it works even better for me. Anyone who came here believing that Rumor was never one of my subordinates in the first place. But that bastard dodged. He dare dodge my attack? I pretended to target the demon so I could deal with him, and he still dodged. Let's see if you can dodge the next one too. Seeing that Isaac was about to launch another strike, Uji anxiously shouted, "Hey you brat." The power shot straight at the divine messenger, who casually raised a hand and blocked it. Another demon died at Isaac's hands again. Refusing to give up, Isaac released even more power that spread out around him, and a barrage of attacks flew toward the messenger. But time after time, he dodged them with ease, and every time he did, another demon ended up dying instead. He assessed Isaac coolly. "You're still only an initiate, so your aim is far too immature. Or were you trying to use me to target the demons? Go ahead and keep throwing them. I'll correct the trajectory for you. Practice is how you improve." Uji thought helplessly. If that's what he believes, then thank goodness. Isaac attacked more and more fiercely. Just what I wanted. Uji could only watch in despair. Are you really planning to openly attack him? There are eyes everywhere. More demons were caught in the crossfire and died miserably. Isaac thought to himself, damn it, so that's because we share the same attribute? He's not dodging. He's changing the direction of the attacks. If I don't raise the power, will this just keep going forever? If not, then the only way left is to borrow power from a god ranked even higher than an angel and destroy him. No, that's not right. I need a contract with a god to borrow divine power. Something I can use right now. Melissa's holy relic. Prepare to die, you damned angel. Wipe it all out. Just as he was about to attack, a swarm of demons suddenly burst out and rushed toward him. They charged straight at Isaac. Panic erupted everywhere. Isaac, everyone drew their swords. Protect the honored guest. The demons had come to disrupt the execution, but just when they were about to sink their teeth into Isaac, he was suddenly gone. It turned out the angel had lifted Isaac into his arms. He said, "That was dangerous, young servant of God. Are you hurt anywhere? You talented servant of God." Far from being grateful, Isaac struck at him with his palm instead. The recoil sent Isaac flying backward, and he quickly landed with a kick to steady himself. The divine messenger said, "You startled me, child. I know your aim is still poor. The demons aren't over here. They're over there." Isaac finally snapped and shouted angrily, "Damn it, why are you so hard to hit?" Seriously, the divine being still wouldn't stop talking. "I told you, didn't I? It's not me." He was secretly wondering too, why is God's servant attacking me? No matter how I look at him, he seems like a devout believer. Isaac kept unleashing attack after attack like a madman. "Bastard, do I need to rip your wings off first?" The messenger thought to himself, "Dear Lord, I suppose this is what happens when a child isn't educated properly. In a child's eyes, this must look no different from a monster suddenly appearing." Isaac continued his mockery. "That bastard is a demon in disguise. I saw it myself. The demons aren't attacking anyone except that bastard. He's a lackey of that filthy skeleton king. He came here to steal the demonic crucifix." Hearing Isaac slander him like that, the messenger nearly went mad. What kind of country trains priests like this? Calling an angel the skeleton king's lackey. There was no helping it. God had told him to care for and protect the saint candidates. But perhaps this child needed a proper lesson, as long as it caused no injury. Isaac kept fueling the nonsense. "Look, see? He really is on the demon's side. The demons rushed in, and he didn't even care. We have to deal with him immediately." The divine messenger thought, "The divine realm cannot directly interfere in mortal affairs, child. Aren't children taught, even at these days? Wait, maybe this works in my favor. That god from the enemy family ordered that only the child of the enemy family be left alive, and that all the other candidates be eliminated. If I use this chance to brand him a heretic and kill him, that solves everything." One attack flew toward the messenger, and Isaac grinned in excitement. "Beautiful. Nice shot." Uji looked ready to lose his mind. "You lunatic." The messenger was also a little taken aback that Isaac's attack had actually hit him. Isaac pointed at him and said, "If you're not a demon's lackey, then prove it." He thought to himself, asking a messenger of God to prove himself? Ridiculous. Isaac pressed him. "You have no proof, right?" Then Isaac gathered up his internal power, and another enormous sphere of power began to form. Uji broke into a cold sweat at the sight of it. The power looked ready to devour the entire space, and Isaac's smile grew more and more vicious. He raised his voice in challenge. Then take the hit, bastard. A massive energy sphere slowly swelled in the sky. Below the stands, the priests and knights stared at the sphere in shock. Uji widened his eyes and screamed inwardly. Why the hell is it that big? If that thing falls, this whole arena will explode. He glanced over at Isaac, who was laughing loudly. Surely he's not actually going to drop it on us on purpose. Uji shouted to stop him. Stop. Isaac lowered his hand, and the sphere began to fall as he yelled, "You can all die." A magic circle lit up beneath his feet. The sphere slowly descended toward the ground. The instant it touched the floor, it exploded in a blinding flash. The priests around it immediately covered their eyes. Someone screamed, "I can't see anything. We're about to be blown away. Hold on tight." Isaac curled his lips into a sinister smile. Here we go. Floating high above, the angel realized the power of a saint. He must be Joshua's child. Grinding his teeth, he thought, letting a child wield that kind of power. These bastards can't even teach a child properly, let alone stop the Skeleton King. The angel cursed inwardly in fury. Skeleton King, Skeleton King. Just who the hell is he to cause this much trouble over the execution of one subordinate? He slowly descended, walking toward Isaac as he thought, "First, I'll deal with the child." Staring at the figure hidden behind the smoke, he thought, "Finish the job, then go home and rest." A voice rang out, making the angel freeze. "Stay right there." He opened his eyes wide in shock. The form of Isaac from his first reincarnation appeared before the angel and directly threatened him. The angel went rigid when he heard the order, "or you will die." The angel's whole body stiffened. He thought in shock, "I can't move. It's as if I'm standing before some supreme being." He looked at Isaac, who was baring his teeth in a grin. His child. Isaac rushed in and drove his fist straight into the angel's face. The angel clutched his face in pain, coughing. Isaac smiled, and a chilling voice rang out. "You're just an angel, that's all." The angel stared in stunned disbelief. Before he could recover, he took another punch from Isaac. Isaac swung again, smashing the angel straight down into the stone floor. The angel realized in fear, at this rate, I'll lose. Furious, his whole body was immediately wrapped in vivid red lightning. The angel roared, "You're only human too." Isaac gave a faint smirk. "Got you now." A bolt of lightning from above struck him directly. The smoke over the execution platform slowly cleared. As Uji ran over, he cried out in panic, "Isaac!" He kept shouting, "Isaac!" The angel said, "Don't worry. I only stripped away the saint's power." Uji ran to Isaac's side and yelled, "What the hell is this? How could he do something like this?" The angel was startled by Uji's scream. Uji shouted angrily, "How could a messenger of God?" Isaac's entire body was covered in blood. Clutching him protectively, Uji gritted his teeth and cried, "How could you use that much destructive force against a servant of God?" Shaking him, Uji called out, "Isaac, hey, oh God, Isaac, wake up." He shouted desperately, "Isaac." The angel thought in horror, that can't be right. Heavenly punishment lightning is a divine paralysis spell. There's no way it should make him bleed this much. At that moment, Isaac slowly opened his eyes. Blood was still running from his head and body. He spoke with difficulty, "Uji." Uji immediately said, "Get up, Isaac." Isaac gave a weak smile and blamed himself. "I was such a fool. I was punished for mistaking God's messenger for a demon." He continued painfully, "This is all my fault, so don't be angry." Seeing him cough, Uji cried out in alarm, "Isaac." Kina slowly walked over, then began healing Isaac as he said, "It's all right. He'll pull through. A person like this is worthy of teaching me." Then he suddenly looked up. "But this is strange." Gritting his teeth, Kina glared at the angel. "There's no way a messenger of God would do this to priests like us." Uji shouted in agreement, "And to someone weaker than him, no less. Isn't that going too far?" The angel thought in horror, "Weaker? That brat nearly took me down. He could have almost killed me." Kina stood up and said, "Impossible. Offensive magic is only meant to be used against demons." The angel immediately replied, "No, I never used any offensive magic at all." Isaac looked at the angel and questioned him. "Then why is he in this state? Everyone saw what you did to him." The angel cried out, "I'd like to know that too. Why is he hurt this badly?" Isaac curled his lips into a cold smile. He cursed him out. "You truly are despicable." Kina stepped toward the angel and asked, "Something about all this is very strange. Why would a messenger of God be here without any notice, and precisely during an execution?" The angel stared in shock. "What?" Kina continued, leaving the angel horrified. Isaac said the same thing. "That demon never attacked the angel." He shouted, "How am I supposed to know that?" Isaac forced back a laugh and thought, It's all set up now. I used mana to make sure the attacks wouldn't hit him. I just need to wait a little longer. Just a little longer. The angel strode forward angrily and declared, all of this happened because that child went mad. Once we investigate the boy, we'll know the truth. He ordered, hand that child over to me. I'll take him to my master for investigation. Isaac curled his lips and parted them slightly, smiling wickedly as a red glint flashed in his eyes. Come and take me if you can. A crushing pressure slammed down, causing both the angel and everyone else to freeze. Even the knights, standing nearby, were affected. Someone shouted, "What is this?" The angel's face turned pale with fear. A dark shadow appeared behind him. Someone screamed, "No, the curse sealing the demon has been broken." The angel immediately spun around and shouted in shock, "What? How'd he get free? Didn't you say you used a sealing orb from heavens?" The demon's hand shot straight toward his face. The angel shouted, "You." Juanat grabbed the angel's face and smiled. "Thanks. I got out because of you." Juanat laughed cheerfully as he spoke. "Thanks to you, I escaped safely." Watching the scene, Isaac smiled faintly to himself. Juanat, it seems being locked up that long finally made this guy a little smarter. A red light flashed in Isaac's eyes. He mocked inwardly. The idiot never understood a damn thing before, but it looks like he finally learned a little. Juanat's arm moved toward the angel's wings and tightened. Isaac sent him an order by voice transmission. Just inflict a little damage now. Juanat ripped the angel's wings apart. Isaac continued, then pulled back. The angel screamed in agony. Calmly, Juanat said, "I need to swallow a mana core to recover my strength. Lend me yours." Isaac froze for a moment and thought, looks like now he even knows how to bluff. The angel grabbed Juanat's hand tightly and roared, "You filthy demon." Then swung his arm, forcing Juanat to release his face and leap back. He shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." Power gathered in the angel's hand as he thought to himself, "I have to kill him before he regains his strength." Juanat coldly raised his left hand. The angel thought to himself, "I will offer this arrogant bastard as a sacrifice to God." He suddenly froze. Juanat's arm pierced straight through the angel's body. Juanat pulled his hand back out, and the angel staggered back, clutching his stomach in pain. He looked at Juanat and calculated inwardly, "No, if this keeps up, I'm going to die." The angel gritted his teeth as Juanat's arm pierced through him again. "If only I could call for reinforcements." The angel screamed in pain, clutching his throat as he thought to himself, "Wait, my voice." Juanat scoffed, "Thanks for the mana core. I'll be going now." The angel immediately thought, "Since when did I even have a mana core?" As Juanat flew upward, he added, "I'll leave the rest to you, partner." One priest asked in confusion, "Partner?" The angel shouted, "What the hell is he talking about?" The priests seated in the stands began to murmur among themselves. A demon had just called God's messenger his partner? The angel heard a barrage of accusations raining down on him. On top of that, he had even used death magic on a priest earlier. He ground his teeth and glared at Isaac. Damn it, this is all that disgusting brat's fault. He looked at Isaac's taunting face as the boy stuck out his tongue, then told himself, no way could someone like that be a saint. The angel fumed inwardly. I will never forgive him. A barrage of light arrows suddenly shot straight at the angel. The arrows pierced clean through his body. Someone slowly approached while the angel struggled to get back to his feet. The angel thought angrily, what now? He looked behind him and demanded, "How dare you?" A sword of light appeared in the air. Jilai controlled a whole swarm of light swords as he advanced, demanding of the angel, "You dared lay a hand on my grandson?" Blue flames burst up all across the altar. The angel immediately twisted aside to dodge, while inwardly asking, why? He thought in shock, why is he attacking an angel? Standing above, Eli demanded, "What are you doing, Jilai?" He shouted an order, "Don't cut his head off. Kill him slowly. Make it painful." The angel immediately cursed. These lunatics, red-cloaked knights, rushed forward to stop them. Are you people really attacking one of God's messengers? Has the blue faction gone insane? Jilai turned around, glaring at them as he demanded, "Then who was the one using death magic, huh?" He coldly asked, "My grandson is lying there half dead and covered in blood. If that's not death magic, then what is it?" Hearing that, Isaac, cradled in Anzi's arms, trembled and thought, actually, that idiot injured himself. The knight immediately shouted, "He's obviously faking it. Remember what he did in the Red Faction test? He's a demon disguised as a human." Jilai furiously demanded, "A demon? You dare call my lovely angelic grandson a demon?" The knight immediately drew his sword. Stand aside. He must be dragged to the interrogation chamber. Jilai gripped the hilt of his own sword and snapped back over my dead body. Enough. Someone slammed the table and ordered, "Stop." The yellow cardinal gritted his teeth and shouted, "This is not the time for allies to be fighting each other." He ordered, "All forces pursue the demon that just escaped at once." The knights immediately ran off. "Yes, sir." Sisypha also ordered the priests to chase after it. Standing on the balcony, the yellow cardinal pondered. Although one of the 14 followers had escaped, it was not entirely a bad thing. He smirked to himself. With injuries that severe, that brat won't be able to summon a god anymore. The yellow cardinal turned and loudly ordered, "The demon has escaped. All high-ranking clergy pursue it immediately." His subordinates answered at once, "Yes, sir." Eli quickly jumped down from the balcony. Gili ran toward Isaac and asked in panic, "Isaac, are you all right?" "Damn it, I should have stayed by your side." Eli suddenly gave an order that made Isaac freeze. "Gili, take care of Isaac." Gripping his black sword, he walked toward the direction the demon had fled. "I will pursue that demon myself." Eli angrily declared, "I'll capture it with my own hands and prove my grandson's innocence." Isaac panicked inwardly. Hey, you weigh too strong to get involved in this. He imagined Juanat getting caught again. If you join in, he'll definitely be captured. Do you have any idea how much trouble I went through to secretly set him free? Isaac ground his teeth. Damn it, no choice then. After that, he hesitantly called out, "Grandpa, Uncle." Isaac looked at the two of them with shimmering eyes, then spoke in a tone so sickeningly sweet it made Uji want to throw up. "Don't go. I'm in so much pain." Gili and Eli immediately froze in horror as they stared at him. Then both of them instantly brightened and hurried over to Isaac. Eli said, "All right, I won't go. There's no need for everyone to join the chase either. Come on, let's treat you first." Isaac smiled deviously. "Good. Everything is going according to plan." A little later, Isaac lay in a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages from head to toe. He cursed inwardly. What a bunch of idiots. He looked around the room. Eli and Gili were sitting by the bed, with knights standing all around. What the hell are they doing in a sick room? Gili gritted his teeth and ordered, "Get out right now. What are you all doing in someone else's room?" One knight immediately shot back. "Since when did a room in the Holy See become your room? And why did you bring a demon in here?" Eli muttered, "A demon?" The knight demanded, "Your Eminence, what is the meaning of this? Why are you obstructing the investigation?" He coldly said, "Gili, I order all members of the blue faction to cut off all cooperation with the red faction and begin a full strike, including halting all missions of the Holy See." The knights immediately protested, "Wait, Your Eminence, please. Why are you doing this? Let's settle this peacefully." Whisper said, while looking things up, "No, the Blue Faction is an extremely diligent and devoted organization. They take on the work no one wants because it's dirty, dangerous, or brings no profit, and all thanks to the Master. This is the first strike in their history." Eli furiously demanded, "Peacefully? One of God's messengers appeared right before the execution and attacked my grandson, and you expect me to handle it peacefully?" He continued, "And on top of that, that demon even called God's messenger his partner." The knight protested in alarm. What if the demon was lying? Eli coldly asked, if it was lying, then how did it break the binding sphere? The people in the room continued arguing. "But how are we supposed to assess anything when you've got the brat wrapped up like that? We need to see the wounds." Isaac stayed silent. Eli angrily demanded, "And what if the injuries get worse?" Folding his arms, Eli coldly said, "What matters right now is who set it free. The Inquisitors have already begun investigating. We'll have the results soon enough." The red-haired knight exchanged glances with his comrades and thought, exactly. As long as we find even one trace pointing to the culprit, it's over. "We'll definitely find his traces," he told himself. "Then, we'll catch him." Just then, someone shoved the door open and rushed inside, shouting, "Your Eminence, something terrible has happened." Isaac and Gili looked toward the door in shock. The man burst in and shouted again, "Your Eminence, something terrible has happened." He stammered, "The evidence." Then, to Isaac's delight, he announced, "The evidence is gone." The masked man explained in panic, "I was just about to begin the investigation when the chains suddenly exploded." Isaac smiled and praised inwardly, "Juanat really is always so thorough." The man continued, "Also, right before the explosion, I felt that person's power." The red-haired knight immediately clapped a hand over the man's mouth. "Shut up." Eli angrily gestured. "You heard him. The investigation is over, so get out." Isaac thought to himself, and just like that, Grandpa closed the case. A little later, someone knocked on the door. "May I come in?" Isaac looked over in confusion as the person slowly entered. Isaac was startled inwardly. "Nizer," he hesitantly called. "Isaac." Stepping inside, he asked, "How are you feeling?" Isaac thought with irritation, "I felt worse the moment I saw your face." Nizer took out a glass vial filled with red liquid. "I brought a secret medicine from my family to help you recover faster." He thought to himself, Isaac is this badly injured. Doesn't that mean he won't be able to participate in the god selection ceremony? He pondered, the Yellow Faction fanatics are probably thrilled. Nizer thought of Cardinal Zephit's devious smile and told himself, but I'm not going to let that happen. He clenched his fist, remembering the man's words. Also, take this over and make him drink the family's secret medicine so he recovers faster. Isaac quickly poured the whole bottle into his mouth, then praised it. Damn, this is good. Nizer thought in horror. I can't believe I had to bring the family's secret medicine to this bastard. Do you know how expensive that is? He grabbed his head as he watched Isaac keep drinking it. One drop would have been enough, and you chugged the whole bottle? Are you insane? A faint glow spread over Isaac's whole body. He wiped his mouth and thought, I suspected he'd poisoned it, but it really is secret medicine. I can already feel my stamina increasing. He continued drinking every last drop from the bottle. It even tastes like wine. Floating beside him, Whisper said, looks like it also has some disgusting blessing effects mixed in. It might actually come in handy during the god selection ceremony. Nizer panicked and tried to stop him. Wait, I never said you could drink all of it. Isaac angrily demanded. What the hell did you just say? He hesitated. The family head said he'd give you more if you came to the main estate. Isaac frowned and thought, that bottle was already more than enough, but if I go to the main estate, they'll give me more for free? This sounds suspicious. Then he lay back on the bed, hugging his leg as he said, I really want to go, but my leg still hurts. Nizer quickly offered, then you can use my equipment. These shoes will help you move. Put them on and come to the estate with me. Isaac realized inwardly, looks like he prepared this in advance. Whisper sneered beside him. His scheme is as obvious as day. Isaac sat up and said, I need to change clothes, so wait outside. Nizer quickly replied, all right. He turned toward the door and thought, greedy bastard. I can't believe he fell for it so easily. On the other side, Isaac pushed open the window. The moment you set foot in that estate, you're done for. He stepped onto the windowsill and grinned to himself. I'm putting this on the front page. Isaac happily muttered, thanks, idiot. Elsewhere, the yellow cardinal slammed the table and shouted, those damned red faction bastards. How dare they bring secret medicine into the infirmary? He ground his teeth and roared. I gave him a VIP room, so he wouldn't be able to slip away, and those idiots dare to heal him and even bless him? He smashed things as he shouted, I have to make the ritual fail. Both the black family and the red family have gone mad. The yellow cardinal crumpled the paper in his hand. Isaac must be stopped at all costs. He furiously declared, we cannot let him summon a god. Elsewhere, Isaac looked at Goel and said, oh, my dear uncle. Rubbing his hands together, he smiled and said, there's something I want to ask you. Goel thought in panic, he's gone insane. He made up an excuse to avoid him. I'm very busy right now, so ask me later. Blue flames immediately flared up, making him panic. Isaac walked over threateningly. I think you know the answer. Goel shouted in fear, know what? Isaac smiled deviously and asked, which god do you think I'm going to summon? Goel gritted his teeth as he realized, this brat, he's asking because he knows I can get information from the Pope? He thought of Massa and hesitated. If I tell him and the news gets out, the Blue Faction family won't be able to stand against the Pope. Goel smiled to himself. But everything will change if he summons the highest supreme god. He happily imagined it. At that point, no one would dare look down on the Joshua family anymore. Isaac suddenly said, I'm going to give up on summoning a god. Goel shouted in shock. What did you just say? Isaac immediately replied, I thought I was going to summon an evil god, so that's why you refused to tell me. He pretended to look dejected. Besides, what if an evil god really does appear? Goel yelled, are you crazy? Why would you quit? What evil god? It's the highest supreme god. Isaac instantly curled his lips into a smile and slowly walked toward Goel. The highest supreme god? Goel immediately tried to backtrack. You heard wrong. Isaac wrapped himself around Goel's leg and asked with a grin, my beloved uncle, say it again. Which god am I going to summon? Goel shouted in fear, let go of me. Isaac completely lost control of his words as he fawned and threatened at the same time. I freaking love you, uncle. Don't mess with me. Do you want to die? Goel screamed inwardly. He's insane. Goel kept shaking his leg to throw Isaac off. Let go of me. The family head just called for me. I have to go. He shouted it loudly enough to make Isaac freeze. That demon is hiding somewhere in the city. Isaac thought anxiously. Juanette is in the city? Out on the streets. Eli crossed his arms and ordered, "One of the 14 followers is hiding around here. Do not let your guard down, understood?" The knights immediately shouted in response, "Yes, sir." Goel slowly approached. "I'm here, father," Goel said. "This is the complete map of the underground waterways." Eli looked at him and asked, "Why is Isaac clinging to your leg?" Goel hesitated. "He wants to come with us." Eli ordered, "It's too dangerous. Go back." Isaac immediately objected. "No." He looked at him and said, "I have to get revenge." He continued, making Eli fall silent. "He ruined the execution and put everyone in danger." Isaac shouted, "So the moment I find him, I'm getting my revenge." Whisper sighed, "This act is getting a bit too deep now." Eli let out a tired sigh. He said, "Do as you like." Isaac clenched his fist and thought, "Perfect." Out on the streets, knights and priests searched everywhere. A few people looked at Isaac and exclaimed, "So that's Lord Isaac. I thought no one would come because of the strike, but who knew they'd send the direct heir himself?" A knight in a yellow cloak said, "Then this should be over soon." The Joshua family is the best at tracking demons. At that moment, Isaac stretched, and a priest exclaimed, "Has he begun?" Isaac turned around, bared his teeth in a grin, and said, "Finding the lackeys of that skeleton demon, king, isn't easy at all." His declaration frightened the people around him. "This is going to take a long time." A while later, someone shouted, "Isaac, are you even taking this seriously?" The red-cloaked knight glared at Isaac angrily. Isaac calmly said, "Relax. He's a high demon. After all, being good at hiding is only natural. I can feel that he's still somewhere nearby." The man shouted, "Are you messing with us?" The red-cloaked knights kept complaining to Eli, who was sitting nearby resting. "This has gone too far, Your Eminence. That brat hasn't done a single thing all day." They kept going until Eli angrily crushed the water glass in his hand. "This only makes us more suspicious of your grandson." Eli slowly rose to his feet and demanded, "Are you saying I'm wrong?" The knight answered in confusion, and no, that's not it. Eli called out, "Isaac." Isaac immediately answered, "Yes, grandfather." Eli darkly ordered, "Make them pay for that." Isaac pointed far off into the distance and shouted, "I can sense the demon over there." The knights ran after it while loudly cursing. "Damn it." Someone suddenly stepped forward and asked, "I thought you were on strike. What's the meaning of this?" Zephyr smirked and asked Eli, "Are you trying to cover up your grandson's crime?" Eli immediately frowned. "What?" Zephyr stepped closer and said, "Doing that will only make Isaac's crime even worse." Eli coldly demanded, "Do you have proof that my grandson freed that high demon?" He said, "The truth will come out eventually." Zephyr thought to himself, as long as they find the Pope's power inside the sealing sphere, he's finished. He calculated inwardly, I can't accuse the Pope, so the ideal outcome is to find traces linking Isaac to it instead. Zephyr licked his lips and thought, if I can pull this off, I'll get to watch these arrogant blue faction bastards fall. Then he turned away and suggested, I don't want to ruin the god-summoning ritual either, so for now, let's cooperate. Zephyr sneered mockingly. At the very least, I'll help cover up the handcuffs when your grandson gets arrested. Goel stepped closer and whispered, Father, don't listen to him. He's only acting like this because he's scared too. Hearing that, Eli replied, I'm not bothered. He gritted his teeth and declared, I'll make Isaac work 10 times harder. Goel shouted, that obviously means you are bothered. Goel sighed and called out, Hey, Isaac, you heard that. He continued, but when he looked carefully, the boy was nowhere to be seen. You need to investigate more thoroughly, Isaac. Goel shouted, Where did he disappear to? Isaac touched the writing inside a wooden house. Whisper, beside him, said this trace belongs to Vanak. It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of code. Isaac fell into thought. As they came out, Whisper followed closely behind Isaac, marveling. I can't believe those true demons took your place. Isaac immediately explained that it was hardly surprising. As orthodox demons, they had always looked down on the idea of serving a mere skeleton. Isaac rested a hand on his chin and fell into thought. Perhaps breaking his magic had been too difficult, so they had set up a fake skeleton demon king to control demonkind instead. In other words, they had exploited a loophole in the spell rather than directly defying his order. Whisper asked in confusion. Even so, this is still very strange. The sealing orb, His Holiness the Pope, the Crown Prince. Isaac thought it over. Mana from both the Pope and the Crown Prince remained inside Vanak's sealing orb. He pondered quietly. The Pope made sense, but why was the Crown Prince involved too? Why would the Crown Prince care about High Demon? Whisper suddenly asked. So how long are you planning to keep pretending not to notice them, Master? Isaac looked behind him and asked, You mean those people? He lifted his head toward the group hiding on the ceiling and said, I didn't expect assassins to join the game too. The assassins were horrified. Had they been discovered? But priests usually had terrible awareness. One of the assassins froze. Isaac kept his head raised, staring at them. Blue mana radiated from his body. The assassins jumped down to the floor. One of them was inwardly shocked. What? I didn't even see this brat cast a single holy spell. Isaac sneered. Are you people mages too? The assassins charged straight at him. One of them shouted, Take him down now. Priests can't stand against our magic. Whisper cried out in disbelief. Just how weak do they think you are? I can't believe they're only using third circle magic on you. Isaac thought angrily, I'll deal with these bastards. Then he suddenly stopped when he felt a needle stab straight into his neck. He immediately grabbed his neck and turned around. One assassin burst out laughing. You're dead now. Get ready to taste Bane of the Saints. Standing beside Isaac, Whisper remarked, That's some pretty high-quality Bane of the Saints. Isaac calmly rubbed his neck and thought, If I can absorb all the mana in this, that's not bad either. The assassin was horrified. He's fine. The assassin trembled as he demanded, You should have collapsed already. Don't tell me you took an antidote for Bane of the Saints beforehand. Hearing that, Isaac put a hand over his face and started acting. My head, but this much isn't enough to bring me down. I am a member of the noble Joshua family. One of them darkened and thought, What the hell am I even watching? Another assassin shouted an order. Whatever, he's still a Joshua. Hit him again. Another needle stabbed straight into Isaac's neck. Isaac pretended to weaken again. Two won't do a thing. You fools. Do you think someone from the Joshua family would fall so easily to poison like that? The leader roared at his subordinates. He's still talking. All of you, fire everything you've got at him. 3 needles pierced Isaac's left side, and 2 more stabbed into his thigh while the assassins panted heavily. Isaac kept up the act. A Joshua won't fall from just this much. Then he smiled excitedly and declared, You'll need at least 50 more before there's even a chance. The assassins panicked. Damn, just looking at him is terrifying. One of them said shakily, We're out of poison needles. Isaac frowned in disappointment. What a shame. He looked at the assassins and thought, I'll absorb the mana first, then leave. When they saw Isaac collapse to the floor, one of the assassins innocently asked, Did we finally take him down? He cracked his eyes open slightly and heard one of them say, Serves you right, Isaac Joshua. Isaac immediately looked toward the black-cloaked figure who had just appeared. Isn't that? The newcomer removed his cloak. Isaac was inwardly startled. Count Monlek? The man smiled viciously and thought, Die, Isaac Joshua. My family was ruined because of you. As he walked toward Isaac, he rejoiced inwardly. At last, today I can have my revenge. Monlek lowered his head and looked down at Isaac lying on the floor. He and the assassins kept talking back and forth. He's still not dead? Didn't we shoot him with a ton of poison needles? Why is this brat so damn hard to kill? Should we just finish him off? Monlek clicked his tongue and instructed them, Erase all traces. Make it look like he was killed by a demon. Isaac worried inwardly, What now? If I get up, I'll be exposed right away. Whisper immediately comforted him. It's fine. You've already done plenty of shady things. What's a little more? Isaac grabbed his tail tightly and demanded, Do I really look that much like a priest to you? Want to die? One of the assassins yelled, He's still moving. They shouted over one another. Hold him down. Make it bloody so we can pin it on the demon. I'll slit his throat. Isaac gritted his teeth. Damn it. I still haven't absorbed all the mana yet. One assassin raised his knife high, ready to strike. Just then, someone drew a sword, and faint purple lightning appeared. That person swung the sword straight at the assassins. They screamed in pain. Monlek cried out in shock. What? His eyes widened as he stared at the one who had attacked. Seeing the cloaked swordsman slowly approach, Monlek shouted, Sword Master? Then he cried out again in shock, A sword master? He turned and ran, shouting, Why is a sword master here? The young man pointed his sword at Monlek, and thunder immediately erupted. The lightning struck him, making Monlek scream in agony. Isaac smiled. Magic? Whisper, standing nearby, gave a faint laugh. Compared to you, Master, he's still green, but his skill isn't bad. Monlek clutched his head in pain and dropped to his knees on the floor. He shouted, Why you? Do you know who I am? The sword master smiled coldly at Monlek's outburst. How dare you lay a hand on a noble? Monlek cursed inwardly as he struggled to stand. Damn it. As Monlek ran toward the door, he thought, I never heard anything about this. What the hell is going on? Then someone stepped forward and blocked his path. Monlek cried out in shock. Sir Kina. Then he begged miserably. Sir Kina, please save me. He tried to continue, but a flame shot straight toward him. I'll explain the details later, Kina coldly threatened. Count Monlek, take one more step and I'll kill you. Kina ground his teeth in irritation. Isaac needs to train with me. Why you people keep getting in the way? Monlek trembled in fear. What are you trying to do? Please calm down. I came here to assist you. He continued, if that brat summons a god, then His Holiness the Pope will. Kina cut him off. I don't care. Golden electricity wrapped around his entire body. Kina demanded, who gave you the order? The Black Faction. Monlek hesitated, unable to answer. That's... Isaac grabbed Kina by the shoulder and asked excitedly, sounds like you know which god I'm going to summon, doesn't it? Then he ran toward Monlek again and smiled darkly. If it would harm His Holiness, then it must be one of the yellow gods. He asked greedily, it's the god of wealth, right? Monlek shouted, I don't know. Get away from me. Isaac hooked an arm around his neck and coaxed him. Don't lie. I bet you know. Is it the god of fortune, the god of money, or the god of gold? Kina turned to the cloaked figure and said, if you are in disguise, I'll excuse the formalities. He looked toward the crown prince, then continued, your attendants must have a hard time because of you. He gave a cold order. For now, prioritize taking Isaac back to the palace. Kina immediately objected. No, Isaac will be taken to the Holy See. Then a voice rang out, making the crown prince stop. No, someone stamped the ground hard. Isaac is coming home. Eli stepped forward with a dark expression and demanded, which bastard dared lay a hand on my grandson? Monlek's scream of pain rang out. The cloaked figure hesitated, then said, well, there's no place like home. Kina nodded in agreement. Looks like Isaac will be going home. A little later, someone said to the crown prince, please don't take it to heart, your highness. Leaning against the wall, he muttered, what? He explained they were already watching him, and that brat still dared to sneak off to inspect demonic script. He continued, I don't think he's that stupid. The man in the black mask was Ian Balak, the Black Cardinal. The crown prince demanded, so ordering Count Monlek to send assassins to kill Isaac was your idea of something smart? Ian immediately replied, didn't your highness want to become closer to Isaac Joshua? The crown prince exclaimed in surprise, what did you just say? Ian answered slowly, if you save someone from assassins, that person will naturally grow fond of you. Ian looked at the crown prince and explained, besides, with the temperament of the Joshuas, they'd rather hang themselves than fail to repay a debt. So he would certainly swear loyalty to you of his own accord. The crown prince scoffed inwardly. Ridiculous. Is that really how the Black Faction thinks? He reflected, the crows of the north never care about morality or methods. Cold-blooded people who shrink from nothing, even using demons to destroy demons. Sitting down in a chair, the crown prince asked, so you've lost interest in Isaac now? Earlier, as a scholar, you seemed very interested in Isaac's answer. He continued, that essay, How to Destroy the Skeleton Demon King. Ian bowed his head and replied, if the brat truly wrote it himself, then yes, he is worth noticing. But even so, your highness should stop paying attention to him. His words made the crown prince fall silent in thought. The interrogation will begin immediately after the Black Faction test. Ian placed a stack of papers on the table, unless he has some way to prove his innocence. He declared coldly, otherwise, the Blue Faction will be destroyed. At the Joshua residence in the capital, someone shouted, how is any of this supposed to make sense? Eli shouted furiously, even if Isaac really did summon an evil god, do those bastards have the right to kidnap him? I know the boy has no faith, but this is going too far. He continued, I never thought the Black Cardinal would dare go this far. Sitting in the seat of honor, Eli spoke irritably. As for tomorrow's divine summoning ceremony, he announced, Isaac will not attend. Eli and Goel were both shocked. Why? He has to attend. Eli explained, everything that's happened was because of that. Eli hesitated. That's true. Goel ground his teeth and raked a hand through his hair. Damn it. He slammed the table and shouted, no, he has to attend. Eli looked at him and demanded, are you insane? Weren't you the one saying Isaac needed protection? You want the whole world to watch him summon an evil god. Goel roared back, not an evil god. Frowning, he said, the supreme god. Isaac is going to summon the supreme god. To the shock of Eli and Eli, Goel continued, who cares about faith? As long as he attends, that's enough. Clutching his head, Goel thought, damn it, I shouldn't have said it, but saying it is still less frustrating than holding it in. Eli and Eli both questioned him repeatedly, and Goel answered in exasperation, the supreme god. Yes, the supreme god. Who else would it be? Isaac, obviously. Thinking of what happened at the ceremony, he shouted, at the investiture rite, he was chosen by the supreme god, so he absolutely has to participate in the summoning ceremony. Eli calmly picked up his teacup and said, "If you're drunk, go sleep it off." Goel shouted, "I'm telling the truth." He continued, making Eli freeze. "I saw it with my own eyes at the Barrett estate." Goel yelled, "Then why do you think they wanted to adopt Isaac? When that failed, they tried to kill him. And now that every other method has failed, they're trying to stop him from attending the ceremony. Do you still not understand why the Barrett family is acting like this?" Gilai said worriedly, "Brother, even novelists wouldn't dare write something like that. If you're not feeling well, go get some rest." Driven mad with frustration, Goel grabbed his head and swore. "Fuck." He turned and strode out. "Believe it or don't, we finally have a chance to strike back at them, and now you want to throw it away." He declared, "I'm taking Isaac out of this house." Gilai wondered in shock. "Don't tell me he's serious." Eli suddenly demanded, "Everything you said, is it true?" Goel answered loudly, "Yes." Eli lowered the teacup and muttered, "So, the Supreme God," his arm trembled, spilling tea everywhere, "is a pervert." Goel yanked at his hair and cried out, "How did you even reach that conclusion?" Eli tried to steady himself and thought, "Isaac is in danger in a completely different way now. The Supreme God is something humanity was never meant to be involved with. But at least this lets us avoid the interrogation." He thought of Isaac. Faith means nothing now. Isaac has already been chosen by an existence above even the chief gods. No one could defy the will of the Supreme God. A knight shoved the door open and rushed in. "My lord, something terrible has happened." His report made Eli freeze. The Red Faith has begun a heresy inspection of young Master Isaac at the venue of the Black Faction test. The priest serving as examiner announced, "The second part of the ritual will begin now." The priest explained, "The divine selection rite will take place before the eyes of the entire audience. Therefore, please be careful and do not make any mistakes." Niji bit his nails in panic and thought, "This is insane." He secretly scanned his surroundings. Investigators were everywhere. He thought fearfully, "Isaac, just what the hell did you do to make the Red Faction investigate you?" A few days earlier, in the interrogation room, someone had shouted, "Confess. You serve the Skeleton Demon King, don't you?" The priest stared at Isaac and demanded, "Your name appeared in the code, left behind by that high demon." Isaac leisurely twirled his hand and asked back, "What are you talking about?" The priest suddenly said, "Although that Skeleton Demon King knelt in repentance before the gods, his legacy remains." Isaac instantly sat bolt upright and cried out, "Knelt in repentance?" He flipped the table and shouted, "You bastards, it never said that anywhere in the code." He was about to curse more, but suddenly froze. "You," the two priests interrogating him immediately said, "So you really can read their code? We've got you now." One of them made a gesture meaning he was finished and continued, "I'll see you again at the Black Faction test." Remembering that scene, Niji held his head and groaned inwardly. How could you fall for such an obvious trap? Looking at Isaac, who was still smiling cheerfully, he wondered, "Why do you think they waited until now to interrogate you? They're going to let everyone watch you be chosen by an evil god." He imagined the rest. Vanisser would definitely be chosen by the Red God, the deity who punishes evil gods. He'd deal with you the moment the selection ends, and then he'd frame our entire family as heretics. Niji wondered inwardly, what on earth is Isaac thinking? At that moment, only 4 words filled Isaac's mind. God of gold, God of money. Grinning greedily, he murmured to himself, unaware that Niji was secretly watching him. Gold, silver, jewels. Niji looked at Isaac and sneered inwardly. Laugh while you still can. I don't know how you got through the interrogation, but I'll humiliate you in front of everyone. Niji thought arrogantly, once I'm chosen by the Red God, I'll summon him. And if you're chosen by an evil god, you'll surely receive divine punishment. Whispered chatter rose around them. Is it true the Blue Faction has fallen? They said they'll present the proof right here. Hearing that, Nizer was secretly delighted. This is it. This is more effective than any heresy investigation. A priest announced, "We will now begin the divine selection ritual. Please pour holy power into the orbs that have been distributed." Uji took the gray orb and prayed inwardly, "Please, God of the Blue Faction." He clenched his teeth and thought, if he's chosen by an evil god, all of us will be destroyed. Standing beside him, Isaac kept muttering, "God of wealth, God of money, God of fortune." Enzi immediately changed his prayer. Please let Isaac not summon an evil god. A golden light suddenly burst from the orb. Isaac rejoiced inwardly. Gold. So it really is the god of gold. He encouraged it silently. Gold is money too. Come to me, God of gold. The light grew brighter and brighter. There, he's coming. Oh, God of gold. Isaac beamed. That is, the orb suddenly changed color to silver gray. Isaac's mouth fell open in shock. Whisper floated beside him, laughing in anticipation. Isaac gripped the orb tightly and shouted, "No, impossible. No way." Seeing his expression, Nizer immediately assumed he had definitely been chosen by an evil god. He stared at the metallic silver light coming from the orb in Isaac's hand. "I'll expose the truth for everyone to see." Isaac suddenly threw the orb and shouted, "No!" Aji and Nizer both gasped in horror. Isaac's orb shot straight into the sky. Aji shouted, "You lunatic!" Nizer immediately chased after it. "Idiot! Do you think throwing it away will keep us from finding out?" Looking at the priests who were also rushing after it, he thought, even better. This time, he won't be able to deny it. "I'll expose your true nature in front of everyone." Nizer shouted, "Bring it here." Suddenly, someone called out, "Isaac Joshua." The priest interrogating him spoke up. "Stop. We'll retrieve the orb first. We need to confirm which god chose you." What he said made Isaac grit his teeth in anger. If it was an evil god, he announced, "You'll be taken into custody." Before he could even finish, Isaac threw himself onto the floor and started rolling around in protest. "That doesn't count. Let me do it over. I want to retry." He kept shouting. The priest announced, "We found the orb." Nizer ordered, "Bring it here now." He burst into loud laughter. "Your life is over, Isaac," he shouted. "Take a look at the god who chose you." The priest suddenly froze. That is, the gray gold orb rested in Nizer's hand. The priest cried out in shock, "The mark of the supreme god." Nizer stood there, with his mouth hanging open as someone recognized it. "That's the mark of the supreme god." The people in the stands immediately erupted into chatter. This has never happened before. Didn't they say the Joshua family had been corrupted? But if this is real, then they couldn't possibly be corrupted. The gold cardinal thought in astonishment. So it was true. Aji walked over to Isaac and asked, "You threw the orb away even though you knew you'd been chosen by the supreme god?" Isaac pouted and answered, "What use is he to me?" Aji was left speechless. "Gods above, please save this bastard." Then someone shouted something that instantly caught Isaac's attention. "The god of wealth." The girl smiled brightly, not realizing disaster was about to strike. She screamed in horror, "What is wrong with you?" Isaac appeared behind her and threatened, "Give it here, you bitch." He shouted furiously, "Swap with me. Swap with me before I kill you." Grabbing the girl by the hair, Isaac ordered, "Hand it over right now." Nizer trembled with rage and ground his teeth. Damn it. A while later, in the cardinal's meeting room, Caesar Phi smiled as he spoke, but he was cut off by Eli's quiet chuckle. "So everything will be resolved by." She looked at Eli, who was trying to suppress his laughter, and said in confusion, "Cardinal, you seem very pleased." The emperor also spoke. Duke Joshua must be thrilled by the news about his grandson. After all, the boy was chosen by the supreme god. Eli replied proudly, "That's right." The emperor continued cheerfully, "Perhaps this is a sign of a prosperous era for our empire." Eli said awkwardly, "That only means something if the brat can actually summon him." The gold cardinal sneered, "Anyone can be chosen. It only matters if they can summon the god and form a contract." Eli immediately gave a cold laugh in return. "You say anyone can be chosen, but no one in your family has ever managed it." The two of them locked eyes in a fierce stare down. Seeing things turn ugly, the emperor quickly intervened. "Even so, being chosen alone already carries meaning. I, too, am pleased by this good news." He added, "I hope everyone can get along." The gold cardinal clenched his teeth in fury. "I plan to expand my power through the god who chose Kina, but it seems nothing has gone my way." He thought bitterly, "I supported her with everything I had because she had the favor of the god of wealth, but in front of the supreme god, all those calculations are meaningless." The gold cardinal mused, "It's fine. That brat was chosen because he has talent, but he doesn't have the qualifications to truly summon him. No matter what, I have to stop him from forming a contract." While the gold cardinal was plotting, Isaac was struggling through the ritual. "Even if I have to bury the supreme god with my own hands." Isaac shouted in frustration, "Let me try again." Izzy stepped up and asked, "You hate studying that much, so now you suddenly want to study?" Isaac immediately yelled, "I have to study." Isaac frantically flipped through books while shouting, "Why is there not a single line here about how to cancel a god selection?" Uji thought wearily, "This guy's lost his mind." He set a glass of water on the table and asked, "I don't get it. Why do you hate this so much?" Isaac immediately shot him an angry glare. "You want to know?" Started, Uji replied, "No, don't say anything." Scratching his head, he added, "You even received a gift from the supreme god. That means you were officially chosen." Isaac declared, I threw it away. Uji shouted, why would you throw it away? If you had that gift, you wouldn't have to worry about summoning him anymore. I don't need it. He sighed and said, I respect how you feel, but even if you hate it, having a high-ranking god is still better. Isaac stubbornly asked, why? Uji immediately explained, because the Red family is planning to summon their god and have you arrested. He continued, the moment their god examines your faith, you'll definitely be punished. If the supreme god doesn't stop it, you'll die. Isaac suddenly said, then give me the azure god you're going to summon. Wouldn't that be enough to block it? And the god of light. That guy must be good at finding shiny things like gold, right? Uji cried out in irritation. The god of light is not like that. Isaac sank into thought. Are there really no high gods willing to listen to me? Whisper muttered, I think there probably are, but you'd better prepare plan B. 1 week later, at the god summoning ritual, the junior priests whispered among themselves. Are we really going to see the supreme god? Don't be ridiculous. Being chosen and actually summoning are two different things. How could that brat possibly summon him? Some of those words reached Nizer's ears. Haven't you heard the rumors about Isaac Joshua's faith? If the Red family's god is summoned, won't Isaac be executed? Nizer gave a mocking laugh. I don't know what tricks you used before, but this is the end for you. The Red God will wipe you out. Pointing straight at Isaac's face, Nizer declared, Isaac, today, you are definitely going to die. Isaac thought with annoyance, here we go again. Then someone approached and said, Nizer is right. The gold cardinal continued, your body won't be able to withstand summoning. Isaac cursed inwardly. Why are there so many idiots looking for trouble today? Then the man suddenly made a proposal that left Nizer gaping in shock. I will help you summon the supreme god. The gold cardinal continued, but after you summon him, you must hand him over to the gold family. Jilai immediately stepped in front of Isaac and blocked him. Even if you make that offer, it's useless. Suddenly the gold cardinal called out, right? I'll trade you the god of wealth instead. Jilai quickly covered Isaac's mouth before he could blurt out deal. While restraining Isaac's struggles, Jilai thought, that's actually not a bad offer. The god of wealth is also a high-ranking god, so it should be enough to block the red god's attack. More importantly, if they don't help him, Isaac really might die trying to summon the supreme god. As Isaac bit down hard on his hand in an attempt to break free, Jilai thought, I cannot accept letting my precious grandson die. Then Jilai called gently, Isaac. What he said made Isaac stop. Do what you want. Isaac then stood up straight and said to the gold cardinal, deal. The man immediately praised him. A wise choice. Just then, a priest rushed into the room. My lord, he announced loudly, something serious has happened. The summoning order has been changed. He shouted. Nizer has been placed immediately before Isaac. Isaac was secretly delighted, but the gold cardinal demanded furiously, what? Eli arrived with a dark expression. Looks like that red bastard bribed the black cardinal. Jilai cried out in alarm. Father! Eli said angrily, I'll go deal with it. At the ritual platform, one priest said in confusion, Nizer is summoning before Isaac? A few people looked toward Ian and said, that's basically a public declaration that Isaac will be executed. At that moment, Eli hurried toward Ian. The priest whispered quietly, that's the Azure Cardinal. Is he going to protest the Black Cardinal? Eli took out a mirror. One priest muttered, the Red and Azure factions are always at each other's throats. The moment the mirror opened, someone wondered, how will the upright Joshua family react to this? Eli produced a chest full of gold and said, here's the money. Change the order. Jilai and Moji shouted in shock. Family head. Seeing that scene, the priests began whispering among themselves. Is the Azure Cardinal trying to bribe him? They'd never accept something that blatant. Ian looked at Eli and said, it's worth considering. That is quite a sum. Isak suddenly shouted. No. He ran over and yelled, Grandpa, our family can't do this. He tried to persuade him. Grandpa, no. Family head, please stop. The people in the stands immediately sighed in admiration. As expected of a saint candidate, that boy truly is fit to become the future pope. Isaac's very next words left everyone stiff and speechless. If you got that much money, you should give it to me first. A priest stepped forward and sneered. I never thought the Azure side would stoop to something so dirty. The priest asked mockingly, has the head of the Azure family decided to break his own family doctrine? Eli replied coldly, the Azure faith exists to protect the small and the weak. He picked up a large gold bar and demanded, and we are protecting the smallest and weakest member of our family. So doesn't that mean we are upholding our doctrine perfectly? Isaac was inwardly stunned. Can it really be interpreted like that? Ian suddenly cut in. That side of you is certainly admirable. But he smiled and continued. Our side has already received something from the red faction. Eli clenched his teeth in fury. You bastard. Do you know what will happen if that red brat manages to summon his god? A priest immediately asked. So even you find Isaac Joshua suspicious? Azure Cardinal? He gave a cold laugh and said, please stop. Once something has been decided, it cannot be changed. Ian added, that's right. What's decided cannot be changed. Then he suddenly proposed, so let them both summon at the same time. The priest immediately shouted, my lord, how can you allow that after taking so much money? Ian turned around and said, then make sure you summon yours faster. He coldly challenged them. Are you afraid? Grinding his teeth, the priest thought, damn it, arguing now won't change anything. In the end, the cardinal is the one who decides the order. Clenching his fist, he answered, fine, but we'll remember this. As the priest turned and walked away, he declared, Azure and Black will regret this. When Isaac saw Ian accept the chest of gold, he called out, Grandpa. Eli patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry. If you can't summon anything, that's fine too. Smiling, he continued, even if those bastards manage to summon their god. Isaac's eyes sparkled as Eli said, we'll still protect you. Grandpa, Isaac called. Then, seeing Ian take the chest of gold, he called out again, Grandpa. Eli patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry. If you can't summon anything, that's fine too. Smiling, he continued, even if those bastards manage to summon their god. Isaac's eyes glittered as Eli said, we'll still protect you. Isaac then pointed off to one side and objected, that's not it. Eli asked, puzzled, not it? Pointing at several wooden boxes not far away, he said, those backup Bry boxes. Isaac laughed loudly. Give them to me. Under Eli's affectionate gaze, which slowly shifted into anger, Isaac continued, if there are any more, you can give me all of those too. Two huge lumps instantly rose on Isaac's head. Moji ignored that and shouted, what are you even planning to do, Isaac? He cried out, Nizer is going to summon the god of judgment, their patron god. Successfully hugging a chest of money, Isaac replied, then that's even better. He went on, I was already planning to make a deal with the Gold family and wreck the summoning ritual anyway. Easy stared in shock. What? Isaac explained, the stuff they gave me definitely has magic cast on it. I was going to wait for it to activate, then pretend to collapse and pin all the blame on them. Uzi sighed inwardly. You knew, and you still took it? Isaac frowned and thought, if a high-ranking god gets summoned, it will definitely recognize my soul. He reflected. So the original plan was to fake being sick and get carried out before anyone managed to summon a high-ranking god. Though I also had the option of using the supreme god to smash everything apart. Isaac gave a crooked smile. But if Nizer is the one summoning the god of judgment, then everything changes completely. He licked his lips with a sly grin. But if it's that god, then it's fine. I'll use this chance to make the Red family stop harassing me for good. Looking toward the approaching Isaac, Nizer thought, the moment I summon him, he's finished. The two of them stepped onto the ritual platform together. A priest immediately announced, begin. Nizer raised his right hand high and shouted, I'll go first. A red light appeared in Nizer's hand. The light flared violently and spread everywhere. To Nizer's delight, several people cried out, it's the Red God, the God of Judgment. Nizer shouted excitedly. It worked. On the other side, Isaac clenched his hand over his chest as a golden light slowly began to appear. He opened his eyes. The light exploded upward, a pillar like blazing fire shooting straight into the ritual hall's ceiling before expanding wildly. Several people shouted, what is that? Did Isaac really summon the supreme god? Nizer glanced sideways and calmed himself. Summoning alone isn't enough. He still has to form a contract for it to be complete. That means I still have time. Pressing his hands together, Nizer cried out, oh God. Looking at the crimson orb of light, he pleaded, please examine that bastard's soul and punish him. He is an existence that violates the laws of this world. A voice rang out. Very well. Which child dares call himself a saint? Whisper shouted in terror. He really appeared. We're about to be wiped out. Isaac reassured him. It's fine. Then he urged, you should hurry up and form your contract too. In the stands, Ian watched in silence while the priest whispered, did that brat really summon the supreme god? It's okay. Young Master Nizer is faster. Someone shouted, as long as he forms the contract first, it's over. At that moment, the form of the god Nizer had summoned slowly began to appear. Nizer immediately froze. The god of judgment spoke. Is that the one who ate the skeleton demon king's bones? Nizer immediately shouted back, yes. He's a heretic. Please examine him. The god cut him off directly. There's no need to examine him. Isaac silently lifted his head as the god of judgment said, that brat has no faith at all. The people in the stands trembled in terror. The God of Judgment declared, and on top of that, he reeks of that disgusting, evil aura from the skeleton demon king. The God of Judgment continued, "No, he has already been using that power." Nizer was inwardly stunned. "What?" The God of Judgment declared, "How disappointing. I never expected such a creature to dare step into the domain of the gods." He raised his hand and pointed at Isaac. "You will be executed immediately." Isaac quietly raised his head and looked at him. Eli thought in shock, no? Isaac's lack of faith has been exposed. Looking toward Nizer on the platform, he calculated, I have to take Nizer down right now. If I knock that brat unconscious and sever his link to the god, it'll be over. But someone stepped in front of Eli. Have you forgotten the Pope's decree? The priest declared, other than the summoner, no one is allowed to approach the magic circle. He curled his lips into a sneer. Everything happens for a reason. If that brat is being executed, then there must be a proper reason for it. Eli gritted his teeth in fury. The God of Judgment unleashed his power. Whisper screamed, damn it, I picked the wrong master. This time I'm really going to die. Isaac said calmly, I told you. It's fine. Smiling, he watched the power about to strike him. Whisper shouted, how is this fine? Isaac raised a hand and formed a small stream of light. Trust me, you idiot. The power created by the God of Judgment shot straight into Isaac's body. Eli cried out in panic, Isaac. The God of Judgment silently stared into the smoke as it gradually cleared. Then he suddenly froze. Seeing Isaac still standing there normally, the God of Judgment was inwardly shocked. He blocked it. Isaac curled his lips into a smile. A red gleam flashed in his eyes. Isaac raised his hand. This ends here. Black mana erupted from his body. The onlookers immediately covered their mouths. Someone recognized it. Dark mana. The priest shouted, it's dark mana. A red-cloaked knight yelled, that brat is using dark mana. Staring at Isaac enveloped in black-red mana, he shouted, so it's true. He really did eat part of the skeleton demon king's body. Is the Joshua family using the skeleton demon king's power? That brat is a heretic. Eli tried to run toward Isaac, but Goel stopped him. Step back, or you'll be branded a heretic too. That doesn't matter. Eli shouted as he looked at Isaac. Are we just going to stand here and watch Isaac die? The God of Judgment's power continued to crash down onto him. He looked at Isaac and shouted, are we really going to just stand here and watch Isaac die? The God of Judgment's power continued to strike his body. The priests quietly rejoiced. So it's over now. There was no denying it anymore. The dark mana of the skeleton demon king had been exposed. That brat would definitely be punished. They told themselves that they would attack together with the god. The long-haired priest shouted. The moment he makes his move, the priest beside him continued. Right as long as he attacks. The long-haired man yelled, attack now. The short-haired priest screamed, that's right, attack. The priests rushed straight ahead, shouting, attack, attack, Ada. Jilai noticed something strange. Why hadn't that god attacked yet? Was there a problem with Nizer's summoning? The God of Judgment remained silent. He clenched his teeth and muttered, impossible. That can't be. Isaac burst into laughter. That's right, that look. A gleam flashed in Isaac's eyes, and he said cheerfully, I'll take very good care of you. Long time no see, old friend. The God of Judgment silently looked toward Isaac. Isaac also raised his head and looked him straight in the eyes. The god paled, thinking this can't be possible. The God of Judgment frowned and thought to himself, this can't be right. Before him was a protective curtain shielding Isaac. A barrier? Several knights shouted, a barrier? Then that brat won't be punished. The barrier was continuously reinforced with black mana. Standing inside, Isaac laughed and remarked, bastard, you really haven't changed at all, have you? The God of Judgment raised a hand, and a magic circle appeared. He stood before Isaac. Calmly, Isaac asked, so you still have to handle everything yourself? A flash passed through the God of Judgment's eyes. As he attacked Isaac with his power, he muttered, Judgment of the soul. The God of Judgment's eyes widened in shock. A figure appeared before him. What? The body from Isaac's first resurrection appeared. Isaac laughed loudly. Long time no see, God of Judgment. The God of Judgment repeatedly used his power. Judgment of the soul. Judgment of the soul. Judge, Isaac said coldly. Take it easy, will you? Grinding his teeth in anger, the God of Judgment thought. He was supposed to be sealed inside an insect, so why is he here? Did the seal fail? Impossible. The god of judgment let out a dry laugh and muttered, "It must just be a clone. He probably sent a clone through a subordinate." Looking at him, Isaac thought, this guy's gone crazy. The god of judgment declared, "You will die in that child's body. I will return this body to its true owner." Isaac took out several medicine bottles and shot back, "You can't kill me." In his hand were blue potion bottles. Smiling, Isaac said, "A high-ranking god like you want to pick a fight with the supreme god?" The god of judgment froze. The supreme god had chosen him, the skeleton demon king? What the hell is this? He stepped back and cried out, "This is beyond me. I need to report this to my superiors." Isaac smirked and asked, "Your superiors?" The two spoke without pause. "Come on, I'm a skeleton demon king, right?" "Right, which means the seal failed, doesn't it?" Isaac's question left the god of judgment blank-faced. "Wasn't that seal created by your son?" Isaac waved a hand. "Then go report it." His tone turned threatening. "But wouldn't you also be punished by association?" The god of judgment realized what he meant. "You'll be punished too." Isaac gave him a sinister smile. "Wouldn't it be fun if they heard about this? Our little red god is desperately hoping for a promotion, isn't he? But no, if this reaches their ears, you'll never get promoted. The ones above you might even kill you themselves." He demanded, "Let's set that aside for now. What exactly do you want?" Isaac replied, "Nothing much." Then he proposed, "Sign a contract with me." The god of judgment muttered, "Fine, a contract." He suddenly stiffened as though he had realized something, and the god of judgment cried out, "What?" He looked at Isaac's smiling face and fell into thought. The demon king signing a contract with a god? No, now he's a priest. Right, a priest. Damn it, is he the demon king or a priest? Grabbing Isaac by both shoulders, the god of judgment asked, "What is your current name?" Isaac answered, "Isaac." He demanded, "Your full name." Isaac replied at once, "Isaac Joshua." The god of judgment ground his teeth. Damn it, why does he belong to one of the 5 great families? Isaac stared at him and thought, "You're finished. You can't kill me, and you can't go back and report me either. You can't do anything, so sign the contract with me." Then Isaac and the god of judgment continued their exchange. "What are you plotting?" "I just want to live a normal life." "You think I believe that? I've been cursed my whole life, but now I've finally obtained a normal body." Isaac suddenly demanded, "Do you think I'd give that up?" He lifted his face and smiled innocently. "Are you worried I can't sign a contract because I have no faith? I'm truly grateful, you know." Not long after, his familiar sinister grin returned. "Grateful as hell. Thanks to you people, I got this body. And because you made a mistake too. Isn't that a form of reverence? Then I can still sign the contract, right?" The god of judgment angrily thought, "Should I just kill him?" Isaac persuaded him, "You can't live without me now. You know human bodies are weak before divine beings. Do you think I'd go around everywhere announcing that I'm the skeleton demon king?" He continued, "I only intend to live quietly in this human body." Whisper commented, "You really never stop lying, do you, my lord?" Isaac immediately retorted, "I'm not lying." Isaac sighed inwardly. "I'll live quietly, assassinate the gods, and take back what was originally mine. I'll peacefully rise to the very top." Then he smiled brightly again. "And after I get there, I'll destroy everything." Isaac explained, "And to do that, I need a rat who can tell me what's happening in the world of the gods." Whisper asked, "What about the supreme god?" Isaac answered at once, "I'll use him too. I'll use him to threaten the other gods." The god of judgment frowned and thought, "Come to think of it, the skeleton demon king always wanted a body he could die in. Is that why he's so obsessed with this body?" Clenching his fist, he said, "Even so, no. The red god can only sign contracts with those of the red family." The god of judgment refused. "No, Isaac Materth. Why not?" Then he said, "Think carefully." The god of judgment listened in fear. "You know what I can do if I get angry?" The phantom of the demon king appeared. Isaac smiled and asked, "Wanting to blow myself up again?" The god of judgment gritted his teeth. "Damn it, is he threatening me with self-destruction? I'm still dealing with the headache from what you did last time." He thought to himself, "Fine, for now I should appease him. But why Joshua of all people?" The god of judgment asked, "Will you really live quietly?" Isaac answered, "Of course." The god of judgment pressed his lips together in silence. Then the barrier suddenly cracked. The shield gradually shattered into pieces. The priest shouted, "The god is here." He removed the skeleton demon king's dark mana, so we can capture him easily. They rushed straight at Isaac. "Capture the heretic." "Yes, sir," they shouted. "You, heretic, stop right there." The knights froze when Isaac raised his hand. Swaying as he walked, he approached 2 knights. Isaac showed them the red mark on his hand, and they halted in horror. He smiled at them cheerfully, as if asking, "I've stolen your god. So what are you going to do about it?" The knights turned pale and gaped. Isaac kept smiling brightly, making the 2 knights scream, "He stole our god. What are we supposed to do now?" The knights stood there pale-faced and open-mouthed. The long-haired priest stopped in panic, and someone cried out, "The red god just made a contract with a blue priest. Wasn't Isaac supposed to summon the supreme god?" The long-haired priest gaped in disbelief. "Why do you make a contract with our god instead of the supreme god? Is this brat trying to take both the red god and the supreme god?" The knights shouted, "He's going to absorb the red god's power and then make a contract with the supreme god. He's definitely going to use the red god as a hostage to threaten us. What a lunatic." Hearing that, Isaac burst into delighted laughter. Voices from the observing audience rang out one after another. The red god chose a child of blue instead of red. If the god who punishes heretics chose Isaac, then that proves his faith never wavered. Nizer angrily ground his teeth as someone said, "But if that's the case, does that mean the red god judged a child of blue more highly than the current heir of red?" Isaac stood proudly in the middle of the ritual grounds. Weren't they calling Isaac a heretic? If there were really something wrong with him, their god would have killed him already. Just look how far red has declined. Isaac thought happily, "This is absolutely perfect." Safet stepped forward with a cold smile. His face darkened as he asked, "Are you trying to steal our god?" Frowning, he said, "The red god and blue faith? There must have been some mistake." Safet continued, "Surely you'll cancel this contract, right?" Before he could finish, a lie cut in. "So what?" He sneered. "Isn't the requirement for becoming Pope the ability to harmonize all 5 faiths? Well, now my beloved grandson has been chosen by your god." Safet ground his teeth in fury. "Bastard!" 2 priests immediately shouted. "This is absurd. How can anyone steal another family's god like that?" "Exactly. How can someone from the Joshua family take the god of the Safet family?" Jilai, standing nearby, said, "Let's go ahead of the family. We have no reason to listen to them." One of them still tried to follow. "This makes no sense." "Give him back," Jilai said. "Everything that happens has its reason." Tilting his head with a smile, he asked, "Wasn't that what you told me?" "Joshua residence," Aji shouted. "What the hell did you do?" He kept scolding Isaac. "Did you see the way they were glaring at you? We're already short on manpower, so don't go making more enemies for us." Aji yelled, "You!" Isaac fell into thought, recalling something. That bastard. He remembered his conversation with the god of judgment. The god held his head and sighed. "Be careful. If my superiors find out about this, it'll be a real hassle." Isaac replied wearily, Yeah. The god of judgment warned him, "Also, don't get too full of yourself. That body was made with extraordinary care, but in exchange, its lifespan is very short." He continued, making Isaac pause. "That's why we created many different saint candidates." The god of judgment suggested, "If you want, I can transfer you into a new body." "Right? What do you think of the body of a child from the Red family?" He added, "If you want to make a contract with me, that would be better." Isaac exclaimed, "I see," he said with realization. "So this body is even better than I thought." Isaac smiled. "If it weren't exceptional, you wouldn't have any reason to ask me to change bodies." The god of judgment cursed inwardly in irritation. "What a sly bastard." He sighed. "Even so, I'm not lying." Sure, Isaac replied. "No matter how strong this body is, it'll wear out quickly. The other saint candidates are just as strong as I am, right?" The god of judgment said, "Because I once tried to deceive you, I'll give you a piece of advice in return." Then, before the barrier shattered, he said, "Don't place too much trust in the Joshua family." Back in the present, Isaac wondered, why would he say that? LG loudly asked, "Hey, are you even listening? You couldn't summon the supreme god because you lacked mana, right? That's why you made a contract with the red god, isn't it?" Isaac looked up and answered, "No." A voice rang out. "There you are." The golden cardinal entered. "Please accept my deepest congratulations to the priest who tied for first place with my Kina in the black exam." With a fake smile, he said, "I don't like that you tied with her, but since you belong to blue, I'll allow it." Isaac ground his teeth inwardly. "Damn, just hearing that gives me chills." Standing beside him, YZY wondered to himself, he can still smile? The golden cardinal asked, "You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you?" He held out his hand and said, "I'll pay you more than we originally discussed. Hand the supreme god over to us." YZY was inwardly stunned. There was no way Isaac would agree to that. Isaac smirked and asked, "Really?" Isaac agreed. "Finet." YZY shouted, "Are you insane?" Isaac walked over to the golden cardinal and said, "I'll hand him over to you, but I want the money first." Smiling, he asked, "You said you'd give me the god of wealth, didn't you?" Isaac cursed inwardly again. That damn god of wealth. As the golden cardinal searched through his pocket, he said, "Everyone has a limit to how many contracts they can make with the gods. He took out a box and placed it on the table. A pope can make many contracts, but for someone like you, it's difficult. He opened the box. So I'll give you this summoning stone instead. That way, you won't need a contract. Isaac shouted in delight. This is absolutely perfect. YZY cried out in alarm. That's the foundation stone of the Golden family. Looking at Isaac's obvious joy, he turned pale and thought that stone alone contains more divine mana than most temples. He actually gave Isaac something that could bless an entire kingdom. Isaac picked up the yellow stone, quickly stuffed it into his pocket, and asked, so all I need to do is summon the supreme god for you, right? YZY paled. This guy really doesn't care about the supreme god. Whisper asked, are you really going to hand over the supreme god? Isaac immediately answered, no. I just want to know what the supreme god desires. I can't completely trust the gods. The golden cardinal said, I've already given you the stone. Now, then, he suddenly froze. Hand over the supreme god. A golden female figure appeared behind Isaac. Isaac stared in shock as her hand slowly touched his. The golden cardinal went completely rigid. YZY cried out in shock. That is, a mark appeared on Isaac's right hand. That's the supreme god's contract mark. The people around them instantly erupted in noise. That's definitely it. Wait, doesn't this mean he has 2 contracts? Isaac shouted. What the hell is going on? Pale-faced, he thought, what the fuck is this? Why did she suddenly make a contract with me? YZY cried out in delight. So you planned this from the beginning. You were going to secretly make a contract with the supreme god all along, right? That's just like you, deceitful and always stabbing people in the back. Isaac silently protested. That's not it, asshole. The priests who came with the golden cardinal all thought bitterly. So after accepting the gift, he went and made a contract with the supreme god. Just how shameless are these people? These damn blue bastards were planning to cheat, not only Red, but us too from the very start. One of them thought, I won't let this stand. Before he could come up with a plan, Isaac suddenly threw himself onto the floor and started wailing, making the priests freeze. No, cancel this contract for me. He shouted through tears. Cardinal, tell me how to reverse this. The golden cardinal raised a hand toward the mark on Isaac's hand. I understand you didn't want this, so give me your hand. Frowning, he said, I'll cancel the contract for you. Breaking a covenant with a god isn't something that can be forced. As long as you are truly determined to cancel it, it will be dissolved immediately. Isaac sprang to his feet and said eagerly, I absolutely want to cancel it. The cardinal used a divine art, bond severance. Then he continued, the right to nullify the covenant has been established. The proof of the covenant is gradually disappearing. Don't think about anything else. Focus. Put your whole mind into canceling the covenant. Isaac replied tensely, I am focusing. The cardinal continued, bond severance. Inside Isaac's head, he was chanting, don't need the supreme god, get lost. The god of wealth is number 1. Cancel it. Cancel the contract. Don't get in my way. Get lost. You stingy supreme god bastard. Move aside. Please get out now. Cancel already. At this point, it should have come off. The cardinal seemed to read his thoughts and asked, are you insulting me? Isaac's eyes widened. No, I'm not. Beside him, Whisper whispered, just give up. This is good for you anyway, master. Isaac thought to himself, that's true, but I like the god of wealth more. The golden cardinal said darkly, if this really was an accident, then hand over the family foundation stone. That's only fair. Isaac kept telling himself, fine, it's a shame, but that's only fair. Now that it had come to this, he finally spoke aloud. Lord Golden Cardinal, I won't forget this kindness. Then, after snatching everything up, he bolted out of there in an instant. The soldiers looked at Isaac in confusion and asked each other, what the hell is he talking about? Kindness? I told him to hand over the foundation stone. Not. As he flew out through the door, Isaac burst into loud laughter. Only then did the crowd realize the problem and report. Your Eminence, he stole it and ran. Scene shifts to the banquet hall. The banquet hall buzzed with the Blue Clan's excited chatter. Hey, did you hear? Isaac formed a double contract. Can someone really make contracts with 2 gods? Kina may have made a dual contract with twin gods, but that still only counts as one deity. Isaac made contracts with 2 entirely different gods from separate faiths. One of them was even the supreme god. Suddenly, a group of mysterious people entered and shouted, everyone, settle down. An announcement is about to be made. After deliberation, first place on the pentagonal platform of the Black Clan goes to Isaac Joshua. At that, all the Blue Clan members were stunned, then burst into joyful cheers. The announcement continued. Isaac Joshua, after this concludes, please come to the Cardinal Bishop's office to receive your reward. With this result, it might be the first time the Blue Clan has ever won at the pentagonal platform. Is this a dream or reality? YZY asked happily. Where's Isaac? The familiar answer came back. I don't know. YZY continued. Where on earth does that guy run off to every single day? If he knew the Blue Clan could win, Isaac would be thrilled. The mysterious man suddenly cleared his throat and said, Thus, this past year's evaluation at the pentagonal platform has come to an end. Based on the fundamentals you have learned, you will now officially step out into the world. The trainees' graduation ceremony will be held at the year-end banquet. We will see you again in 3 months. Before the graduation ceremony, mingle with your seniors and build connections with them. 3 seniors immediately stepped forward to make their entrance. LG looked over and exclaimed, Look at him, trying to throw his weight around already. I heard even his debut ceremony was something else. Isn't that senior the general manager of the second-rank priests? Why would he come here? This must be proof that he's interested in Isaac. LG let out a breath and thought, maybe it's better that Isaac isn't here. If the general manager singles him out, it'll be nothing but trouble. I need to remind Isaac not to do anything unnecessary. The moment he thought that, Isaac came flying in through the door. A group of cardinals chased in after him, shouting, Catch him! Hand over the clan's foundation stone. The senior stared after him and asked, Is that child the famous Isaac Joshua? The blonde senior continued, just as rumored. Not an ounce of dignity. He's like a wild horse with a broken bridle. Suddenly, Isaac shot straight toward him and kicked him square in the face. The other seniors hurriedly cried out, General Manager! The blonde senior roared in fury. You lunatic! Isaac calmly shot back. I'm busy as hell, so why are you blocking my way? The subordinates hurriedly asked the general manager, Are you all right, sir? Has he gone mad? The general manager reassured them, Do not panic. He is someone we need to keep under control. I'll handle him myself. Isaac was still enthusiastically tearing through the Cardinals' men. Damn it, how long are you people going to keep chasing me? As the Cardinals pursued him in earnest, they shouted, What is that brat throwing now? Over there, spit out the foundation stone. YZY watched while chanting under his breath, We're screwed. The general manager's subordinates were also fuming. What the hell was that idiot doing? A mere trainee dared to use someone's face as a stepping stone. No, dare to stomp all over someone's face. My God, how can he pull something like that and just walk away like nothing happened? People keep praising him as a saint candidate, so he's completely lost all sense. The blue-haired subordinate tried to calm them. Don't exaggerate. He's only a 10-year-old child. How can a child be expected to understand everything? We just need to educate him properly and manage him strictly. The Blue Clan members watched and silently chanted to themselves, We're doomed. At that moment, the general manager awkwardly straightened himself and said, In any case, during the remaining period, the trainees will go to the royal palace, where they will receive commissions from the queen. The trainees will be assigned missions related to the Bone King. Their final graduation score will be added together with that. In other words, the results have not been finalized yet. Do you really think that Wild Horse Lunatic can achieve good results without our help? He needs to receive the lowest score before he comes to his senses. He's someone who's been spoiled rotten by the flattery of those around him. As his seniors, shouldn't we be the ones to guide him back to the right path? YLGII thought with a headache, he's done for. They've got it out for him now. Failure is an experience too. Just as that was being said, he got kicked in the face once again. Isaac snapped irritably. What are you all muttering about? The Cardinals were still enthusiastically trying to capture him. Over there, why does this guy keep helping Isaac? Are you in league with him? Whatever. The moment those words fell, a loud crash rang out. Everyone in the hall suddenly froze. Isaac flashed a sly smile. With a cheeky little greeting, he said, See you all at the graduation ceremony.